Chapter 79. Everyone is here for a reason. We did not come in vain. What sort of trouble is this? Su Qian directly pulled out her phone, scanned the QR code, and added a friend. Bai Shujing's profile picture is a scenic photograph featuring a cerulean sky above a vast expanse of snow, which remarkably complements his demeanor. His name consists solely of the character, Bai, and Su Qian casually altered the remark to include his full name. I've added you now, Teacher Bai. Bai Shujing appeared somewhat resigned and gently remarked, It's all right. You may also refer to me as Brother Shujing. Su Qian scratched her head, feeling that such familiarity might be a tad inappropriate. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind them. Sister Qian. You two are secretly adding each other as friends. Su Qian turned to see Qingxiao, resembling a large golden retriever, sprawled at the doorway with a pitiful expression. Behind him stood Lu Yan, nonchalantly holding a suitcase with one hand, remaining stationary. Su Qian thought, what is Lu Yan doing here? Does he wish to add a friend too? Who is being secretive? I came to ask Teacher Bai for an autograph and took the opportunity to add him as a friend. Su Qian felt that Qingxiao regarded her with the look of a scorned lover, which was rather peculiar. Lu Yan's gaze behind Qingxiao was even more enigmatic. It wasn't exactly cold, yet Su Qian felt no fear at all. If asked for further clarification, Su Qian couldn't articulate it. She merely felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, even though she had done nothing wrong. Qingxiao was the type of child who would shine brightly with just a hint of sunshine. After Su Qian provided a brief explanation, he cheerfully approached her. He then produced his phone, displaying his QR code to Su Qian. Then add me too, sister. Su Qian promptly added him as well. His profile picture featured a meteor-colored border collie, appearing both beautiful and intelligent, likely Qingxiao's pet. It seemed even more astute than Qingxiao himself. After completing the friend addition and updating the remark, Su Qian took her notebook and bid farewell. The photo-taking session had concluded, and everyone was quite courteous to one another. The other guests, upon encountering Su Qian, exchanged contact details, with only Su Xiao showing genuine disdain for her. She didn't even feign politeness. As she passed by Su Qian, she deliberately bumped her shoulder against Su Qian's. Su Qian stumbled back a step, causing her suitcase to tumble to the ground. Su Xiao provocatively rolled her eyes at her. Are you blind when you walk? Su Qian felt perplexed. She certainly didn't seem like a pushover. Hadn't her notorious reputation reached here yet? Observing Su Xiao striding confidently away, Su Qian reached out and yanked her back. She then kindly warned, I don't only hit men, you know? Su Xiao responded, What? Su Qian continued, You still have an opportunity to apologize to me. Su Xiao glared. Are you out of your mind? Su Qian sighed and shook her head in exasperation. You girl. Truly. Su Xiao scoffed. Su Qian, don't think that just because you are a member of the Su family, you can act so arrogantly. You shameless harlot who loves to entice men, Smack. A crisp slap landed on Su Xiao's face. She covered her cheek. You actually dared to hit me? Su Qian sincerely nodded. Not only do I dare to hit you now, but if you act up again, even during a live broadcast, I will strike you. Su Xiao retorted. You wouldn't dare. Su Qian nodded once more. I dare, so do not provoke me, remember that, you little vixen? Su Xiao was infuriated, and just then, she noticed several guests descending the stairs with their luggage. She immediately collapsed to the ground, covering her face and crying pitifully, adopting the demeanor of a delicate flower. Su Qian, I know your family is powerful, but how can you hit people so casually? Su Qianla chuckled. Are you truly capable of performing grand theatrics at any time and place? Su Xiao peeked toward the staircase. Upon seeing Lu Yan approaching, her enthusiasm intensified. No man can resist the allure of a gentle and kind-hearted woman. I shall keep my distance from you from now on. Please do not trouble me any further. Su Xiao wiped her tears, deliberately exposing her reddened face for Lu Yan to see. However, Lu Yan did not even glance at her face. Does your hand hurt? He inquired, stopping beside Su Qianla. How considerate. The grand boss. Su Qianla candidly replied, Compared to Ji Yuhan, I am slightly less sensitive. It doesn't hurt. Lu Yan nodded, bending down to pick up her suitcase. I shall carry it to the car for you. Su Xiao, seated on the ground, was utterly astonished. Su Qianla had slapped her, yet Lu Yan was concerned about Su Qianla's hand and even offered to carry her luggage. Su Qianla, a woman brimming with vigor, could effortlessly lift 3 suitcases at once. What was Lu Yan truly concerned about? Su Qian boarded her private plane, indulged in a bath and a meal, before smoothly descending in City A. As twilight approached, City A sparkled with lights. Upon disembarking, she received a message from Su Qian. Outdated, yet ancient domineering CEO, I am at the airport, waiting for you in the parking lot. Was the sun rising in the west? Su Qian, not picking up his good sister, was here to fetch himself instead? Su Qian kindly inquired. Are you unwell? Su Qian swiftly replied with a question mark. After another 2 minutes, he responded with 2 words. On the way. Su Qian found his behavior inexplicable. She decided to ignore it, putting her phone away, and made a dazzling appearance at the airport's VIP exit. Then, she was momentarily blinded by the flash of cameras and the sound of cheers. At the exit stood a dozen bodyguards. Beyond the barrier they created, numerous fans waved signs, shouting and cheering for her. Upon seeing her name, Su Qian, young lady, alongside her photo on the signs, Su Qian finally realized she was being picked up. Goodness, not only did she have fans, but so many of them. In the cleared path, Su Qian stood with one hand in his pocket, his handsome features devoid of expression. He had been watching the live streams over the past few days. Since the incident between Su Muyao and Su Qian at home, he had increasingly sensed something amiss with Su Muyao. Through the program, he perceived the deliberate targeting of Su Qian, the displays of affection, and her occasional cunning behavior, all of which made him increasingly aware that he did not truly know his younger sister, whom he had grown up with. A sense of inexplicable guilt washed over him. With their father often abroad, she had endured these grievances at home, and as her elder brother, he indeed bore some responsibility. Yet, having occupied a high position for so long, he found himself unable to utter the words of apology. He regarded Su Qian with a somewhat awkward gaze, waving stiffly at her. When she turned to him, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Then, the radiant and beautiful young lady, dragging a small suitcase, sprinted towards him. Su Qian's heart softened ever so slightly. This was his sister. Even if they had been separated for many years, she was still linked to him by blood. Just as Su Qian was about to extend his hand, Su Qian brushed past him, heading toward her fans. With exuberance, she waved her hand, then, in front of the crowd, opened her suitcase. Inside, there was nothing but a large plastic bag filling the entire space. It was brimming with various clams, scallops, cockles, oysters, and mussels, all freshly dug by Su Qian at the beach. With great generosity, she grabbed a handful and handed it to the nearest fan, then took another handful for the next one. Chapter 80. What a waste for his biological brother to show up. Su Qian sat in the opulent backseat of the Rolls-Royce, his expression as dark as a stormy sky. Beside him, Su Qian hummed a tune while engrossed in her phone. The driver had already stowed her suitcase in the trunk. However, to Su Qian's eyes, that shabby suitcase bore little necessity for storage. It was entirely empty. Every item Su Qian had brought was given away to her fans. She had distributed everything. Not a single clamshell was left for Su Qian. What was the point of his presence if those fans did not come for him, her true brother? Oblivious to Su Qian's glum demeanor, Su Qian was busy scrolling through photos on Weibo. It was her first time as a major star, and she had to admit, it was rather exhilarating. With an exquisite face, flawless features, she was more striking than many celebrities in the entertainment industry. Not one of the photos taken by fans was unflattering. Some had even captured divine images of her that were trending online. Su Qian's beauty at the airport was making waves. Moreover, another trending topic was also hers. Su Qian. Fans did not come in vain. Her video of gifting local specialties to her fans had gone viral. After all, who else could boast of a star receiving their fans with such personal gifts? The seafood she had packed away was all harvested earlier that day during a show with Liu Yan. Ji Yuhan had thrown in the towel, and Su Qian had missed out on enjoying the feast, so she had taken it all. Initially, she had intended to save it for a late-night snack. Just before packing, she had even inquired if Liu Yan wanted to share, but he declined, and she had not pressed the matter further. Now, numerous netizens were piecing together the origins of those delicacies from the live stream. What kind of idol personally gifted their fans seafood harvested from the sea? It was a testament to Su Qian's genuine nature. Miss Su is truly a breath of fresh air, they exclaimed. How touching. Su Qian is indeed a gem. Su Qian was thoroughly entertained by the comments until a cough from Su Qian reminded her that she was not alone in the car. How did you find the filming over the past 2 days? He inquired. Not bad, I suppose, she replied casually. It's just a bit daunting with millions watching. It's hard to let loose. Is that what you call holding back?
Su Qian retorted.
Recalling how he had struggled to contain his laughter while watching her on the live stream, Su Qian appeared more at ease than one would expect. As if the show were her own living room. Exactly. You have no idea how much I resisted the urge to slap Ji Yuhan, she lamented. Did you miss the chance to hit him? His trending topic about me slapping him has come up twice now. The online community has grown accustomed to it. It's almost routine. How could I not give him a taste of his own medicine?
Su Qian Said.
After a moment of silence, Su Qian seemed to contemplate something before he spoke up. Mu Yao doesn't he need me to pick her up? She asked, leaving with Ji Yuhan. Su Qian raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you're heartbroken then? Don't say such foolishness. He snapped, a hint of fluster in his tone. Su Qian regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze. If you've turned to me because Mu Yao has spurned you, then you truly are a beast. Su Qian's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he looked at her, his cheeks visibly reddening.
Su Jingyi.
With an explosive shout, he abruptly ejected Su Qian from the vehicle. Fortunately, they had arrived in a bustling area, and Su Qian was able to hail a cab. Just as she stepped out, her phone rang, a call from another driver. Miss, please stay where you are. The young master has sent me to fetch you. After hanging up, Su Qian couldn't help but feel that Su Qian was being rather inexplicable. Had he suddenly developed a conscience? Surely not. If a dim-witted antagonist were to gain a conscience, pigs would fly. Bored, she pulled out her phone to gather her friends for an outing. After a long day, she had to meet up with her companions. As she opened WeChat, she noticed her new contacts were all prominent figures from the dating show she had just participated in. It seemed her connections were quite impressive, resembling those of notable personalities in the entertainment realm. Within 5 minutes, her driver arrived. Su Qian directed him to take her to Yef. The same group from before accompanied her. Zhongqi, Fang Lingxue, and the male companion Jiang Can. As Su Qian exited the vehicle, she spotted Zhongqi waving at her from a distance. Qian. Zhongqi called out, and as Su Qian approached, she handed over an autograph book signed by Xiujing. Here, mission accomplished. Zhongqi opened the book and squealed in delight. You're incredible, Su Qian. Su Qian rubbed her ears. You're being overly dramatic. It's just a signature. You don't understand. I've heard that Xiujing doesn't like giving autographs. He usually declines requests. Yet you not only got one, but a personalized one. Qian, you made him write my name. Su Qian scratched her head. Was it really that difficult? Xiujing had asked for Zhongqi's name himself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought to mention it. Zhongqi continued to gush. Qian. I watched your show. Are you and Xiujing particularly close now?
Su Qian hesitated.
Well, we merely recorded a few episodes together. It's nothing special. Xiujing is indeed quite attentive, she admitted honestly. Zhongqi erupted in another bout of excitement. I'll treat you to drinks tonight. As the doorman guided them inside, Su Qian turned around and caught sight of a figure across the street. Tall and slender, clad in a faded t-shirt. He stood at the entrance of a brightly lit internet cafe. The person on the steps exhibited a poor attitude, tossing a canvas backpack into his arms. Su Qian paused, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the scene. Chapter 81. Never mind, I spotted a handsome guy. In the original narrative, there were numerous live-streaming segments featuring Su Muyao, not only for dating shows but also for live-streaming esports tournaments. After all, the third sibling of the Su family, Su Jingyi, was a gaming prodigy and the owner of a well-known streaming app in China. As the beloved pet of the group, Su Muyao was naturally included in the action. For instance, during a major domestic esports competition, Su Muyao would make an appearance as a support player, leading her team to victory alongside 4 professional players, effectively making it a 4-against-5 scenario. Though she lacked the skill of a professional, her vivacity and charm, coupled with her status as the sister of the team's captain and owner, earned her the adoration of the players, many of whom harbored secret crushes on her. Ji Yuhan had often felt jealous, leading to quarrels and reconciliations, and fans expressed their delight in the couple's sweet yet tumultuous relationship. Su Qian gazed at the sign of the internet cafe, momentarily taken aback, as realization dawned upon her. Wasn't this the very plot from the book? Jiang Fengshua, the esports prodigy, who could rival Su Jingyi. In the original narrative, Jiang Fengshua was a destitute lad hailing from a remote area who came to a city to compete, residing in an internet cafe named Flow. Eventually, due to financial constraints, he was expelled from the cafe and had to work odd jobs just to continue participating in competitions. He later achieved fame in the esports league, prompting Su Jingyi's L Fox team to express interest in signing him. However, He foolishly declined, as Su Jingyi mentioned that his sister, Su Muyao, wished to learn esports, asking him to mentor her. He refused and consequently severed ties with Elfox. Muyao was an amiable girl, and one would instantly recognize her kindness upon meeting her. In the original text, Su Jingyi patiently advised him, stating that all he needed to do was play some games with her, as he was adept in the jungle role. Yet, Jiang Fengshua retorted, claiming he was too old for such a task. Su Jingyi, perplexed, asked, "What do you mean?" Jiang Fengshua replied, "She is too old to begin. She cannot compete." At that moment, Su Qian found herself nearly falling in love with Jiang Fengshua, such a fine young man, possessing the gift of gab. Ultimately, it was this very remark that brought Su Muyao to tears, insisting on leaving. Su Jingyi's attempts to console her were futile, and only when he retrieved the contract intended for Jiang Fengshua did he manage to placate her. "You should return from whence you came. My sister has the final say regarding Elfox," Su Jingyi declared. Not long after, Jiang Fengshua was signed by a third-rate team. The contract they offered was exploitative, resulting in him losing a substantial signing fee, leading to his quiet departure from a city. If only he had heeded his brother's counsel, his brother would never deceive him. At that time, Su Muyao had lingered, pretending to be sympathetic. Su Jingyi scoffed, remarking that Jiang Fengshua was unaware of his good fortune. Upon overhearing this, Ji Yuhan's expression grew cold as he inquired of Su Muyao, "Who is he?" This led to a scene filled with jealousy and reconciliation, after which Ji Yuhan dealt with Jiang Fengshua in some unspecified manner. At that juncture, Su Qian was nearly exasperated by the antics of this ensemble of protagonists. She recalled the moment Jiang Fengshua was expelled from the internet cafe, and now, upon seeing the name of that cafe flow, it all clicked. The young man standing at the entrance was none other than her former mouthpiece. Su Qian dashed across the street.
Hey.
Qian, where are you going?" Zhong Qi pulled her back. "Leave me be. I just spotted a handsome guy." Jiang Fengshua stood at the entrance of Flow, his backpack slung over his shoulder. It wasn't heavy. The bag was soft and contained only 2 changes of worn clothes. He had come from F province, and the money he possessed was comprised of his savings from scholarship awards, odd jobs, and a few small prizes from past competitions. At 21 years of age, he had previously attended a prestigious 985 university in H province. When he decided to drop out to pursue esports, his advisor vehemently opposed the decision, warning him, "I can only hold your student status for 2 years. If you do not return to your studies by then, your enrollment will be forfeited."
Now,
Only a few months remained before that 2-year deadline, and he had depleted all his funds. The cost of living in a city was exorbitant, compelling him to reside in an internet cafe, yet even that was insufficient. "Get lost. This isn't a shelter. If you lack funds, be gone." The staff member perched on the steps regarded him with disdain, as though he were a beggar. Jiang Fengshua's bangs fell over his eyes as he fell silent for a moment before slowly stating, "We had an agreement." This cafe was quite large, and also hosted some informal competitions. The owner had promised him a reward of 20,000 yuan if he could secure first place in the tournament. That sum would suffice for him to remain until the qualifiers commenced. Today, he had not only won the championship for the owner, but had also broken a record. Yet, the owner had suddenly reneged on their agreement, refusing to pay him and demanding that he leave. Upon hearing this, the staff member scoffed, "Who said that to you? Where's the contract? Where's the evidence?" Jiang Fengshua pressed his lips together. He had none. After a brief silence, the night breeze stirred, sweeping fallen leaves against him. He plucked a dry leaf from his shoulder and turned to depart. The staff member continued to mock him from behind, playing esports without money. How ridiculous. Go find a job instead. Trying to con people while being a drifter? Jiang Fengshua clenched his backpack tightly, remaining silent. The night wind rose again, rustling the leaves and causing his oversized t-shirt to billow. Suddenly, he heard a clear voice, who was trying to con whom. Jiang Fengshua halted in his tracks and turned around. In the night breeze, a young woman stood, her long hair lifted by the wind, revealing a strikingly exquisite face. She bore no smile, nor did she exhibit much expression, yet there was an inexplicable vivacity about her, akin to a robust tree brimming with life. She carried a bag and had her arms crossed, her long, slender legs clad in hot pants, and her feet adorned with simple white sneakers, with no ostentatious accessories save for a delicate bracelet. "Hey, don't walk away just yet. Did he accuse you of deception?" the young woman inquired, directing her gaze at Jiang Fengshua. "Let's clarify this before proceeding. What have you deceived them about?" Jiang Fengshua's breath hitched for a moment. Meanwhile, The staff member on the step stared at Su Qian in shock, rendered speechless.
Su.
He too had watched the trending variety show. It was all over the hot searches. Wasn't she the recently renowned young lady of the Su family, Su Qian?
Su Qian, Adam's Grost.
Felt a bit fatigued from her striking entrance. Was her entrance not impressive? Why was Jiang Fingxua standing there like a wooden statue, devoid of expression or words? What good was his handsome visage if he was merely bullied by that foolish sibling of Su Miao? Thinking of the original plot ignited Su Qian's ire, prompting her to speak rather curtly to the staff member.
Su, Arikstatering? Su Qian remarked.
You were quite eloquent just now, weren't you? The staff member, his face brimming with excitement, exclaimed, I know you.
You're Su Qian.
Could I please have your autograph? I'm a huge fan. At present, Su Qian's signature could fetch exorbitant prices online. Looking at the somewhat lecherous gleam in his eyes, Su Qian expressed her disdain. What do you like about me? My large hands? The staff member was taken aback.
What?
Su Qian raised her hand. I indeed gained fame for delivering slaps, you know. What, do you fancy it? Shall I give you a couple as well, so you can experience it firsthand? Chapter 82. What are you doing? Put the knife down. The staff member, startled, instinctively took 2 steps back. Su Qian, however, smiled, retracting her hand dismissively. Did you truly think I was serious? Do you believe anyone is worthy of receiving a beating from me? She then turned to Jiang Fingxua. What happened?
Speak.
Jiang Fingxua succinctly recounted the cafe owner's withholding of his prize money and the attempt to evict him. Su Qian nodded in agreement internally. It aligned perfectly with the narrative in the book. This lad was undoubtedly Jiang Fingxua. How unfortunate for him to be relegated to a mere supporting character in the story. As he was indeed strikingly handsome, a quintessential pale and wan beauty. Su Qian scrutinized him for a moment before addressing the staff member. So, by your account, it appears you are the ones engaging in deception? The staff member hastily retorted. He didn't even participate in the match. The total prize for first place in that league is only 30,000. The account and equipment were provided by the owner, and the qualification was due to their larger scale. Why should this nobody receive 20,000? The owner had instructed the staff member to expel him, offering only 2,000 as a prize. The staff member certainly would not jeopardize his earnings. Yet, Su Qian was unconvinced, for she had read the original story. She exclaimed, Oh, if he didn't play, then whose account was it? The staff member stood tall. Ours. Su Qian pressed further. What about the match recording? The staff member scoffed. For such a small competition, who would bother with recording it? Su Qian nodded. Oh, there's nothing at all? Since it happened in your store, there must be surveillance footage. Right? The staff member choked on his words. Of course, there was surveillance footage. Su Qian had suddenly pressed the issue, and they were too late to delete it. After struggling for a moment, he replied, Are you a police officer? Only police have the authority to request our store's footage. This was clearly a tactic to wriggle out of responsibility. Su Qian held no official position, and their store had committed no crime. Jiang Fingxua had indeed not signed a contract. If he insisted on that, then Su Qian had no right to demand to see the footage. Noticing her silence, the staff member gazed at Su Qian's beautiful face and chuckled. Miss, please don't make it difficult for us. At that moment, Jiang Fingxua, who had been silent, stepped forward and stood between Su Qian and the staff member, saying, Let us go, I don't want the money anymore. The staff member's gaze towards her was too lecherous, making him uncomfortable. He didn't want this girl to suffer just to seek justice for him. Justice in the world was already scarce. There was no need for good people to be ground down by it. As a result, Su Qian grasped his arm and pulled him away. Don't worry about it. Are you joking? 20,000 yuan. Although I have money now and could easily reimburse Jiang Fingxua, why should this shabby store take advantage of me? Su Qian shot a glance at the staff member and took out her phone, preparing to call for help. Just then, Zhongqi rushed over, breathless. Qian. What happened? Seeing that Su Qian hadn't returned for a long time and seemed to be arguing with someone, she hurried over to check. The driver and bodyguard who had brought her also accompanied her, fearing that Su Qian might suffer a loss. Both were dressed in black suits, tall and tidy, standing behind Zhongqi with expressionless faces, exuding an imposing presence. Su Qian merely glanced at them, and a sly smile crept onto her face. Here's the plan. I want to see their surveillance footage, but he says I'm not a police officer and won't he let me.
Su Qian stated.
Upon hearing this, Zhongqi realized the gravity of the situation. She immediately opened her Chanel bag. Not even a single piece of footage? Just wait. Su Qian instantly recognized her intention to pull out her card for monetary leverage. What kind of approach is that? Su Qian pressed down on her hand, reproachfully stating, "What are you doing? Put the card away. Didn't I tell you? We live in a society governed by law. Uncle can't let you meddle in illegal matters." Zhongqi paused, bewildered, as she turned to look at the bodyguards behind her with a more solemn expression. Haven't they just been released? Why did you bring them along? Such a trivial matter doesn't he require them? The law-abiding driver and bodyguards exchanged bewildered glances. The staff member was equally dumbfounded. If anyone else had said such a thing, he wouldn't have believed it. But who was this person? The heiress of the Su family, a figure who wielded considerable influence in City A. The people she knew, who could they possibly be? This arriving young lady might indeed be the daughter of some underworld figure, accompanied by bodyguards just released from prison. He hesitated, not daring to speak. Su Qian sighed and patted Zhongqi. Just get two, who can fight a bit. These types who have been involved in stabbings have too much bloodlust. I'm afraid to use them.
Su Qian, Sony,
and Jiang Fingxua were personally invited into the internet cafe by the owner.
Misu.
I'm terribly sorry. It's all a misunderstanding. The owner wiped the sweat from his forehead, bowing to Su Qian. Su Qian remained expressionless and silent. Of course, there was a record of Jiang Fingxua's matches. Su Qian didn't even look at it, instructing the owner to send a copy to Jiang Fingxua as evidence. And then the 20,000 yuan was transferred to him without a penny missing. It wasn't until Jiang Fengshua's phone rang that Su Qian finally spoke. Did you receive it? Jiang Fengshua nodded. Let us go. Su Qian led them, along with the bodyguards and driver, out with great flair. The owner bowed and apologized at the door, fearing that this unidentified young lady might indeed wipe them out entirely. Su Qian walked away with her head held high. It wasn't until they turned a corner and arrived at the entrance of Yef that Su Qian let out a long sigh of relief. How was that? Wasn't I impressive? She asked playfully, grinning at Zhongqi. Zhongqi was somewhat speechless. How could you not be impressive? I even let you portray yourself as the daughter of the underworld. The bodyguard and driver were also wiping sweat. When they had just arrived, Su Qian had claimed they had just been released from prison and had stabbed someone. They were all quite alarmed.
Su Qian, unfast, replied, hey.
When you're out in the world, identities are what you make them. Zhongqi, puzzled, asked, did you go through all this trouble just for 20,000 yuan? We're out for fun today. 20,000 can't even buy a bottle of wine. Feeling a bit embarrassed by Zhongqi's inquiry, Su Qian hastily justified. What do you know? This is his hard-earned money. Every penny is rightfully his. Then she turned to Jiang Fingxua beside her, right? Jiang Fingxua looked at her, extremely serious. I really must thank you today, Miss Su. He was entirely focused on esports and did not know Su Qian's identity, only hearing others call her Su Qian. Su Qian waved her hand and asked, I saw the footage earlier. You play games quite well, don't you? Jiang Fingxua was taken aback. Had she really watched his match? Did she think he was good? Of course, Su Qian hadn't watched. However, with the spoilers from her novels, she was exceptionally confident and directly pulled out her phone. My brother has a professional esports team. If you're interested, feel free to contact me anytime. Zhongqi, standing beside her, was flabbergasted. She pulled Su Qian aside. Qian, are you interested in him? Su Qian was momentarily stunned. Huh? Zhongqi couldn't help but exclaim. You don't like Bai Xiujing or Lu Yan.
So this is your type.
Su Qian quickly pushed her away. What are you thinking? Just then, she raised her head and caught a glimpse of a familiar figure flash by. Lu Yan? Su Qian momentarily lost her focus, and in that instant, her bracelet snagged on Zhongqi's bag chain and fell to the ground with a snap. Chapter 83. It's just a bit of a bump between you two. Su Qian felt a sense of regret. The bracelet wasn't expensive, but it had been a gift from Yusher at the end of today's shoot. After wearing it for just a few hours, it broke. She picked up the bracelet, dusted it off, and put it away, planning to see if it could be repaired. When she looked up again, Lu Yan's figure had already disappeared from view. Su Qian didn't dwell on it. She turned back to find Jiang Fingxua watching her. The tall, slender youth stood in the night breeze, exuding a sense of cold fragility. Su Qian returned, presenting her QR code to him sincerely, genuinely hoping he wouldn't follow the same path as in the book. Think it over. I have time these days. However, Jiang Fingxua replied, Miss Su, you've already helped me a lot. I can't trouble you further. Signing with a team to play professionally was indeed his dream. But he wanted to rely on his own abilities, not on this girl-esque connections to leap to success. Su Qian smiled. What are you thinking? I didn't intend to give you any preferential treatment. Jiang Fengshua was momentarily taken aback. Su Qian explained, I see you have great talent. It would be a waste to practice alone outside. If you're interested, I can take you for an interview. If you pass, you can directly join the training. If not, I want to make special arrangements. After all, she had the perspective of a deity. She knew Jiang Fengshua would definitely succeed. Hearing her words, Jiang Fengshua nodded, stating, then I'm willing to give it a try. Su Qian then asked him to add her as a friend. All right, I'll arrange a time for you. After adding each other as friends, there was nothing more to discuss. Su Qian let Jiang Fengshua return to rest on his own, feeling quite satisfied as she pulled Zhongqi back to Yef for some fun. Zhongqi exclaimed in awe, Qian, your taste is impeccable. You could tell he was handsome from so far away. Su Qian felt a bit shy. Although she couldn't see his face across the street, it didn't prevent her from knowing the original story inside out. This was Jiang Fengshua. Given his equal standing with Su Jingyi, signing him could potentially bring in substantial profits. By then, whatever money Jiang Fengshua earned for the team would all come from Su Jingyi's pocket. Su Qian's mind was still busy calculating as the two of them arrived at their booth. Positioned in the prime location of the Yef's first-floor dance floor, the atmosphere was intoxicating, with dazzling lights and an abundance of expensive foreign liquor adorning the black coffee table. Why did you arrive so late? Zhongqi had mentioned being at the entrance a long time ago. Upon their arrival, Fang Lingxue inquired curiously. Zhongqi immediately opened her mouth to explain, well, we happened to bump into a handsome guy at the entrance. You wouldn't believe it, that little heartthrob. At the mention of handsome guy, Jiang Can's ears perked up. Handsome guy? What handsome guy? From the other end of the booth, another voice, deep and magnetic, joined the conversation. Who? Su Qian was taken aback, only just realizing there was another person seated there. Lu Yan? What was he doing here? No wonder it felt so desolate when she arrived. There he was, casually sitting with his legs crossed, exuding an aura that made him the focal point of the entire venue, strikingly handsome and commanding respect. Jiang Can appeared timid, and in the booth, there was hardly anyone else, which explained the lack of vibrancy. Upon noticing Lu Yan, Su Qian was momentarily stunned, and Fang Lingxue laughed. Perfect timing. Young Master Lu is here to inspect the venue as well, so we invited him to join us. Today's drinks are on him. Su Qian was even more bewildered. What did she mean by on him? How could Lu Yan have any say over Yef's expenses? Seeing her in a daze, Fang Lingxue asked, you didn't know? Yef belongs to the Lu family. Lu Yan nodded in agreement. I just took over. It's a bit unfamiliar. Realization dawned on Su Qian as she uttered a no. No wonder, now that the entire Lu enterprise was under Lu Yan's management, it wasn't surprising for him to be here overseeing one of the family's establishments. She absent-mindedly picked up a drink to soothe her throat when Lu Yan asked her, did you meet someone familiar at the entrance? A perfectly ordinary question. Yet Su Qian felt inexplicably chilled. Zhongqi interjected, not really. We just happened to see a handsome guy in a bit of a bind. And Su Qian wanted to play the hero, right, Su Qian? Su Qian rubbed her arms, feeling the chill in the air. Why does it feel so cold in Yef? She forced a laugh, and Fang Lingxue chimed in. Yes, Su Qian has always been quite the righteous one, always eager to help. In the dim light, with the bizarrely colored lights swirling overhead, Su Qian couldn't discern whether Lu Yan was smiling. All she could see was him removing his suit jacket and draping it over her shoulders. Be careful not to catch a cold. Lu Yan's warmth enveloped her as his voice reached her ears. When she turned around, she found her reflection in his eyes, cold yet piercing, mirroring the enchanting lights of the club. Feeling slightly lightheaded from the drink, Su Qian recalled that Lu Yan had seen Jiang Fengshua at the entrance. He didn't need anyone to tell him. Su Qian had a penchant for rescuing others, and he knew it better than anyone. After all, her handkerchief was still in his pocket. Yet, the pure white moonlight never illuminates just one person. When she smiled at Jiang Fengshua, even her profile was so captivating that he couldn't tear his gaze away. Lu Yan didn't linger long. After exchanging a few words, he stood up. You all enjoy yourselves. I won't disturb you. He nodded at Su Qian's friends and summoned the manager to issue a few instructions. Su Qian waved him off, thinking Lu Yan must be quite busy and didn't need to waste time here. Once Lu Yan left, Jiang Can exhaled in relief. My goodness. Not everyone can handle such a handsome guy. I nearly suffocated. He exclaimed dramatically, lifting a glass to calm his nerves, even raising his pinky while drinking. Su Qian found his exaggeration amusing. Really? How could a poor fellow like Liu Yan, who has been bullied for so many years and just took over the family business, intimidate this group of wealthy heirs and heiresses? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Hearing her say this, Jiang Kan shot her a dramatic look. Su Qian clearly had no idea how intimidating Liu Yan's presence had been when he greeted them. Only Fong Lingxue managed to engage him in a few business-related conversations. And Jiang Kan nearly shrank into his seat. Anyone unaware would think he was running away from his wife. But when Su Qian arrived, it was as if the big bad wolf had turned into a docile puppy, even draping his jacket over her. Jiang Kan teased, "Come on, you wouldn't be scared." Su Qian pointed at herself like a meme. "Me?" Jiang Kan rolled his eyes. "I just don't enjoy hanging out with straight girls like you." "Su Qian?" The sarcastic man was met with a playful punch. She playfully hit Jiang Kan twice, causing him to yelp and flee to the dance floor in search of handsome guys. Su Qian took a sip of her drink, muttering, "Deserves it." Fong Lingxue then asked, "Do you know Liu Yan from before?"
Su Qian nodded.
"Weren't we at EF last time? I met him then. He even helped me catch a paparazzo."
Fong Lingxue chuckled. "No wonder."
Su Qian inquired, "No wonder what?" Fong Lingxue smiled mischievously. "Oh, it's nothing. I just think you two are quite cute together." Chapter 84. When did I start liking Muyao? No, I didn't. Su Qian indulged in the revelry until the wee hours of the night and awoke late the next day, well past noon. The leisurely life of a wealthy young lady. With nothing to do, Su Qian decided to text Jiang Fingxua, asking if he was free today so she could pick him up. A luxurious Rolls-Royce parked beneath the hotel, and as Jiang Fingxua approached the car, the driver opened the door for him. After returning home yesterday, he had searched for Su Qian's name online, the heiress of the Su Group, recently becoming a viral sensation on a dating reality show. There were numerous clips and pictures of her online, and he found himself captivated, losing track of time until it was well past midnight. What luck did he have, encountering Su Qian when he was at his lowest? She had reclaimed his rightful earnings and even praised his talent, offering him a chance to sign a contract. Jiang Fingxua had never encountered someone so kind, so remarkable that when he passed a mirror and saw his empty self, he pondered how he could repay her kindness. His very existence felt trivial. As Jiang Fingxua settled into the car, Su Qian was lounging in the plush seat, munching on fried dough sticks, smiling at him. "Good morning." It was indeed quite early, considering it was already 2 in the afternoon, and she was still on her breakfast. After being a pampered heiress for so long, nothing compared to the allure of street vendor fried dough sticks. Noticing Jiang Fingxua's gaze on her, she casually asked, "Would you like some?" He shook his head, flashing her a smile. Perhaps his hands were worth something, capable of earning her wealth and honor, although she had never lacked for either. That day, Jiang Fingxua performed exceptionally well in the Elfox training room, defeating 3 professional players from various teams in succession. Initially, they thought Su Qian had brought a pretty boy just to stir up trouble. Their leader, known as God Ji, Gareth, who was also Su Jingyi, had a notoriously troublesome younger sister, known to all team members. However, none of them had ever seen his sister. They often encountered his adopted sister, Su Muyao. Elfox was a team under Lehu Media, established by Su Jingyi himself. The Team S base was located within the Lehu building, occupying 4 entire floors, from the training room to the dormitories. Su Muyao frequently visited, sometimes even charmingly asking them to let her play games, which they were more than happy to oblige. After all, she was the Su family's daughter and a big star. She held no airs around them. Thus, when Su Qian arrived, the receptionist was skeptical. "The younger sister of Team Su? Sorry, but the younger sister of Team Su has been here before, and you don't quite match her description." The receptionist regarded her with uncertainty. Su Qian felt speechless. Wasn't that Su Muyao? Clearly not her. "Let me put it another way. I'm a shareholder of Lehu, Su Qian. You can check," she asserted. This time, they found her name on the shareholder list, second only to Su Jingyi. The receptionist was left utterly dumbfounded. When did Captain Su transfer her shares without informing anyone in the company? She quickly invited Su Qian upstairs, heading straight to the Elfox practice room. A few team members were engaged in a lively practice match, and upon spotting Su Qian, they turned their attention towards her. All of them were minor characters around Su Muyao, and none could be deemed unattractive. Each was a young, handsome lad clad in team jackets, quite pleasing to the eye. "Where is Su Jingyi?" Su Qian inquired directly. "Who are you if Captain Su isn't back yet?" someone asked. Su Qian glanced at the name tag on his jersey.
"Oh,
Zhou Zining, the top laner from the first team, who has always treated Su Muyao like a younger sister. With a smile, Su Qian replied, I'm his sister. The individual beside him, whose name tag read Yuling, the mid laner of the first team, recognized her immediately. You're Su Qian? You've been trending lately. Even more so than Su Muyao. Su Qian acknowledged him with a nod, bringing Jiang Fengshua into the room. I'd like to recommend someone for your evaluation. If all goes well, I'll finalize the contract. Instantly, several expressions shifted to one of discomfort. The sudden appearance of Jiang Fengshua, with his striking looks, was quite a shock. Their initial impressions of Su Qian were already unfavorable, and the third individual, who had remained silent until now, burst out laughing. Su Qian, do you think this is a casual place? Zhang Bei, the jungler from the first team, scoffed. However, with Jiang Fengshua being an expert jungler himself, it was likely that Zhang Bei would soon be relegated to the second team. Su Qian shot him a glance, smiling. What's wrong? Is this not a space for esports? Yu Ling, maintaining politeness, smiled and suggested, we can't make decisions here. Perhaps you should wait for Captain Su to return? Do you know when he'll be back? Su Qian asked. Later this afternoon, I believe. Please have a seat. What would you like to drink? Yu Ling offered. Glancing at the time, Su Qian realized it was indeed afternoon. She agreed to sit down, but just then, Zhang Bei snickered derisively. He showed no courtesy, dismissing both Su Qian and Jiang Fengshua. If you're just here to settle your little boyfriend, don't waste our time. This is the pinnacle of esports in the country.
Su Qian pauset her movements.
How amusing. Why didn't you say that when Su Muyao was practicing here? She retorted playfully. In the original text, it was Zhang Bei who enthusiastically boasted about how, with him around, Su Muyao only needed to step away from the keyboard and let him handle things. As Su Qian spoke, Zhang Bei's face flushed crimson.
Who told you that?
Don't spread nonsense, he exclaimed. Seeing his reaction, Su Qian understood his thoughts all too well. Without hesitation, she pierced through his feigned innocence. Could it be that you secretly harbor feelings for Su Muyao? Zhang Bei's face turned as red as a lobster. What are you talking about? I've never liked Muyao. No, I haven't. His frantic denials only reinforced everyone's realization of his agitation. Su Qian burst into laughter. I merely took a wild guess, and it seems I hit the mark? Young man, you clearly can't keep your feelings hidden. I haven't. Zhang Bei shouted. With the various glances from the surrounding teammates, Zhang Bei wished he could vanish into thin air. So, what if he did have a crush on Su Muyao? She always enjoyed playing with him when she visited the team, and even affectionately called him Brother Zhang Bei.
Su Qian laughed heartily, exclaiming,
I've only seen toads dreaming of swans. Never have I encountered a toad dreaming of another toad. Your taste is utterly dreadful. Zhang Bei, now furious, shot back. No matter how you spin it, Muyao is still Captain Su's sister. And what's this person you brought along? You think shoving a pretty boy into our midst will work? Enough, Beizi. Let us wait for Captain Su. Yu Ling attempted to mediate. However, Zhang Bei swatted his hand away, pointing at Su Qian. Do you think your words carry weight? Captain Su listens to Muyao, not you. See, you're getting agitated again. Su Qian observed, finding the situation even more amusing. Just as she was about to speak, Jiang Fengshua stepped forward, standing in front of Zhang Bei. Let us have a 1v1. Choose your profession. Use your best skills. Jiang Fengshua pushed aside Zhang Bei's finger that was pointing at Su Qian.
Who are you? Zhang Bei scoffed.
Let us do it. Whoever loses keeps quiet. Everyone found this young man rather audacious. The L Fox team, led by Su Jingyi, was one of the top-tier teams in the country, and any player who made it onto this team was truly exceptional. Zhang Bei, being the jungler of the first team, was renowned throughout the esports community. Yet here was this unknown fellow, boldly challenging Zhang Bei. Taken aback, Zhang Bei let out a cold laugh and turned away, returning to his seat. I never indulge those who speak recklessly, he remarked. Jiang Fengshua remained silent, sitting down at a nearby computer. Zhang Bei's refusal to relent was evident as he entered the practice room, locking in the very hero that had made him famous 2 years ago. Casting a taunting glance at Jiang Fengshua, that match had become a legend. It was the game where he had single-handedly taken down the opposing mid-laner, support, and jungler, pushing the minions straight to their nexus. In the world of gaming, everyone knew about that match. To his surprise, Jiang Fengshua merely glanced at Zhang Bei's screen and selected the same hero. The teammates in the practice room gathered around to watch. Su Qian stood closest to Jiang Fengshua, and as he locked in his hero, she heard Zhou Zining exclaim softly, Wow. Turning around, Su Qian noticed Zhou Zining holding a can of cola in one hand and a freshly opened bag of potato chips in the other. Without hesitation, Su Qian snatched 2 chips from his bag, munching away. Cucumber flavor? Divine. Zhou Zining was taken aback by her boldness, pausing for a moment before offering the bag towards her. Although they weren't close, he had heard Su Jingyi mention her numerous times and knew that his impression of her was not particularly favorable. However, he wouldn't deny her some chips. Curiosity piqued. He asked, "How do you know this guy?" Indicating Jiang Fengshua with his chin. The latter, donned in headphones, had a slim profile, his shoulders broadening slightly, revealing the shape of his shoulder blades through his thin t-shirt. So handsome. It's a shame he's not in acting. Su Qian unabashedly took another 2 chips, crunching away. From a roadside internet cafe, Zhou Zining raised an eyebrow in disbelief. In response to his incredulous gaze, Su Qian earnestly added, "If I'm lying, I'm your grandfather." Zhou Zining fell silent for a moment, clearing his throat before murmuring softly, "I wouldn't dare to be Captain Su's grandfather." No sooner had he finished speaking than gasps of surprise rippled through the group. Zhou Zining looked up, his eyes widening in shock. First blood? The first kill icon appeared on Jiang Fengshua's screen? In such a short span, he had already taken down Zhang Bei? Zhou Zining leaned forward, breath held, eager to witness the young man's skills. Then, kill after kill, Jiang Fengshua eliminated Zhang Bei 3 times in a row, and according to their 1v1 rules, the match was over. With a loud slam, Zhang Bei threw down his mouse and kicked his gaming chair aside. Several individuals were knocked aside, but he paid them no mind, storming out of the room, destination unknown. Yet everyone remained oblivious, too engrossed in their astonishment. Only Jiang Fengshua, calm and composed, removed his headphones, not glancing at anyone else, but lifting his gaze towards Su Qian. His bright, sparkling eyes resembled those of a puppy. Su Qian paused for a moment, then exaggeratedly praised, "Incredible. Why are you looking at her?" Zhang Bei, a platinum-level player, couldn't comprehend their maneuvers. Jiang Fengshua could not possibly believe that she was a discerning talent scout. Could he? Su Qian felt a twinge of guilt. Then, she beheld Jiang Fengshua smiling, a faint smile, innocent and pure, reminiscent of the verdant schoolyard trees at the onset of summer, vibrant and rustling in the breeze. Su Qian was momentarily taken aback. Yet, in the next instant, a packet of cucumber-flavored potato chips and an unopened can of iced cola were thrust into her hands. It was Zhou Zining who had done so. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow," and unceremoniously stuffed the snacks and drink into Su Qian's embrace before stepping forward. "Bro, I want to give it a shot too." His address to Jiang Fengshua had shifted from that kid to bro. Jiang Fengshua remained silent, merely donning his headphones.
Only Zhang Bai, Zhu Zining.
If it were a one-on-one duel against Jiang Fengshua, would certainly not select his most proficient hero. After all, as a professional player, it would be unseemly to bully others. A victory would lack honor. However, Jiang Fengshua was a formidable opponent, capable of single-handedly eliminating Zhang Bei thrice. Zhou Zining dared not underestimate him and opted for a hero he was most comfortable with. To his surprise, Jiang Fengshua glanced at his selection and chose the same one. Zhou Zining, astonished, asked, "You can play top lane too?" "A little," Jiang Fengshua replied, focusing on the screen before locking in his choice. 10 minutes later, the score was 3-2, with Zhou Zining succumbing to Jiang Fengshua. It had been years since he had tasted the bitterness of defeat in a solo match. In the stunned silence of the onlookers, Zhou Zining removed his headphones and turned to Jiang Fengshua, stammering, "Are you an all-rounder?" Jiang Fengshua took off his headphones and shook his head. "I'm better at jungling. The rest is average." Zhou Zining retorted, "Your average has defeated a top-tier player like me." He found this boy utterly absurd and unconvinced, insisted on pulling Yuling to the computer, forcefully placing the mouse in his hand. "You two have a match, I want to see." Reluctantly, Yuling acquiesced, and the surrounding teammates expressed their eagerness to watch. Thus, he had to engage in another match with Jiang Fengshua, selecting a familiar hero, while Jiang Fengshua once again chose the same. Zhou Zining retreated to Su Qian's side, hoping to calm his nerves with some chips, only to find his hand met with emptiness in the bag. Spinning around, he was met with the sight of Su Qian not only having finished his potato chips, but also having consumed a significant portion of his cola. "You devoured it all?" Zhou Zining exclaimed in disbelief. Su Qian, perplexed, replied, "Well, isn't he giving it to me tantamount to letting me eat it?" Recalling how Su Miao could be satisfied with just a couple of chips, Zhou Zining swallowed hard and remarked, You have quite the appetite. Flattery will get you nowhere.
Su Qian replied.
The two of them continued to watch silently until Jiang Fengshua once more dispatched Yuling 3 times, with Yuling only managing to claim 2 kills. Jiang Fengshua had triumphed again. Just as Su Qian was about to offer her congratulations, Zhou Zining seized her arm, demanding, "You must tell me the truth. Where on earth did you find this person?" Su Qian answered at the internet cafe, across from the nightclub. Zhou Zining's expression mirrored that of Er Kong in disbelief. Impossible. Which internet cafe does he play professionally at? I've never seen him.
Su Qian clarified.
He doesn't play professionally? Zhou Zining exclaimed. Doesn't he play professionally? It seemed Su Qian was treating him like a fool. Yet, when Su Qian earnestly nodded, confirming, "Yes, when I encountered him, he had just been ejected from the internet cafe for lack of funds, so I took him in," Zhou Zining was left incredulous. Chapter 86. He resembled one of those people who would coldly wash my underwear. Zhou Zining began to think that either Su Qian had lost her mind or he had. Or perhaps Su Qian was merely toying with him. Just as he was about to inquire further, a sharp, icy voice resounded from the doorway. "What are you all doing? If not training?" Captain Su had returned. Zhou Zining turned sharply, and before he could speak, he noticed Captain Su's expression darkening upon sighting the individual beside him.
Su Qian?
Su Jingyi's countenance soured at the sight of her. What was this girl doing in his team? That troublesome brat. After the ruckus at home, Su Jingyi had not returned for an entire week. It was only after Su Qian went out to record a program that he returned to have a meal. "You shouldn't treat Qian like that," he had been told, but only a few bites into his meal, Su Yichon began scolding him. Su Jingyi felt as though he had seen a ghost, incredulously staring at Su Yichon. "Who are you referring to?" "Su Qian," he demanded. "Have you forgotten how she treated Yao Yao?" Su Yichon remained silent for a moment before responding. There may have been a misunderstanding regarding past events. Su Jingyi paid him no heed, scoffing as he tossed down his chopsticks and stormed off, leaving behind a harsh retort. "There's no misunderstanding. I am at odds with Su Qian." There was no misunderstanding. The incident with the golf club was all too real. She had even leveraged public sentiment to strip him of his shares. Furious, Su Jingyi had refrained from returning home for several days, residing in the training base, with Su Yichon not bothering to intervene. And now, Su Qian had come looking for him? She was here right after finishing her program. That madwoman. Su Jingyi's strikingly handsome face was now as cold as ice. Yet, Su Qian appeared oblivious, leaning in with a playful grin. Hey, indeed. Su Jingyi approached and seized Su Qian's wrist, intending to pull her outside. "What are you doing here? Come with me." His teammates were present. If Su Qian were to strike him here, what would become of his reputation? Su Qian promptly swatted his hand away, scattering chip crumbs across him. "What's the matter?" "I merely came to have a look and deliver someone to you." Su Jingyi's expression darkened further. "Deliver what person?" "Su Qian, I warn you not to play tricks." It was then that he noticed the youth rising from the gaming chair. Lean and tall, silent, of comparable height to him, with light-colored eyes that regarded him with a subtle gaze. Su Jingyi was taken aback. "Who is this?" Zhou Zining rushed over, placing a hand on Su Jingyi's shoulder. "Captain Su. This kid, I don't know where the young lady found him, but wow, he is truly impressive." Su Jingyi regarded him with disdain, shaking Zhou Zining off.
"Get lost."
He then scrutinized Jiang Fengshua, revealing a cold, haughty smile. "You? Brought by Su Qian? What was he so proud of?" Su Qian disapproved of his demeanor and slapped him on the back of the head. "What's wrong with the person I brought? I want to sign him." Su Jingyi clutched the back of his head in anger. He knew this crazy girl was about to embarrass him in public. After receiving a slap from her, Su Jingyi felt utterly humiliated in front of his teammates. "I gave you shares to keep you quiet. Don't take a feather and act like you're in charge of my team."
Su Jingyi was seething.
Su Qian crossed her arms, chuckling at his agitation. "Are you scared of losing? Afraid to duel him?" Su Jingyi felt as if he had heard the grandest joke. "What nonsense are you spouting? Does she think the online fans call him a god for no reason?" Su Qian responded with a playful, "Oh, then you should face him in a match. We can talk afterward." "Why are you getting so flustered with me?" Her expression clearly conveyed her disdain for Su Jingyi. How dare she look down on him? Su Jingyi yanked the gaming chair away and sat down with a thud. As the loading screen entered the game, he gradually regained composure. Had Su Qian just used provocation to manipulate him? With just a few words, she had lured him into battling an obscure player? Did he even match up? Su Jingyi turned and gave the youth beside him a cold glance. Jiang Fingxua remained silent, not looking back, merely adjusting the sensitivity of his mouse.
Su Jingyi es norte de Risibeli.
Zhou Zining leaned in closer. Captain Su, you don't know him. He just shut it. Su Jingyi was still simmering with anger, especially since Zhou Zining had just supported Su Qian. Zhou Zining, sensing the tension, rubbed his nose and retreated to the side. This time, the two did not select the same role. Su Jingyi took to the bottom lane, his forte, while Jiang Fingxua selected the jungler role he had utilized in the first match. As the duel commenced, the onlooking teammates held their breath, eager to witness the clash between Su and this young contender. The moment their characters collided, Su Jingyi's nerves tightened. This fellow exhibited remarkable skill. After a brief exchange, Su Jingyi dared not underestimate him any further. The passage of time felt particularly prolonged, and after 20 minutes, the score stood at 33, with both players evenly matched. The practice room fell into a profound silence. Su Jingyi removed his headset and turned to Jiang Fingxua, his gaze a mixture of incredulity, respect, and excitement for a worthy opponent. "What is your name?" he inquired. "Jiang Fingxua," came the reply. Su Jingyi nodded, set down his headset, and rose decisively. "I'll sign you. If the synergy is good, you'll compete in this year's league." Su Qian trailed behind Su Jingyi into his office, where Su Jingyi wore a scowl, directing someone to draft a contract while reprimanding Su Qian. "What are you in such a hurry for? Didn't I already say I would sign him?" Su Qian's impatience was palpable as she insisted on immediate contract preparation. Moreover, any profits Jiang Fingxua generated would entirely belong to Su Qian's company. "So, I'm merely signing for you?" Su Jingyi retorted, still displeased. After all, in the narrative, he had previously dismissed Jiang Fingxua due to Su Miao's tears. Su Jingyi's expression darkened. Was he truly that kind of person? And how could he possibly let such a talented player slip away to another team? He remained visibly annoyed with Su Qian, yet he could hardly vent his frustration, choosing instead to glare at her. Su Qian sighed. "Please don't look at me like that." Su Jingyi, still irritable, replied, "What is wrong with how I'm looking at you? You currently resemble someone who would give me a cold stare while washing my underwear," Su Qian teased.
Su Jingyi merely grunted.
The contract was finalized with his signature and seal, which he tossed at Su Qian. "Now, hurry up and leave." Upon verifying the contract's details and the clear revenue sharing, Su Qian took it and left, exhilarated at the prospect of a financial windfall. The commission would come from Su Jingyi, while she would reap the rewards. What a delightful arrangement. As she exited the office, she spotted Jiang Fingxua waiting for her in the corridor. Approaching him with the contract, she asked, "Why haven't you left yet?" She had initially intended for him to return to the dormitory first, planning to have the team deliver the signed contract to him. Jiang Fingxua stood, stating, "I have something for you." "What is it?" He produced a small box from his pocket and handed it to her, his expression still composed and serene, although the tips of his ears were flushed. Confused, Su Qian opened the box to find a bracelet nestled within, an item from a well-known luxury brand, a basic model priced at 19,800. This was nearly all of Jiang Fingxua's commission from the previous day. "This is," she began. "I noticed your bracelet broke yesterday," he said softly, his ears growing warmer.
"So, I bought this for you."
Chapter 87. Jiang Fingxua's heart raced like a drum. He had seen Su Qian's bracelet snap at the entrance of Yef yesterday. She seemed quite distressed, inspecting it thoroughly after picking it up, confirming it was unwearable, before carefully placing it back into her bag. After returning to the hotel and stowing his backpack, he ventured to the nearest mall. Dressed in a faded outfit, he received little attention from the sales staff. He scoured the price tags, and in the expansive store, only a few items were within his budget. With just 19,800 in hand, he spent all his money on a dazzling diamond bracelet. Thus, when Jiang Fingxua encountered Su Qian the following morning, he had not eaten breakfast. Yet, upon seeing the luxurious Rolls-Royce parked before him, his resolve to present the gift wavered momentarily. Mustering his courage, he finally presented the bracelet to her, feeling a surge of anxiety. His hands, once deft in the game, now hung nervously at his sides, clammy with sweat. This was all he had, and it felt insignificant in her presence. Su Qian, however, was taken aback. "You bought this? Where did you stay last night?" With a commission of 20,000, buying a bracelet would leave him with a mere 200. Jiang Fingxua replied, "It was sufficient for lodging. A budget hotel, the cheapest room was quite spacious." "And what if you hadn't passed today?" She pressed. Gift her a bracelet and then end up on the street? Jiang Fengshua paused, then answered honestly, I hadn't thought of that. Such sincerity, Su Qian mused, realizing why Jiang Fengshua had so bluntly refused to take Su Muyao with him when asked. Observing him standing there, his quiet demeanor reminiscent of a timid puppy. She couldn't help but smile and pat him on the back. Since you've passed, I will graciously accept your gift. The contract is signed, and the commission will soon be in your account. In a gesture of goodwill, she took the bracelet and attempted to fasten it around her wrist. However, the clasp proved troublesome, and after several attempts, her fingers ached from the effort. How embarrassing! Jiang Fengshua was watching.
Could you help me?
She finally asked, extending her wrist toward him. Jiang Fengshua bowed his head, carefully grasping the clasp of the bracelet. The glittering diamonds sparkled, yet against her delicate, fair wrist. They paled in comparison to her radiant skin. Her wrist was so slender. He was cautious not to touch her, yet his usually commanding hands felt unsteady. Trembling slightly, an experience he had never encountered, even in the most intense moments of competition. With meticulous care, he fastened the bracelet for Su Qian, and as he released it, he realized he had been holding his breath. Exhaling deeply, he pressed his lips together, trying not to let her notice his irregular breathing. Su Qian, however, remained oblivious, joyfully lifting her wrist to admire the bracelet. It's beautiful. Thank you. You are the beautiful one, Jiang Fengshua thought to himself. Just as he felt a piercing gaze upon them, turning around, he found Su Jingyi standing at the office door, his expression as cold as ice. Fixated on the two of them. Good heavens! Su Qian exclaimed, startled. Su Jingyi shoved Su Qian into the passenger seat of his strikingly ostentatious, bright purple Lamborghini. The moment he pressed the accelerator, the engine roared to life, making Su Qian acutely aware of their conspicuous presence. What are you doing? She asked, exasperated. Su Jingyi shot her an icy glare before seizing her wrist, inspecting it briefly before dismissively letting her arm fall back. Have you ever seen such a pathetic bracelet? Excuse me?
Su Qian retorted. Incredules.
You dragged me into your car just to criticize me? She truly believed Su Jingyi was unwell. Without a word, Su Jingyi maintained his stoic demeanor and pressed the gas, speeding away. Su Qian quickly fastened her seatbelt, although she felt an urge to slap him. The life of the affluent was fleeting, and she valued her own safety. A slap could wait, but safe driving could not. The limited edition purple Lamborghini weaved through the city's traffic, and Su Jingyi was on the verge of exploding with frustration. Moments ago, he had entered the office to confirm some details of a document, only to find Su Qian and Jiang Fengshua standing face to face. Su Qian was holding up her wrist, asking that penniless kid to clasp her bracelet for her. That boy's ears were as red as if he had been scalded, his eyes deep as the ocean. Being a man, Su Jingyi could certainly comprehend what was going through his mind. What a ridiculous, impoverished fool, clearly infatuated with his sister. And yet, Su Qian, that foolish girl, was smiling at him and expressing her gratitude. A mere bracelet could bring her such joy. What on earth was Su Qian thinking? Ji Yuhan no longer wanted her, so she resorted to seeking out a poor boy she found in an internet cafe. Su Jingyi felt that her smile was far too cheap. Unable to contain his frustration, he seized Su Qian and stormed off. As they got into the car, he cast a disdainful glance at that tattered bracelet. Bah, a broken diamond K-gold piece, and it's worthy of adorning the hand of a daughter from the Su family? Half an hour later, the vehicle came to a halt at the VIP rooftop parking lot of the International Financial Center. The shopping mall manager personally opened the door for Su Qian, bowing and scraping as he greeted her. Miss, the haute couture of this season has been prepared for you. Ready for your selection at any moment. Su Qian was taken aback. She glanced over at Su Jingyi, who wore a grim expression, turning his head away and refusing to look at her. I'll accompany my brother to the hospital first. Su Qian politely declined the manager's offer.
Su Jingyi shot her agulage.
In response, Su Qian looked at him as if he were a fool. First, let us check your brain. Some matters require prioritization. Su Jingyi was on the brink of fury. He could smile sweetly at that poor boy, but before his own brother, he retorted with insults and scorn. He charged over, grabbing Su Qian and pulling her towards the mall. When he finally stopped, they found themselves in a high-end jewelry store, the dazzling lights causing Su Qian's eyes to ache. A group of attendants stood respectfully around them, bowing as they greeted her, Miss. The spectacle startled Su Qian. Was Su Jingyi truly so intent on making a grand affair of things? She was promptly seated on the plush sofa of the jewelry store. Just as she was about to rise, Su Jingyi clenched his fist. Stay put. An overt threat. This person was truly unhinged. Show me, he commanded, straightening his posture, his expression impassive. Immediately, several attendants presented velvet display boxes, placing them on the crystal table before Su Qian. As the boxes opened, an array of haute couture jewelry was revealed, nearly blinding her with their brilliance. Chapter 88. I've reserved the whole place and you still want to leave? Looking back at Su Jingyi, her gaze softened slightly. After all, humans are rather simple creatures. The sight of wealth and jewels could easily lift one's spirits. You're in need of accessories, aren't you? Choose as you wish. Su Jingyi maintained a sour demeanor. Su Qian feigned ignorance, but I have no money. What are you pretending for? Su Jingyi was nearly exasperated. Never mind the shares he had promised her. Even his brother's supplementary card was in Su Qian's possession. That spoiled girl was dripping in wealth. He knew it all too well. Yet, through gritted teeth, Su Jingyi managed to utter, I'll pay. He couldn't let this stubborn girl appear as though she had never seen the world, swindled by a mere broken bracelet. All right. Su Qian eagerly awaited those words. Why pass up a good deal, especially when it was offered by the foolish Su Jingyi? She promptly selected several complete sets of haute couture jewelry, along with a multitude of classic bracelets, necklaces, and earrings for everyday wear. After all, such extravagance was hardly suitable for daily outings. Su Qian sifted through the treasures, feeling as if she were purchasing cabbages at a market for the first time. Who would understand that sensation?
Su Jingyi stood beside her,
occasionally picking a piece or two from the collection and tossing them into her chosen velvet tray. When Su Qian glanced at him, he adopted a stern expression. What a good lad, all the while claiming he wasn't cold-hearted. Su Qian, unperturbed, selected a few more items, insisting that Su Jingyi accompany her to the checkout. That bracelet on your wrist, you should exchange it. Finally, after much restraint, Su Jingyi spoke up. Su Qian glanced at her wrist, where she wore the broken diamond bracelet given to her by Jiang Fengshuo earlier. Perplexed, she thought. Isn't it perfectly fine?
Su Jingyi scoffed,
crossing his arms in derision. What kind of useless trinket is that? You actually wear it? Su Qian retorted. If you keep acting like this, I might as well tie you up. Su Jingyi, this stubborn girl. Not a shred of dignity. He huffed, glaring at the bracelet quietly. Su Qian replied, what do you know? It's not the item that matters, but the sentiment behind it. That poor soul had nowhere to turn, using all his commissions to buy something as a token of gratitude for her. Would she refuse? Yet, Su Jingyi remained sour. Such a cheap sentiment. Wealthy people are truly insufferable. Su Qian replied, do you understand? It's not about how much he spent, but that he spent everything he had. Su Jingyi's eyes widened in disbelief. You intend to spend all my money, then go by the overseas headquarters of this brand? Su Qian exclaimed, are you even listening to me? She spoke of the city gates, while Su Jingyi spoke of the axle of his hips. Su Qian was utterly speechless. After all, who would bother with such a dim-witted young master? Losing interest in selecting jewelry, she pushed the boxes towards the sales associate, declaring, just these will do. Su Jingyi, like a chatty dog, lingered a few moments longer, barking incessantly, causing her ears to ache. Su Jingyi, with a glum expression, looked at Su Qian disapprovingly. Spending such a fortune without receiving a hint of gratitude, this stubborn girl had no heart. Su Qian ignored him, while the sales associate, eager, remarked to Su Jingyi, third young master, you treat the miss so well, you've come specifically to take her shopping. Su Jingyi's face darkened. Who said I came to buy for her? The sales associate was taken aback, seeing Su Jingyi, with a stoic face, casually pick up a watch and place it in the tray. I'm buying something for myself. She asked, just along for the ride. The sales associate. Ah, yes. This watch is the main attraction, while the whole collection of haute couture is merely an afterthought, right? With an unwavering smile, she invited Su Jingyi to proceed upstairs to settle the bill. Meanwhile, Su Qian comfortably lounged on the sofa, relishing the afternoon tea meant for VIP guests. Serving such a neurotic customer must be quite a task, she mused, enjoying her snack while chatting amiably with the nearby sales associates. They smiled brightly at her. Third young master is quite generous. His temper may be a bit rough, but he makes up for it with his lavish spending. A single service to him could multiply our commission, and the manager just mentioned treating us to hot pot tonight. Su Qian smiled back, inviting them. Care for a bite? Your shop's little cakes are delightful. The sales associates quickly waved their hands. This miss is nothing like those on variety shows. She's so genuine and approachable. Another associate, summoning her courage, whispered, Miss, may I ask for your autograph?
I me afan.
Su Qian perked up. Why didn't you say so sooner? The associate hurriedly fetched a pen and took out 2 Polaroid photos from her bag, featuring Su Qian from the heartbeat of the stars. Have they started selling these everywhere? Su Qian asked in surprise. The associate's face flushed with excitement. They're being sold in many places. I've bought quite a few. Su Qian graciously signed her name. Other associates, witnessing this, also came forth to request autographs. With nothing better to do while sitting, Su Qian happily obliged. Just then, a familiar voice echoed at the entrance. Reserve the whole place? Who is it? It was Ji Yuhan. Su Jingyi had closed the entire store for Su Qian's shopping spree, preventing other customers from entering. Su Qian looked up to see Ji Yuhan and Su Muyao at the door. Su Muyao was linked to Ji Yuhan's arm, while he stood with one hand in his pocket, an expression of impatience on his face. When had the young prince ever been kept waiting outside? On a whim to shop, he had reserved the entire place for himself, leaving others outside in the cold. The store attendant, with a humble demeanor, explained, It's this lady.
Su Qian?
Meeting his gaze, Ji Yuhan's brow immediately furrowed. Su Qian remarked, What a coincidence. Running into you while out. What bad luck. Isn't a city rather large? The attendant turned to seek her opinion, and Su Qian lazily reclined against the sofa, chuckling. Indeed. I've reserved the entire place. Why don't you leave? Ji Yuhan's expression soured as he removed his sunglasses, addressing the attendant at the door. Stand aside. The attendant wore a look of distress. Su Muyao tugged at him from the side, saying, Let's not dwell on it, Han. Let's explore other shops. She then cast a forlorn glance at Su Qian, her words laden with implication. Su Qian had always been domineering. She surely disapproved of our presence here. It's best to let it go. Su Qian ignored her, handing her coffee cup to the server. Could you please brew it a bit stronger? The taste of tea makes me nauseous. The server nearly burst into laughter. Su Muyao immediately wore a look of grievance, and Ji Yuhan, standing nearby, caught the underlying meaning of her words. Ji Yuhan fell silent, surprisingly refraining from speaking this time. He simply gazed at Su Qian, who appeared utterly at ease, lounging on an opulent sofa while savoring her afternoon tea. Numerous staff members hovered around to serve her, and she exuded an air of relaxation, as if she were inherently destined for this lavish high society. Before her lay a black and gold velvet tray, adorned with an array of haute couture jewelry, which the staff, clad in white gloves, carefully packaged one by one. Ji Yuhan's gaze settled on a solitary men's watch among the collection of jewels. Chapter 89. The blessings of this household have been wept away by you.
Ji Yuhan frowned.
This time, disregarding the staff's attempts to block him, he pushed through the barricade and strode forward. Although the employees wished to intervene, they dared not do so. After all, the eldest daughter of the Su family was a top-tier client, and the young master of the Ji family was equally prestigious. Neither side could afford to offend the other. Thus, Ji Yuhan approached Su Qian, with Su Muyao trailing behind him at a brisk pace. As they passed the bewildered staff, she flashed an apologetic smile, saying, Sorry for the interruption. The staff exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. You realize you're causing a disturbance? The eldest daughter of the Su family and the third young master had booked the entire venue, and now they were unable to prevent the intrusion of these outsiders. It was certain they would have to work overtime and face reprimands. However, had they attempted to stop them, they would have offended the young master of the Ji family, a consequence far worse than a mere scolding. With forced smiles, the staff replied, It's no trouble at all. Miss Su, you're too polite. Internally, they were besieged by 1,000 frustrations. Could you not involve us common folk in your aristocratic disputes? This shift in the atmosphere was already burdensome. Upon seeing Ji Yuhan approach, Su Qian did not make things difficult for anyone. She leisurely sipped her coffee, stating, Do you not comprehend human language? I've reserved the entire venue. What are you doing here, leeching off my afternoon tea? Ji Yuhan's expression was cold. Who wants your afternoon tea? He took a seat on the sofa opposite Su Qian, his demeanor aloof, though his gaze lingered on the men's watch on the table. Out shopping? He inquired of Su Qian, but inwardly he pondered, for whom was this watch intended? The 3 young masters of the Su family? Unlikely, as Su Qian's relationship with them was irreparably strained. Her 3 brothers despised her to the core. Therefore, it must be for those men from the variety show. Their faces flickered through Ji Yuhan's mind, and he felt an inexplicable surge of irritation. Unless the watch was meant for him, Ji Yuhan could not find it in himself to forgive. Su Qian found his feigned ignorance exasperating.
No, she replied. Johannes brouw furovet.
He then noticed Su Qian's expression of disbelief. What else would one do in a shopping mall besides purchasing items? Go pay respects at your grave? Ji Yuhan was left momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, a staff member discreetly took out her phone, texting her friend. No doubt, she is the young lady. Her friend quickly replied, Are you rewatching the live stream again? The staff member responded, The young lady is in our store. Her friend sent a flurry of exclamation marks. You lucky girl. How fortunate you are. At that moment, Ji Yuhan took a deep breath, resolving not to engage in conflict with Su Qian. Her temper had been increasingly volatile lately, and his avoidance could be seen as a unique form of indulgence after he had come to recognize his feelings for her. He composed himself and casually produced his black card. I'll take care of the bill. While Su Qian was certainly attracted to money, she wasn't one to accept just any filthy lucre. Someone else is paying for me, Su Qian replied nonchalantly. Ji Yuhan's expression shifted slightly as his gaze returned to the watch on the tray. A men's watch, its diamond face understatedly adorned with small, high-quality blue diamonds. Ji Yuhan frowned and asked, Who? Why do you care? The corners of Ji Yuhan's mouth twitched as he scrutinized Su Qian's face. Lu Yan? Bai Shujing? Or Qing Xiao? Bai Shujing had returned to Hong Kong City the previous night, and Qing Xiao had other engagements to attend. The timing of these two did not align. Could it be Lu Yan? Ji Yuhan's expression sharpened. Su Qian, it's merely a variety show. Don't take it too seriously. Su Qian observed the fluctuation of his expressions and suddenly interjected, Ji Yuhan, our engagement has been annulled. Do you understand what that means?
Johannes' countenance darkened.
Even in the absence of cameras, she would dare to utter such words. Beside them, Su Muyao clung to his arm. For some reason, under Su Qian's contemptuous gaze, Ji Yuhan felt a twinge of discomfort. He withdrew his arm.
Su Muyao looked utterly astonished.
Ji Yuhan and Su Qian slightly softened their expressions. The annulment of our engagement means that whatever I do is of no concern to you, unless I were to accidentally slap your grandfather to death, Su Qian remarked. After some contemplation, she added, But rest assured, I adhere to the principles of martial virtue and would not strike old Deng to death. The staff members were on the brink of laughter. Who could comprehend this? Restraining laughter was no simple feat. Ji Yuhan maintained his icy demeanor, falling silent once more.
Meanwhile,
Su Muyao stared intensely at Su Qian, her nails digging into her palm. The day she had approached Su Qian was to persuade her to rekindle her pursuit of Ji Yuhan. Such a move would ensure Su Qian was forsaken by Lu Yan, and Ji Yuhan would continue to resent her entanglements, thus extinguishing any novelty he felt towards her. But why had Su Qian rejected her? And since that day, Ji Yuhan had changed. After finishing the recording that day, she had accompanied Ji Yuhan to the hospital. There were no health issues to be found. Yet she had seen Ji Yuhan in the car, looking at Su Qian's photo. Su Muyao felt as though struck by lightning. This was not how it was supposed to be. Since childhood, she had been surrounded by adoring men who cherished and competed for her affection. She had reveled in this attention, believing it her due for so many years. Yet suddenly Su Qian had changed. These men too began to shift. Why would Ji Yuhan neglect her for Su Qian? Even now, despite Su Qian's harsh words towards him, he remained unperturbed. This was not how it was meant to be. Su Muyao resolved to revert things to their original course. At the very least, she needed to make Ji Yuhan see the true nature of Su Qian. Had he forgotten the events of the past? Su Muyao dug her nails into her palm, tears cascading down her cheeks. Su Qian, I beg you, please stop this.
She sobbed.
You and Han shouldn't have come to this point because of me. Su Qian raised an eyebrow in confusion. What does that have to do with you? Why was there always this absurdly self-centered person around? She could scold Ji Yuhan without reprimanding her. Was she itching for trouble? Su Muyao wiped her tears. No, I just hope everyone can be well. And that our family can be harmonious. Su Qian's expression twisted in disbelief. Could you please stop feigning tears? I saw you pinching yourself. After so many years as a star, your acting is this poor? Su Muyao's sobs came to an abrupt halt. Su Qian wore an expression of disdain, carefully distancing herself with her cake. Woe is me, woe is me. Your incessant weeping has siphoned the fortune from this household. Chapter 90. Are you two performing a duet here? Her words left Su Muyao momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to continue her tears. After all, she had indeed pinched the flesh of her palm, and now all eyes were upon her hand, rendering her unable to conceal it. With a swift motion, she wiped her tears and said, "No, Qian, I merely wish for you both to cease your quarrels." Then, she furtively glanced at Ji Yuhan beside her, whispering, "Han is worried about you." Su Qian chuckled. "What a coincidence. I am worried about him too." Su Muyao's expression stiffened as she turned to Ji Yuhan, who, to her astonishment, seemed to brighten at Su Qian's words, his demeanor shifting to one of delight. Until now, Su Qian had trailed behind Ji Yuhan every day, and he had merely found her presence irksome. Yet, in the next breath, Su Qian continued, "I'm worried he won't die. He clings to me every day." Ji Yuhan gritted his teeth. "Su Qian." Su Muyao hastily grasped Ji Yuhan's hand, adopting a pose of intimacy and understanding. Qian. It is merely that your recent actions have been excessive, which is why Han is so concerned." She forced her words to completion, for she had noticed a shadow appearing on the crystal staircase of the jewelry store, pausing there. The figure was tall and slender. Su Muyao could not ascertain who it was, but it must certainly be the man buying jewelry for Su Qian. Most likely it was Lu Yan. Thus, she resolved to turn the tide before these two men today. Su Qian found her amusing. "Were you a dung collector in your past life? How adept you are at stirring up trouble." Su Muyao pursed her lips. "I did not speak amiss, Qian. Su Qian retorted, "What heinous act have I committed?" Then, feigning to check her reflection on her phone, she activated the recording function. Su Muyao's expression was one of utmost innocence. "It is not to the extent of heinousness. But Qian, before Lu Yan arrived, your flirtations with so many male guests on the show were truly beneath you." Then, hesitatingly, she glanced upstairs, saying, "Now you seek other men to buy you jewelry, Qian. With your family's wealth, you need not demean yourself for trifles." She stole a glance at Ji Yuhan, and indeed, upon hearing about Lu Yan and the other male guests, his expression darkened further. The memory of Su Qian flitting among various men drove him to the brink of madness. Thus, in a fit of pique, Ji Yuhan clasped Su Muyao's hand. Their fingers interlaced. Su Qian found it amusing. "You two truly make a fitting pair." Su Muyao immediately assumed a bashful demeanor, exclaiming, "I do not, Qian. It is merely that Han and I grew up together." Su Qian replied, "No wonder. The Qing dynasty has fallen, yet you both remain ensnared in your antiquated ways." Su Muyao was momentarily speechless. Su Qian continued, "The more men I know, the more I belittle myself. What of your Ji Yuhan? When he straddles two boats, should he not be cast into a pigpen?" Suddenly, Su Qian realized, "Oh, but indeed, you scoundrels and shameless women are well matched, hence neither finds the other repugnant. Correct?"
Su Qian.
Ji Yuhan rose abruptly. Su Qian leisurely took a bite of her cake. "Your father is present." Ji Yuhan ground his teeth. "Did Muyao say something incorrect?" Su Qian, "I did not anticipate you to be such a superficial woman, so easily swayed by wealth for the sake of a few jewels." Su Muyao immediately fanned the flames. Qian, Han speaks no falsehood. I know you have been flirtatious with those men out of spite for Han and me. I feel guilt, and I apologize." Ji Yuhan turned, his gaze on her filled with pity. "What do you owe to such a person?"
Su Muyao, Ais Redenin, replied, regardless.
Qian is still my sister." Ji Yuhan's expression hardened. "She is promiscuous and unworthy of being your sister." He then cast a resentful glance upstairs. Lu Yan. Yet again Lu Yan. Su Qian had once trailed after him, and now she could entangle herself with Lu Yan. "Su Qian, I knew it. Your previous entanglements with me were merely a ploy to gain the influence of the Ji family, were they not? I have seen through you." Su Muyao, hearing this, felt a surge of delight. She quickly added, "Qian, you are mistaken. Although the brothers may not favor you, they will not abandon you. Why resort to such measures? Flirting with so many men for money? Did you hear that?" Lu Yan upstairs must have heard. Su Qian is indeed such a materialistic woman, did you hear? Furthermore, she still harbors feelings for Ji Yuhan. These men are merely tools for her to provoke him. Ji Yuhan's disdain for her must undoubtedly be mirrored by Lu Yan. Only Su Qian found amusement in it all, holding her phone with the recording still running. "Are you two performing a duet? Who have I entangled with?" Su Muyao appeared troubled, casting a glance at the pile of jewels on the table. Qian, look, by seeking so many things from outsiders, you have brought shame upon the Su family. Ji Yuhan glanced at the men's watch on the table, sneering, Su Qian, you need not demean yourself to attract my attention. Who is being demeaning? Just as Su Qian was engrossed in her recording, the voice of Su Jingyi echoed from the staircase. The group turned to see him descending with an air of arrogance, his brows darkened. Su Muyao was so startled that she stood up abruptly. Brother! How could Su Jingyi be out shopping with Su Qian? Upon hearing Su Muyao refer to him as her brother, Su Jingyi found it difficult to articulate his feelings. He had listened from above, hearing the typically docile and innocent Su Muyao hurl accusations at Su Qian for her alleged flirtations with men. She spoke of family not loving her, of her being loose, of her bringing shame, while clinging to her former fiancé. Why would she act this way? Why use such cruel words against Su Qian? Suddenly, Su Jingyi recalled his elder brother's words. Some matters may indeed be misunderstandings. Could it be that Su Muyao, who had grown up with Su Qian, understood her so well, was also a misunderstanding? For a moment, he could hardly believe it. Yet, his icy gaze quickly turned to Ji Yuhan. He had not forgotten him. The scoundrel. When he was engaged to Su Qian, he had still maintained ties with Su Muyao. At that time, out of respect for their childhood bond and their years of love, he had begrudgingly forgiven him after Su Muyao tearfully pleaded for their love.
But now,
What was he doing?
entangling Su Muyao with Su Qian?
And carelessly slandering Su Qian as promiscuous? Was he planning to take advantage of every daughter of the Su family? Su Jingyi's face turned cold as he strode down the stairs. Su Qian felt slightly exasperated, reminding him, do not meddle. She was recording at the most critical moment. With these two speaking indiscriminately, why not provoke them further? If she sold this to the paparazzi, she would surely make a fortune. Su Jingyi should not come to disrupt her. Blocking someone's path to wealth is akin to killing their parents. However, when Su Jingyi met her gaze, he momentarily hesitated. A flicker of concern shone in his eyes. Su Qian did not trust him. Despite having heard all those words, her expression toward him remained calm and indifferent, as if she believed he would not act justly. A dull ache surged within Su Jingyi, leaving him breathless. Sensing something was amiss, Su Qian tried to stop him. It has nothing to do with you. Su Jingyi's eyes reddened. How is it not related to me? Ignoring Su Qian's attempts to obstruct him, he rushed forward and landed a punch squarely on Ji Yuhan's face. Apologize to her. Chapter 91. Please, do not fight any longer. Ji Yuhan was caught off guard by the sudden blow, nearly stumbling into the crystal display case. The surrounding staff were nearly rendered catatonic with fear. That display case held jewels worth over 10 million. The alarm system inside could purchase an entire apartment in City A. Su Qian resembled a dog owner who had lost control of her pet, standing there in a state of bewilderment. What had possessed her to engage in a brawl in an opulent jewelry store? Fearful of injuring herself by accidentally knocking something over, she prudently grasped the arms of two nearby staff members attempting to intervene, retreating to a safe distance. It's all right, you can just stand here and watch, she reassured them. If anything gets damaged, let them cover the cost. It's simply not worth injuring ourselves over this. Workers should help each other. We're all just trying to make a living. Who cares about these lunatics? With her words, the employees felt reassured and positioned themselves to observe the two young masters fighting. Su Jingyi's punch was delivered with unexpected ferocity, catching Ji Yuhan off guard. Already agitated, Ji Yuhan felt utterly humiliated as he was struck squarely in the face. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. Realizing that Su Jingyi was going all out, enraged, Ji Yuhan charged forward, fists raised. Why should he apologize to Su Qian? Lu Yan had told him to fight, and Su Jingyi felt the same. Did these people even regard the Ji family with any respect? On the sidelines, Su Muyao cried out in alarm, Brother, Ahan, please stop fighting. Yet, Ji Yuhan had already retaliated with a powerful punch of his own. Su Jingyi did not flinch. Blinded by rage and haunted by Su Qian's earlier gaze, he absorbed Ji Yuhan's blow and, in the following moment, seized Ji Yuhan by the collar to strike back. The two men immediately became entangled in a fierce struggle. Su Muyao stood nearby, her voice trembling as she attempted to mediate, but neither man heeded her pleas. They exchanged blows, each strike landing with palpable force. Meanwhile, Su Qian remained at a distance, meticulously saving the recording of the incident and backing it up to the cloud. This was a valuable asset. Once she secured the recording, she lifted her gaze, keenly observing the unfolding chaos. The male protagonist of the novel certainly possessed commendable stamina, and Su Jingyi, being an avid gamer and motorcycle enthusiast, was equally matched in this scuffle. To her surprise, Su Muyao demonstrated remarkable bravery, standing her ground while pleading with both men. Brother, this is all a misunderstanding. Please don't fight anymore, sob sob sob. Stop it, Han, I beg you. Ugh. Brother, please don't do this. Yao Yao is scared. Unable to contain her curiosity, Su Qian turned to the nearby staff and asked, "Do you enjoy watching such antics on television? How can Su Muyao be so talentless yet still garner attention?" The staff shook their heads vigorously. Not at all. She's everywhere online these past 2 years. It's utterly exhausting. Another staff member chimed in, exactly. Her acting is subpar, overly dramatic, and her persona is completely fabricated. Su Qian nodded in agreement. I too cannot comprehend where her popularity stems from. The staff member scoffed. It's all about capital manipulation. This is the nature of the entertainment industry. Only then did she realize that the lady before her was, in fact, a top-tier capitalist herself. Feeling somewhat awkward, she chuckled nervously. Yet, instead of being offended, Su Qian found herself united in disdain. Indeed, I detest those who throw money around in the entertainment realm. Why must they poison our eyes? Evidently, she was a true grassroots noblewoman. The two employees nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Meanwhile, Su Muyao had resolved to seize the moment. With the situation escalating, she was determined to elicit guilt from the men. As Su Jingyi threw another punch, she rushed forward to intercept him, crying out dramatically as she collapsed to the ground. The rest area was furnished with custom sofas and plush carpets, ensuring a soft landing. As she fell onto the carpet, tears streamed down her cheeks. The two fighting men finally halted. Both bore visible injuries, their faces bruised, hair disheveled, and breathing heavy. Yao Yao. Ji Yuhan rushed to her aid upon realizing she had shielded him from harm, lifting her gently. Are you hurt? Does it hurt anywhere? Su Muyao could only weep, murmuring, Please, don't fight anymore. Ji Yuhan's heart ached as he embraced her. Why are you so foolish? Su Jingyi watched them, his expression darkening. After all, she was his beloved sister, whom he had cherished since childhood. Although he had restrained his strength when she lunged at him, he had still inadvertently pushed her down. Seeing her sob on the ground filled him with discomfort. However, his peripheral vision caught sight of Su Qian, who remained an aloof observer among the staff. Her expression devoid of concern, as if she were a stranger. This only deepened Su Jingyi's vexation. Yes, the individuals before him included her former fiancé and her brother. Yet here she stood, acting as if she were an outsider. He recalled how Su Muyao had spoken of her earlier. Those words, even in a moment of confusion, were too harsh to utter about any girl. With this thought, Su Jingyi directed a disapproving gaze at Su Muyao, tears streaming down her face. Su Muyao looked up at him. Brother, what were you trying to accomplish by rushing in? Su Jingyi's tone was harsh.
I was worried about you. Su Muyao replied.
Taken aback, her tears flowing even more freely. Ji Yuhan, too, wore a stern expression. Su Jingyi, if you have grievances, take it out on me, not on Yao Yao. At that moment, Su Qian couldn't help but chuckle, leaning closer to the staff and whispering, Did I say anything wrong? I'm utterly speechless to encounter this pair of lunatic siblings. The staff nodded vigorously in agreement. Su Jingyi, oblivious to her antics, focused on the two before him. Shouldn't you apologize to Su Qian as well? He asked Su Muyao. You saw it. I brought her here, and I purchased everything. Su Muyao's expression turned increasingly aggrieved. Yes. Third brother dislikes Su Qian the most. Why would he bring her along to buy jewelry? Her demeanor was one of sheer victimhood as she fixed her pleading gaze on Su Jingyi, knowing he could never resist such an appeal, her ultimate weapon. Su Qian had not anticipated being dragged into the conversation. Why were they involving her in their family drama? Were they truly incapable of standing on their own without her? Su Jingyi unexpectedly demanded an apology from Su Muyao. No, please don't. I'm satisfied with the fight. What is the point of an apology? With that thought, Su Qian pretended not to hear, grabbing the jewelry that the staff had packed and making her escape. She figured she should seize the opportunity to leave quickly before Su Jingyi changed his mind about the gifts. Su Jingyi's gaze faltered as he watched Su Qian cast a cold glance in his direction before turning to leave. When had she become so submissive? This audacious girl didn't even expect an apology? Turning his attention back to Su Muyao, his expression grew colder. You chose this path. You should embrace it. Stay away from Su Qian. She owes you nothing. Chapter 92. Perhaps it would be wise to search online for a compilation of Ji Yuhan receiving slaps. As soon as Su Qian exited the store, Su Jingyi followed closely behind. He bore a bruised visage that significantly detracted from the aesthetic of the surroundings. Hearing his footsteps, Su Qian turned to find him striding toward her, reaching out to take the bag from her hands, his face set in a serious expression. He remained silent, his lips stained with a hint of blood, appearing rather pitiable. "I can carry it myself," Su Qian quickly protested. Su Jingyi glanced at her, his expression impassive, offering no reply. She was perplexed by his anger. Nevertheless, since she had arrived in his car, she settled into the passenger seat without protest. As Su Jingyi drove in silence, Su Qian busied herself by reviewing the recording on her phone. After confirming that the critical keywords were captured clearly, she felt satisfied and turned off the device. How much should she demand from the paparazzi? Should she make the transaction anonymously? Alternatively, she could simply post it herself on Weibo. After all, she wasn't short on funds, and generating some buzz seemed more advantageous. At that moment, Su Jingyi finally spoke up. "Do not take what they say to heart," he remarked abruptly. Su Qian was taken aback and promptly reminded him, "I have no intention of deleting the recording. Do not even think about it." Su Jingyi pursed his lips, falling into silence. After a moment, Su Qian finally realized, "You're not trying to comfort me, are you?" Su Jingyi instantly refuted. "Who is comforting you?" He reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail. Was he genuinely trying to console her? This Su Jingyi was persistently peculiar. Or perhaps, all the male supporting characters in this novel were masochists, awakening only after receiving a good thrashing? Such a premise would indeed be more absurd. Su Jingyi remained silent as he pressed down on the accelerator. Their mother had passed away early, and their father was often absent, leaving only the few of them and the household staff to manage the home. He was closest in age to Su Muyao, having grown up alongside her. Su Muyao was lively and innocent, being the only girl in the family, which made them three brothers particularly fond of her from a young age. Moreover, Su Muyao was frequently bullied at school, and as he was merely a grade above her, he had always looked out for her. He considered himself to be the one who understood Su Muyao best. He had not watched the recent variety show, but the number of people disparaging Su Muyao online was increasing. He dismissed the external public opinion as mere misinterpretation by netizens, never bothering to look, let alone believe it. However, he had seen a side of Su Muyao he had never encountered before. She appeared fragile, yet every word seemed to cast aspersions on Su Qian. As for Su Qian, she displayed an air of indifference, seemingly impervious to the slander, and could effortlessly retort. Yet, for reasons he could not fathom, witnessing her in such a manner left Su Jingyi feeling increasingly suffocated. Perhaps he had always been the protective older brother, shielding his sister from harm, believing it was his duty. Yet now, his sister faced these challenges alone. Su Jingyi remained mute until the car halted outside the grand estate of the Su family. "Have the butler fetch your things," Su Jingyi suggested. "I have matters to attend to and must leave," he added. Su Qian cast him a glance and replied, "Just wait a moment." Su Jingyi frowned as he watched her exit the car. Moments later, she returned, opening the car door once more, holding 2 bottles of medicine. "Here," she said, offering them to him. Su Qian wasted no time on idle chatter. The main issue was that Ji Yuhan had been rather sinister, delivering blows to his face. Su Jingyi felt embarrassed to be seen wandering about with such a visage. Su Jingyi was momentarily stunned. He hadn't anticipated that Su Qian would specifically retrieve medicine for him. She, with her straightforward demeanor, observed him in a daze and quipped, "Aren't you going to apply it?"
Su Jingyi remained silent.
"Very well, young master," she retorted. Given that he had acted on her behalf, Su Qian settled back into the car, opened the ointment, and turned his face toward her, applying it with deft hands. "You truly possess a talent. Even that Ji Yuhan, a mere amateur, could bring you down like this," she teased. "Ungrateful girl." Su Jingyi growled, his teeth clenched. "Amateur? You think you can do better?"
Su Qian countered.
"Have I not fought him enough? I suggest you search online for compilations of Ji Yuhan receiving slaps." Su Jingyi shot her a glare. That is because he did not retaliate. Su Qian regarded him as somewhat dim-witted. Why not just throw a punch and run? "I usually do that." Su Jingyi, faced with her relentless banter, he chose not to engage further. After Su Qian had finished applying the ointment to the corners of his mouth, she proceeded to tend to his facial abrasions, unable to suppress her curiosity any longer. "What exactly are you upset about?" Su Jingyi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Shouldn't he be upset? Su Muyao and Ji Yuhan had publicly slandered her in front of so many people. Yet, seeing the perplexity etched on Su Qian's face made him feel somewhat embarrassed to express it aloud. After a pause, he finally muttered with bitterness, Ji Yuhan is too timing. Su Qian burst into laughter. So now that my ship has sailed, you suddenly realize he is too timing? Your reflexes are quite impressive. Ji Yuhan, after all, had been engaged to her while harboring feelings for Su Muyao, and now he was entangled with both. So, you are standing up for your dear sister?
Su Qian checked.
Su Jingyi was taken aback. Rest assured, she chose that man herself. I certainly won't engage in the same folly as she did. I find Ji Yuhan repulsive.
Su Jingyi fell silent.
He wanted to clarify that he was not defending Su Muyao. Otherwise, he wouldn't have warned her earlier. Yet, he was the sort of person who prioritized face, stubbornly maintaining a facade even when the fire was raging within. After several moments of stifling, his face flushed. He finally reached out and playfully rapped her on the head. What on earth are you pondering all day? Su Qian was taken aback by the sudden gesture. Naturally, she was not one to back down, promptly poking the bruise on his face and pressing down hard. Are you out of your mind? Su Jingyi grimaced in pain. What are you doing? I am an injured party. I see you as the patient. Your brain seems quite ill.
Do not speak to me.
It was only after waiting for Su Qian to exit the vehicle that Su Jingyi caught sight of his reflection in the car window, realizing just how alarming his injuries appeared. That wretched girl, despite her sharp tongue, had the decency to apply medicine to his wounds. Noticing the 2 bottles of medicine left behind on the seat, Su Jingyi snorted and started the car, driving off. Upon returning to the Elfox base, he had received a call earlier while at the jewelry store, informing him that chaos had erupted at the base. Zhang Bei was aware that he had signed Jiang Fingxua and was clamoring for a contract termination. A slew of bothersome issues awaited him. With a grim expression, Su Jingyi parked in the underground garage of Lehu, concealing his facial injuries with a mask before heading to the elevator and returning to the base. The dormitory was located on the 31st floor, and as soon as the elevator doors opened, he could hear Zhang Bei's raucous voice. Do not be ridiculous. Just Su Qian? What does she know about esports? Bringing in some pretty boy is merely to usurp my position. Zhang Bei was seething with hatred for Su Qian. He had never experienced such humiliation in his 20-plus years of life. First, his secret affection for Su Muyao was exposed, and he had no idea how Su Qian had deduced it. Caught off guard, he failed to clarify, and his teammates teased him, asking if he no longer wished to strive for excellence. Then came the recent solo match. Ever since he had begun playing games, he had been surrounded by the aura of a genius. He achieved the best results, joined the strongest team, and soared to legendary status in the industry. Yet, as a legend, to be defeated with a score of 0-3 was an utter disgrace. He had stormed out of the training room, retreating to the restroom to collect himself. As he calmed down, he overheard passing teammates remarking, Jiang Fingxua is quite fortunate. I heard that if he hadn't encountered the young lady yesterday, he would have been toiling on a construction site. Zhang Bei nearly crushed his phone upon hearing this. What made such a person deserving of good fortune? Why did he get into Elfox? He belonged on a construction site. Even without Su Qian's intervention, Zhang Bei believed he could secure a championship based on his own abilities. Alongside the team, upon returning to the practice room, he found Jiang Fingxua surrounded by team members. In the subsequent 2 matches, he had not witnessed Jiang Fingxua's performance, and thus was unaware that he was an all-rounder, excelling in every position as if he were a top-tier professional player. He could only hear teammates praising him, Brother Jiang. You should really come up with a name for yourself. I see you hitting the stage this year. It's a done deal. Jiang Fingxua on stage? He had not even participated in a practice match. What made him deserving of the spotlight? In terms of skill, Zhang Bei was not particularly outstanding within the team. His performance in the first team over the past 2 years could only be described as mediocre. However, his debut match had been so remarkable that he shot to fame, securing a high position within the team. Even when he occasionally lost his temper, others merely remarked, Bei Ge is just being himself. For the past 2 years, Zhang Bei has enjoyed a life of luxury, suppressing any emotional turmoil within. Upon overhearing that individual speaking to Jiang Fingxua, he stormed over and smashed Jiang Fingxua's keyboard. Is he playing this year?
Who decided that?
His anger was palpable. You made that decision, didn't you? Others dared not provoke him further. After all, they couldn't very well reveal that it was Captain Su who had said so. Consequently, silence enveloped the room, prompting Zhang Bei to sneer coldly. What good does it do to curry favor with that Su Qian? It's unmistakably clear that this squad's outcome was orchestrated by her. Witnessing his outburst, the others refrained from speaking, while Jiang Fingxua quietly retrieved his keyboard and interjected, Don't involve her. His detached demeanor only served to infuriate Zhang Bei further. Do you really think that one solo match grants you the right to compete professionally? How many matches have I played to build synergy with Captain Su and the others? Do you believe you possess the same level of camaraderie? Seeing his indignation, several teammates stepped in, attempting to placate him. Beige, it's not like that. Zhang Bei shrugged them off, declaring, let it be known, if he steps onto the field, I will terminate my contract to make room for him. Zhang Bei believed his threat carried substantial weight. A veteran player who had devoted years to the team, a prodigy who gained fame on the battlefield, a competitor with millions of fans, how could he be overshadowed by Jiang Fengshua, whose internet fees he could barely afford? What was the significance of winning one match? Did he possess the awareness of teamwork? Zhang Bei wreaked havoc in the training room. Having mocked Jiang Fengshua, his ire now turned towards Su Qian. How did she even pick you up at the internet cafe? Did your face charm her, perhaps? He fixed a scornful gaze on Jiang Fengshua. Really, Su Qian? Don't make me laugh. What could she possibly know about esports? Bringing in some pretty boy, thinking he can usurp my position. Zhang Bei reveled in his self-satisfaction. With a delicate pretty boy like you might as well clean up and become an idol instead of trying to play esports. Before he could finish, the door to the training room was forcefully kicked open behind him. Startled, Zhang Bei and his teammates froze. It was Captain Su.
Su Jingyi.
Wearing a mask that obscured half his face, revealed a pair of eyes beneath his bangs that glimmered with impatient fury, sharp and frigid. You wish to terminate your contract?
Su Jingyi inquired.
The bravado Zhang Bei had displayed moments earlier dissipated entirely. Captain, Go find manager Zhao yourself and have him draft a new contract. Came the hoarse, low voice from behind the mask. Zhang Bei, who had been so defiant, immediately cowered at the prospect of actually being released. Where could I find a better team than this? He hastily clarified, Captain, I spoke in anger. It's this brat, relying on Su Qian's support, trying to take my place. After all, Captain Su harbored a strong disdain for Su Qian. However, before he could finish, Su Jingyi's expression grew even colder.
Su Qian.
Su Qian. Everything is blamed on Su Qian. How robust do you think she is to bear all this blame? He interrupted Zhang Bei sharply. He was promoted to the first team at my arrangement. What of it? Zhang Bei was taken aback. Before he could fully comprehend this explosive revelation, Su Jingyi continued. Has Su Qian offended you? Zhang Bei was left utterly dumbfounded. Whose side is Su Jingyi on? Su Qian's? He fell silent. Yet the icy anger in Su Jingyi's eyes intensified. She brought a team but did not sign a contract directly. She first played solo with the first team. I have invested millions into your training over the past year, only for you to emerge with a score of 0-3? You still have the audacity to complain and insult Su Qian? Su Jingyi let out a cold laugh. She may not understand, but I see her potential better than you do. At this moment, Zhang Bei was completely bewildered. The position he had fought for over 2 years had been granted to Jiang Fengshua by Su Jingyi, and his attempt to invoke Su Qian to appease Su Jingyi had backfired. Outside, Manager Zhao, who oversaw team contracts, was peeking in. Captain Su, he began. Su Jingyi shot Zhang Bei a cold glance. Does he not know the level of this kid's skills? The past 2 years. He got lucky during a match when 3 opponents were worn down by his teammates, allowing him to swoop in for kills and push the lane. Given his adequate performance, I allowed him to bask in the glory of his newfound fame. After all, the benefits accrued to my team are ultimately mine as well. However, after 2 years of support, this brat has lost sight of his own identity. Hearing Manager Zhao's voice, Su Jingyi spoke coolly. Isn't Elfox still in need of an honorary manager? Arrange for Su Qian and notify her. She will also make an appearance at the upcoming Yaoshi press conference. Manager Zhao was taken aback. Wasn't that position reserved for Miss Mu Yao? Although Captain Su had not explicitly stated anything, everyone was aware of it. The fact that Su Qian was now to attend the press conference, just 2 days away, was astonishing. That event was to celebrate Yaoshi's anniversary and International League. A game that had captured the nation's attention. Its significance was undeniable. Yes, then he stammered. Zhang Bei wishes to terminate his contract. Handle it and clarify the termination fees with him. Chapter 94. This Su Qian, who seemingly holds all the power within the team, is not worth my time. Su Muyao accompanied Ji Yuhan as he tended to his wounds. Aside from delivering the initial blow to Ji Yuhan's face, Su Jingyi refrained from further striking him, likely recognizing the need to preserve his image for the cameras. The family doctor administered medication to Ji Yuhan and prescribed some anti-inflammatory and bruise-reducing oral medicine. While writing the prescription, Su Muyao's WeChat chimed. Han, I will step out to take a call, she gently informed Ji Yuhan. He nodded, his expression cold. Once outside the room, she pulled out her phone and saw a message from her agent. Su Qian's hand has even reached into Elfox. Su Muyao was aware of her third brother's investment in Su Qian. However, that was done to support her, to silence Su Qian with money, so she had said nothing. But her agent had just discovered that Su Qian had gone shopping with her brother today, having visited the Elfox base. She had brought a man along. And her brother had even signed a contract with that person. Moments ago, her agent messaged that her brother wanted Su Qian to become the honorary manager of Elfox. This was a position Su Muyao had long coveted. Yao Shi is currently a massive sensation, truly a national game. In recent years, esports competitions have gained immense popularity, with countless stars vying to become endorsers, yet few have had the opportunity. If she could appear as the manager of the Elfox team, the commercial value would skyrocket. Her status within the industry would elevate as well. Otherwise, why had she been frequenting the base? She had grown close to the players, often joining them for games. While basking in their camaraderie, she had been crafting her online persona, all in hopes of attaining this very position. Yet, this coveted position had fallen into Su Qian's hands. Surely, Su Qian had instigated this today, provoking her brother's ire. Su Muyao's expression darkened. She could forgo many things, but she could never allow Su Qian to snatch this from her. Su Qian was the one who had provoked her. Clutching her phone, Su Muyao dialed Zhang Bei's number. After a prolonged wait, the call finally connected, and Zhang Bei's voice came through, hoarse yet tinged with a hint of surprise.
Muyao?
Yes, it's me. Su Muyao's voice was sweet, seemingly oblivious to the oddity in his tone. Are you at the base?
Zhang Bei fell silent.
After a moment, he finally responded, Muyao. I'm leaving tomorrow.
Fagnin surprise, so Muyao replied, leaving? Why?
Didn't he, my brother, sign a 5-year contract with you? Zhang Bei replied, I terminated my contract. Su Muyao feigned shock, inquiring about the circumstances. Zhang Bei then recounted how Su Qian had brought in a penniless pretty boy to take his place, and how he was about to replace him in the league. Su Muyao was also somewhat taken aback. Su Qian has inserted a rookie into the first team to compete. Don't they know that those competing in the league have usually trained together for at least 3 months? Without even the most basic coordination. How can one compete in a match? Does your brother concur?
So Muyao proved.
Zhang Bei fell silent for a moment. Indeed. Can that person truly be capable? He has never collaborated with my brother and the others. Could he really be that formidable? Su Muyao inquired again. This struck a nerve with Zhang Bei. He refused to admit that the lad was impressive, nor did he mention his own humiliating defeat at the hands of 03, instead ambiguously stating, he is merely fortunate. At this, Su Muyao began to formulate her own plans. Zhang Bei, dear brother, you have truly been wronged, she said. Qian has always been like this. Whatever she says goes, and the family dares not contradict her. Zhang Bei thought to himself that Su Muyao was exceedingly gentle. She understood him. Indeed, signing a player, swapping team members, all at her behest. What does she think of Elfox? Unable to reprimand Su Jingyi, he unleashed his frustration on Su Qian. Su Muyao added fuel to the fire. Given your prowess, becoming a streamer would undoubtedly be a remarkable venture. But Zhang Bei, I truly feel it is unjust for you. Being replaced last minute before the match solely because of Su Qian is utterly excessive. This Su Qian, with her overwhelming influence over the team, is not worth the trouble. What a pity. If the media outside were to learn of this, they would surely rally to your defense, Zhang Bei. Zhang Bei was taken aback. Indeed. The league press conference is imminent, and not only has he been replaced, but he has also been released from his contract. If the media were to find out, the consequences would be dire. Alas, even if he wished to expose this, he would have no opportunity to attend the press conference. The media he found online would require him to purchase attention, and all his funds had gone towards paying the penalty for breach of contract.
Zhang Bei asked, Muyao.
Do you mean? I have no particular thoughts. I merely recall that I know an investor in a team. If you still wish to participate in the league, I can inquire on your behalf. Upon returning to her room, Su Muyao found that the family doctor had already departed. Ji Yuhan sat there with a cold expression, playing with a string of prayer beads. Seeing her enter, his demeanor softened slightly.
So Muyao said.
What is it? Ji Yuhan asked her.
So Muyao approached,
settled beside Ji Yuhan, and gently leaned her shoulder against him. I am just quite worried about Qian. Su Muyao spoke softly, innocently winking at Ji Yuhan. Ji Yuhan's expression turned frosty as he said coolly, "Why are you worried about her?" Su Muliao replied, "I just heard that Qian has taken a liking to a man outside and brought him into your brother's team." "Yi Yuhan?" She sighed. "No wonder your brother is so irritable today. The person who was ousted was his teammate for several years. And it must surely weigh on him to have to sever ties with him for Su Qian's sake." Su Muyao herself certainly did not know any team investors. Even if she did, someone like Zhang Bei was hardly worthy of her assistance in seeking connections or saving face. However, Ji Yuhan was acquainted with someone who was remarkably suitable. A calculating glint flashed in Su Muyao's eyes. All the men surrounding Su Qian should belong to her. Even if temporarily occupied by Su Qian, she would have the opportunity to reclaim everything. This included Su Qian's current good reputation and vast following. Observing Ji Yuhan's expression, Su Muyao sighed again, saying, "Your brother's sole wish now is for his former teammates to have a chance to participate in the league." Indeed, upon hearing her words, Ji Yuhan let out a cold laugh. How difficult could that be? He then made a phone call. After 3 attempts, the call was finally answered. "Hello? Young Master Yuhan?" Ji Yuhan frowned. "Why are you the one answering the phone?" The butler on the other end hastily explained. "Our young master was, busy late last night, haha, and is still resting today. Does young Master Yuhan have an urgent matter? I will go wake him up right away." Ji Yuhan was somewhat surprised and asked, "They're still residing in the old mansion?" The butler paused for a moment. "Yes. Young Master and Madam have always been at the old mansion." Young Master, wake up, it's young Master Yuhan's call." On the other end, the phone took a long while to be picked up, and a drowsy voice finally came through.
Yi Yuhan?
"What's up?"
Lu Qian.
The half-brother of Lu Yan and the son of Lu Fengming's first wife. Ji Yuhan had known Lu Qian since childhood, but their relationship was rather superficial. After all, Lu Qian had always been a wastrel, indulging in both pleasures and vices, earning a poor reputation in the circle. Those who upheld their integrity in high society avoided mingling with him. Someone like Ji Yuhan, raised in an elite environment, excelling academically and entrusted with family responsibilities, looked down upon associating with Lu Qian. However, everyone knew that Lu Qian lacked intelligence. A few friendly exchanges could easily lead him to do one's bidding. "How is your health? I heard outside that you've been recuperating recently."
Yi Yuhan spoke delicately.
As the original words circulating outside were that Lu Qian had contracted a plethora of ailments while out carousing, nearly facing expulsion from the family tree. On the other end, Lu Qian became alert upon hearing this. "I'm fine," he evasively responded, harboring a deep resentment for this pretentious high society. It's not like he has any secrets left. It's not like he was merely informed by a doctor that his health was deteriorating and he had lost the ability to father children. Who the hell cares if the whole world knows? Ji Yuhan continued, "And what about Yaoshi? Are you still overseeing it?"
Indeed.
The wildly popular MOBA game Yaoshi is developed under the banner of Lu Shi's Shixing technology. Lu Qian grunted, saying, "I handed it over to Lu Yan." Ji Yuhan. "He even took that from you?" Lu Qian pondered for a moment. It can't be said he took it. After all, he and his mother still hold shares in various companies under Lu Shi. He was too lazy to manage, while Lu Yan handled the operations, and they simply reaped dividends, living even more comfortably than when their father was in power. His father often scolded Lu Yan for inviting wolves into the fold, which left Lu Qian quite speechless. Managing the company drained all his brain cells, and having to contend with a bunch of old foxes was hardly a desirable task. If it came to stealing, he'd rather pilfer some cash. But these two were only after power, fighting tooth and nail, and in the end, his father still lost to his own son. How humiliating. Lu Qian thought to himself. Thankfully, he had refrained from getting involved. He took pride in being a fool. His mother had also come to terms with it, especially after Lu Yan retained their shares, and even left the old mansion to them. She often advised him to maintain a good relationship with Lu Yan, saying that the boy was quite decent. Lu Qian found that agreeable. However, Ji Yuhan on the other end held a different perspective. Hearing Lu Qian speak, he inwardly scoffed, realizing that even this fool had learned to utter pleasantries while living under someone else's roof. "What about the team you invested in? Did they not leave anything for you?" he asked Lu Qian. Lu Qian was baffled, wondering if he was the one who had drunk too much or if Ji Yuhan was the one intoxicated. What kind of question is that? Why would he need to run a team? Lu Qian was perplexed. Lu Yan wasn't he insane? Why would he take it over for play? Lu Yan had no time for games. "I have someone here who has just been released from his contract with his former team and wishes to join yours," Ji Yuhan stated. Who?
Zhang Bai.
Lu Qian had heard of this individual, though he had forgotten which team he was previously with. Fine, let him come. Lu Qian readily agreed. Truly a fool. He didn't even need to be deceived. Ji Yuhan smiled faintly, and out of empathy, he remarked to Lu Qian, if you have been wronged in any way, feel free to confide in me. Lu Qian was even more confused. What have I been wronged about? Ji Yuhan's gaze turned icy. I know that Lu Yan is not a good person. Lu Qian was startled awake. Don't provoke him. His father has retired. He still wants to live a good life. Ji Yuhan chuckled coldly. Look at how frightened you are. He then hung up the phone.
Lu Qian.
He turned over in bed, unable to restrain himself, and sent a WeChat message to Lu Yan. Is Ji Yuhan mentally ill? Half an hour later, he received Lu Yan's reply. Indeed, he is. When Su Qian received the appointment letter from manager Zhao, her expression was one of bewilderment. What exactly does this principal do? She inquired. Manager Zhao replied candidly, in simple terms, it means attending events with the team and making an appearance. And then what?
Su Qian pressed.
Manager Zhao was refreshingly honest. That's it. Su Qian was baffled. So why did he ask me to come? At this point, Manager Zhao found himself at a loss for words. However, he recalled something and said to Su Qian perhaps that day. Su team heard Zhang Bei cursing at you in the team and couldn't stand it.
Su Qian rationalianelers. Eh?
That shouldn't be the case. Hasn't he cursed at me enough himself? Manager Zhao admitted. That's true. Su team has indeed scolded this younger sister plenty. He has probably gotten calluses in his ears from it. Manager Zhao added, in any case, you must attend the press conference the day after tomorrow. It's a good opportunity that will surely trend online, benefiting both you and the team. Su Qian pondered this. After all, she was now somewhat of a top-tier influencer herself. She agreed, thinking it was a good way to pass the time, and pulled out her phone to download the game Yao Shi, intending to play a couple of rounds. She had seen Jiang Fengxua and his team play before, and it was quite similar to her previous 5v5 tower-pushing games. This technology company was impressive, managing to connect the computer and mobile versions seamlessly, achieving a commendable balance between the two. However, in the realm of esports, the limitations of mobile controls meant that competitions were primarily conducted on computers. Su Qian idly played a couple of rounds, and to her surprise, the game was quite addictive. Just as she was getting into it, a reservation message suddenly popped up. Gun and she are both lost. Let's play the next round together. Su Qian was taken aback. Who is this elementary school student? She had no idea which young boy was in her WeChat contacts, but after finishing the current game, Gun and she are both lost sent another invitation. Curious, Su Qian entered the room. Just as she was about to inquire which relative's nephew this was, she noticed that the avatar across from her was a border collie, looking incredibly intelligent and somewhat familiar. Suddenly, a lively voice came through. Sister Qian. You play Yao Shi too. Su Qian was taken aback. Huh? Cheng Xiao, who had open voice chat, excitedly continued. What rank are you, sister? I'll carry you. I'm great at the side lane. Su Qian silently thought to herself. Before you boast about your side lane skills, how about you tell me where you got that name? Cheng Xiao replied, Sister, you have a good eye. What do you think of the big romantic ID? It's a must-have for high-tier matches. Su Qian fell into silence, staring at the wise-looking border collie avatar. Cheng Xiao, oblivious, exclaimed, Sister, I'm ready. Su Qian replied, Don't start, I'm leaving. I don't enjoy playing with kids. Cheng Xiao wailed, I'm not a kid. With a blank expression, Su Qian asked, Aren't you busy? Shouldn't you be running errands instead of playing games during the day? Cheng Xiao cheerfully replied, Of course. Sister, didn't you know? I'm the spokesperson for Yao Shi. Chapter 96, The Comedic Life of a Forever Alone Man. Wait, is the entertainment industry really this small? It feels even smaller than Ji Yuhan's brain. However, Su Qian wasn't too surprised. Given Cheng Xiao's current popularity, he was more than adequate to represent Yao Shi. Furthermore, being young and in the prime of gaming, fans would readily support him, making him an ideal spokesperson. Are you going to the press conference the day after tomorrow? Su Qian casually asked. Cheng Xiao exclaimed, You even know about the press conference the day after tomorrow. Sister, you must be a hardcore Yao Shi player. Looking at her silver account, Su Qian silently thought, Not really, I just became the principal of a team and need to attend the event. Cheng Xiao marveled, It's for Elfox, right? Su Qian asked, How do you know? Of course. ISN, Tigaji your brother? The way he said it made Su Qian wonder if Cheng Xiao's exuberance towards her on the show was simply because he was a fan of her brother. Cheng Xiao spoke passionately about Ulfox, recounting the famed battles of God Ji, Su Jingyi, and his classic plays, as well as Ulfox's stellar side lane and mage. He concluded with enthusiasm, "Of all the teams, I'm most optimistic about Ulfox." This piqued Su Qian's curiosity. "You've praised everyone, but why not the jungler?" Cheng Xiao replied,
Zhangbai?
"He seems to have just been lucky and became famous early. He has been pretty average these last 2 years. It's only because he's on God Ji's team that they can't afford to lose." This contradicted what Su Qian had read in the novel, where Zhang Bei was lauded to the heavens, especially since he frequently duo-queued with Su Muyao. Casually, Su Qian revealed some insider information to Cheng Xiao. Zhang Bei has been replaced this time. Cheng Xiao gasped, "Has Ulfox finally dismantled its weakness?"
Su Qian responded, "Yes."
"I initiated the change." After explaining the situation, Cheng Xiao leaped for joy, exclaiming, "As expected of my sister." He then asked Su Qian's sister, "Since you're the principal, can I team up with the new jungler for the friendly match at the press conference? I want to see what he's like." "What friendly match?" Cheng Xiao began to explain again. It was a segment called the Star Match, where high-profile players and celebrities would compete in 1 or 2 matches. Winning or losing didn't matter, as the audience loved to watch. While Su Qian was listening, suddenly, a dazzling team invitation popped up on her screen.
Su Qian jumped in surprise.
"Who is Ly?" When Lu Yan took the tablet, the studio director respectfully explained, "Young Master Lu, your account configuration has been refreshed. Your gaming experience may improve." With the anniversary press conference approaching, young Master Lu was also quite interested. The director was particularly adept at flattering, whether young Master Lu played or not. He had prepared a top-tier VIP account with all skins and runes unlocked to showcase the achievements of the production team. After all, young Master Lu was only in his early 20s. Who knew if he might enjoy gaming? The directors were hitting the nail on the head. Lu Yan had indeed played Yaoshi during middle school, but it had been many years since he last touched it. Listening to the director's report, he casually opened the account, took a glance, and was about to close it when he noticed a familiar avatar lit up in his friends list. Lu Yan paused momentarily. Then, he clicked on that avatar and the team information displayed. Su Qian was duo-queuing with someone? After a brief pause, Lu Yan sent a team invitation. He was quickly brought into the room. As soon as he entered, he heard Cheng Xiao's voice. Though often praised by passers-by and fans for his pleasant voice, Lu Yan found it annoying and grating. Then, Su Qian's voice came through. "Who are you?" On the other end, a slightly hoarse voice responded slowly, with a slight electrical distortion that sounded uniquely enticing. "Sorry, I clicked the wrong button." "Lu Yan?" To Su Qian's shock, it turned out to be Lu Yan. However, upon seeing the ID, she realized it was indeed his WeChat username, as if he was afraid others wouldn't know about his aloof demeanor. "You play games too?" Su Qian couldn't help but ask. "Your account seems to have a lot of investments." Lu Yan chuckled softly and said, "I had the project team arrange one for you, as well." Su Qian understood now. An internal account. No wonder it looked so impressive. No, that's not necessary. I just want to try it out." Su Qian hurriedly refused. There was no need to trouble the big boss over such trivial matters. A good boss should be used wisely. After a brief silence from Cheng Xiao's side, he enthusiastically exclaimed, "Does Lu Yan play too? What rank are you? Let us see if we can team up." Lu Yan replied indifferently, "I haven't played in a while. The account is glory rank."
Cheng Xiao lamented, "Ah.
How I envy brother Lu Yan. When I usually lack time to play, I have to hire a substitute." Su Qian scratched her head on the other end of the phone. Cheng Xiao had been chatting with her for a while, and now with even more people joining, Su Qian felt a pang of longing to indulge in a couple of games. Who wants to chat with colleagues during a holiday? This feels more like overtime and should warrant a different payment. Are you all playing? I wish to hone my skills. If you're not, I'll start without you.
Su Qian proposed.
The two men engaged in a covert rivalry fell momentarily silent. "Let us play," Cheng Xiao exclaimed, his face lighting up. "Allow me to showcase my prowess in the side lane." Lu Yan also chimed in, "Go ahead." To Su Qian's astonishment, both were eager to play. She was somewhat incredulous and hastily initiated a match. Heaven forbid more people join. Playing games during a holiday should not turn into a team-building exercise for a production crew. The game commenced swiftly, with Cheng Xiao eager to display his skills, promptly selecting his most frequently used hero for the side lane. The reason he was so fond of this character was that it wielded a gun, a favorite among younger players, and Cheng Xiao affectionately dubbed it Gun. "And I both shall lose." Su Qian felt as though she were gaming alongside elementary students. Normally, She favored marksman and selected a straightforward one she had used in her previous 2 matches, characterized by simple, brute force, just standing and dealing damage. Cheng Xiao, brimming with confidence, declared, "Sister, just watch my gameplay. This hero is incredibly strong." He then excitedly inquired of Liu Yan, "Brother Liu Yan, what do you usually play? Mid lane or jungle? If you choose the side lane, I can relinquish my position." To his surprise, the account named LY selected a support hero and confirmed the choice. The lively and nimble deer-like character was quite popular among players, boasting a high level of strength and exceptional protective abilities. "I am with you,"
Liu Yan replied to Su Qian, disregarding Cheng Yao's enthusiasm.
As Cheng Xiao continued to revel in showcasing his sharpshooting skills. He watched in disbelief as Liu Yan became Su Qian's designated support. Cheng Xiao was left speechless, observing the character on screen flamboyantly wielding a long spear. Resembling a comical figure destined for solitude, he suddenly felt the sting of a dimensional drop from a seasoned veteran in the business realm. Chapter 97. Let us not allow the media to capture unflattering photos. As the game began, Su Qian experienced an inexplicable sense of ease, largely attributable to Liu Yan. The protective capabilities of the deer character were indeed formidable, yet Liu Yan uniquely infused a sharp, ruthless aura into this seemingly delicate character. Whenever adversaries attempted to attack Su Qian, Liu Yan ensured they had no way back, allowing her to focus solely on dealing damage. In instances of encirclement, Liu Yan effortlessly safeguarded Su Qian's retreat. In moments of respite, he adeptly provided her with healing, allowing her to remain in prime condition without needing to return to the fountain. Remarkably, all the kills were credited to Su Qian. Only twice did she inadvertently allow enemies to escape, at which point the deer character elegantly leaped forth to secure the kills.
Su Qian just.
Could Liu Yan's account possibly be using hacks? Meanwhile, Cheng Xiao was on the brink of exasperation.
This Liu Yan. How infuriating.
I never anticipated this reticent old fox to be so cunning. He furiously engaged in combat, recklessly slaying opponents, yet he still felt overshadowed by Liu Yan. After a game that left their opponents in disarray, Su Qian massaged her neck, feeling fatigued from the session. Winning was undeniably a source of joy, and she happily bid farewell to the two before exiting the game to scroll through short videos. Sigh, why is it that even with money, my entertainment options remain so limited? Clearly, I've just come into wealth, but my demeanor hasn't caught up. Upon leaving, Cheng Xiao also ceased playing, offering a forced smile to Liu Yan before logging out. Liu Yan, under the astonished gaze of the project director, returned the tablet to him. "Well done," he remarked. The project director was taken aback. After all, the newly appointed young director Liu was known for his decisiveness. His methods were stringent, and it was exceedingly rare to earn a commendation from him. They had actually succeeded. With excitement, the project director received the tablet, secretly glancing at young director Liu's performance. He understood. After exiting the CEO's office, he jubilantly sent 3 messages to the project team. Young director Liu praised us. Everyone did well. Let us keep up the effort. Bonuses will be distributed this month. The project team erupted in cheers, expressing gratitude to young director Liu and the project director. A particularly astute individual inquired in the group chat, "Does young director Liu have any instructions?" The project director paused thoughtfully before responding, "Enhance the deer character." After resting at home for 2 days, Su Qian occasionally played Radiant World, treating it as a form of study. During this time, Su Muyao had not returned home. The Su and Ji families had tacitly acknowledged the engagement between Su Muyao and Ji Yuhan, so her whereabouts were not overly scrutinized by her family. However, Su Yichen and the others hardly mentioned her, which was quite unlike their previous adoration for her. Su Qian paid it no mind. Who would want to hear incessant buzzing in their ear? Her life as a wealthy heiress was undoubtedly comfortable. On the day of the press conference, the stylist arrived early to prepare her makeup. Unlike the glamorous red carpets or soirees of the entertainment industry, the press conference for an online game did not necessitate extravagant attire. High fashion or gowns were not required. The stylist had prepared several haute couture spring-summer dresses from luxury brands, and Su Qian chose a simple black silk strapless dress, pairing it with diamond-embellished satin heels, achieving an elegant yet understated look. However, one could not deny that her face could make even a burlap sack look stunning. The stylist incessantly praised her beauty, styling her hair in large, flowing waves to complement the little black dress, and selecting an entire set of diamond jewelry, simple yet luxurious. When Su Qian emerged from her styling session, Su Jingyi couldn't help but glance at her twice. He was dressed in Fox's team uniform, a white jacket adorned with a red and blue logo that perfectly matched his ruggedly handsome features. "Let us go," Su Jingyi said, raising his arm for her to link with him. Su Qian, disinterested, climbed into the car independently. Su Jingyi awkwardly followed suit, and within 2 minutes of being in the vehicle, he removed his jacket and draped it over her lap. "Don't wear such a short dress," he admonished, somewhat awkwardly. "If you keep acting up, I'll kick you out of the car," Su Qian retorted. Su Jingyi fell silent. After a brief rest in the car, Su Qian opened her eyes to find the vehicle stopped in front of the Shisheng Media Building. A plush red carpet unfurled leading into the lobby, flanked by impeccably dressed bodyguards, all standing over 6 feet tall. The glass-structured edifice glowed brightly, and on either side of the red carpet, countless media reporters wielded cameras, their flashes illuminating the scene. "What a grand affair!" Su Qian exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Su Jingyi scoffed. "This is the largest esports event in the country. With over a dozen foreign teams participating this year, it's not some minor competition." He wore a proud expression, anticipating Su Qian's praise. After all, Fox had already clinched 3 consecutive championships in the Radiant World League. Yet, Su Qian appeared oblivious, hastily opening the small mirror in the car to inspect her makeup and hairstyle. "Let us not allow the media to capture unflattering photos," she said, her face filled with anxiety. Su Jingyi sighed. "You ungrateful girl." With a huff, he opened the car door and exited. Then, amid the frenzied snapping of cameras, he opened the other side of the car door and extended his hand to assist Su Qian out. Instantly, they became the focal point of the event. The striking duo stood before the Rolls-Royce, sharing a resemblance, tall, and exuding an air of elegance. Following their vehicle, 3 more SUVs pulled up, the doors opening to reveal several dashing young men in team uniforms. What a feast for the eyes! Su Qian, linking arms with Su Jingyi, stole a glance back. Jiang Fengshua was also among the ranks, clad in a brand-new team jacket that accentuated his striking handsomeness. The media took notice, fervently snapping photos of him.
Su Jingyi,
accompanied by Su Qian and followed by their team members, approached the grand illuminated poster. Immediately, someone handed them a marker. Su Qian understood that they were to sign the poster, after which the media would swarm in for interviews, likely within the next 10 minutes. Sure enough, as soon as she finished signing, a multitude of microphones were thrust toward them. "Captain Su, are there any adjustments to Fox's lineup this year? What are your expectations for Fox? Do you have the determination to secure a 4th consecutive championship?" The inquiries revolved solely around the team. As the honorary manager, Su Qian felt no obligation to engage. She discreetly stepped back, allowing Su Jingyi to field the questions alone. Su Jingyi shot her a sidelong glance before responding effortlessly. At that moment, a microphone from a digital media outlet was presented to Su Jingyi. "Captain Su, we've noticed that your team's lineup has seen some alterations this year. Why is the jungler Zhang Bei, who rose to fame 3 years ago, absent from the venue?" Su Jingyi maintained his composure as he glanced at the reporter. The decision regarding Fox's jungler was made after internal consideration. Before he could finish, another group of players arrived at the entrance of the venue. As the van door swung open under the blinding lights, Su Jingyi frowned. Zhang Bei emerged, donning unfamiliar team colors, striding confidently from the vehicle. Chapter 98. The jungler nurtured with millions turns out to be a waste, and no one is allowed to speak of it? All the reporters present witnessed the sight. While Fox's designated jungler, who had gained fame 3 years ago, was now clad in the uniform of Fengxing. Fengxing had also been making remarkable strides in recent years, largely due to their investor Lu Kuan, who spent lavishly to recruit and cultivate numerous capable players. However, despite Fox's dominance, Fengxing had only managed to secure second place in the past 2 years, earning them the reputation of being the eternal second in the industry. Yet now, Fox's ace jungler was appearing with Fengxing. The only unfamiliar face in Fox was a fair-skinned, tall, and slender young man. The reporter's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Su Qian also spotted Zhang Bei, who, with an arrogant expression, looked directly in her direction after disembarking from the car, flashing a provocative smile. Su Qian felt a sense of being targeted. However, she was not as flabbergasted as the media, having witnessed Zhang Bei being utterly defeated by Jiang Fengshua.
Now,
seeing him there, she could only think, why is Fengxing spending money to pick up scraps? She tugged at Su Jingyi and whispered, what is he doing there? Su Jingyi's expression soured. I don't know. Even if it's a contract termination and re-signing, there's a process involved. Zhang Bei's actions seem rather hasty. His sudden appearance in a new team will undoubtedly lead the media to speculate about Elfox. Su Qian pressed further. How has Jiang Fengshuo been these past few days? Su Jingyi's demeanor softened slightly. Quite well. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought him today. Why do you ask? After all, with dozens of players in Elfox, if Jiang Fengshuo struggled to mesh with them, Su Jingyi would resort to using the second or third team's jungler. Su Qian cast another glance at Zhang Bei. It felt as though he was deliberately targeting her. Su Jingyi, perplexed, asked, "Targeting you?" Su Qian patted him, wearing an expression that suggested he was oblivious. After all, his affection for her rendered him blind to the radar that detected the malice typical of a villainous female character.
Indeed.
Zhang Bei strode proudly behind the captain and manager of Fengxing, basking in the attention of the reporters. Normally, they would wait on the red carpet until Elfox completed their interviews before coming over to sign, but while others paused, Zhang Bei walked straight up to Su Jingyi, extending his hand with a beaming smile. What a coincidence, former captain. A wave of astonishment rippled through the reporters. The tension was palpable. Not only had Zhang Bei switched clubs, but he was also provoking his former team. Su Jingyi regarded him coldly, choosing not to respond. Nearby, a bold reporter ventured. Zhang Bei, did you transfer from Elfox to Fengxing? When did this occur? Zhang Bei turned to face the reporter, his smile unwavering. Just the day before yesterday, he replied. I was ousted from Elfox. I'm grateful to Fengxing for taking me in and providing me with the opportunity to participate in this league. The reporters gasped in shock. What a bombshell. The ace jungler of Elfox had been dismissed just 2 days before the league commenced? A sudden contract termination? Could you elaborate? The reporters clamored. Cameras and broadcasting equipment closing in on Zhang Bei. He nodded, smiling. Well, it was primarily due to Miss Su Qian's opinions regarding our team's lineup, which led to some adjustments. What adjustments? The reporters pressed eagerly. Miss Su Qian spotted a handsome young man in an internet cafe and wished to temporarily replace me as Elfox's jungler. Captain Su fully supported this. Personally, I found it rather unfair, which led to some conflicts between us. As he spoke, he turned to Su Qian, grinning. Am I right, Miss Su? It's delightful to see you brought a gentleman companion today. This revelation was sensational. The already illustrious press conference was inundated with media coverage, and the shocking news quickly surged to trending status online. Su Qian, Elfox. These were all top-tier keywords. Not long after the news of Su Qian's involvement in Elfox's lineup hit the internet, an anonymous whistleblower emerged, claiming insider knowledge. They alleged that the principal manager of Elfox was originally meant to be Su Muyao, and that Su Qian had leveraged her shares to usurp Su Muyao's position. Su Muyao's fanbase was notoriously fierce, and they swiftly propelled this allegation to the forefront of trending topics. The online community was astounded, particularly among the esports audience, many of whom were male and not typically engaged with the entertainment industry. Upon encountering this news, they swiftly turned against Su Qian. Does this woman understand esports? Who does she think she is, meddling in matters?
Dismissing Bai Shen?
She truly is a fairy. Who doesn't he know that Bai Shen is the god of junglers? Elfox is bound to be doomed by a woman's whims. After Bai Shen has fought tirelessly for Elfox for so many years, he ends up in such a predicament? Switching players just 2 days in advance? If a woman knows nothing about esports, she should just step aside. The online discourse was fervent, while the press conference venue descended into a bit of chaos. Bai Zi, what are you saying? Zhou Zining nearly lost his composure, only to be restrained by Yuling's grip. Stay calm, Yuling whispered. Yet, Zhou Zining was on the verge of exploding. That day, it was clearly Zhang Bei who insisted on terminating the contract, and everyone tried to dissuade him. Yet he disregarded brotherly ties, attempting to leverage the contract termination to pressure Captain Su into dismissing Jiang Fengshuo. But everyone knows Jiang Fengshuo's caliber. How would ousting him benefit Elfox? After Zhang Bei's departure, we still felt guilty and introduced him to numerous competitions and streaming resources. Yet here he is, seizing the opportunity to tarnish the reputation of the team and captain at the press conference. Su Jingyi's expression was equally grim. He fixed his gaze on Zhang Bei, coldly stating, Zhang Bei, I've told you before, the termination contract bore my signature and the personnel changes were my decision. Why are you dragging Su Qian into this?
Zhang Bei sneered.
Everyone has seen this pretty boy, who has been placed into the elite team despite never having played professionally. What is Su Qian thinking? It is obvious to anyone. His presence here today is a testament to his guilt towards Su Jingyi, but as for Su Qian, he harbors nothing but resentment. When their eyes met, Su Qian smiled. Indeed, it had been a long time since she had fought. Even these mere shrimp soldiers dared to challenge her. She had originally stood behind Su Jingyi, unable to reach the microphone. Pushing Su Jingyi aside, she prepared to step forward, only for him to turn his head and quietly advise her, "Don't act recklessly. I'll handle this." A sudden change of team members would surely attract negative press for the team. After all, the signature was his. Su Qian would not bear the blame. Once they secured victory, the uproar would die down. However, Su Qian leaned in, speaking directly into the microphone. "What are you handling? A jungler raised with tens of millions who can't even defeat an amateur? Are we not allowed to speak about it?" Chapter 99. Miss, quickly sheathe your blade. There was an uproar in the crowd. It wasn't as if the reporters had never seen such scenes before. Typically, at the press conferences and events they covered, no guest spoke so bluntly. The choice of words was akin to the banter found in games, teetering on the edge of decorum. Upon hearing her words,
Zhang Bai momentarily faltered.
yet soon, he regained his composure, emboldened. So, what if he lost 1v1 to Jiang Fengshua? As long as he adamantly refused to admit it, these people had no evidence, thus he could proclaim himself a victim of slander. Public opinion was fleeting. Who would care for any subsequent evidence or clarifications?
Zhang Bai, Hovefa,
Was quick to retort, "You're talking nonsense. Do you have any evidence?" The expressions of the surrounding teammates shifted dramatically. Everyone knew Zhang Bei had a record of 0-3.
Who didn't he?
They were astounded that he would even attempt to argue against it. "Bei Zi, can't you control yourself, Zhou Zining?" In response, Su Qian laughed directly. "Zhang Bei, have you perhaps developed a case of dementia? You were thoroughly defeated 0-3 the other day, and now you claim to have forgotten?" She then pulled Jiang Fengshua from the crowd, addressing the media. "Hello everyone, allow me to introduce our new team member, Jiang Fengshua." On the day of his interview with the team, he faced off against Zhang Bei in a 1v1 solo, not only defeating him 0-3, but doing so with the hero Lianfeng. Lianfeng, that was the hero that had catapulted Zhang Bei to fame. The reporters were taken aback.
Miss Su.
Was it a fair match since both parties used the same hero? "Miss Su, is this the primary reason for Zhang Bei leaving the team? Where did you find this new team member?" Suddenly, all attention shifted away from Zhang Bei. Meanwhile, he stood there, crimson-faced, glaring at Su Qian. Being publicly exposed regarding his performance felt akin to being stripped bare before the cameras. He could hardly contain himself, shouting at Su Qian, "You're lying. This is defamation." Turning back to him, Su Qian inquired, "Are you really not going to admit it?" Zhang Bei retorted, "You're distorting the facts. Do you have any evidence? Without evidence, you're merely slandering." Hearing his refusal, the reporters turned their gaze back to Zhang Bei. Was Su Qian fabricating her claims? If so, her audacity was outrageous. Did she truly dare to say such things? After all, Zhang Bei was still referred to as the master of Lianfeng. Su Qian blinked exaggeratedly, feigning surprise. "Please. Who carries their battle records on their phone?" Zhang Bei finally exhaled, relieved to learn Su Qian had no evidence.
Esmirketh, Su Qian.
"Do you realize that slander can lead to imprisonment? I could sue you right now. You'd best." Yet, before he could finish, he froze in place. Su Qian pulled out her phone and winked at him, "But I'm afraid I do." This was all thanks to Zhong Qi. The diehard fan of Bai Xiujing had been lamenting daily in WeChat, expressing her disbelief that Su Qian would choose someone from gaming over Bai Xiujing. Despite repeated explanations that she and Bai Xiujing were merely colleagues and that she held no such views on Jiang Fengshua, Zhong Qi remained unconvinced. Anyone from an internet cafe could join the team. I want in. Thus, when Jiang Fengshua defeated Zhang Bei, everyone else was left in shock. While Su Qian quickly snapped a photo and sent it to Zhong Qi.
"See?
I'm the talent scout here. Don't you dare speak ill of me." Su Qian then pulled up the photo for the media to see. In it, the L-Fox team members were gathered around two computers. One featured a slim figure, unmistakably Jiang Fengshua, with the screen displaying his score of 30 against Zhang Bei. The other side showed Zhang Bei storming away, his face darkened, half of it still visible in the frame. Even Zhou Zining, who stood beside Su Qian, hadn't noticed her taking the picture. Zhang Bei's face turned ashen. She had actually taken a photo. He could hardly stand, swaying as he stared at the reporters surrounding him. "Zhang Bei, did you underperform that day? What are your thoughts on this score?" The audience online erupted in chaos.
What?
30 defeating a professional player? What a monster. A true genius. Just a moment ago, those who criticized the young lady were now nowhere to be found. Wasn't there someone who said, if Su Qian understood esports, He'd stand on his head in the restroom? Where are you now? Ready to see the show? Public sentiment had flipped, and Su Qian, beaming, turned her gaze to Zhang Bei. As he struggled to respond, she kindly took the microphone, addressing the reporters. There's one more matter concerning Zhang Bei's contract termination. She glanced at Su Jingyi, adopting an exaggerated tone. Let us be honest. It seems a bit inhumane for Elfox to expel a player after one loss. Don't you think? The reporters were taken aback. Viewers online were equally stunned. Is the young lady on a rampage? Is she turning on her own team? Was this a self-destructive assault? Neither Elfox nor Zhang Bei would emerge unscathed. The laughter was palpable. Rumors of a rift between the young lady and God Ji were evidently true. Miss, quickly sheath your blade. He's one of your own. The reporters fell silent. And Su Qian did not forget to remind them, I'm still waiting for your questions. Perhaps a bit? They finally managed to respond, following Su Qian's lead. Then, with a swift change of direction, she continued, so we need to clarify who will pay the penalty for this contract termination. The reporters were momentarily taken aback. Did it matter who would pay the penalty? But someone quickly regained focus. Are you suggesting that the party paying the penalty is the one who initiated the termination?
Su Qian smiled. Clever.
Then, she pushed Su Jingyi forward, saying, now, tell us, Zhang Bei, how much did you pay Elfox as a penalty? If anyone doubts it, the transfer records or contract screenshots can be sent to the team's official account. Su Jingyi glanced at her, then obediently replied. Zhang Bei served with Elfox for 3 years. The remaining 2 years of his contract penalty amounts to a total of 2 million.
Su Qian nodded in satisfaction,
clearing her throat before addressing the reporters. Indeed, Zhang Bei's reason for terminating the contract is that he insists that his 0-3 rubbish record was a result of my manipulation. If he insists on that, then what can I do? I'm just curious, Zhang Bei, did I play the game for you? Did I press your mouse and force you to perform poorly? Chapter 100. Old man, you've set me up. In the grand building, before the vast floor-to-ceiling window, a sharply dressed man was on the phone. His tailored suit accentuated his lean, powerful waist, and his legs were long and straight. He stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at City A, which was just embracing the twilight. Yet, the city was already ablaze with lights, reflecting in his cold eyes. The grand red carpet of the press conference lay beneath him on the plaza. On the other end of the phone, Lu Kuan's voice was filled with frantic lamentation. Lu Yan, I swear I didn't know. That morning, Ji Yuhan called me and said he would arrange someone for my team. I was still half asleep, and I had no idea Zhang Bei was from Elfox. I thought it was just signing a player. What could be the big deal? I never expected that damn Ji Yuhan would set me up like this. Clearly, I am unfit for this responsibility, Lu Yan. If it's a burden, just take the team for yourself. His voice was filled with despair, almost wishing he could call Lu Yan brother.
Dom Yuhan.
Why did he dig a pit for me? What did I do to deserve this? Meanwhile, Lu Yan, snapping back to reality, shifted his gaze from the red carpet below, a faint smile gracing his lips. His worries had been unfounded. He had thought such a trivial matter would trouble her. She had always been adept at handling any situation flawlessly, capable of turning the tide and outmaneuvering her opponents. With a casual tone, Lu Yan remarked, what do I need your team for? Lu Kuan sighed in relief on the other end. Was this his brother?
No.
This was his ancestor, the golden deity of the Lu family. He hoped Lu Yan would live a long life to support him in his old age. How could he afford to offend Lu Yan over such a trivial issue? Then I'll call the team now and terminate this nonsense, Lu Kuan declared. No need, Lu Yan replied, lowering his gaze to Zhang Bei's diminutive figure far below.
Huh?
Lu Kuan was perplexed. I have plans for today, Lu Yan stated. As for future personnel changes within the team, you will follow the manager's instructions. Lu Kuan breathed a sigh of relief. All right then. Thank goodness, I don't have to handle this. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to come up with a few million in penalty fees. He chuckled, trying to ingratiate himself. Lu Yan. The company dividends won't arrive until next month, and my mother is already complaining about my spending. She gets upset even when I go out for a few meals. Can you believe that? On the other end, Lu Yan curled the corners of his lips. 10 million. I'll have finance send it to you later.
Great. Lu Kuan exclaimed.
This brother of mine is just like my real brother. So it turns out Zhang Bei left the team of his own accord.
Now,
all eyes were on Zhang Bei. So this was the person who, after losing in a solo match, sulked and terminated his contract at the team? After the contract was terminated, he not only hastily signed with another team, but also came to the league's press conference to slander his former team. Even the players from Fengxing were covering their faces in embarrassment. What a disgrace. An utter humiliation. The manager of Fengxing was nearly compelled to call Lu Kuan's real father to inquire how they had ended up with such a person. Initially, they had brought him along to the press conference due to his reputation and abilities, only to find out he was using Fengxing as a platform to stir trouble with Elfox. This scandal tarnished not only Zhang Bei's reputation but also the entire Fengxing's. The online community erupted in a frenzy. Zhang Bei is way too low. Isn't this just sheer infinite rage? Yes, he had left because he felt humiliated, and now, in a fit of anger, he was defaming Elfox. Am I the only one who thinks Su Qian is incredibly talented? Where did they find such a genius player? The anticipation grew. I've been eyeing the new player for ages. So handsome. Before the cameras, Su Qian flashed a charming smile and provocatively glanced at Su Jingyi.
See?
This manager of mine is not just for show. Hurry up and hand over a few points of shares so I can make a fortune. Then, facing the reporters' frenzied inquiries, Su Qian stepped forward and addressed the microphone. I can understand Zhang Bei's discontent. He wanted to leave, and we couldn't stop him, she stated. However, regarding his slanderous claims about me as the manager having ulterior motives towards the players, I require an apology from him. Zhang Bei was fixated on her. Speechless. You don't intend to apologize?
Su Qian feigned surprise, asking.
Zhang Bei gritted his teeth. You, Su Qian, appearing astonished, retorted. Although you are indeed far less attractive than Xiao Jiang, that doesn't justify your insulting him, does it? Oh, but then again, if he had your face, I wouldn't be able to have any improper thoughts even if I wanted to. The reporters present nearly burst into laughter. Zhang Bei clenched his jaw, finally managing to squeeze out, I'm sorry. Only then did Su Qian appear satisfied. With the atmosphere reaching this point, it would be inappropriate not to display some bravado. My reputation is inconsequential. I demand this apology because you both are esports players and you should accept the outcomes of your actions rather than tarnish others' reputations. Su Qian spoke eloquently, her words flowing seamlessly. I chose Jiang Fengshua for a simple reason. He demonstrated his strength and passed Fox's tests. As for future team arrangements, they will be entirely determined by his performance. The fact that he stands here today proves his capability. We are all in this esports arena. Ranking by seniority is rather pointless. It's about merit. The strongest should rise to the top, which truly respects every talented and hardworking player. I believe this is the greatest significance of esports. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Even players from other teams couldn't help but join in. Who wouldn't want such recognition? A completely meritocratic and objective acknowledgement of a player's abilities. Jiang Fengshua slightly turned away, quickly wiping his eyes. Su Qian had always loved to show off. Who doesn't enjoy grandiloquent speech? It was her favorite. Her words at the entrance moved the surrounding players and reporters. Not to mention the online community, where she quickly became a trending topic. They were practically lauding her as the goddess of esports. The Fengxing players wished they could cover their faces and leave. Although Zhang Bei wasn't expelled, he entered the venue with his tail between his legs. On the contrary, as soon as Su Qian entered the press conference, many familiar and unfamiliar faces greeted her warmly. Su Qian was particularly adept at making an impression. Whether she knew them or not, she was courteous and earned considerable goodwill. Whispers circulated. Didn't they say Su Qian was a bit eccentric online? I think she is quite delightful. Instantly, someone countered. How can we believe anything online? Besides, at that time, it was her fiancé who cheated first. Who wouldn't go mad in such a situation? The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement, quickly steering the conversation towards Ji Yuhan's unfaithfulness, a truly disgraceful matter. Su Qian settled into her seat, right next to Su Jingyi. Clearing his throat, Su Jingyi stole a glance at Su Qian. This girl was indeed quite surprising. He had been scolded and beaten by his father for pursuing esports since childhood, and even now, he remained the most wayward in the family, except for Su Qian. Reflecting on Su Qian's recent defense of him and the team, Su Jingyi felt his expression soften slightly. He turned to thank her, only to see Su Qian engrossed in her phone, grinning mischievously as she liked to post from a marketing account that read, Elfox Captain G has noticeable bruises on his face, suspected to have been abused by his sister.
Su Jingyi Captain 101, be careful.
Or I'll slap you in front of everyone. Su Jingyi. He really shouldn't soften his heart towards this girl. Watching Su Qian chuckle at the marketing post and like various comments, Su Jingyi felt his fists clench. He turned his face away, refusing to look at her any longer. Su Qian, however, was oblivious to his demeanor, entirely absorbed in the amusing content from the marketing account. There were indeed some traces left on Su Jingyi's face from the scuffle with Ji Yuhan, but today, he had styled himself. And the makeup artist had concealed the bruises with several layers, so when reporters captured him, only faint marks were visible. How did the marketing account even guess that? The editor remarked that Su Qian had previously resorted to physically assaulting her elder brother to seize control of Lehu Media's shares. And it appeared she had once again resorted to violence against Su Jingyi to secure the position of Fox's principal leader, subsequently placing her confidence within the team. Su Qian nearly burst into laughter upon reading the article, particularly amused by the comments section filled with witty remarks mocking the editor. Very well. Su Qian has become a champion in combat, one quipped. The true essence of familial strife. If reason fails, I shall resort to my modest understanding of martial arts.
So,
she has indeed ascended to power through sheer force of will, hasn't she? Su Qian couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity, liking each comment and saving screenshots for posterity. At that moment, a familiar voice called out, "Sister?" Su Qian looked up to Si Qingxiao, waving at her from a distance. Today, he was making an appearance as a spokesperson, donned in a high-fashion outfit from a renowned brand, his normally obedient hair styled back, radiating charisma. However, his goofy smile directed at Su Qian was rather endearing. She felt an urge to cover her face, but managed to wave back at him instead. Qingxiao seemed preoccupied, eager to engage her yet unable to break away, pacing anxiously like a large dog in distress. Soon after, his manager approached, pulling him away. "You should be preparing backstage. Why are you loitering here?" As he departed, Qingxiao called out loudly, "Don't forget, sister," likely referring to the matter of teaming up with Jiang Fengshua for a match. Su Qian could only nod in resignation. Qingxiao immediately beamed, revealing his dimples, as he was whisked away by his manager. Turning back to her phone, Su Qian suddenly sensed a hostile gaze from beside her. She glanced over to find Su Jingyi glaring darkly at Qingxiao's retreating figure, then turned to her with a cold inquiry, "Who is that?"
Su Qian de Plait?
Su Jingyi shot another icy look at Qingxiao. "He even calls you sister? He seems quite presentable, yet that look he gave you raises my alarm bells. Is this boy eyeing my sister? He feigns innocence, but seems cunning enough. Why did he say also?" Su Jingyi couldn't help but cast a glance at Jiang Fengshua, who had been performing admirably in the team recently, demonstrating excellent synergy and adapting well to their strategies. Yet, recalling the day he gifted Su Qian a bracelet, Su Jingyi felt a surge of displeasure. Meanwhile, Su Qian found it baffling. "Qingxiao? You don't know our game's spokesperson?" Su Jingyi snorted dismissively. "You two seem quite familiar." Su Qian was even more speechless. "We've recently filmed a variety show together. Haven't you seen it?" Indeed, Su Jingyi had not. He had been preoccupied with training and, after their previous altercation, had been too stubborn to pay attention to Su Qian's activities. Feeling slightly guilty, he rubbed his nose. "There's no need for him to call you sister. We certainly don't have someone like him in our family."
Su Jingyi rimando obstinate.
Su Qian paused, then replied, "What's wrong? You should take a look in the mirror. You resemble a jealous husband."
Su Jingyi responded.
She continued, "You're acting like a petty man. Don't let a handsome guy get under your skin. Do you realize that jealousy and resentment are significant failings of a man's character? Just stay put and refrain from sulking." Su Jingyi retorted. This insufferable girl. The press conference proceeded smoothly, featuring a series of planned QA sessions, discussions on new skill reforms, and updates on the esports championship process. Next came the much-anticipated interactive segment with the spokespersons, where the host transitioned to the friendship match segment. "Are you going?"
Su Qian inquired of Su Jingyi. Su Jingyi scoffed.
"A friendship match? What's the point?" Su Qian suggested. "Then let Jiang Fengshua go." Hearing that name, Su Jingyi's displeasure resurfaced, no matter how well he plays. He's merely an esports player.
Su Qian demarked.
Su Jingyi huffed and turned his head away. Regardless of whether it was Jiang Fengshua or Qingxiao, he held no regard for anyone seeking entry into the Su family. Su Qian warned, "Don't act up. Be wary of me slapping you in front of everyone."
Su Jingyi remained silent.
Though he was still disgruntled, he genuinely feared Su Qian's wrath, for she never chose her targets when it came to physical confrontation. Clearing his throat, albeit reluctantly, he stated, "Whoever takes the stage isn't decided by us. We generally adhere to the organizer's arrangements."
Oh.
Just then, The host's voice resonated. Great. Our celebrity team has been divided into groups. Now we have a 3v3 setup. How about we select 2 professional esports players to make this friendly match even more exhilarating? The spokespersons, being seasoned actors, feigned excitement despite the predetermined nature of the proceedings. Do any of you have thoughts? Is there a particular teammate you wish to collaborate with? The host inquired. Cheng Xiao immediately raised his hand. I have a wish. The host smiled in response. Cheng Xiao appears confident. Which teammate do you wish to choose? Cheng Xiao gazed at the esports team below. Jiang Fengshua. Well, Fox's new jungler. I'm so curious. His eyes sparkled with genuine enthusiasm to team up with Jiang Fengshua. He had already consulted the organizers, who had given their approval. The host maintained his cheerful demeanor. Then, let us welcome Fox's Jiang Fengshua to the stage. All eyes in the venue turned towards him, and the cameras quickly focused on him as well. Su Qian felt a twinge of nervousness for him. Surely, he wouldn't falter under pressure, for not only was Fox's reputation at stake, but also her own. Nevertheless, Jiang Fengshua stood up and walked onto the stage with an air of composure. The host invited him to sit at the computer, saying, "All right, you may log into your account. Today marks Jiang Fengshua's debut on screen. Let's anticipate his performance." The camera shifted to the big screen, and soon, Jiang Fengshua's account entered the matchmaking queue. Fox Shallow. Shallow? What kind of name is that? It must be an account that has been in use for quite some time. It doesn't sound familiar at all. Truly an amateur who has never participated in competitions. The anticipation grew. Shallow translates to Qian, doesn't it? Is it the same Qian I'm thinking of? Upon seeing his name, netizens began to buzz with discussion, while Su Qian remained oblivious. Her English was quite poor. After graduating, she had returned all her knowledge to her teachers, so when faced with that word, she couldn't comprehend its meaning. Moreover, she had genuinely not paid attention to Jiang Fengshua's gamer tag. Seated next to Jiang Fengshua, Cheng Xiao paused briefly at the sight of that word, then scrutinized Jiang Fengshua for the first time with a thoughtful gaze. Jiang Fengshua, seemingly unfazed, calmly settled in front of the screen, stretching his fingers. Your name is quite unique, Cheng Xiao remarked. Jiang Fengshua glanced at the word on the screen, his gaze flickering momentarily, but he did not respond. Cheng Xiao chuckled softly, deciding to remain silent. This fellow's thoughts were evidently transparent, but probing further would only place Su Qian in an awkward position. He refrained from doing so. Meanwhile, the male host cheerfully declared, "Wow, I truly did not expect Cheng Xiao to choose this incredibly popular newcomer.
Now,
I'm quite curious. Would everyone like to see a match between the former and current ace junglers of Fox?" The audience erupted in excitement, both in the venue and the live stream. The host was stirring the pot. His smile remained unbroken. As a mere employee, he certainly wouldn't stir up trouble during work hours. The match between Jiang Fengshua and Zhang Bei had been orchestrated by those in higher authority. Moments ago, he had been covertly gossiping with the female host on the sidelines, speculating that Zhang Bei had undoubtedly crossed paths with someone he should not have, otherwise having been thoroughly defeated by Jiang Fengshua 03. Why would he still have to face him in a friendly match? It was akin to a public execution. The female host, however, discerned some nuance in the situation. Fengxing was primarily backed by a wealthy investor, and Zhang Bei's reckless display before the media would surely incite the investor's ire. The male host, perplexed, inquired, "Is little CEO Lu seeking retribution for the young master?" The female host replied, "Little CEO Lu? Surely, he wouldn't concern himself with such trivial matters. Nevertheless, I heard that little CEO Lu is attending a meeting at Yaoshi today. Who knows? Regardless, this spectacle is bound to generate considerable buzz." The two had indulged in gossip backstage, and now, before the camera, their synergy was impeccable. The female host aptly covered her mouth. Is this a showdown between 2 ace junglers? How thrilling! The cameraman swiftly shifted focus, and Zhang Bei's visage appeared on the large screen. His expression was grim, yet he forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. However, as the host noted, with so many spectators watching, not taking the stage would be an embarrassment. He clenched his fists. After all, in a 5v5 match, victory or defeat was uncertain. He managed a stiff smile at the camera, stood up, and made his way onto the stage. The members of Fengxing remained silent, exchanging glances filled with exasperation. The misfortune of having Zhang Bei sign up for the team was already considerable. Now, with his ascent to the stage, the last spot would undoubtedly be filled from their ranks. Anyone chosen would be quite unfortunate, so they might as well make do. Zhang Bei took his seat on the stage. His gaming name had changed from Fox North to Fengxing North, prompting a twinge of nostalgia among his teammates. Alright, let us select our final player from either Fengxing or Fox, suggested the male host. The top two teams from last year promised to be an intriguing matchup. The higher-ups had merely mandated that both Zhang Bei and Jiang Fengxua must take the stage, leaving the other arrangements unspecified. On Fengxing's side, a mid laner was swiftly pushed forward. The Fox players exchanged glances. Who is going? Su Qian nudged Su Jingyi with her elbow. Why not you? Su Jingyi cast a cool glance at the stage before responding. To defeat him, I don't need to. He was well aware of Zhang Bei's capabilities. Previously, he hadn't engaged with him, but Zhang Bei had truly deluded himself into thinking he was a top-tier player. Su Qian chuckled at him. You're quite the pretender. So, who do you think is subpar enough to send out? A moment of silence ensued as Su Jingyi turned to Su Qian. You're sufficient. Su Qian? Initially, she thought Su Jingyi was jesting, but the next moment, he grasped her wrist and raised her hand. We'll send our manager Su onto the field. The venue erupted in astonishment. Su Qian. Fox is sending out an amateur player. With this move, Fengxing would field two professional players, making Fox seem rather arrogant. Su Qian's expression was blank as she faced the camera slowly approaching her. Amidst the crowd's scrutiny, her face appeared rigid on the big screen.
Haha.
She chuckled awkwardly and stood up. At first, Su Qian believed Su Jingyi was merely trying to tease her. However, as she rose, she heard him murmur softly, "Make sure to take him down personally." Su Qian froze for a moment, and upon meeting Su Jingyi's gaze, she comprehended his intent. He still harbored a grudge over Zhang Bei's insults towards her, thus purposefully sending her into the fray for a personal vendetta. It seemed Su Jingyi was confident of victory. After all, he was a professional player and the captain. No one understood Zhang Bei's true capabilities better than he did. If he claimed they would win, then how could they possibly lose? Following their brief exchange of glances, Su Qian understood. This friendly match would be akin to playing against a child. As she straightened up, a smile graced her lips. She relished the chance to show off. Well then, this platinum player will humbly showcase my skills. Turning back to the camera, Su Qian smiled broadly. Everyone undoubtedly assumed she was jesting. After all, how could someone plucked from an internet cafe be such a prodigy, shocking the esports community? Surely, her skills couldn't be lacking too severely. She must be a concealed expert. Thus, they all laughed along with her, yet none dared to underestimate her. Subsequently, Su Qian ascended the stage and took her position. Then, under the gaze of all, she pulled out her mobile phone. The hosts, the other players, the online audience. Everyone was left astounded by her actions, with the female host being the first to regain composure, reminding her, "Miss Su Qian, the computer is right in front of you." Although Yaoshi supported cross-platform play, who uses a phone to play esports? To which Su Qian looked up with an innocent expression. "Oops, my apologies," she said. "I don't know how to operate a computer." Chapter 103. Don't be a sycophant until you have nothing left. Doesn't he know how to use a computer? Psst. How then did she recognize Jiang Fengxua as an esports genius at the internet cafe? Su Qian's remark left everyone bewildered. So, she was indeed a true genius. Unable to use a computer, yet discovering an esports prodigy? Huh? Doubts about the young lady lingered, but none dared to challenge her, as she continually surpassed their expectations. Even if she couldn't operate a computer, surely she wasn't a mere platinum player. Under the astonished gazes of all, Su Qian logged into her account and joined the team, her avatar appearing on the big screen. A genuine platinum. Moreover, this was achieved during her recent gaming sessions at home. The original account had been scarcely played before. Noticing the surrounding silence, Su Qian looked around in confusion. She was indeed a platinum player. She hadn't lied. Only Qing Xiao remained unfazed, having played alongside Su Qian and possessing a solid understanding of her skill level. At this moment he inquired, "Are you still playing the bot lane?" Su Qian, still recalling Su Jingyi's directive to personally take down Zhang Bei, replied, "Of course. My brother specifically told me to fill in as the marksman." As she spoke, she winked at Su Jingyi in the audience. Su Jingyi. Although he had indeed sent Su Qian onto the stage, he wished she wouldn't sell him out so blatantly. He still had his reputation as the king of marksmen to uphold. The crowd snapped back to reality, and the hosts promptly resumed the proceedings, allowing both teams to strategize their gameplay before commencing the match. The host introduced the game while also serving as a commentator. Su Qian ultimately selected her previously favored archer, a character known for its straightforward mechanics, primarily relying on basic attacks, and considered one of the most fundamental heroes in Yaoshi. Upon seeing her choice,
Zhang biglan said that Su Qian.
he noticed her engaged in conversation with Cheng Xiao. Cheng Xiao suggested, why not pick the Holy Maiden? She's very strong this season. However, Su Qian shook her head. I can't use her. I only know how to play the archer. Let us go with that. Cheng Xiao replied, that is fine. But I may not be able to protect you early on, so be cautious. Their exchange was quite natural, and Zhang Bei, having previously watched a few dating shows for Su Muyao, was aware that Cheng Xiao had been consistently lingering around Su Qian, even bullying Muyao on her behalf. Zhang Bei sneered, preemptively selecting Lianfeng before Jiang Fengshua could. It was his signature hero, known for its high difficulty and ferocity in taking down squishy targets, especially against a basic hero like the archer, who lacked mobility and was relatively clumsy. He was targeting Su Qian directly. Although he couldn't outplay Jiang Fengshua in a 1v1, now that the opposing team had a player who was essentially inexperienced, and they had two professional players on their side, their advantage was substantial. As for Su Qian, she was utterly untrained and yet expected to play a carry role. As long as he incapacitated her, their victory was all but assured. Zhang Bei chuckled coldly as he confirmed his selection of Lianfeng. Jiang Fengshua opted for a similarly challenging jungler named Ming, yet this season could hardly be deemed formidable, as his foundational attributes slightly paled in comparison to Lufeng's. This revelation bolstered Zhang Bei's confidence by an additional 20%. While he was reluctant to admit it, the truth remained that Jiang Fengshua was indeed superior to him. However, at present, the advantages lay entirely with Zhang Bei, leading him to believe that the outcome could very well be 50-50. Should he triumph over Jiang Fengshua, the earlier rumors of a 0-3 defeat would vanish into thin air. As the game commenced, Zhang Bei maneuvered his Lufeng, simultaneously jungling and harvesting a wave of economic advantage across the top, mid, and bottom lanes. His actions, however, bordered on unsportsmanlike, as he was essentially usurping gold from his teammates, enriching himself while depriving them of an early lead. The expressions of his 3-star teammates were far from pleasant. Although it was merely a friendly match where everyone generally played amicably, Zhang Bei seemed intent on aggravating his teammates as if he had never tasted victory before. One of the endorsers, having lost several hundred gold to Zhang Bei, wore a forced smile and remarked with a hint of malice, "North seems to feel quite confident." The host attempted to smooth things over, stating, "It's evident that North's playstyle is exceedingly aggressive, consistent with his usual approach." However, Zhang Bei paid little heed to their commentary. His focus solely fixated on the bottom lane where Su Qian was stationed. The easy-to-control archer cautiously guarded her lane, slowly pushing the minion wave. The opponent's marksman, having been deprived of gold by Zhang Bei, found himself at a disadvantage and had retreated home. Meanwhile, the archer steadily advanced towards the enemy tower. Moving far from his own defensive structure, a splendid opportunity presented itself. Zhang Bei stealthily crept into the adjacent brush, hesitating not a moment before launching an assault on the archer.
Oh my!
Su Qian gasped from the sidelines. A smirk crept across Zhang Bei's face as he coldly chuckled. With such limited understanding, how could Su Qian dare to join the team? Today, he would demonstrate to her what it truly meant to be a premier jungler. 2 swift strikes left Su Qian at half health, forcing her to hastily use a flash and retreat into the nearby brush. Zhang Bei, emboldened by his success, charged into the brush, only to be met by 3 formidable foes. Zhang Bei thought to himself, why are both the jungler and top laner lying in ambush here? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he received a flurry of blows from the enemy jungler. Meanwhile, Su Qian remained composed, casually firing arrows at him. First blood. The screen turned black for Zhang Bei, revealing that he had been slain by the archer. Despite having amassed gold from 3 lanes and leading in economy, he was inexplicably outmaneuvered by Su Qian, losing first blood in a humiliating fashion. Even the host was at a loss for words, as Zhang Bei's performance had been utterly disgraceful. Chasing the opposing archer without glancing at the mini-map, he had effortlessly walked into an ambush, hardly the hallmark of a professional player. It seemed that the resources Elfox had invested in his training might have been better spent on feeding dogs instead.
Su Qian smiled triumphantly.
Indeed. Her earlier conversation with Cheng Xiao had been directed at Zhang Bei. Truth be told, his skill level should not have led to such a dismal performance. However, Su Qian knew him all too well. From the outset, he had underestimated her, doubting her ability to recruit such outstanding esports players and believing she could not possibly outsmart him. His dismissal of her as a rival had resulted in his foolish maneuvers. Cheng Xiao and Jiang Fingxua exchanged knowing glances, realizing that Zhang Bei's actions had played right into Su Qian's hands. The arena erupted in astonishment as Zhang Bei stared incredulously at his screen, momentarily paralyzed. Su Qian leaned over, flashing a grin at him. The ace jungler? Is this all you've got? Little brother, you're not up to par. Have you been spending all your training time on socializing? Didn't I tell you that Su Muyao merely views you as a tool for gaining rank? Did you truly believe you were her beloved brother? Stop flattering yourself, my friend. Focus on honing your skills, lest you end up with nothing. Chapter 104. I just understand mediocre men better. Su Qian observed as Zhang Bei's face flushed crimson, extending from his neck to his forehead, before he turned to glare at her in furious indignation. Su Qian tilted her head and smiled, relishing the effect she had achieved. Had he regained his composure after that initial defeat, he might have salvaged the situation. Yet, with just a few of her words, she had sent him spiraling into rage. Nearby, a member of the Windwalker team attempted to console him, but before he could utter a word, Zhang Bei pushed him away with a swift motion. Don't interfere. The Windwalker player thought it best to withdraw, leaving Zhang Bei to unleash his fury on the computer, as if he believed he must avenge himself against Su Qian. The end result was a resounding defeat for their team, with Zhang Bei ending the match with a dismal record of 1 kill, 9 deaths, and a single assist, a truly pitiful performance. Zhang Bei's trending topic also made its way to the front page alongside the event's coverage. His fans nearly wept that evening. What esports player could achieve such results in a friendly match? In stark contrast, Jiang Fingxua boasted a score of 12-0, with 5 of those kills being against Zhang Bei, who had barely managed to retaliate. Zhang Bei had been playing as Ming, a champion well known to struggle against Lu Feng. In truth, Zhang Bei had squandered a prime opportunity. His teammates from Windwalker were left feeling humiliated, and after the friendly match concluded, one of them turned to their manager. Anguish evident on his face. Does young Master Lu really insist on keeping Zhang Bei in the team? Must we really retain him? The manager quickly reassured him. I'll discuss it with young Master Lu tonight. The player felt like pounding the wall in frustration. I've been in esports for 5 years. I've never experienced such humiliation. The online community was rife with mockery, claiming that Zhang Bei, a professional player, had been outclassed by Su Qian, a mere platinum tier player. Meanwhile, another trending topic steadily climbed to the top. Zhang Bei ends up with nothing. As Su Qian had mocked Zhang Bei, netizens had already unearthed information about him. His personal account, which was semi-public, was not a secret. It was revealed that he and Su Muyao had been playing duo games nearly every day, often encountered by others during matches. Their in-game intimacy surpassed that of many couples. With evidence in hand, speculation about their relationship began to swirl. Su Muyao was on the verge of exasperation. Did she harbor any feelings for Zhang Bei? Absolutely not. Her earlier interactions had solely aimed at infiltrating Elfox. Although she occasionally played matches with the team, her time was limited. Only Zhang Bei had been particularly eager to include her, likely due to his status as her brother's most capable teammate. Su Muyao would never admit to treating Zhang Bei as a sycophant. After all, for her, it was only natural for someone like Zhang Bei to fawn over her. Wasn't it only expected for him to play the role of a devoted follower? She was, after all, a scion of the Su family. However, now Su Muyao found herself in a quagmire, tasked with having her management team urgently address the public relations fallout, while also needing to clarify to Ji Yuhan that she had no ties to Zhang Bei. Ji Yuhan was also growing increasingly frustrated. Setting aside Su Muyao's issues, Lu Kuan had turned against him. All endorsement deals with your side of the Lu family are hereby terminated. We will also reconsider several collaborations with your family. Lu Kuan's voice on the other end of the line was as cold as ice. That wretched dog. It seems the tables have turned on him. Should he anger his fortune god and drive him away, he would be tempted to end Ji Yuhan's life. Ji Yuhan, upon hearing this, felt equally indignant. You? Lu Kuan. It is not that I look down upon you, but matters regarding our collaboration should be handled by the company's upper management. Very well, the upper management. Lu Kuan gritted his teeth. And what about Lu Yan? Does he not qualify as upper management? Ji Yuhan was taken aback. What? Lu Kuan, with an air of arrogance, proclaimed, Lu Yan has declared that all collaborations involving you and the Ji family are to be halted. He instructed me to remind you not to provoke those beyond your means. He is not a benevolent soul, so take heed. How exhilarating it was to utter those words. Previously, when Lu Yan confronted his father, he had expressed similar sentiments. At that time, Lu Kuan had trembled in fear, dreading Liu Yan's wrath upon him. Yet now, the tides have turned, and he felt utterly triumphant. Lu Kuan hung up the phone, feeling a surge of confidence with Liu Yan backing him. He considered himself a notable figure in high society, unlike his father, who merely scolded him. Meanwhile, on the other end, Ji Yuhan was left in disbelief, listening to the busy signal. What? What does it mean to provoke those beyond one's means? Who has he provoked? Was it merely because he assisted Su Miao with a phone call, allowing Lu Kuan's team to sign a player at will? Ji Yuhan raised his head. The live broadcast of the Yaoshi press conference still playing on the television. In the broadcast, a player from Zhongbei, visibly enraged, had a flushed face and a thick neck. On the other side, clad in a delicate black silk dress, her long hair cascading down, was Su Qian, joyfully high-fiving her teammates.
Su Qian.
The very person Su Miao had arranged to counter Su Qian. Outside, amidst the turmoil, Su Qian remained blissfully unaware. Following the press conference, Yaoshi had organized a lavish banquet for the attendees. The rooms sparkled with lights, wine glasses clinked together, and the cold buffet was laden with exquisite delicacies, while a champagne tower sparkled under the glow of crystal chandeliers. Su Qian, ravenous, filled her plate with meat, devouring it hungrily. She was famished. Such events were not meant for mortals. Facing the media and cameras for hours, with only bottled water to quench her thirst, was utterly exasperating. She felt as if her front was glued to her back, and all she desired was to eat. While others mingled in the banquet hall, Su Qian sat at the side, indulging in her meal. Su Jingyi, indifferent, allowed her to feast to her heart's content before seeking him out. Su Qian declared that even when full, she had no intention of looking for him. As she savored her second helping of meat, someone took a seat beside her. Turning her head, she found it was Jiang Fingxua, a tall and slender young man with neatly styled short hair, looking exceptionally handsome in his team uniform. He held a glass of juice, placing it beside Su Qian, and flashed her a youthful smile. "You did exceptionally well today," he complimented.
Su Qian,
feeling a tad embarrassed by the praise, replied modestly, "It was nothing special. When would an MVP commend a silver medalist? I'm merely a platinum-tier silver medalist." Jiang Fingxua, however, maintained a serious demeanor. "I didn't expect you to employ military strategy in esports. Targeting the heart is indeed quite ingenious." Su Qian was taken aback by his eloquence. The more he spoke, the more undeserving she felt. "I hardly understand military tactics." "Then you." Su Qian scratched her head. "Haha, I just have a better grasp of the average guy." Chapter 105. You are no longer a member of the proletariat. The atmosphere was palpable as Su Qian felt as if she were conversing with an academic. While he spoke of the clear skies and gentle breezes, she retorted with the sun scorching her alive. She was the ultimate destroyer of atmospheres. That was Su Qian herself. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she forced a laugh and was about to speak when she noticed Jiang Fingxua smiling, his eyes crescent-shaped. The normally aloof and cold youth looked exceptionally handsome when he smiled. Su Qian, momentarily entranced, prepared to speak when Jiang Fingxua raised a hand and pointed to the corner of his mouth. Following his gesture, she touched the area, only to find it smeared with sauce. "Oh no, this is just too embarrassing." She glanced around, desperate for a place to hide. Jiang Fingxua, however, smiled softly, silently watching her. There was an inexplicable tranquility in his presence. Su Qian took another piece of beef and stuffed it into her mouth, trying to distract herself. Not far away, Su Jingyi watched with a cold gaze as Cheng Xiao approached. Meanwhile, his agent was cheerfully introducing him. "Su team, this is our ambassador for Yaoshi this year, Cheng Xiao. He is quite fond of you and is one of your fans." If Su Jingyi were merely a typical team captain, the agent wouldn't have brought the ambassador over to toast him. Yet, he was the third young master of the Su family, compared to the vast empire of the Su group. This team was nothing more than a plaything for the young master. Cheng Xiao beamed at Su Jingyi, revealing dimples that made him appear both charming and endearing. "Hello.
G-God.
I have watched many of your matches." Su Jingyi's gaze was critical, scrutinizing him. He was indeed quite charming, a typical pretty boy from the entertainment world. Such a pleasing appearance could easily deceive young women. Remembering how Cheng Xiao had looked at Su Qian earlier with bright eyes, Su Jingyi's scrutiny intensified as he inquired.
How old are you?
Cheng Xiao grinned, revealing small canine teeth. "Just turned 18. What a kid." Su Jingyi's disapproval deepened. He was perplexed by his own protective instincts. He had never liked Su Qian. Yet, at this moment, he felt an undeniable urge to defend her. When he finally spoke, his words dripped with acidity. Like he'd bitten into a lemon. Quite good, young, just at the prime age for pursuing a career. The agent was taken aback. No one had informed her that Su Jingyi was so possessive. Cheng Xiao, however, paid no mind to Su Jingyi's reprimand. At the mention of Su Qian, his gaze wandered off, his smile becoming even sweeter. This instantly darkened Su Jingyi's expression. Who are you looking at? Cheng Xiao blinked innocently at him. It seemed Ji God harbored considerable hostility. Just moments ago, when he spoke to Sister Qian, Ji God had glared at him. Faced with Cheng Xiao's pure and naive expression, Su Jingyi found himself unable to utter a single sarcastic remark. He merely snorted coldly and turned away, only to spot Jiang Fengshua seated next to Su Qian. What an influx of admirers. He had no idea his sister was so popular. Previously, that stubborn girl had only followed Ji Yuhan around, making a fool of herself. And now others were mocking her. With this thought, Su Jingyi's expression darkened. Ultimately, it wasn't Su Qian's fault. It was that insufferable Ji Yuhan, who was never satisfied with what he had. Just then, Su Qian noticed a young woman, elegantly dressed, approaching her. How reminiscent she was of Zhang Yingying from the Zhang group. Su Qian, still with a half-finished plate of meat, felt a shadow loom over her. She looked up to see a somewhat familiar face, strikingly beautiful, with smooth, fair skin, cascading long hair, adorned with a complete set of ruby jewelry, and wearing a champagne-colored gown with sparkling diamonds. Holding a champagne glass, she looked down at Su Qian with disdain, wearing a mocking smile. Her gaze swept over the plate of food Su Qian held, her expression turning even more contemptuous. Su Qian, how many years have you been back in the Su family? And you still look like a country bumpkin? Su Qian retorted. And you are? The woman's expression momentarily faltered before she forced a smile. Su Qian. Don't pretend to be foolish. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qian finally remembered. Oh, it was Zhang Yingying, the one who had once cornered her in the school restroom, only to be met with a fierce retaliation that left her howling in defeat. Su Qian delightedly pushed back Jiang Fengshua, who was standing beside her with a cold expression, saying, No, it's not that. I just caught a whiff of something foul, reminiscent of a sewer, and wondered who it could be. Zhang Yingying's expression froze on her face. You. Su Qian scrutinized her. Haven't you cleaned the mop water off you yet? It seems to have marinated into your very being, the moment you open your mouth. A stench akin to that of a restroom wafts out. Zhang Yingying's eyes widened, her neck burning with indignation. How could Su Qian even say such a thing? That day, the 7 of them had merely intended to give Su Qian a warning, yet they were all soundly beaten by her alone. She had never been so thoroughly humiliated. She returned home in tears, scrubbing herself in the shower for 3 hours until her skin was wrinkled. Zhang Yingying glared at her. You country bumpkin. How dull and uninspired could this wealthy girl be? She kept recycling the same few insults. Indeed. I hail from the countryside. I am a rural dweller. What of it? This is Huagua, and being part of the proletariat is not without its honor, Su Qian retorted. Zhang Yingying, who spent her days flitting about with a gaggle of heiresses and had scarcely studied, could hardly fathom Su Qian's response. Such eloquence was beyond her comprehension. After a prolonged pause, Zhang Yingying finally mustered a retort. You're not part of the proletariat now. You're not honorable. Just recently, you spent 20 million online for a lottery. Those who had won prizes were now flaunting their good fortune online. How could Su Qian claim to be anything but affluent? Su Qian was momentarily taken aback by this jab. Then, she burst into laughter, pointing at Zhang Yingying and guffawing. Did you come over just to amuse me? Zhang Yingying. Thank you for the entertainment, but I'm afraid I didn't bring any cash to tip you. Many around them turned to see what the commotion was about. Drawn by her laughter, Zhang Yingying felt utterly humiliated, wishing she could vanish into the ground. She had come to the banquet to mock Su Qian, only to find her devouring food like a starving beast, devoid of any semblance of high society decorum. Wasn't he that worthy of ridicule? In the past, Su Qian had been so inept that she couldn't even manage a knife and fork, appearing utterly foolish at mealtimes, and had been the target of their mockery. Yet, how had the tables turned, with her now being the one to laugh? What are you looking at? What are you staring at? Su Qian remained unfazed, inciting Zhang Yingying's fury, prompting her to lash out at the onlookers. The heiress of the Zhang family was not to be trifled with. Her ire silenced the curious spectators, who hurriedly turned their heads away. Nevertheless, Su Qian stood undaunted, continuing to laugh heartily at Zhang Yingying. "Don't die from laughter." Zhang Yingying. Fuming with rage, Zhang Yingying retorted, "Is it really that amusing?" Su Qian pondered for a moment, her tone sincere, "Not quite as amusing as the day I chased you off with a mop." Zhang Yingying fumed at the memory, realizing that this incident would forever stain her reputation. Yao Yao was right. "You are a cunning and despicable woman." Zhang Yingying seethed, flinging her champagne towards Su Qian. Once again, this classic scenario unfolded. As Jiang Fengshuo reached out to intervene, Su Qian deftly seized Zhang Yingying's wrist. With a swift motion, Zhang Yingying accidentally doused herself with her own drink. Su Qian was taken aback. What? She hadn't intended for that to happen. She hadn't anticipated Zhang Yingying's grip to be so feeble. Champagne dripped down Zhang Yingying's face, and she erupted into loud sobs. As she turned to flee, she collided headlong with the approaching Su Jingyi. Having just overheard the insults being hurled, Su Jingyi's voice was frigid as he inquired, "Zhang Yingying, what on earth are you doing? If you're unwell, I'll have security escort you to the hospital." Upon lifting her head, Zhang Yingying was met with a cascade of champagne trickling down her face and hair, rendering her utterly disheveled. Su Jingyi was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he Zhang Yingying the one looking for trouble? Having witnessed such familial squabbles before, Su Jingyi found himself at a loss. He had never encountered a scene like this. Zhang Yingying, upon seeing his expression, burst into tears and fled, leaving Su Jingyi standing there, somewhat bemused. Su Qian hadn't anticipated the fragility of those who weren't part of Su Muyao's inner circle. It was rather amusing. This minor incident did not detract from the overall success of the banquet, which concluded splendidly, allowing Su Qian to return home and retire for the night. When she and Su Jingyi arrived home, Su Qian was still awake, seated in the living room, clad in rimless glasses, diligently attending to paperwork. Su Qian casually greeted him before heading upstairs. After a moment's hesitation, Su Qian asked Su Jingyi, "Have you been in contact with Yao Yao recently?" Su Jingyi paused before responding, "I saw her a few days ago. She was with Ji Yuhan." "What's the matter?"
Su Qian replied.
"She hasn't returned home all week since finishing her program." Su Jingyi poured himself a glass of whiskey and settled across from Su Qian, requesting ice from the servant. "Is there something you need to discuss with her?" The last time Su Jingyi encountered Su Muyao, he had a conflict with Ji Yuhan, which left Su Muyao in tears. This memory still unsettled him. It wasn't he purely concerned for his sister. The harsh words Su Muyao had spoken on that day lingered in his mind. He couldn't reconcile the image of her as such a harsh person. Feeling uncomfortable, he hadn't reached out to her in the days since. After a moment of silence, Su Qian poured himself a drink, saying, "It's nothing, just that Mr. Ji called, inquiring about the engagement date." "Who's getting married?" Su Jingyi was momentarily confused. Su Qian clarified, "Yao Yao and Ji Yuhan. Who else could it be?"
"Oh," Su Jingyi replied dryly.
Their union seemed fitting. Considering Su Muyao had cherished Ji Yuhan for so many years, they had grown up together, developing a bond of innocent affection. Their tumultuous relationship had been exacerbated by Su Qian's return in recent years. However, Su Jingyi recalled the way Ji Yuhan looked at Su Qian that day. Although he appeared pious, there was something decidedly untrustworthy about him. "I was planning to reach out to Yao Yao for her thoughts," Su Qian continued, "but Mr. Ji insists on making the engagement public first. Is he in such a hurry?" Su Jingyi found this odd, considering Mr. Ji had previously looked down upon Su Muyao. Su Qian nodded. "He claims it's to strengthen their partnership, but I heard some whispers today suggesting Ji Yuhan has stirred up trouble with the wrong crowd." Su Jingyi's expression soured. That troublemaker is quite the headache. Recalling Ji Yuhan's demeanor that day only added to Su Jingyi's irritation. It was hardly surprising that he would provoke someone. "I'm contemplating whether to consult with Yao Yao. After all, she is the girl they've doted on since childhood." "It's a significant matter," Su Qian admitted, still reluctant to make a firm decision. Su Jingyi raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. "Consult about what?" "Perhaps she is already with Ji Yuhan, discussing it together." Indeed, Su Muyao was currently at Ji Yuhan's residence. The matter concerning the Liu family had quickly reached Ji Yuhan's grandfather, who berated him over the phone. "Don't you have a program to record tomorrow? I'm giving you 3 days to properly apologize to Liu Yan." Upon hearing he was to apologize to Liu Yan, Ji Yuhan's demeanor instantly soured. "Not happening. Who does he think he is to deserve that?" His grandfather's fury was palpable over the phone. regardless of his standing. He is still the head of the Lu family. Do you dare to provoke him? Are you not aware of his reputation for madness? If you anger him, he will go to any lengths to ruin you. Ji Yuhan was all too aware of Lu Yan's notorious temperament. I'm fully aware, he replied stiffly. You need to understand. I'm able to let you indulge in the entertainment industry because the Ji family is stable and doesn't require your interference. Grandfather. You have repeated these words countless times. Ji Yuhan's annoyance was palpable. Make sure you remember this. If you fail to handle Lu Yan this week, do not dare to participate in any disorganized variety shows. Come back and clean up the mess. Ji Lao still believed this to be a threat to Ji Yuhan. In response, Ji Yuhan scoffed. If I return to the Ji family, I would not necessarily perform worse than he does. Ji Lao was infuriated. You're still boasting. He then hung up on Ji Yuhan. Holding the phone, Ji Yuhan stood by the window with a dark expression, tightly clutching the jade Buddha beads in his fingers. Su Muyao approached from behind and gently embraced him. Ahan. However, Ji Yuhan, visibly irritated, turned and pushed her away. Why did you not inform me that you intended to place that individual to oppose Su Qian? As a result, that lunatic Lu Yan is now defending Su Qian and targeting the entire Ji family. Su Muyao's face reflected disbelief upon hearing his words.
Ahan.
You are angry with me because of Su Qian? Chapter 107. Young Miss V. 50. Ji Yuhan had no intention of implying such. Yet when he turned around, for some inexplicable reason, although Su Muyao stood before him, he could only envision Su Qian's face. Vivid and radiant, even her glare held a lively charm. How had he once found Su Qian so detestable? He had perceived her as coarse, clumsy, and impudent. Yet now, those very flaws appeared to be her shining attributes, rendering him unable to divert his gaze. Ji Yuhan momentarily lost himself, and then he noticed tears quickly welling up in Su Muyao's eyes. This time, it was not entirely feigned. She had seen the fleeting daze in his eyes as he faced her. He was looking at her while thinking of someone else. When had Su Muyao ever endured such humiliation? Throughout her life, she had been the most noble and adored young lady of the affluent class. Other young ladies only sought to curry favor with her, and among the elite, she had chosen the most outstanding and handsome gentleman. All men held her in their hearts and minds. Yet now, when Ji Yuhan gazed at her, his expression was strangely unfocused. Su Muyao found it hard to believe, and her tears seemed to fall of their own accord.
Yuhan, how could you doubt me?
She said, her face a portrait of grievance. I had no knowledge of Su Qian's involvement.
Yuhan momentarily hesitated.
Su Muyao, tear-streaked and appearing like a fragile little rabbit, continued. Zhang Beige has always taken care of me. He is a good friend of third brother. It was his request that led me to trust his words. Ji Yuhan's cold demeanor faltered for a moment, and then he asked suspiciously, now the internet is rife with rumors about you and him.
Su Muyao wept her tears.
Ahan, do you not believe me now? Her expression was one of disappointment, helplessness, and disbelief as she shook her head and slowly retreated. You know very well that he is merely a good friend of my brother. Ji Yuhan had always been swayed by her charm, and seeing her in such distress, his expression softened slightly.
Yao Yao.
Seizing the moment, Su Muyao's tears flowed freely, and she turned to run away helplessly. Ahan, you have disappointed me too much. Having shared a bond since childhood, even though Ji Yuhan's heart was wavering, seeing Su Muyao like this caused a pang of pain in his chest. He immediately rushed forward, grabbing her and pulling her into his embrace. You shall not speak like that, he declared with authority. Su Muyao sobbed into his arms. If Su Qian had witnessed the scene, she would likely be laughing her head off, perhaps even commenting, cliché plot, not even a dog would watch. By Friday, Su Qian's holiday came to an end, and she boarded her family's private jet punctually. The butler had already arranged the flight path, allowing her to indulge in food and drink, take a bath, and style her hair before landing smoothly in H City. The coastal city, with its spring-like weather year-round, was quite pleasant. Dressed in cargo pants and a black fitted tank top, her curly hair cascading over her shoulders and a backpack slung over one shoulder, Su Qian exited the airport wearing sunglasses, exuding an air of confidence. Numerous fans awaited her at the airport entrance, and upon seeing her, they erupted in screams. Su Qian smiled and waved at them. At that moment, a discordant voice rang out. Su Qian, do not be a mistress. Ji Yuhan belongs to our Yao Yao. It was a fervent fan of Su Muyao, shouting red-faced from the crowd. The onlookers cast disdainful glances her way, and a few of Su Muyao's loyal supporters were displeased. Yao Yao is unique. Do not create chaos. Yet this fan persisted in her loud protests. Upon hearing her, Su Qian paused, lowered her sunglasses, and glanced in that direction. The previously boisterous fan suddenly lost her bravado. Su Qian smiled and responded, "Do not worry, I wish for them to be locked in even more than you do." The surrounding fans erupted in cheers. "Sister, you are so cool. I love you, young miss. Young miss, young miss. Vimi 50. The shout of V50 rang particularly loud, eliciting laughter from those around.
Su Qian chuckled.
Had she not traversed into this narrative, she would have been the one in the crowd, shouting for the young miss to V her 50 to showcase strength. But now it was different. With a flourish, she retrieved a card from her bag and handed it to the attendant, saying, "Go ahead. Everyone who came to greet me has worked hard. Give them V500 each to spend." The attendant, encountering such a lavish display for the first time, was momentarily stunned. However, as a member of the Su family's private jet crew, he had seen his share of extravagance. After a brief pause, he promptly accepted the bank card and replied, "Yes." The crowd erupted in cheers. After stepping onto the chauffeur-driven car, Su Qian leaned out, her voice ringing clear, "Su Muyao and Ji Yuhan's fans, do not be." That day, even before the show aired, the trending topic of Su Qian giving out 500 each had already topped the headlines. The reputation of the Su family's young miss scattering money everywhere had spread. Previously, it was mere lottery draws on Weibo, with the platform automatically distributing funds. It had not seemed as impactful. But now, what a spectacle it was. Numerous videos surfaced online, showcasing fans holding up payment codes, with crew members scanning them one by one, each receiving 500. Who had ever witnessed such a scene? A flurry of blue and green payment codes filled the air. Some of Su Muyao's fans who had claimed the money were ridiculed online. "Your idol has never sent you money. Why are you so eager to claim money from the opposing side?" Truly, they were ungrateful, criticizing Su Qian online daily, yet had the audacity to take her money. In the chauffeur-driven car, Ji Yuhan opened the video of the trending topic and watched it twice. In the video, Su Qian beamed with joy, exuding confidence. "I hope they are locked in even more than you do." Ji Yuhan felt a knot in his heart and, after a long moment, set his phone down, gazing coldly out the window. He had not forgotten the orders his grandfather had given him. The Lu family, the Ji family, and the Su family were all intricately bound by business collaborations. Lu Yan was a madman capable of inflicting significant damage to both enemies and himself. If he were to turn against them, the Ji family would be in peril. Even if his grandfather turned a blind eye, the shareholders would not stand idly by. Thus, despite his reluctance, he would have to heed his grandfather's command and seek reconciliation with Lu Yan. Reflecting on this, Ji Yuhan's expression darkened further. If it were not for Su Qian's capriciousness, he would not have found himself in such an awkward predicament. Chapter 108. He did not speak incorrectly. I bite indiscriminately. When Ji Yuhan arrived at the Xingdong villa, the filming had yet to commence. The staff members wandered about clutching their scripts, while the camera crew busied themselves. Some hefted cameras to set up positions, while a considerable number were loading equipment into the vehicles. Not far off, Zhong Yi and Yushur engaged in conversation. "How are we transporting all these setups?" Yushur glanced toward the cars. Zhong Yi, being a part of the Sanqing team, had heard some insider information. She mentioned that filming would not take place at the villa this week, as the production team had secured a boat. Yushur was taken aback. "What sort of boat? A yacht, perhaps?" Zhong Yi nodded. "They say it's a cruise ship." Yushur was utterly flabbergasted. "A cruise ship? One of those that cost billions?" After a pause, she murmured in awe, "Our Orange Interactive truly has deep pockets. I've come to the right show."
Ji Yuhan.
Overhearing this, wore a displeased expression. This Lu Yan was indeed ostentatious, flaunting a few vessels as if they were trophies, eager to showcase them on the program. His demeanor darkened as he scanned the area, spotting Lu Yan seated nearby, sipping tea.
Reluctantly, Ji Yuhan approached.
"Young Master Lu." He greeted with a cold countenance as he halted beside him. Lu Yan remained unmoved, the aromatic steam wafting from his cup, a fine variety of tea from Yunnan. Rare and precious. Ji Yuhan recognized the watch adorning Lu Yan's wrist. It was different from the last one he wore and considerably more expensive. A pang of frustration gnawed at Ji Yuhan, disdaining Lu Yan's brashness. Lu Yan paid him no mind, prompting Ji Yuhan to clear his throat awkwardly and continue. I wanted to clarify the arrangement regarding Zhang Bei joining the battle team. I was unaware of the details. This was a considerable concession for Ji Yuhan, who had never apologized to anyone and certainly had never approached anyone to explain anything as he did today. His hands clenched into fists at his side, awaiting Lu Yan's response. Time seemed to stretch until Lu Yan gently set his teacup down. What battle team? He feigned ignorance. Ji Yuhan gritted his teeth, feeling that Lu Yan was being excessively pretentious, leaving him feeling embarrassed. Nevertheless, having spoken, Ji Yuhan pressed on. The matter of arranging Zhang Bei into the Lu Kuan battle team. I thought it was merely a small favor for Su Jingyi. I was unaware of the events transpiring between them. Oh, Lu Yan replied, his voice flat, tinged with a hint of hoarseness. Then you should speak to Lu Kuan about it. Speak to Lu Kuan? That inept fool controlling the Lu family as enterprises? That fool was even using Lu Yan to threaten him. Ji Yuhan gripped the beads on his wrist tightly. His patience was waning, with Lu Yan seated and him standing. He was already at his limit, voicing such humiliating remarks. Did they truly think the Ji family was unworthy of respect? After operating in Huagua for so long, how dare Lu Yan act so brazenly? Lu Yan, he seethed. Yet Lu Yan did not lift his gaze. Ji Yuhan's tone turned frigid. It's merely a battle team.
Lu Yan.
Have you considered the consequences of tearing ties with the Ji family over such trivial matters? This time, Lu Yan finally looked up at him. Although Ji Yuhan was standing and Lu Yan seated, Ji Yuhan felt no sense of superiority. Rather, he felt a sense of subservience. What consequences? Lu Yan inquired.
Yuhan's fists tightened.
What consequences? He had yet to assume control of the Ji family, thus could not make Lu Yan experience the repercussions. We have plenty of time. Lu Yan, we shall see, Ji Yuhan managed to utter after a prolonged silence. Then he witnessed Lu Yan smile. It was the first time Lu Yan had smiled at him. Typically, Lu Yan exuded an air of indifference, often appearing as a mere specter in the crowd, yet effortlessly becoming the center of attention. But now, as he smiled, one side of his mouth curled higher than the other, revealing a hint of canine teeth. His gaze cold and laced with a mischievousness that clashed with the decorum of high society. He resembled the rough characters Ji Yuhan encountered back in middle school, who claimed to be the young master of the Ji family only to knock out one of his teeth with a punch. Ji Yuhan instinctively took a step back. At this point, Lu Yan stood, leisurely taking a step toward Ji Yuhan, exuding an aura that suggested he could not be contained by his formal attire. Ji Yuhan found himself retreating again, only to collide with a nearby pillar. Lu Yan, however, did not press him further, halting in his tracks. Jiming should have mentioned to you that I am akin to a rabid dog, Lu Yan remarked, maintaining a polite smile, perfectly adhering to social etiquette. Jiming was Ji Yuhan's grandfather. You see, Lu Yan continued, I tend to bite indiscriminately, and I require no justification. Ji Yuhan found himself at a loss for words. Then, Lu Yan extended his hand, patting Ji Yuhan's shoulder in a friendly manner. The touch sent a shiver through Ji Yuhan. He then met Lu Yan's composed visage, beneath which lay a pair of wild, piercing eyes. Thus, it would be wise for you to ensure a future. For engaging in a duel with a worthless adversary is quite tiresome. Ji Yuhan felt a chill envelop him. At that moment, a voice called from behind him. What are you two discussing? It was Su Qian, who, upon alighting from her vehicle, had spotted Ji Yuhan and Lu Yan conversing from a distance, curious about their conversation. Ji Yuhan wore an unpleasant expression, clearly unable to articulate anything respectable. Lu Yan, however, kept his head lowered, concealing his expression from her view. What could these two possibly have to discuss?
Su Qian wondered, intrigued.
If Ji Yuhan was being arrogant, she would gladly deliver a couple of slaps before filming commenced, sparing herself the need to chastise him on camera and draw attention on social media. As Su Qian approached, she saw Lu Yan standing before Ji Yuhan, calm and composed, pointing to the tea beside him. I didn't sleep last night, so I'm here to stay alert, Lu Yan explained. His demeanor was tranquil. Yet Su Qian sensed an underlying submissiveness. Indeed, he had only returned to the Lu family a few days ago and bore little resemblance to the original heir raised in opulence. How could he be compared to a young master of such a wealthy lineage? In contrast, Ji Yuhan appeared sullen, gripping his beads with a grim countenance, his gaze hostile. Su Qian scrutinized him, reasonably concluding he was the one seeking trouble. As expected, Lu Yan maintained his calm demeanor, adding, he came to remind me to keep an eye out. Su Qian was left speechless. Overflowing with righteous indignation, she shoved Ji Yuhan. What's your problem? Did he provoke you? Ji Yuhan stumbled slightly, huh? Chapter 109. Why do you always seek trouble? In Su Qian's view, Lu Yan had always been an easy target. After all, he was just recognized by the Lu family and could not possibly compare to the male and female leads. If he were truly a cunning fox, he would not have sold his shares at such a low price, nor would he have been cornered at school, an encounter that she had witnessed. As for Lu Yan's hold over the Lu family's power, Su Qian believed that novels need not adhere to logic. It was entirely normal for the antagonist to possess a modicum of business acumen. Perhaps the original author had not even sorted that out. Thus, Su Qian had no doubt that Ji Yuhan was merely looking for trouble. Upon meeting Ji Yuhan's incredulous, wide-eyed gaze, Su Qian sneered, Ji Yuhan, you're like a toad chasing after a frog. You're ugly and playing games, and now you want to keep an eye on things? Are you in elementary school?
Ji Yuhan,
enraged, was left gasping for breath, his nostrils flaring. Su Qian, get your facts straight. I'm quite clear on the situation, Su Qian replied. You should manage your expressions. Your nostrils are flaring at me. The anger that Ji Yuhan had been about to unleash was abruptly stifled. Taking a deep breath, he pointed at Lu Yan beside him. Am I threatening him? Ask him what he just said. Su Qian turned her gaze toward Lu Yan. With an expression of calmness, Lu Yan stated, I have instructed him to seek out Lu Qian to resolve the disputes with the Lu family. How reasonable. Lu Qian is, after all, the most legitimate heir of the Lu family in name. Su Qian could scarcely believe it. Ji Yuhan, you are threatening him over this? Telling him to wait and see? I now feel that calling you an elementary school student is an insult to children. Ji Yuhan's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. He had never anticipated that the cold and unyielding Lu Yan could distort the truth so effortlessly. He exclaimed nonsense. He explicitly referred to himself as a mad dog, biting indiscriminately. Su Qian raised an eyebrow. What are you looking at me for? Ji Yuhan retorted, I find you rather pathetic. If you want to insult someone, just do it directly instead of pretending it was their own words. Listen to how ludicrous that sounds. Su Qian scoffed. How could it not be ludicrous? He literally declared himself a mad dog. Meanwhile, Su Qian maintained a concerned expression. Have you completed your 9 years of compulsory education? You know, the entertainment industry is stringent about educational backgrounds. With your intellect, if it gets exposed, you will certainly be ridiculed.
Ji Yuhan glared fiercely at Su Qian.
This woman, oh, how infuriating. He felt an inexplicable grievance, as if he had been wronged. Su Qian, feigning surprise, asked, You really haven't finished your compulsory education? Ji Yuhan shot her a fierce look and angrily turned to leave, fearing that if he glanced at her any longer, he might truly perish from rage. Su Qian was left bewildered. What sort of person was he, resorting to such childish accusations and becoming enraged when exposed? She turned back to comfort Lu Yan. Don't take his words to heart. Just consider it the barking of a dog. Lu Yan quietly nodded, his nearly 6'3" frame exuding an inexplicable air of docility. Su Qian couldn't help but soften, offering him further advice. Next time, don't let him bully you like that. He is simply unwell. Why should you accommodate him? Lu Yan nodded again, his sparse words still imbued with obedience. I understand. Su Qian sighed. Now that you've returned to the Lu family, being this easy to bully is unacceptable. I want to always be around to protect you. Fortunately, I have you. Lu Yan's gaze bore into hers, his eyes reminiscent of a cold abyss, shimmering with unspoken depths. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the live broadcast commenced punctually. This broadcast was even more timely than my own work schedule, who understands? As I prepared to watch the live stream, my superior unexpectedly announced overtime. And I was filled with frustration. I was all set, relying entirely on the replay this week, which drove me to the brink of anxiety. I'm here. As the live broadcast began, the comments section erupted with excitement. The scene depicted a beach bathed in the golden hues of sunset, resembling a picturesque painting, with a few clouds tinged orange by the dying light. The waves lapped fervently at the shore, and the star-motion villas stood majestically by the sea, surrounded by lush flowers. The guests gathered on the beach, male and female participants standing on either side. Su Qian hurriedly sidled up to Yushi, Sister Shi. I've missed you terribly. The sea breeze tousled Yushi's hair, her smile radiating warmth as she looked at Su Qian. Haven't we been messaging every day?
What do you miss about me?
Su Qian, feeling a bit shy, scratched her head. The meals at home just aren't as delectable as yours. She pinched her own belly. Look, I've even gotten hungry and slimmed down. Su Muyao, eavesdropping, struggled to maintain her smile. She hadn't returned home this week. And her brother hadn't even called once. Ever since that day at the jewelry store when she saw her third brother. He hadn't contacted her again, not even to ask if she was hurt. Meanwhile, Su Qian, who had been living at home daily, was still complaining about the food. Su Muyao glanced at Su Qian and laughed. It seems Sister Shi and Qian are quite compatible. You have no idea. Qian is quite delicate. And none of the chefs at home can please her. Sister Shi, you're impressive. Su Qian ignored her. Asking you sure, Sister Shi, have you had tea? You sure replied, not yet. Su Qian wrinkled her nose. Then I smell a strong scent of green tea. Where did it come from? Su Muyao's face turned pale. You. Su Qian suddenly realized. Oh, so it's the tea scent from you. No wonder it's so strong. Su Muyao forced a stiff smile. Qian. You truly have a knack for jokes. Su Qian pointed at her. I'm not joking. Just look at your complexion. It's green, making you resemble green tea. Teach me the ways of the heiress in retorts, she thought, imagining how cheerful she would be if she had such a sharp tongue. Su Muyao, however, was relentless in her pursuit of conflict. With a stiff expression, she fell silent. Just then, Xiaoxing's voice chimed in. Welcome back to Star Motion Villa. After a week apart, I'm sure everyone has someone they missed dearly. Are last week's guests still the same? The live broadcast screen was adorned with pink bubble effects crafted by the production team. The guests on both sides turned to face each other. And the crew captured many subtle facial expressions, prompting the viewers in the comment section to begin shipping. Xiaoxing continued. Thanks to Mr. K's sincere invitation this week, our Star Motion moments will unfold in a new location. We have prepared 5 speedboats. And each of you can invite your crush to join you on board as we head to our mysterious destination. Chapter 110. Su Qian has always harbored feelings for Ji Yuhan. At the small dock by the seaside, the speedboats were already anchored. Su Qian had never been on a speedboat. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed in that direction. To her surprise, there were not just 5 speedboats, but a total of 8. 2 of them were manned by professional drivers and a search and rescue team, clearly there to ensure their safety. One boat had only a driver, presumably for the production staff. The remaining 5 speedboats were entirely vacant. Su Qian was the first to react. Do we have to operate them ourselves? Xiaoxing confirmed. Exactly. This guest is quite astute. So when selecting teammates, please ensure that someone in your group can operate a speedboat. Well, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Having never even sat on one, I certainly wouldn't know how to drive. Meanwhile, other guests had already begun to take action. Ji Yuhan stepped forward first, walking toward the row of female participants. And without a glance, he took Su Muyao's hand, his voice low and commanding. Let us go. Su Muyao's cheeks flushed red, and she shyly nodded. Ji Yuhan pulled her away, without sparing Su Qian a single glance, as if in a silent contest with someone. Su Qian rolled her eyes heavenward. Beside her, you sure said, Qian, if you can't find a partner, come to me. I can drive the boat. Her suggestion was quite appropriate, given that this was a dating show, and as female participants, inviting each other would slightly disrupt the rules.
Su Qian nodded vigorously. Sister Si.
Love you. You sure smiled back at her, but before she could reply, the keen-eared Xiangbai interjected, You sure, save me. I can't drive a boat. Su Qian shot him a glare. This scoundrel was lying. She had seen Xiangbai on a variety show. Not only could he drive a speedboat, but he also surfed the wake. It seemed Yushur was unaware of this, and she was unwittingly led away by Xiangbai. Meanwhile, Lu Yan also approached Su Qian. However, after just a few steps, he was abruptly halted by someone. Turning back, he encountered Shu Suxiao's bashful face. Young Master Lu, can you drive a boat? Would you take me along? Lu Yan frowned, let go. Just as he was about to shake off Shu Suxiao, he heard her whisper. Don't you want to know about the engagement between Su Qian and Ji Yuhan? They are engaged, and Su Qian herself agreed to it. Lu Yan paused momentarily. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, he observed as Bai Xiujing approached Su Qian, leaning down to gently inquire if she wished to depart with his vessel. The heir to the entertainment empire navigated the boat with a steadiness that surpassed even his driving skills. Soon after, he witnessed Su Qian nodding in agreement, and as she prepared to follow Bai Xiujing, she caught Lu Yan's gaze upon her. Upon noticing his attention, she cheerfully waved at him. Not necessary. Lu Yan's brow furrowed, shaking off Shu Suxiao. Yet, Su Qian had already turned away. The last fleeting image he caught was of her being tugged by Su Qian at the hem of her garment. An irritable sensation surged within Lu Yan as Su Qian trailed behind him, exclaiming, "Xiao Lu, I grew up alongside her. I know Su Qian better than you do, you realize." Lu Yan abruptly halted, turning back to face Su Qian with a placid expression. "You know her well?" he inquired. Su Qian hesitated for a moment before nodding vigorously. Lu Yan responded with a nonchalant "oh," his countenance revealing no trace of anger, and continued, "Then enlighten me. What is the nature of their engagement?" How could Su Qian possibly articulate the truth? She had merely concocted this excuse to retain Lu Yan's attention. Her eyes flickered with guilt, yet with Lu Yan's direct inquiry, she steeled herself to respond, because Qian has been infatuated with Ji Yuhan at first sight. For the past few years, she has. The irritation within Lu Yan ignited like a pile of dry kindling. His expression remained increasingly composed. "Share something I do not already know." Although he was not overtly angry, Su Qian felt a chill race down her spine. Stammering, she replied, "What I mean is, Qian has always held feelings for Ji Yuhan. Her current actions are merely a form of rebellion against him. She does not deserve your kindness. It will lead nowhere." Lu Yan fixed his gaze upon Su Qian. Under his scrutiny, her voice gradually diminished. He asked, "Is that all?" With a timid nod, she confirmed. After a brief silence, Lu Yan smiled. The absurdity of being momentarily halted in his tracks by such a foolish girl simply because she mentioned Su Qian was not lost on him. Now, he was left to witness Su Qian depart with another, while he remained behind, subjected to this woman's unpleasant ramblings. He was fully aware that Su Qian had willingly consented to the engagement, as well as the emotional history between her and Ji Yuhan. Did he truly require this oblivious woman to remind him? Upon seeing Lu Yan smile, Su Qian blinked in surprise. "Xiao Lu?" With a faint smile, he replied, "Did you not wish to join my vessel? Let us go." Su Qian was momentarily taken aback, then elated. What were Xiao Lu and Su Qian discussing? Surely, her eyes did not deceive her. Xiao Lu was actually smiling at Su Qian. Although he was smiling, it felt colder than indifference. "Rescue me, Xiao Lu, rescue me." Due to the limited cameras left on the beach, the live stream audience could not discern the conversation between Lu Yan and Su Qian. However, Su Qian witnessed it, particularly when Lu Yan smiled at Su Qian. "Are they?" Su Qian was momentarily dazed. Hadn't Lu Yan expressed disdain for Su Qian just last week? Why was he now smiling at her so warmly? Should she intervene? After all, Su Qian did not appear to be a person of good character. Before Su Qian could scrutinize further, her line of sight was obstructed as Bai Shujing naturally positioned himself before her, blocking her view of Lu Yan. He then handed her a life jacket, saying, "Here, put this on first. The sea breeze is quite strong. I borrowed a windbreaker from a crew member. Would you like to wear it?" Su Qian, eager to heed his advice, noticed Bai Shujing's own outfit was not particularly thin and accepted the windbreaker, saying, "Thank you, Teacher Bai." Bai Shujing regarded her gently. Catching sight of the cameraman already seated on their boat, she quickly corrected her slip of the tongue. "Brother Shujing, during filming, one must not allow personal sentiments to intrude upon the lens." Bai Shujing smiled warmly, assisting Su Qian onto the boat. After a brief adjustment, he softly proclaimed, "Shall we set sail?"
Su Qian nodded.
Bai Shujing navigated the boat with remarkable skill, and they were the first to embark. His steady handling transformed the exhilarating speed of the motorboat into a smooth glide across the waves. The sea foam parted gracefully, and the wind caressed their faces, creating a delightful sensation. "Brother Shujing, your driving skills are truly exceptional." Bai Shujing replied with a faint smile, steering the vessel. "It's nothing, merely practice makes perfect. If you're interested, I can teach you later." His words were drowned out by the roar of the engine.
Su Qian gasped,
turning around to see a speedboat akin to a warship slicing through the water, approaching rapidly.
"Lu Yan."
His driving style is reckless. As the boat drew nearer amidst the tumult of waves and engine noise, Su Qian suddenly heard another sound.
"Ah."
Was that Su Qian's blood-curdling scream? Su Qian rubbed her eyes, convinced she must be mistaken. The figure on the boat, with hair blown wildly and an ill-fitted life jacket, was indeed Su Qian. The cameraman, captivated by the astonishing sound, could not help but pivot his camera. Unable to resist, Su Qian leaned closer to the cameraman, peering through the viewfinder. Goodness! It really is Su Qian. On the speeding boat, Su Xiao's face was contorted by the wind, her eyes squinting into mere slits. Half of her false eyelashes blown away and clinging to her face. The once elegant bohemian dress she wore now billowed like ragged fabric in the wind. With several linen streamers clinging to her face, her hair resembling straw, frantically whipping about. She had not even managed to secure her life jacket properly and was clinging desperately to the handrails to stabilize herself. The scream had originated from her. Meanwhile, at the helm of the boat, Lu Yan stood expressionless, his shirt billowing in the wind as he skillfully maneuvered the vessel. It was as if he were racing a sports car on a mountain road, the yacht drifting across the water with an astonishing grace. With a splash, the wake from the drift crashed against the motorboat. Su Xiao was still shouting, only to have waves of seawater pour into her mouth, drenching her hair and plastering it against her face.
Ah!
Lu Yan, you. At the bow, Lu Yan, half soaked by the waves, remained impassive. Hold on tight. Driven by sheer survival instinct, Su Xiao gripped the handrails tightly. She had no doubt that Lu Yan might very well toss her overboard. Had she known, she would never have boarded Lu Yan's boat. Why did it feel as though Xiao Lu was harboring some anger? Was this intentional? Curiosity surged within her regarding what Su Xiao had just discussed with Lu Yan.
Su Qian watched in astonishment.
Was this not a bit too extreme? Did Lu Yan harbor some deep-seated grudge against Su Xiao? Hearing her exclamation, Bai Shujing glanced back towards Lu Yan's direction. The speedboat was remarkably fierce, despite departing later. It was now threatening to overtake them. Bai Shujing smiled faintly, pulling the hood of Su Qian's windbreaker over her head. Brace yourself. We are about to accelerate. Su Qian hurriedly complied, fearing she might be blown away like Su Xiao. The motorboat surged forward smoothly across the sea. The two vessels engaged in a spirited contest, their speed unmatched even by the professional drivers aboard. Su Qian and Bai Shujing's boat was overtaken by Lu Yan's several times. But their steady course allowed Su Qian to merely feel the wind intensifying around her, filling her coat with air. As for Lu Yan's side, upon glancing over a few times, Su Qian felt as though Su Xiao was almost unrecognizable. Goodness, the man's competitive spirit is utterly absurd. Su Qian couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Su Xiao in this moment. The audience in the comments section was thoroughly engrossed. Several times, it felt as though Su Xiao was on the verge of being thrown overboard by young Master Lu, which was quite thrilling. Did you not notice? Young Master Lu possesses exceptional steering skills. Each time Su Xiao seemed about to tumble, he managed to pull her back. Indeed, young Master Lu is the true expert. It was hilarious. I had only seen car racing before, but witnessing a boat race for the first time was exhilarating. The fervent discussions continued until a colossal vessel gradually emerged on the horizon. A cruise ship. Su Qian also spotted it and couldn't help but exclaim, "There's a cruise ship." Bai Shujing looked ahead and replied, "Yes, the map indicates our destination lies just there." Su Qian asked, "Is it on the ship? Why is it anchored so far away?" Apologies, she truly had not encountered such grandeur before. Bai Shujing chuckled softly and patiently explained, because cruise ships have a deep draft. If they don't dock at a professional terminal, they risk running aground. Su Qian, somewhat understanding, craned her neck to gaze at the ship. The closer they got, the more immense the cruise ship appeared, resembling a gigantic castle adrift on the sea. Such a lavish budget for the show. Su Qian couldn't help but marvel. It turned out that the young lady had not experienced such opulence either. Who has ever seen a variety show utilize a cruise ship? One could only commend the Lu family for their extravagant wealth. Wasn't he the Lu family comparable to the Su and Ji families? Why did it seem that the Lu family's wealth was so pronounced? The Lu family had shown remarkable growth over the past couple of years. And it was rumored that the president of Lu Corporation held a staggering percentage of shares, concentrating power significantly. The comments were abuzz with lively discussions, and soon, Su Qian and her companion's boat was the first to dock alongside the cruise ship. The crew on the cruise ship efficiently set up the boarding equipment. And as Su Qian turned around, she noticed Lu Yan's boat had also come to a stop behind them. Half of Lu Yan's body was soaked, yet he appeared far from disheveled. Instead, there was an irresistible allure to his wet form. He was the quintessential type, who looked slim in clothes yet muscular when bare. His damp shirt clung to his physique, accentuating the contours of his muscles. The lines were taut and defined, far beyond what one might achieve through mere gym workouts. Su Qian couldn't resist stealing a glance before her eyes fell upon Su Xiao beside her. She nearly burst into laughter. Su Xiao's hair was a chaotic mess. Her bangs plastered to her face, the life jacket awkwardly draped over her, and her skirt was a disheveled heap. At this moment, she clung tightly to the handrail of the boat, and upon noticing Lu Yan's gaze, she forced a stiff smile. "Lu Yan, your boat is so fast." Lu Yan inquired, "Why aren't you wearing your life jacket?" To which Su Qian retorted, "What do you think?" Earlier, when Lu Yan had smiled at her and invited her aboard, she had certainly intended to seize the opportunity. Thus, after donning the life jacket, she bashfully approached Lu Yan, asking Lu Yan, "How do you fasten the straps on this life jacket?"
I don't know how.
She deliberately left the strap at her chest untied, anticipating Lu Yan to assist her. However, before she could finish her sentence, Lu Yan pressed the throttle, and the boat surged forward, nearly sending her flying. In her preoccupation with flirting with Lu Yan, she had failed to secure herself properly in her seat. The speed of the boat was more thrilling than any roller coaster, and she managed to cling to the handrail, preventing herself from being thrown overboard. Yet, she dared not blame Lu Yan. With an awkward smile, she softly admitted, "I can't tie the straps on this life jacket." Under normal circumstances, her appearance could have elicited compliments for being a direct goddess. However, the situation was quite peculiar. Her hair was a disheveled mess, and her face was still adorned with remnants of false eyelashes. Lu Yan merely cast her a cool glance. "You seem quite resilient," he remarked. Chapter 112. Do not forget that you are also a person of wealth.
Ha!
Young Master Lu's words are quite sharp.
Ah!
So, she can't tie her life jacket? Is this the epitome of a beautiful fool? Unable to tie a strap? How does she manage her shoelaces? Hilarious. Someone, please hand Su Qian a mirror. She truly has no idea how she currently appears. The boarding stairs were lowered, and Bai Xiujing supported Su Qian as they were the first to step onto the cruise ship. Behind them, Lu Yan, with a bemused expression, extended a hand toward Su Qian. "Shall I assist you?" Su Qian flinched at his approach. After nearly being tossed into the sea moments ago, she was apprehensive about whether he would throw her overboard again while helping her up the stairs. Meeting Lu Yan's cold, mocking gaze, she hurriedly waved her hand and smiled sweetly. "I can manage on my own." "Very well," Lu Yan nodded, stepping onto the stairs. The two groups of guests successfully boarded, and the staff from the nearby boats promptly maneuvered their vessels away from the cruise ship's path. Upon stepping onto the ship, Su Qian was utterly astonished by its opulent grandeur. What an exquisitely designed European-style luxury vessel. She felt as though she had stepped into the movie Titanic. The hardwood floors were covered with plush carpets, and upon entering, they were greeted by a semi-open European-style corridor. Lush plants of rare varieties adorned the space, clearly designed by a professional. Baroque-style glass windows, crystal chandeliers scattered throughout, intricately carved wooden handrails, and waitstaff in formal attire parading by created an enchanting atmosphere. If it weren't for the sea breeze still swirling around her, Su Qian might have doubted whether she had truly entered a castle. "This. Could it be your ship?" Su Qian couldn't help but inquire, considering the show was also funded by the Lu family. Lu Yan, however, simply glanced around before shaking his head. "No," the production team stated it was sponsored by Mr. K. Su Qian mused, "There are truly so many wealthy individuals around." "Young lady, do not forget that you are also a person of means," he replied, a hint of curiosity lingering about whether she had the capability to purchase such a cruise ship. "Why would I need such a large vessel? I don't commute by sea," she retorted, eliciting laughter. This retort was one that never failed to amuse. Su Qian, following closely behind, had been preoccupied earlier, nearly thrown into the sea by the speedboat, and thus had missed the grandeur. It wasn't until she boarded that she realized the ship was enormous. So much so that she had struggled up the stairs for what felt like an eternity, her vision clouded by exhaustion. Now, she finally noticed the vastness of the cruise ship. The luxurious decor was unlike anything she had ever seen. A couple of years ago, there had been a major film that apparently borrowed an ultra-luxurious cruise ship, and the visuals seemed reminiscent of this vessel. Just then, Su Qian overheard Su Qian's conversation and couldn't resist asking, "Mr. K?" Lu Yan did not turn his head, nor did Bai Xiujing respond. "Yes." Just as Xiaoxing mentioned earlier, Su Qian replied, looking at Su Qian, whose disheveled hair made her appear both amusing and pitiable. "I heard that just now." However, Su Qian was less than pleased. "I simply thought you might know who Mr. K is," she retorted with a hint of irritation. After being tossed around at sea for so long, she still bore a heavy air of frustration. Su Qian couldn't help but laugh and reminded her, Since there is nothing else to do now, why not find a room and freshen up? Her words, coupled with her smile, were taken as a provocation by Su Qian. After all, Su Qian had stepped off the speedboat with a rosy complexion and an excellent demeanor. Though her hair was slightly tousled by the wind, it only added to her languid charm. Su Qian straightened her posture, unwilling to back down. With a toss of her hair, she shot a cool glance at Su Qian, saying, "Thank you for your concern. However, with the other 3 groups of guests yet to arrive, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to act alone. I should wait for everyone." She had meticulously styled her hair and donned a vacation-themed dress. Surely, Su Qian was envious. Who wouldn't he be a little disheveled after being tousled by the sea breeze? This was all part of Su Xiao's grand plan. Who wouldn't he want that effortlessly casual allure? Why didn't Su Qian take the time to freshen up herself? She cast a fleeting glance at Su Qian, her expression suggesting she had discerned Su Qian's hidden intentions. Su Qian, however, remained speechless. Was Su Xiao truly unable to recognize kindness? If she were in Su Qian's position, she would not have bothered to offer any hints, simply waiting for her to embarrass herself. How amusing it was that she failed to glance at her reflection in the nearby window. Beside her, Bai Xiujing chuckled softly, addressing Su Qian. "It's all right. Let us respect her decision." Su Qian wholeheartedly agreed, respecting others' destinies. Su Xiao assumed the two were merely exchanging veiled barbs and was about to retort when she noticed Liu Yan turn his head towards her. Casting a cool glance before curving his lips into a smile, Liu Yan smiled at her once more, leaving Su Xiao momentarily bashful. Her gaze dropping as a gentle smile graced her features. The camera angle was decidedly favorable, and she could almost envision how stunning she would appear on screen. Just then, a voice of surprise rang out behind her. "Xiao Xiao?" Su Xiao turned to see Su Muyao and Ji Yuhan ascending the escalator. Upon spotting her face, Su Muyao dramatically covered her mouth, her expression one of astonishment. "Xiao Xiao, is that really you?" The mischief in Su Muyao's eyes was unmistakable as she burst into laughter. "Xiao Xiao, what happened to you? You look so adorable." Besides Su Muyao, Ji Yuhan regarded her as well. The boy who had always treated Su Xiao as if she were invisible was now surprisingly locking eyes with her, a mocking smile playing on his lips. It was then that Su Xiao sensed something was amiss. She quickly turned back to the glass window. "Ah?" she exclaimed, covering her face. "What happened to my hair?" Su Muyao continued to giggle and bounded over, linking her arm with Su Xiao's, pulling her hands away from her face. "Xiao Xiao, how could you not notice? My goodness." She dragged Su Xiao to face the camera, fully aware of the latter's recent betrayals. Did she think she could climb the social ladder on her coattails? Had she forgotten how desperately she had once sought her assistance?
Su Qian stood aside,
relishing the spectacle of 2 dogs tearing into each other. What an extraordinary show! She struggled to suppress her laughter. However, the next moment, as Su Xiao's hands were pulled down, they aligned perfectly with Su Qian's curious gaze. Su Xiao shot a fierce glare at Su Qian. It was all Su Qian's fault. Why hadn't she warned her? Had she changed her outfit earlier, this embarrassing situation would have been averted. Su Qian, puzzled, thought, is Su Xiao actually glaring at me? Chapter 113. The young lady should spend less time online. What an inexplicable resentment. Nevertheless, Su Qian was always forthright with her thoughts. "Why are you glaring at me?" she directly inquired. Su Xiao was momentarily taken aback by the question, quickly adjusting her expression into a smile.
"I didn't mean to, Qian.
"You must have misunderstood." Su Qian retorted, "I did not misinterpret anything. I just suggested you fix your hair, but now you glare at me? Are you trying to place the blame on me? I should really check my spine after carrying such a heavy burden at a young age." Su Xiao was now so embarrassed that she could hardly muster a smile. How could she have forgotten? What had she done to provoke Su Qian? She must have been out of her mind. Su Xiao awkwardly chuckled. "It's certainly a misunderstanding." "Qian. How could I, however?" Su Muyao, standing beside her, immediately exposed her, saying with a feigned innocence, "I saw you glaring at Qian too, Xiao Xiao. Is there some misunderstanding between you two?" Su Xiao turned to find Su Muyao, wearing an innocent expression. Yet her eyes concealed a deep malice, a warning and a threat all in one. Su Xiao realized her prior actions had indeed angered Su Muyao. She glared back, silently seething. She had miscalculated, thinking she could ride Liu Yan's coattails to success. Instead, she had offended Su Muyao before even making her move. Yet, opportunity still awaited. The true daughter of the Su family was not her, she was merely a foster daughter. They were all actresses, and Su Miao was no different from her. The only distinction was that Su Miao had successfully captured Ji Yuhan's attention. With a venomous stare directed at Su Miao, Su Xiao forced a gentle smile. Yao Yao, you still love to joke. Su Miao, her big eyes sparkling, laughed heartily. Xiao Xiao, with your current look, you're truly adorable when you smile. Su Xiao, realizing the state of her hair had turned into a bird's nest, quickly pushed Su Miao away. I need to tidy up. She then dashed away. After all, her earlier appearance had been caught live on camera, and Su Miao did not attempt to stop her, standing by and laughing in delight. She had always maintained an innocent and pure persona. A few light-hearted jokes would raise no suspicions. Once the laughter subsided, Su Miao turned to Su Qian with a look of innocence. Qian, Xiao Xiao has always had this temper. Oh dear, she acts like such a child. It's truly perplexing. Meanwhile, Ji Yuhan cast a dark glance at the indifferent Su Qian, raising his voice as if performing for an audience, gently ruffling Su Miao's hair. You're calling others children while acting like one yourself? His tone was laced with affection, yet he seemed overly eager to draw Su Qian's attention, rendering his performance rather heavy-handed. Su Miao, however, appeared oblivious, playfully punching Ji Yuhan. That's not fair. I'm already an adult.
Ji Yuhan chuckled lowly.
Little one.
Su Miao pouted.
Don't call me a little one.
Ugh.
Su Qian emitted a clear retching sound. Ji Yuhan immediately shot a glare at her.
Su Qian, what do you mean by that? Su Vin vipet hermot.
Perhaps I'm a bit seasick. I'm feeling nauseous. Ji Yuhan's expression darkened. When have you ever been seasick?
Su Qian feigned innocence.
Then what else could it be? It can't possibly be because of the two of you being nauseating. Ji Yuhan was left speechless. Su Qian continued. Although you two are indeed quite greasy, I've undergone rigorous training, no matter how revolting it may be. I want to vomit. Ji Yuhan, you Su Qian added, unless I can't help it.
Ha ha ha.
Help. The young lady should really spend less time online. I'm dying of laughter. Ji Yuhan's face darkened, but before he could respond, the remaining two groups of guests boarded the ship. Yu Shi and Xiang Bai arrived together, while Zheng Yingxuan and Zhou Mi, unable to operate the boat, joined Qingxiao. Their five-person group moved at a similar pace, stepping onto the ship simultaneously and exclaiming in awe, "Isn't this the very ship from Assassination?" Xiang Bai recognized it immediately. Really? Qingxiao surveyed the surroundings. Absolutely. I even had a cameo role on this very ship. How could I forget? Xiang Bai exclaimed. I even remarked on how lavish the production team was, never anticipating I would have the chance to board this cruise. Yu Shi, curious, inquired, who did you cameo as? Xiang Bai scratched his head.
Just a guess.
Yu Shi pressed and then? Xiang Bai replied, then I got killed. Yu Shi, Qingxiao burst into laughter. Brother Xiang Bai, you are just an extra. No wonder I didn't recognize you when I watched the film. Xiang Bai feigned offense. What nonsense. I appeared for a full 5 seconds. As everyone gathered, a middle-aged man clad in a distinguished uniform and wide-brimmed hat, accompanied by a dozen well-dressed attendants, approached them. Welcome aboard the Lolin, esteemed guests. You may call me Mr. C. Qingxiao, familiar with the movie, remarked. Lolin? Is it named after the ship in Assassination? Mr. C nodded with a smile. Indeed. As this film was shot aboard the Lolin, we have retained the name of the vessel. Yu Shi chuckled, so we won't be staging an assassination ourselves, will we? Mr. C replied with courteous laughter. Certainly not. Our program is being broadcast live, and the entire nation is watching. We would never put anyone in danger. His well-timed jest elicited laughter from the guests. Subsequently, Mr. C gestured for them to follow, leading them along the corridor while he introduced. Our Lolin is staffed with a total of 200 crew members and attendants. Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to seek their assistance.
200.
Orange Dog Entertainment has truly spared no expense. It was rumored that during its official operations, there would be as many as 800 service personnel. What a magnificent ship. The captain, Mr. C, then guided them to the forward hall of the cruise ship and addressed the guests. Thank you for your efforts in boarding. Mr. K has prepared refreshments for you. Please take a moment to relax here. If you are inclined, feel free to explore the ship. But do ensure you return to the hall by 7 o'clock to commence our game. With that, the captain smiled and departed, leaving a dozen attendants in the hall to arrange beverages and snacks for them. I never anticipated that recording a program could entail such opulent experiences.
She remarked to Su Qian.
Su Qian agreed. I've never lived this lavishly at home. Yu Shi chuckled. Yet, something feels slightly amiss.
Su Qian inquired.
What do you mean? Our previous game segments were all announced by Xiaoxing, weren't they? Chapter 114. Targeted by her. Not easily shaken off. Upon hearing this, Yu Shi paused momentarily. The two then surveyed their surroundings in the hall. The resplendent lounge, adorned in Baroque European style, exuded opulence and grandeur. The crystal chandelier soared 3 tiers high, and the dome, crafted from glass, allowed a glimpse of the clear sky beyond. Surrounding them were expansive glass panels offering breathtaking sea views, revealing the deck and the ocean. Su Muyao had already taken hold of Ji Yuhan, sprinting to the forward observation deck to enjoy the breeze, accompanied by a cameraman as if filming a music video. Seagulls circled overhead while attendants moved about with smiles, epitomizing the monotonous life of the affluent. I suppose it's difficult to set up equipment for a program on someone else's ship, Su Qian remarked. Yu Shi nodded in agreement. Indeed, and the captain's tasks feel far more engaging than those announced by Xiaoxing. Su Qian nodded repeatedly. You find Xiaoxing's delivery awkward too, right? Yu Shi replied. Absolutely. Su Qian continued. Every time Xiaoxing speaks, I want to curl my toes in embarrassment. I thought I was the only one feeling this way.
Ha ha ha.
The production team must be in for a shock. The crew exclaimed, What are you doing, big silly spring? The production team was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the live broadcast. As they settled in the hall, the attendants swiftly prepared drinks and desserts for them. Su Qian noticed Lu Yan's cup was filled with a dark liquid and casually asked, What are you drinking, black coffee? Lu Yan nodded. Su Qian expressed her surprise. You just had tea, and now you're having coffee. Are you planning to stay up all night? Hearing this, Lu Yan paused, not having considered it. It was merely a matter of habit. Observing his perplexity, Su Qian couldn't help but laugh. Come on. Don't let your recent return to the company make you adopt those domineering habits. You might end up ruining your stomach and become the quintessential male lead in a romance novel. The young lady said, You shouldn't understand me so well. The young lady must have read her fair share of web novels from Tomato. It's amusing. Lu Yan's looks are undoubtedly those of a destined CEO. However, in Su Qian's eyes, Lu Yan was simply a handsome figure who lacked any of the typical domineering traits. He was genuinely good-natured, easy to manipulate, and obedient, much like a large Doberman, good-looking but with a gentle disposition. Just as Su Qian finished her thought, Lu Yan silently pushed aside his coffee cup, clearly having decided against it. How obedient! Su Qian felt a rush of fondness and immediately handed him a glass of juice. Lu Yan quietly accepted it and took a sip through the pink straw. Unbeknownst to them, behind Su Qian, Su Xiao, who had just returned from a hairstyling session, was utterly dumbfounded. What had she just witnessed? Upon being led back to the hall by an attendant, she saw Su Qian snatch Lu Yan's coffee cup and replace it with a glass of juice. To her astonishment, Lu Yan actually drank from it, using that bright pink straw. Was this the same Lu Yan who had worn a stern expression while navigating the ship like an airplane, nearly tossing her into the sea? They seemed like two entirely different individuals. At that moment, sensing her gaze, Lu Yan calmly turned to glance at her. Just that one look sent a shiver down Su Xiao's spine, chilling her to the core as that near-death sensation returned. This Lu Yan was nothing short of an unfeeling madman. Su Xiao dared not provoke him further and chose a seat at the edge, contemplating her own affairs. She had flattered Su Muyao for so long that she understood her nature well. Since elementary school, she had been the central figure in the bullying group, appearing delicate and charming while being the one who had expelled countless students. Su Xiao had once been one of her followers and was acutely aware of Su Muyao's methods and the consequences of crossing her. Nonetheless, over the years, she had risen to the status of a first-tier star, building her own connections and influence. It wouldn't be easy for Su Muyao to bring her down now that she bore a grudge. However, being targeted by Su Muyao was not something one could easily escape, especially since she was unwilling to remain under Su Muyao's heel for life, all because her mother had been swapped for a wealthy family when she was young. Thus, she needed to swiftly find another backer or benefactor to thwart any chances Su Muyao might have to ruin her. Just then, a man sat beside her. Su Xiao turned to find it was Zheng Xuan, who smiled back at her, revealing a set of immaculate white teeth. He possessed the quintessential features of a South Korean heartthrob, monolid eyes, slightly upturned corners, and a refined countenance that exuded infectious charm. Su Xiao felt no particular interest in him but responded with a gentle smile. Oh, it's Ingxuan.
Do you need something?
She noticed Zheng Ingxuan gesturing for her attention. The changing room, I would like to know where it is. He was merely inquiring about the location of the dressing room. Su Qian, feeling somewhat disinterested, pointed him in the right direction, stating, "You could find an attendant to guide you. It's a bit far, and I fear you might get lost." Zheng Ingxuan nodded, expressing gratitude with a smile, and even winked at her as he departed. Su Qian maintained a gentle smile, casting a glance at Zheng Ingxuan's retreating figure, but internally felt rather disdainful. Such trivial antics were hardly worth her notice in a place overflowing with handsome men. Thus, even when she saw Zheng Ingxuan not seeking the assistance of an attendant and heading in the direction she had indicated, she refrained from calling out. It was none of her concern. With so many people on board, he wouldn't get lost. Su Qian had consumed half a glass of juice and began to feel the urge to use the restroom. She leaned towards Yushur and whispered, "I'm going to the bathroom." Yushur nodded, "Just leave your jacket here. I'll keep an eye on it."
Su Qian beamed.
"How did you know what I meant, Sister Shur?" "I adore you." Yushur chuckled while playfully shoving her, "Stop with the banter and hurry along." Su Qian inquired with a nearby attendant and then proceeded in the direction indicated. The cruise ship was exquisitely designed. Even a simple corridor was carpeted with thick wool. The oil paintings adorning the walls were not mere prints, but authentic masterpieces. Su Qian, as she strolled past, recognized several works by familiar artists. The value of these paintings alone must be astronomical. Venturing to the restroom, she was free from the watchful cameras. Occasionally, she passed by the pre-installed filming equipment of various production crews, and she greeted them cheerfully. It wasn't long before she encountered a door adorned with an image of a long dress. Su Qian pushed it open, only to find the restroom. Oh my goodness! In the exquisitely luxurious restroom stood 3 men and 1 woman, a large camera aimed squarely at her face, their expressions a mix of mischief and excitement. "Congratulations! You have discovered the room that unlocks your hidden identity." Su Qian was taken aback. The 4 individuals, still holding the camera, queried, surprised,
Su Qian.
"We possess the only hidden identity card aboard the ship." Su Qian, utterly speechless, wondered who on earth decided to set a segment of the show in a restroom. What a delightful surprise. Aren't you worried about scaring the guests into wetting themselves? Chapter 115. Well, I truly thank you all. Their laughter echoed. I was startled as well. A crowd in the ladies' room, including 3 burly men. Su Qian was their perfect spokesperson. Some staff members, clearly caught off guard by such a scenario, felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing her words. How about we step outside? You can finish your business first." Su Qian waved her hands dismissively. No. Please just tell me about the identity card." The staff quickly cleared their throats and began reciting dramatically, "As you might have guessed, aboard our ship, the Lauren, there exists a vast conspiracy."
Su Qian interjected. "Eh?"
"What did I guess? I merely came here to use the restroom." The staff insisted, "You must figure out."
Su Qian retorted. "Oh, splendid.
I am quite clever, aren't I?" The staff seemed satisfied. Indeed. On this cruise ship, an assassination plot is underway. A mysterious billionaire, codenamed, has gathered 10 guests aboard. Though they appear to be fellow guests, there seem to be underlying personal grudges and emotions that they do not outwardly display. The purpose of this is to transform the cruise's dinner into a murky affair while they pursue their true objective. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Su Qian asked, "What is it?" The staff smiled enigmatically and slid a character card toward her. "Ensure Mr. K meets his demise before the dinner." "Congratulations, madam."
Su Qian exclaimed, "Me?"
The staff nodded earnestly. "Indeed, it is you." Su Qian confirmed once more. "So, the surprise you mentioned is for me to kill someone?" The staff chuckled. "Rest assured. We don't expect you to commit murder." "Well, I truly thank you all." The identity card was thrust toward her, the staff members eagerly anticipating her reaction. "But I don't even know who Mr. K is." The staff kindly revealed the contents of the identity card, which displayed a room key along with a packet of coffee beans. "Simply ensure Mr. K drinks this cup of coffee, and your task will be complete."
Su Qian inquired.
"May I ask another question?" "Of course. Is it true that whoever enters this restroom first will become the assassin?" "Precisely. You are remarkably astute." Resigned, Su Qian tucked the coffee beans into her pocket. "I have one more question. Please go ahead. Have you finished explaining the task? If so, please leave, as I can no longer hold it in." The staff exited, but not before reminding her, "Madam, be sure to return to the hall by 7 o'clock. Glancing at the time, Su Qian noted it was 6. She swiftly concluded her business in the restroom, grabbed the card with the room number, and ascended to the top deck of the cruise in the elevator. Numerous waitstaff were bustling about, yet Su Qian remained silent, and they seemed to ignore her presence entirely. Previously, she had thought them well-trained. Now, she realized they were merely NPCs in an elaborate script. Thus, she made her way directly to Mr. K's room and knocked on the door. The door swung open promptly. The opulent presidential suite revealed an astonishingly spacious living room. Standing before her was a tall, portly man with thinning hair and small green eyes, clad in the latest luxury fashion. The man appeared momentarily stunned, staring at her as if captivated. However, he quickly regained his composure, his gaze shifting from infatuation to one of reverence and flattery. "It's you?" Su Qian found him somewhat familiar. "Have we met?" The man pulled her into the room. "I'm Lu Qian." "Lu Qian? Oh my goodness, Lu Qian. You're the legitimate elder brother of Lu Yan." Su Qian examined Lu Qian's face again, somewhat at a loss for words. The resemblance between the two brothers was not just minimal, they were almost entirely dissimilar. Aside from their fair skin, one would struggle to find another point of similarity. Lu Qian noticed her lack of recognition. "Yes, since you returned to the Su family. We've only met once at a banquet. You surely don't remember me. You were quite different back then." Casually reminiscing, Su Qian looked around. "So, you are Mr. K? This conversation seems a bit out of character. Shouldn't you be in character?" Lu Qian waved his hand dismissively and plopped down on the couch. "There are no cameras here." Su Qian immediately joined him on the sofa. "You should have mentioned that sooner." Lu Qian studied her for a moment. Although they had barely met, he had recently seen plenty of news about Su Qian, specifically concerning her and his brother. The situation was quite thrilling. His brother, who typically exhibited no warmth even to their father, was strangely compliant around Su Qian. Lu Qian began to question his brother's motives for participating in this show. Could it be that he was there for Su Qian? While that thought seemed far-fetched, it remained a possibility. Regardless of his brother's intentions, it was evident he held a keen interest in Su Qian. Though Lu Qian appreciated beautiful women, he knew better than to interfere with anyone his brother fancied. After all, what if she became his sister-in-law? That would certainly complicate matters. Thus, Lu Qian spoke to Su Qian with a degree of politeness. "It's all about privacy. Even though I'm here as an NPC, I still need to stay for a couple of days." Su Qian produced the coffee beans from her pocket. "What if I poison you? If the production team isn't filming, how would they know whether I poisoned you or not?"
Lu Qian responded, perplexed. Su Qian continued.
"What else wrong?" With a bemused expression, Lu Qian replied, "You're the first person I've met who openly discusses poisoning like that. At least put on a facade." Su Qian laughed. "Oh, I'm just here to assassinate Mr. K, you know." Lu Qian sighed. "The person my brother is interested in is indeed quite extraordinary." He then took the coffee beans, ground them in the nearby coffee machine, and said, "I know. Don't worry, this is a scripted murder. Even if the production team doesn't film it, I will undoubtedly meet my end tonight." Thus, Su Qian sat there, her eyes sparkling as she watched Mr. K prepare his own cup of coffee, unknowingly consuming the poison. "Ugh, that is bitter." Lu Qian grimaced, unable to acclimate to the taste of black coffee. After a sip, he retrieved a badge from his pocket and handed it to Su Qian. "Here, this is proof of your successful poisoning." Without hesitation, Su Qian accepted the badge. "You seem to have a good relationship with Lu Yan," Lu Qian inquired as he placed the badge into her palm. Chapter 116. He has quite the notorious history.
Huh?
Why the sudden question? Su Qian pondered briefly before admitting candidly, "He's quite admirable. Lu Yan possesses an exceptionally amiable character." Lu Qian nearly choked on his coffee.
Who are you talking about?
"Lu Yan?" Su Qian replied, "Yes, indeed. Don't you think so? For someone like Lu Yan, suddenly brought into a wealthy family, to remain so calm and gentle, it's truly remarkable." "Well, yes, his temperament is rather pleasant," Lu Qian conceded, suppressing his thoughts. "And what else?" he pressed.
Su Qian looked puzzled.
"What else?" Lu Qian nodded eagerly, keen to hear more. After all, having referred to the King of Hell as a lapdog, she must have more to say. Su Qian recalled how Lu Yan had generously sold her shares. He was quite magnanimous, seeming indifferent to money. At this, she couldn't help but sigh. "You should also have a word with him. Being so generous all the time isn't sustainable, especially in business." Lu Qian was taken aback. "Did I hear you correctly? Who is being generous?" "Sure, he and his mother are, but those shares were originally in their name." As for the shares in their father's hands, even Lu Yan wouldn't let those slip away. The board secretly berates him as Lu the Skinner. Can he truly be called generous? Moreover, his character is a tad too soft. How can such a tall and imposing figure be so easily bullied? Su Qian retorted, "We are discussing Lu Yan, right? Isn't he quite easy to intimidate?" Lu Kuan gazed at Su Qian, momentarily at a loss for words. All right, if you can't see it, then he must be a fool. This brother of mine appears to be a formidable figure in the business world, yet fundamentally, he is just a hopeless romantic. Indeed, he is quite a decent person. Su Qian nodded in agreement. See, I told you, the original narrative is utterly unfair. Characters like Su Muyao and Ji Yuhan can take center stage, while Lu Yan is relegated to the role of the villain. Is there such a thing as a villain who is praised for his goodness by his half-brother? Su Qian felt a sense of injustice for Lu Yan. As time drew near, Su Qian stood to take her leave, only to be startled by a knock at the door. Both she and Lu Kuan jumped. Su Qian was on edge, for she had come to assassinate Mr. K, and was now fearful of being discovered after administering poison. Lu Kuan was anxious as well, as he was currently sharing a room with Su Qian. If Lu Yan were to find out, he would surely suspect him. After all, he had a checkered past. He had no desire to face Lu Yan's wrath. In an instant, both were tense, fervently attempting to conceal Su Qian. Fortunately, Lu Kuan's room was the largest on the ship, spanning over 200 square meters, making it quite simple to hide someone. Su Qian was shoved into the closet. The closet was fitted with one-way dark glass. From the outside, it appeared as a mere mirror, yet from within, one could see everything outside. As the door closed, Su Qian watched Lu Kuan open the door, revealing Su Xiao standing there. Her expression shifted from surprise to delight, her beautiful eyes fluttering at Lu Kuan. "Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. K?" Her tone was sweet in a way Su Qian had never heard before. Unable to suppress her thoughts, Su Qian mused, "Is Su Xiao attempting to ensnare Lu Kuan? This tactic is rather pedestrian. Does she truly believe Lu Kuan would fall for it?" Then, she observed Lu Kuan, his eyes glazed, stammering, "Hi, yes, it's me." Well, it seemed he was indeed taken in. The rumors of Lu Kuan's charming demeanor were not unfounded. Su Xiao lowered her gaze, shyly giggling, then removed one of her earrings and gently tucked it into Lu Kuan's pocket. "I am your admirer, Mr. K. This is a personal item I've brought for you." Though it was a segment orchestrated by the production team, Su Xiao delivered her performance with sincerity, every gesture oozing seduction. Even as she placed the earring in Lu Kuan's pocket, she leaned subtly against him. It was evident that her acting had improved since the dramas Su Qian had seen her in. Lu Kuan blushed furiously. Yes. Su Xiao gazed at him with longing, then softly asked, "May I come in for a moment, Mr. K? I see the banquet still has some time left." Lu Kuan appeared utterly weak-kneed, his body leaning towards her, nearly inviting her into the room. Su Xiao all but pressed herself against him as she entered. Su Qian felt an urge to gouge her own eyes out. No, who could possibly understand? She had never longed for the existence of a camera in the room as she did now. She feared these two might actually commit some indiscretion. And then, she saw it. Lu Kuan had placed his hand on Su Xiao's waist. Su Xiao had nestled into his embrace. "Mr. Lu, hello. Do you remember there is still someone hiding in the closet?" Then, she watched as Su Xiao surveyed the room, her gentle smile illuminating the space. "Mr. K, are you enjoying coffee?" Lu Kuan was clearly lost in a daze. "Why yes, I was just, spotting the coffee." Lu Kuan snapped back to reality and quickly glanced toward the closet. Su Qian thought, "I truly appreciate that you still remember." Lu Kuan suddenly looked as if he had seen a ghost, hastily pushing Su Xiao away from him. Su Xiao, who had been circling his chest, was momentarily taken aback. "Mr. K?" Lu Kuan, startled awake, fumbled for an excuse while rapidly ushering her out. I have something to attend to. Please head out. We'll meet at the banquet." Yet, he seemed reluctant to part. Even as he pushed Su Xiao out, he added, "Once we disembark, do come find me." Su Xiao's expression softened. Hearing Lu Kuan would seek her out, she coyly glanced back at him, saying, "I will wait for you, Mr. K." Lu Kuan repeatedly agreed, swiftly closing the door. After a brief silence, the closet door swung open. Lu Kuan and Su Qian exchanged glances. Then, Lu Kuan, looking quite embarrassed, scratched his head. "Well, you saw that. She leaned into me, and I just didn't push her away fast enough. Su Qian's expression was impassive. I saw you touching her waist. Lu Kuan was at a loss for words. Uninterested in others' private affairs, Su Qian waved her hand dismissively, observing Su Xiao walking away before exiting herself. Before leaving, she offered a parting remark. Take care of yourself. After all, people say Lu Kuan has worn himself out. Lu Kuan scratched his head, appearing quite sheepish, akin to a child caught misbehaving. May I ask you for a favor?
Speak.
Please don't tell my brother, I beg you. Chapter 117. The Entanglements of the Affluent. You understand. Su Qian was somewhat perplexed. Why would I inform your brother about your hand on Su Xiao's waist? Does Lu Yan even concern himself with your private life? Surely not. If he did, Lu Kuan's reputation wouldn't be so colorful. Su Qian's expression was one of confusion, causing Lu Kuan to feel a tad embarrassed. It's about me hiding you in the closet, he admitted sheepishly. Su Qian was even more puzzled. She had no inkling that Lu Kuan had a history of concealing individuals in closets. Numerous small celebrities and models had been caught in such situations. Lu Yan himself had apprehended Lu Kuan on several occasions. Is this how you utilize your closet? On one occasion, Lu Yan could no longer contain himself and queried Lu Kuan. Lu Kuan explained, well, our father frequently checks up on me. I had no choice. Lu Yan, however, was unconcerned. In the future, you needn't hide. I won't interfere with your affairs. In that moment, Lu Kuan felt as if he had found salvation.
Indeed.
Lu Yan ceased to monitor him closely thereafter, merely arranging for an assistant to vet his acquaintances and scheduling regular health checkups for Lu Kuan. The implication being quite clear, as long as he didn't fall ill, he was free to do as he pleased. Thus, it had been quite some time since Lu Kuan had hidden anyone in the cloakroom. Yet, who could have anticipated that the situation would become so urgent this time? In a moment of haste, he inadvertently shoved Su Qian into the cloakroom. If Lu Yan were to discover that he had concealed his beloved in such a manner, he might very well take Lu Kuan's life. The mere thought of it sent a shiver down Lu Kuan's spine. Su Qian inquired, are you cold? Lu Kuan quickly shook his head, no, not at all. Su Qian reassured him, I certainly won't tell anyone. Lu Yan is also a player. If I were to reveal this, it would be tantamount to disclosing my own identity. Lu Kuan nodded in agreement, precisely.
Su Qian continued.
But why are you so afraid of him finding out? Clearing his throat, Lu Kuan pondered. He certainly could not divulge the embarrassing incident of being yanked from his bed by his father while completely naked. Thus, he adopted an air of mystery and patted Su Qian on the shoulder. You know how it is with family feuds in high society. Su Qian wasn't quite convinced. Observing Lu Kuan's rather absent-minded demeanor, she felt that even if it were a matter of high society grievances, it could not be overly complicated. She agreed to leave Lu Kuan's room before 6:30. Taking the elevator down would attract too much attention. Therefore, Su Qian meandered down the corridor until she reached a spot monitored by cameras, where she feigned being lost, wandering about the ship. Just as she approached the restroom where she had received her mission, she unexpectedly spotted someone. What was Zhang Yingxuan doing here? Su Qian had transformed into a lady in this very spot, and now, seeing another person present, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. She deliberately raised her voice, exclaiming, oh, how did I end up back here again? Zhang Yingxuan turned to look at her.
Su Qian feignet surprise, saying Jingsun?
What brings you here? She hurried toward him and added, I just stepped out to use the restroom and ended up lost. Were you coming from the banquet hall? Which direction should I take to get there? This segment of the corridor was far from the camera's view, allowing the audience to hear none of their conversation. Zhang Yingxuan appeared to be a somewhat dazed foreigner, and Su Qian had no intention of genuinely deceiving him. She merely needed to engage him in casual conversation to secure an alibi. Thus, without waiting for Zhang Yingxuan to respond, she sighed, ah, how could I forget that you're not very proficient in Chinese? Never mind, I'll be on my way. To her surprise, Zhang Yingxuan gazed at her with a broad, albeit awkward, smile, revealing adorable dimples on either cheek, making him quite pleasing to behold. He spoke in slightly clumsy but fluent Chinese. I can speak, Mississippi's Su Qian exclaimed. Ah, how had Zhang Yingxuan suddenly begun to articulate? This revelation struck her with the same astonishment as a monkey's suddenly greeting her. Primarily, if Zhang Yingxuan could speak Chinese, why had he concealed it? Why reveal it to her now? Meeting his bright gaze, Su Qian forced a smile and remarked, wow, that's impressive. In truth, she was indifferent to whether Zhang Yingxuan could speak Chinese or not. However, Zhang Yingxuan's expression shifted to one of frustration as he sighed. It's just the persona my manager arranged for me. They said it would make me appear more endearing. Sigh, it's quite vexing. Su Qian thought to herself. How had this person suddenly struck up a conversation with her? Oh, now she understood why Sister Zhongyi could comprehend everything he said. Case solved. She smiled and pointed toward the banquet hall, asking, "Is Sister Zhongyi over there?" But Zheng Yingshuan's puppy-like eyes turned a tad forlorn. Zhongyi and I are merely colleagues. The company requires us to play up our chemistry for her career development, so I have no choice but to comply, he explained. Su Qian was somewhat puzzled. Really? Aren't you both of similar standing? Shouldn't it be a mutually beneficial relationship? Zheng Yingshuan's eyes sparkled with interest. Does the young lady pay attention to me, too? He queried. I often see your news online. His cheeks flushed slightly as he raised a hand to brush back the hair falling over his forehead. Instantly, his arms and chest tensed, showcasing the contours of his well-defined muscles. As Su Qian glanced over, his chest flexed subtly, almost as if pulsating like a heartbeat. Su Qian was momentarily at a loss for words. If she still couldn't recognize Zheng Yingshuan's attempts at allure, then she must be blind. His impeccable expression management, captivating movements, perfectly angled displays, and those enticing, flirtatious glances toward her rendered her speechless. She took a step back. This fellow was even more flamboyant than the male models from EF. Feeling somewhat flustered yet maintaining her politeness, she offered Zheng Yingshuan a smile and turned to leave. However, Zheng Yingshuan stepped forward, blocking her path. Zhongyi and I are just ordinary colleagues. I'm not particularly fond of her type of girl, he said, lowering his gaze. I prefer girls who are both gentle and strong. Miss, I've silently empathized with your past for quite some time. I could no longer hold back from confiding in you. I can feel your pain, perhaps even more acutely than you do. His gaze was profoundly deep, reminiscent of a fashion magazine's photo shoot, passionate, yet elusive. Yet Su Qian couldn't resist asking, could you please refrain from looking so entranced? It makes me a bit uncomfortable. Zheng Yingshuan crouched slightly. Then, he smiled gently, about to say something to ease the tension, but Su Qian's expression contorted, as if she were about to retch.
Could you not smile like that?
Su Qian said. It's rather oily. Chapter 118. A perfectly read message. Zheng Yingshuan utilized such tactics with great success among the wealthy circles in both South Korea and China. After all, he understood both men and women. The most primal relationships are often manipulated through the simplest means. Men, especially East Asian men, are inherently proud, particularly those in high society. Thus, he had encountered countless lonely women, isolated heiresses, neglected wives, and sidelined young ladies. They naturally gravitated toward Zheng Yingshuan's robust physique and striking appearance. Coupled with his ability to feign innocence, he became even more alluring to them. With just a few subtle maneuvers, he could charm his way into the hearts of affluent women. In fact, this was how he had been ousted from South Korea. He had become involved with the wife of a powerful figure, and when the truth surfaced, the husband discovered he had been cuckolded and sought to expel him from the country. Fortunately, he already had a substantial fan base and was well received in China. With the reputation crafted by his management team, he easily garnered a new wave of admirers and secured a contract with the illustrious Lu Corporation. The upper echelons of Lu Corporation were not particularly familiar with him, and the current head, Lu Yan, had never even met him. However, he was unconcerned. Since arriving in China, he had continued his search for new prospects, attending various soirees and successfully engaging with several wealthy women, profiting handsomely from their affections. Yet, the fleeting nature of a man's allure was dawning on him, especially with so many lonely women to entertain. Over the past 2 years, Zheng Yingshuan had begun to feel somewhat overwhelmed. Thus, to maintain quality, he had started to be selective. He wouldn't pursue women who were too old, overly assertive, predatory, or love-struck. Then, he stumbled upon Su Qian on a dating reality show. How could there be such an exquisite heiress? From a top-tier family, with breathtaking beauty, lavishly wealthy, recently heartbroken, and seemingly indifferent to other men. This lady was undoubtedly his ideal type. If he could win her over, even if it didn't yield financial gain, what would it matter? Moreover, given her previous infatuation with Ji Yuhan and her youth, if he could woo her into marriage, wouldn't that be his golden opportunity? Zheng Yingshuan's mind was buzzing with possibilities. However, due to the multitude of cameras at the Xingdong villa and his obligations to the company, he had yet to find an opportunity. It wasn't until today that he witnessed Su Qian leave her seat and decided to follow her. He had rehearsed these words countless times in private, and by all accounts, there should be no room for error. After all, Su Qian, having been recognized by the Su family only a few years prior, was an unloved young lady. Despite her fierce exterior, she was inherently insecure and sensitive. Thus, one would expect that his heartfelt words would surely resonate with her. Yet, confronted with Su Qian's disdainful gaze, Zheng Yingxuan felt a twinge of uncertainty. Nevertheless, he pressed on. My lady, I deeply empathize with your suffering. I believe your apparent nonchalance stems from your remarkable strength. However, there are burdens you need not bear alone. Enough. Enough. Su Qian could no longer endure his words. What on earth are you talking about? Zheng Yingxuan paused momentarily, then continued with an earnest expression. I understand the profound pain of having one's sincerity trampled upon. Su Qian, with genuine sincerity, replied. Do you comprehend the sensation of having an inexhaustible fortune in your pocket? Zheng Yingxuan was taken aback. Su Qian elaborated. If you do not grasp this, allow me to enlighten you. When one has an abundance of wealth, even the most egregious betrayal of sincerity cannot inflict pain. Do you understand? I do not suffer, for I am exceedingly wealthy. Before Zheng Yingxuan could respond, Su Qian sighed. I really do not fathom what you are lamenting for me. Is there any rationale for an employee to sympathize with their employer? There is an old saying in China. The emperor is not anxious, yet the eunuch is. I hope you never come to understand this. Zheng Yingxuan's lips twitched slightly. After a long pause, he managed to utter, I have not misjudged you. You are indeed a remarkably unique girl. Su Qian de. Zheng Yingxuan lowered his gaze, continuing to regard her with that greasy, infatuated look. Even more fervent than before, my feelings will remain unchanged. Su Qian retorted, and my appraisal of you shall remain the same. You are exceedingly oily. Utterly so. Just then, a voice emerged from behind Su Qian. She turned to see Lu Yan standing at the end of the corridor, observing her. A savior. A savior has arrived. Su Qian dashed away, not looking back as she ran toward Lu Yan. From a distance, she couldn't discern Lu Yan's expression. What she did not realize was that, from Lu Yan's perspective, she was quite close to Zheng Yingxuan, their eyes meeting in a quiet, ambiguous moment. She also failed to notice that as she approached him, Lu Yan's previously cold gaze softened slightly, evoking a sense of helpless tenderness within him, even igniting an impulse to open his arms. Upon reaching Lu Yan, she found him standing expressionless, tall and composed, like a particularly reliable bodyguard. Su Qian exhaled sharply, gripping Lu Yan's arm. You have no idea what I just went through. A man more slippery than fatty pork. He nearly suffocated me with his oiliness. Lu Yan tilted his head. What? The nearby cameras flickered, causing Su Qian to swallow her words. She almost forgot that Lu Yan was Zheng Yingxuan's superior. If she were to mention that Zheng Yingxuan pretended not to know Chinese, it would be akin to betraying the entire Sanqing. Su Qian swallowed hard and said, I got lost just now, and almost couldn't find my way back. Lu Yan turned to glance at the crew members waiting in the corridor, not questioning her. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked Su Qian, Did Zheng Yingxuan also get lost? Su Qian was at a loss for words. He was not lost. He had merely taken his business to that location. Can your Sanqing not dismiss such a duck? Unfortunately, the cameras were nearby, and unable to voice her thoughts. Su Qian cast Lu Yan a look filled with a mix of pity and complexity, sighing. In the world of adults, is there truly anything easy? She reflected. Lu Yan responded, Ha ha ha, my lady, what are you saying? What a chaotic response. My lady, you aren't actually taken with Zheng Yingxuan, are you? What a ridiculous pairing. The expression in Lu Yan's eyes was quite complex, eliciting laughter. After a moment of silence, he stated, If you encounter any issues, feel free to tell me. Su Qian waved her hand. You just need to ensure that your foreign employees learn Chinese properly, she replied. Lu Yan's gaze momentarily faltered as he turned his head to quietly observe Su Qian for a while. What's the matter? Su Qian asked, noticing his prolonged silence. Lu Yan inquired, Is there something you wish to discuss with him? The him undoubtedly referred to Zheng Yingxuan.
Su Qian merely pouted.
No, she said. I just feel that his behavior is somewhat unpatriotic. Chapter 119. Isn't that her uncle? Lu Yan responded. Even after observing Su Qian for such an extended period, he found it challenging to keep up with her train of thought. Nevertheless, he unconditionally acquiesced to her wishes, nodding. Indeed. I shall mention it to the president of Sanqing upon our return.
Su Qian nodded repeatedly.
While subtly undermining Zheng Yingxuan, I believe mastering the language is more vital than chasing after announcements. It's essential for a longer journey. Since he pretends not to know Chinese, He might as well learn it properly. Lu Yan nodded in agreement. Yes, clarity in priorities is crucial. Su Qian smirked. Having already garnered wealth in Huagua, how can one not understand the language? Wouldn't you agree? Lu Yan's expression remained remarkably composed. Indeed. As the two conversed, they gradually moved away. Young Master Lu, does this mean that if Su Qian wishes to blacklist Jingyi, you will nod in agreement as well? Young Master Lu, don't be too compliant. Why did Su Qian suddenly say that? Was it due to her recent unsatisfactory interaction with Jingyi? Nevertheless, I support the young lady. It is indeed somewhat inappropriate for someone who has worked in the country for years without grasping the language. Perhaps Su Qian is considering Jingyi's situation as well? Given Su Qian's exemplary behavior of late, her comments to Lu Yan raised little suspicion among the audience regarding her intentions. After all, Su Qian harbored no grievances against Jingyi. Why would she want to undermine him? Upon returning to the hall, with Lu Yan, Su Qian looked up to see Zhongyi sitting alone, sipping coffee, while quietly enjoying the ocean view. Remembering Zheng Yingxuan's earlier remarks about her riding on his coattails, Su Qian felt a surge of affection for Zhongyi. Zhongyi soon sensed Su Qian's gaze and turned, meeting her adoring look. She inquired, puzzled. Su Qian sat beside her, patting her shoulder and raising her glass in a toast. Being a woman is no easy feat. Zhongyi was not quite sure what Su Qian meant, but she nonetheless lifted her coffee cup to clink it against Su Qian's. By 7 o'clock in the evening, the sea outside was painted crimson by the setting sun. The grand entrance of the banquet hall swung open, revealing Captain C, accompanied by a multitude of male and female crew members, all clad in immaculate sailor uniforms. Have all the esteemed guests arrived? Mr. K expressed his elation upon hearing that everyone had boarded the ship and had prepared special attire for the dinner. With a clap of his hands, crew members stepped forward to draw back the burgundy curtains beside the banquet hall.
Wow.
The guests gasped in astonishment. Behind the curtain lay a resplendent semicircular hall, its arching walls constructed entirely of transparent glass, adorned with 11 headless mannequins dressed in an array of opulent gowns. The multi-layered crystal chandeliers illuminated the entire space, and the diamonds embedded in the dresses sparkled brilliantly. For the nth time, one couldn't help but marvel at the extravagant wealth of Qingzi Dog Entertainment. Who on earth is this Mr. K? My curiosity is piqued. Surely, those can't be real diamonds. Are they borrowed for the production team? The quality appears superior to that of celebrity haute couture. The viewers in the comments were equally astonished, as the guests present displayed expressions of wonder. Nearby, Captain C smiled gently. Feel free to select any gown you fancy. Our staff will assist you in trying them on. The crowd began to scrutinize the 11 exquisite garments displayed before them. Among the 6 men's suits, the variations were subtle, predominantly distinguished by differences in color, collar styles, bow ties, and cufflinks. However, the 5 dresses for women were a different spectacle entirely, each one radiating its own unique charm and captivating the onlookers. Before anyone else could make a move, Su Qian covered her mouth and let out a gentle laugh, exclaiming, "What beautiful dresses! I must extend my gratitude to Mr. K." With this, she stepped forward and chose the snow-white, flowing gown, which was positioned prominently in the center, surely Mr. K's favorite. She then turned her head slightly towards the captain and inquired softly, "Isn't it?" The captain smiled in silence, merely stating, "Miss Xu possesses an exceptional eye." With a shy glance downward, Su Qian lowered her gaze. Su Muyao cast a doubtful glance in her direction. It had only been a brief period. How could Su Qian suddenly be so enraptured? Could it be that she had already discerned Mr. K's identity? Maintaining her composure, Su Muyao walked over and selected the pink embroidered rose vine tutu, casually asking Su Qian, "Why do you prefer this one? I believe the champagne satin gown would be more gentle and suited to you." Su Qian remained silent, merely smiling. She certainly wouldn't divulge to Su Muyao that when she had visited Lu Kuan's room earlier, she had seen an oil painting depicting a figure clad in this very white gown. Meanwhile, Su Qian was enjoying the spectacle while selecting dresses alongside Zhong Yi and Yushi. Zhong Yi opted for the champagne satin gown. Yushi chose the sleek black strapless dress, and Su Qian took the deep blue crystal-embellished slip dress. Once each outfit was selected, a female crew member ushered them into the fitting rooms. The intricacies of the gowns made them challenging to wear alone, so Su Qian enlisted the help of the crew to assist her in changing. She took out a small handbag and selected matching jewelry to adorn herself. Finally, the crew member unveiled a concealed camera and handed Su Qian a card. Your father was the esteemed owner of the renowned shipping company, the White Knight Group. This illustrious ship, the Lolin, was designed and constructed by him. However, last year, your father met an untimely demise. The White Knight Group was seized by your uncle, and your fiancé departed from your life. Today, you have two objectives, by any means necessary. Reclaim what is rightfully yours, the White Knight Group, and ensure that the scoundrel who abandoned you pays the price.
Su Qian paused momentarily.
But I have another identity, she whispered softly to the crew member. I am... The crew member pursed their lips in amusement, replying, that is your concealed identity. Please do not reveal it.
Oh.
She responded. The crew member then handed her two more cards, each depicting faceless men. One wore a black, vintage three-piece suit, with the words uncle inscribed on the card. The other, dressed in a splendid brown formal attire, bore the label ex-fiancé. This was clear enough. It revealed to Su Qian the identities of her uncle and fiancé, thus clarifying her targets. The reverse side of the card detailed the scoring. Reclaim the White Knight Group, 50 points. Bring disgrace to the ex-fiancé, 50 points. Being deemed a suspect results in immediate disqualification and a score of 0. Successfully concealing one's identity while redirecting misfortune, 200 points. Becoming the ultimate victor will yield a mysterious grand prize and priority in the next round. Other players will receive rewards or penalties based on their scores and will select in order for the next round. After perusing the card, Su Qian nodded at the crew member. I understand. The crew member assisted her in placing the cards into her diamond handbag and, with both hands, gestured for her to open another door, wishing her enjoy your game. As Su Qian pushed open the door, she was met with a corridor leading to a grand banquet hall where the sounds of a symphony resonated. Opposite her, a door swung open, revealing a figure in a black three-piece suit with a dark blue tie expertly knotted in a Windsor knot, the diamond tie clip glistening luxuriously under the lights. Wasn't he this her uncle, as per the setting? Su Qian was momentarily taken aback, locking eyes with the man.
Lu Yan?
There stood Lu Yan, in that very suit. And he too appeared momentarily startled upon seeing her. To be fair, each time Su Qian encountered Lu Yan, she was invariably struck by his striking appearance. His tall stature and remarkably well-proportioned frame, broad shoulders and long legs, made him exceptionally suited to formal attire, especially this three-piece black suit. The fabric, whether satin or something more exquisite, exuded opulence, and the impeccable tailoring accentuated Lu Yan's physique, imparting an almost intoxicating allure. His hair was neatly styled, his features sharp and handsome, and his eyes were as deep as the night sea, possessing an intensity that could seemingly engulf anyone who dared to gaze into them. Su Qian swallowed hard, her mouth betraying her composure. Uncle? She pointed to Lu Yan's attire, initially intending to confirm his identity. However, upon uttering the words, they felt awry. As if, ha, why does Su Qian greet him as uncle upon meeting? Ha, what kind of play is this? Help, I'm dying of laughter. Little Lu's face turning red? Lu Yan's gaze flickered momentarily. He undoubtedly understood Su Qian's inquiry, but now, with her head held high, the strapless gown showcased her delicate, fair shoulders, and the diamond-studded sapphire necklace accentuated her porcelain skin. She looked at him with wide-eyed innocence, calling him uncle, clearing his throat. Lu Yan responded softly, yes, it is I. He gestured to the badge nestled within his suit pocket, indicating his identity. His gaze upon Su Qian was profound and fervent, and she quickly regained her composure, internally lamenting the predicament. Was she truly going to reclaim the White Knight Group from Lu Yan? Must her uncle embody the archetype of a domineering CEO? At that moment, Lu Yan lifted his arm, inviting her to link hers through his, shall we? Was it not entirely reasonable for a niece to link her arm with her uncle's? Su Qian, not one to refuse, entwined her arm with Lu Yan's, and together they made their way toward the banquet hall. This banquet hall epitomized lavishness, likely designed for hosting grand events for the elite aboard this ship. With soaring ceilings spanning at least 3 stories, magnificent crystal chandeliers, an arched glass dome, and opulent sculpted murals adorning the walls, it was a sight to behold.
Outside,
the night sea lay silent yet tumultuous, while the ship's searchlights occasionally pierced the darkness. In the corner, an orchestra of dozens, clad in formal attire, played renowned pieces, while a lavish buffet adorned the long tables, attended by elegantly dressed servers. Numerous staff members milled about the hall, and cameramen roamed with their equipment. How extravagant! How indulgent! What difference does my presence make in a world replete with wealth? This was her first encounter with such a lavish production, and she found herself in awe.
Su Qian.
You look stunning. As Su Qian and Lu Yan made their entrance, they drew the attention of many. To complement her gown, the crew had styled her hair anew. Her long, luscious locks were loosely pinned back, adorned with a sparkling sapphire hairpiece, with a few strands cascading down to reveal her elongated, fair neck and swan-like back. Even the cameraman could not help but steal glances her way, oblivious to her surroundings. Su Qian craned her neck to survey the banquet spread. What a feast! Red wine, steak, and even roasted chicken. It all looks so delectable. I must find a way to snatch a leg to devour later. Beside her, Lu Yan subtly shifted, blocking some of the gazes directed at her. At that moment, an unfriendly voice cut through the atmosphere. As Su Qian turned her head, she was met with the sight of Ji Yuhan, dressed in a deep blue striped suit, with Su Muyao trailing beside him, yet refraining from linking her arm with his. Or rather, Ji Yuhan had not afforded her the space to do so. His hands hung despondently at his sides, and when their eyes met, he crossed his arms over his chest, surveying her with a frosty and unwelcoming gaze. Moments prior, as Su Qian had taken the deep blue gown, Ji Yuhan had inexplicably snatched another blue outfit before anyone else could. This garment, though not in alignment with his usual style, appeared oddly complimentary next to Su Qian's dress. He had taken it, but upon eagerly receiving the identity card from the staff, he was disappointed to find that it did not feature the character Su Qian had chosen. He was a business partner of Mr. K, here to escort his sister in hopes of earning Mr. K's favor. And that sister was none other than Su Muyao. Not bothering to feign politeness upon recognizing them, Su Qian immediately mocked. Ah, who is this person? Sounds like a balloon losing air, pft, like flatulence.
Ha, am I?
Miss, your words are rather coarse, aren't they? How delightful, more insults, please. Ji Yuhan's expression soured further as he approached Su Qian, his gaze icy. What is the nature of your relationship, to be holding hands? His displeasure swept over Su Qian's hand, which was casually draped over Lu Yan's arm. He opened his mouth to speak, but was met with Lu Yan's frigid stare. His grandfather had just warned him that he must gain Lu Yan's forgiveness this weekend to avoid further antagonism towards the Ji family. Yet this woman, Su Qian, seemed to have an unending entanglement with Lu Yan. Ji Yuhan's face darkened, but words were lodged in his throat, and after a long pause, he managed to utter, "It must align with your identities aboard the ship."
Su Qian chuckled. Align.
How could it not? As she spoke, she playfully shook Lu Yan's arm and tilted her head onto his shoulder, as if to assert, "This is my uncle, so what? One gets familiar with time. Last time I felt a tad shy calling him uncle, but now I've mastered it." Meanwhile, Lu Yan beside her stiffened momentarily. Ji Yuhan's brow furrowed as he prepared to speak again, yet he was intercepted by Su Qian's scrutinizing gaze upon him and Su Muyao. "And you too? How is it that you can portray a couple while lacking any chemistry? Surely, your drawn identities aren't those of a couple?"
Su Muyao smiled.
Clearly caught off guard by Su Qian's accurate deduction, Su Qian burst into laughter. "Is it really not? What then? Don't tell me you're siblings? May all lovers become siblings in the end. Has heaven finally heeded my wish?" Chapter 121. It just feels like that duck is too greasy. Ha ha ha. The young lady has hit the nail on the head. The harm isn't great, but the insult is deeply felt. A prophetic blade indeed. Ha ha ha. It appears that when one is at a loss for words, they inexplicably burst into laughter. Once Su Qian finished laughing, she noticed Ji Yuhan's face, expressionless and rigid.
Ah?
You two haven't truly drawn the sibling card, have you? Su Qian exclaimed, shock evident as she looked back and forth between Ji Yuhan and Su Muyao. Beside them, Su Muyao cleared her throat and stepped forward, linking her arm with Ji Yuhan's, her face adorned with a bashful expression. "That's quite right. Ahan is now my brother." She glanced shyly at Ji Yuhan, adding, "Ahan is just easily embarrassed." Ji Yuhan remained cold and did not respond. Su Qian scrutinized him anew.
Ah?
Surely not. I recall that those with thick skin are usually not easily embarrassed. He doesn't flinch at cheating. So why feign shyness over pretending to be siblings? You, Ji Yuhan glared at Su Qian, about to retort, when his gaze collided with Lu Yan's, which was devoid of warmth yet scrutinizing, exuding a silent pressure. All of Ji Yuhan's words were swallowed back. He had not forgotten his grandfather's admonition regarding Lu Yan. Ji Yuhan, stifled and unable to articulate further, finally turned his gaze away in irritation, avoiding Lu Yan's piercing gaze. Su Muyao sensed the tension in the air. With Su Qian's barbs, she had no choice but to feign ignorance, smiling as she greeted Su Qian before leading Ji Yuhan away.
Su Qian, perplexed,
wondered why Ji Yuhan had suddenly fallen silent. Previously, when she had quipped at him, even if he could not retort, he would have at least shown some furious indignation. She relished witnessing Ji Yuhan's impotent rage. But now he seemed utterly mute. With a puzzled expression, Su Qian heard Lu Yan calmly state, "Perhaps he has simply become less talkative lately." Su Qian did not doubt this, but felt it was rather unfortunate. "That is truly regrettable." Lu Yan tilted his head. "Regrettable?" Su Qian replied, "Indeed, if he is not causing a scene, I miss out on so many entertaining shows." Upon hearing this, Lu Yan seemed to ponder. In the next moment, when Ji Yuhan turned, visibly irate, Lu Yan calmly averted his gaze, pretending not to see. Since Su Qian enjoyed the show, it would be best not to end it too quickly. Before long, the guests had all changed into their evening attire and gathered in the banquet hall. Upon witnessing the opulent decor, they were taken aback. Even seasoned variety show participants like Xiang Bai had never encountered such grandeur. Akin to a country bumpkin entering a grand mansion, craning their necks to take in the surroundings. Is all of this prepared for us? The standards are exceedingly high. Dressed in a light gray suit, he should have appeared composed and dignified. However, his inherent silliness clashed with the aura of the attire. Had it not been for Yusher's discreet introduction of Su Qian, she would not have recognized Xiang Bai as a government official. "Doesn't he resemble an insurance salesman?" Su Qian remarked. Yusher responded, "Right? I was just thinking the same. He looks like a salesperson in that suit." As the two exchanged whispers, Su Qian suddenly recalled something. "What about you, Sister Xiao Shi? What is your identity?" Yusher smiled mysteriously, mimicking a gun gesture. "I'm a police officer."
Su Qian gasped, so dashing.
Yusher chuckled, jesting, "So if you have any unsolved cases, do let me know. I'll cover for you."
Su Qian replied,
"How do you know I have a case?" Yusher likely did not realize the truth in her jest.
"Ha ha ha."
Su Qian's embarrassment mingled with polite amusement, nearly causing her to burst into laughter. Thankfully, Yusher was merely joking and did not notice the shift in Su Qian's expression.
Su Qian quickly composed herself, sighing, "Ah."
"Sir cannot turn a blind eye to favoritism." Yusher laughed, "Then I'm not that upright either." As they conversed, Su Qian's keen eyes caught sight of a familiar brown figure. A sumptuous brown gown, unmistakably the same as the one featured on her identity card, her fiancé. Su Qian swiftly turned her gaze, spotting Zheng Yingxuan. "Oh no, just when I was harassed by this duck king, now I must act as his fiancé. Heaven have mercy." Beside her, Yusher, puzzled, inquired, "What's wrong? You suddenly look devoid of light." Su Qian replied, "You must be mistaken." Following her gaze, Yusher asked, "Are you looking at Zheng Yingxuan?" Su Qian could not confess directly, so she pointed to a nearby table that held a whole roast duck, glistening enticingly.
"No.
It's just that duck. It's far too greasy." Zheng Yingxuan, clearly aware of their scrutiny, turned and beamed at them, waving cheerfully before making his way over. "Run," Su Qian urged, pulling Yusher along. Just a glance at Zheng Yingxuan, and she felt as though her eyes would be smothered in grease. Fortunately, in the next moment, the lights in the entire banquet hall dimmed. Zheng Yingxuan could no longer proceed this way, and Su Qian no longer needed to run. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to Mr.
Quelle soirée.
I hope the meticulously prepared dinner by Mr. K satisfies your palates." The voice of Captain C resonated once more. All the lights of the banquet hall converged upon the stage ahead, where a white grand piano stood, with musicians seated, playing a lyrical melody. "Now let us welcome Mr. K with a round of applause." The guests applauded enthusiastically, and Su Qian joined in. Mr. K? Hadn't she sent him away with a cup of coffee? Surely. She couldn't have poisoned the wrong person. With curiosity piqued, Su Qian craned her neck to glimpse the stage, eager to discern how this Mr. K had materialized. Then, she witnessed the lights extinguish entirely, and a mechanical contraption on stage began to move, slowly elevating a high-backed armchair. Seated upon it was a figure, illuminated by the faint light filtering in from the sea, sitting motionless, with crossed legs. Su Qian couldn't help but scoff. This Mr. K was quite the pretender.
Ha ha ha.
What a scene stealer. In the next instant, the spotlight on stage flared to life, revealing Lu Kuan in formal attire, rolling his eyes as he reclined in the chair, a dagger protruding from his chest. Chapter 122. A Romantic Fool, still lacking insight. Su Qian couldn't contain her laughter amidst the silence of the crowd. What is happening here? That dagger was clearly a prop, wobbling precariously on Lu Kuan-'s body, having just fallen, only for Lu Kuan to reinsert it himself. Su Qian simply couldn't hold it together. Standing not far away, Lu Yan stifled a laugh behind his knuckles, masking the upward curve of his lips.
Meanwhile,
Captain C's voice continued to dramatically narrate, Mr. K, what has transpired? Is there anyone among the guests who can elucidate the situation? Then, a voice chimed in over the broadcast. It appears a murder has occurred at the banquet. The fate of Mr. K is uncertain. I implore all guests to uncover the truth and identify the perpetrator of Mr. K's demise. Xiao Xing had appeared. It turned out this was the purpose of the segment. Su Qian looked up toward the source of the announcement. Well, since the captain has requested we check on Mr. K, let us proceed together, someone suggested. The guests readily agreed, all making their way toward the stage. Xu Su Xiao was notably the most eager among them. Clad in a pure white chiffon gown and crystal shoes, which made walking cumbersome, she dashed ahead of all the other guests, reaching Lu Kuan and shaking him with genuine concern. Mr. K, what has happened to you? The dagger fell from Lu Kuan's chest once more, and he had to pick it up again and reinsert it. Ahem, I am dead. Xu Su Xiao's delicate hands inadvertently brushed against his body,
causing Lu Kun to blush.
Nearby, Su Mu Yao observed the scene, fully aware of Xu Su Xiao's intentions. She feigned surprise, covering her mouth. Xiao, why are you so anxious? Do you know something we don't? Xu Su Xiao immediately retorted, how could that be? It's because I am Mr. K's fiancé. He had promised to announce our engagement tonight. A crafty glint sparkled in Xu Su Xiao's eyes. She knew the paintings in Lu Kuan's room were not mere decorations. Although Mr. K was now deceased, her engagement status would surely allow her to cultivate a connection with Lu Kuan. After all, it appeared that Lu Kuan was already intrigued by her. Meanwhile, Lu Kuan, feeling a thrill from Xu Su Xiao's touch, was about to speak when his gaze fell upon another figure in the crowd. Lu Yan stood there, arms crossed, maintaining a calm expression devoid of emotion. Lu Kuan abruptly pushed Xu Su Xiao away, exclaiming, I'm dead. Please refrain from touching a deceased NPC. Xu Su Xiao was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by Lu Kuan's rapid change in demeanor. However, Su Qian found the situation amusing and chimed in, haha, may we examine the body, Mr. K? Having met Lu Kuan once before, they were somewhat acquainted, and their previous interaction had been quite natural, so there was no need for excessive formality now. Lu Kuan glanced at Su Qian, and indeed, his brother stood just behind her, acting as a protective presence. Lu Kuan internally rolled his eyes. Alas, a romantic fool. Still lacking insight. Seeing Lu Kuan offer no objections, Su Qian stepped forward, decisively removing the dagger from his chest. It's inserted in the right side. You sure remarked, by conventional logic, that shouldn't be a fatal wound. The true culprit behind Mr. K's poisoning, of course, had to interject. Not necessarily. We cannot dismiss the possibility of excessive blood loss. Her reasoning was sound, and Yu sure nodded in agreement. As an NPC, Lu Kuan was unable to respond, while Bai Xiaojing, who had remained silent, bent down and retrieved an item beside Lu Kuan's seat. A fast-acting heart-saving capsule. Bai Xiaojing held up the box and read the inscription aloud. Mr. K has a history of heart disease. Then he opened the box. Empty. Who carries an empty medication box with them? There's only one possibility. Mr. K's box must have been switched. Cheng Xiao, a male college student accustomed to role-playing games, immediately deduced the scenario. Thus, when Mr. K experienced a heart attack, he had no means of self-rescue. This indicated that there were multiple potential causes for Mr. K's death. Su Qian immediately interjected, this certainly obscures her culpability. The medication box and dagger were both prominently displayed. Who could have known that Mr. K had consumed a cup of coffee? Even Su Qian herself could not be certain that Mr. K had perished from the coffee. At that moment, Captain C and a group of crew members arrived.
What?
Mr. K has been murdered. The captain played his role with fervor, pacing before Mr. K's body after examining it. All our crew members are exceedingly loyal. Thus, the murderer of Mr. K must be among today's guests. Su Qian raised her hand. It's also possible that many members of the production crew are aboard. The captain nearly faltered in his performance at her interruption, clearing his throat. He pretended not to hear Su Qian's comment and continued, whenever murder occurs, traces are inevitably left behind. Our ship will dock the day after tomorrow at dusk. You have 2 days to uncover the identity of Mr. K's killer. This was the NPC setting up the task. Everyone listened intently, but Su Qian, upon hearing 2 days, sighed in relief. Surely, tonight they would remain in the banquet hall. With so many delectable dishes, to forego them would be a waste. She had already set her sights on a small cake nearby. Stealthily, she reached out and snatched a piece, popping it into her mouth. The captain continued, "You will search for evidence aboard the ship and inform me of the murderer through a voting process, regardless of whether your deductions are accurate. Any identified suspects will face execution. However, if you fail to identify the true culprit, you must continue to present the next suspect until the real murderer is found." No one noticed Su Qian's act of thievery, except for Lu Kun on stage, who glared at her. His gaze clearly conveyed, "I'm dead, and you're still preoccupied with eating. Why don't you just choke on it?" Unfazed, Su Qian responded with a satisfied expression, "Delicious." Lu Kun could not help but swallow hard, casting a glance toward her that implored, "Could you spare me a piece to taste?" Su Qian shook her head, replying, "What is the point of eating when you're already dead?" The two exchanged glances, as if transmitting silent messages. Remarkably, Su Qian and Lu Kun shared an uncanny rapport, effortlessly deciphering each other's eyes. As Su Qian picked up another morsel of cake, gesturing to bring it to her mouth, Lu Yan's voice suddenly broken from the side. "What are you looking at?" Startled, Su Qian dropped the small cake onto the floor with a soft thud. Chapter 123, An Unfathomable Air of Jealous Husbandry. The captain continued to outline the procedure. "However, I possess little patience. Therefore, each of you will have only 3 opportunities to identify the suspect. Should all 3 attempts prove erroneous, your mission will be deemed a failure, and the suspect shall emerge victorious." Su Qian gazed regretfully at the fallen cake. How could it have dropped? Such a waste of food. Meanwhile, Lu Yan slightly tilted his head, directing his gaze toward Lu Kun on the stage. The look he cast was reminiscent of the cold, unfeeling stare he had once used in confrontation with their father, sending a chill down Lu Kun's spine, compelling him to sit up straight in his chair like a schoolboy caught in wrongdoing. Yet, he had done nothing amiss. Just moments ago, when Su Xiao had touched him, Lu Yan had not glared at him with such icy disdain. Unbeknownst to them, the captain stood up, announcing, "Every night at 10 o'clock, I will grant each of you a chance to report the suspect. Now, I encourage you all to explore the ship for evidence and uncover the truth." The captain departed with a throng of individuals, leaving only the servers and crew members behind in the banquet hall. Su Qian glanced at the time, 8 o'clock. They had only 2 hours remaining today. Others noted the time as well. 2 hours was rather brief for searching the entirety of the ship. Zhong Yi proposed, "Why don't we first look for clues in the banquet hall and around Mr. K's remains?" The other guests readily agreed. Su Qian snatched another small cake. The pastry chef aboard this vessel must be extraordinary. The cake was simply exquisite. Lu Kun's eyes brimmed with resentment. How could Su Qian be so inconsiderate? Not only did she indulge herself, but she also brazenly feasted before him, fully aware of his predicament as a corpse. To make matters worse, Lu Yan forbade him from seeing her. These two were utterly unreasonable. Beside them, Xiang Bai pondered aloud, "Since we all possess identities yet remain strangers to one another, how about we begin with self-introductions? Besides, no one has had dinner yet." His suggestion, born from experience, was deemed reasonable, and the guests quickly concurred. Thus, they settled around the lavishly adorned long table. As the servers poured drinks, Su Qian felt a gaze so intense it seemed tangible. Turning her head, she spotted Lu Kun still seated alone on the stage. She couldn't help but chuckle. "Mr. K, would you care to join us for a bite?" Lu Kun's eyes were filled with longing, nearly drooling at the prospect. Why should he, the brother of the deceased, remain seated on stage, starving while they feasted? Upon hearing Su Qian's invitation, he did not hesitate to respond, "All right, Then Su Qian suddenly realized, wait, you need to maintain the integrity of the scene, right? Lu Kun, this Su Qian is truly a heartless individual." Lu Yan cast him a sidelong glance and inquired, "Haven't you eaten?" Lu Kun replied, "I did eat. But what law states that once one is full, they cannot crave more?" At that moment, he was indeed ravenous, especially after having watched Su Qian devour the little cake. However, Lu Yan remained unmoved. "Let us adhere to the procedure." According to the procedure, Lu Kun was obliged to sit in his chair, watching them enjoy their meal. Tears of despair silently streamed down Lu Kun's face. Just then, as the others conversed, Su Xiao unexpectedly rose. She filled her plate with a generous portion of food and, with a gentle smile, approached Lu Kuan on stage, saying, "Mr. K cannot go hungry. Since we must maintain the scene, allow me to bring you a little something to eat." Lu Kuan was overwhelmed with gratitude. How could he not appreciate a woman who so tenderly catered to his needs? Regardless of her ulterior motives, she had genuinely made him feel cared for. Lu Kuan eagerly accepted the plate and began to eat, while Su Xiao smiled warmly beside him. At the dining table, Su Muyao interjected sarcastically, "Oh my, how considerate of Mr. K's fiancé." Su Xiao lowered her head demurely, feigning ignorance of Su Muyao's remark, and replied, "Not at all. Whether I am a fiancé or not, I cannot bear to see anyone go hungry." Su Muyao, however, was relentless. "Xiao Xiao is always so gentle. But do come back to eat. Such matters can be left to the servers. Why must you personally deliver it?" Su Xiao shot her a glare, then gently brushed her hair aside. "I simply didn't think. I'm not accustomed to commanding others." The exchange between the two was quite entertaining for Su Qian. Meanwhile, Lu Kuan was oblivious to their banter, wholly focused on the delightful food before him. The chef aboard was undeniably talented. The cuisine was exquisite. It was a pity, however, that Su Xiao hadn't brought in that cake, which looked utterly delicious. Su Qian had already devoured 3 pieces. The other guests began their introductions. It was already known that Su Xiao was Mr. K's fiancé. Lu Yan was the president of the shipping company, and Su Qian was his niece. Ji Yuhan was Mr. K's business partner, and they shared a close relationship with numerous business dealings. Su Muyao was Ji Yuhan's sister, accompanying him with the hope of fostering a connection between her and Mr. K for a potential union. Xiang Bai was a government official, and Yu Shi was a police officer. Information Su Qian had already gathered. Bai Xiujing was a renowned pianist invited to perform on the ship, while Cheng Xiao was Mr. K's subordinate, his right-hand man. Su Qian listened intently, but suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of Su Xiao on stage. There she was, sitting tenderly beside Lu Kuan. After he finished eating, she chuckled softly and gently wiped the sauce from the corner of his mouth. Su Qian was left speechless, her expression one of incredulity. Su Xiao was truly adept at bending and yielding. She appeared to be doting on Lu Kuan as if he were her own child. "What's the matter?" Lu Yan, noticing her discomfort, asked softly. Unable to resist, Su Qian stole another glance before averting her gaze. "Nothing, it's just that your family seems rather open-minded. Otherwise, they wouldn't allow Lu Kuan to engage in such antics in public." Lu Yan cast a dispassionate glance at Lu Kuan on stage, his expression indifferent. Yet he abruptly posed a question to Su Qian. "Are you particularly concerned about him?" Su Qian replied, "Huh?
What do you mean by that?"
Confused, she looked at Lu Yan, only to find him lowering his gaze, earnestly focusing on the steak on his plate. Su Qian felt a strange sensation wash over her, a hint of acidity mingling with a peculiar, inexplicable air of jealousy emanating from Lu Yan. Chapter 124. Aren't you both ex-husbands? At that moment, a voice broke through, speaking clumsily yet cheerfully in broken Chinese. "I, Bai Yi Group fiancé." The plasticity of the Mandarin could only belong to Zheng Yingxuan. Blushing, he wore a sincere yet naive smile, and under the scrutiny of everyone, he managed to stammer out, "Ms. Su Qian's."
Su Qian.
She noticed that when Zheng Yingxuan spoke, he looked at her with seriousness, yet his eyes seemed to convey an affectionate glimmer, accompanied by a gentle blink.
Su Qian's chatter.
Feeling a wave of oily discomfort. Was this Zheng Yingxuan never-ending? Beside Zheng Yingxuan, the usually reticent Zhong Yi cast a fleeting glance in his direction. Her gaze was remarkably serene, yet it seemed to penetrate the depths of his thoughts as if she had discerned his hidden intentions. What a dramatic turn of events. Could it be that Zhong Yi's official pairing has become Su Qian's fiancé? The production team is certainly stirring the pot. Surely, there won't be any unforeseen complications, right? I am utterly invested in the relationship between Yingxuan and Yi. Production team, please do not disrupt the official pairings. The comments section was abuzz with excitement, especially since Zheng Yingxuan and Zhong Yi had been tied together since the onset of the show, displaying undeniable sweetness and rapport. Some fans even directed their ire towards Su Qian, questioning her need to monopolize so many men. Is it truly necessary to encroach upon others' territories? Why must all these men be entangled with Su Qian? This must be a deliberate ploy by the production team, right? The constant mention of the young lady feels almost regal. However, before the criticisms could fully unfold, Su Qian raised her hand, clarifying, former fiancé, mind you, former. Then, under the watchful eyes of the other guests, Su Qian smiled and winked at Ji Yuhan, adding, that line is well known to Ji Yuhan. Isn't it? A former fiancé indicates there will never be a sequel, a complete cessation of relations. Yu sure could not suppress her laughter. Seated next to Zheng Yingxuan, Zhongmi cast a subtly mocking glance at him. She was well aware of the chaos surrounding Zheng Yingxuan's personal life, but they maintained merely a collegial relationship. Any gossip from colleagues was taken with a grain of salt. Unexpectedly, Zheng Yingxuan had set his sights on the eldest daughter of the Su family, only to find himself rebuffed. Yet, as a seasoned charmer, Zheng Yingxuan was adept at navigating such predicaments. At that moment, he feigned ignorance of Chinese, adopting a facade of innocent simplicity, glancing around and beaming at Su Qian's radiant smile, revealing a set of pearly whites. Conversely, it was Ji Yuhan who first cracked, glaring at Su Qian with gritted teeth. What does that have to do with me? Su Qian replied, aren't you both former fiancé brothers? It's the same. Then, with a playful tone, she corrected herself. No, wait, it's former fiancé brother. The laughter erupted around the table. Su Qian certainly did not spare him.
Yi Yuhan,
Exasperated by Su Qian's retorts, seemed momentarily speechless, but she had not forgotten about the wealthy Zheng Yingxuan beside her. Yet, didn't Zheng Yingxuan have another fiancé at present? After all, the Bei group no longer belonged to me. My father had just passed away, and Zheng Yingxuan had ended our engagement.
Su Qian stated.
Is the young lady you were engaged to not present? In an instant, all eyes turned to Zheng Yingxuan. Why, if he had a fiancé, was he only speaking of his relationship with Su Qian? There was something suspicious about Zheng Yingxuan. Just then, Zhong Yi calmly raised her hand and announced, it is I. I am Mr. K's adopted daughter. A brief silence enveloped the room. All eyes were now on Zheng Yingxuan, and the viewers online were equally puzzled. What? So Zheng Yingxuan's official pairing is still Zhongmi? Why, then, did he only mention Su Qian? How curious. Was this a deliberate attempt to incite conflict? A few individuals cast doubt on Zheng Yingxuan, but due to his carefully crafted persona of an oblivious simpleton, most assumed he simply did not comprehend his own card. Observing Zhong Yi's raised hand, he smiled innocently at her, leaving no room for suspicion. Su Qian had finally encountered a true opportunist, and no wonder he sought to cultivate a naive persona. Did he think Su Qian would suffer in silence? Su Qian smiled, not looking at Zheng Yingxuan, but turning to Zhong Yi. So, did Mr. Zheng board the ship thanks to Sister Zhong? Zhong Yi nodded. Indeed, I specifically brought him to formally meet Mr. K. Su Qian's smile was cunning. If he has already boarded the ship with you, why does he still cling to me, claiming I am his fiancé? Sister Zhong, you are the rightful heir to Mr. K's fortune. Do not let a scoundrel take advantage. Ultimately, her aim was to ruin her fiancé's reputation, right? What she said about Zheng Yingxuan was merely part of the task. As for who had misidentified whom, whether it was Zheng Yingxuan or her fiancé, she could not care less. After all, her approach to the game was to embrace defeat. Zhong Yi was momentarily taken aback by her words, then offered a faint smile, saying, yes, I will be more vigilant. Meanwhile, Zheng Yingxuan struggled to maintain his facade of ignorance. He was pretending not to understand Chinese, but he was not genuinely oblivious. Su Qian had just exposed him, revealing Zhong Yi's identity at that moment when he had intended to feign ignorance. Yet, Su Qian had denied him even that opportunity, branding him a scoundrel, while he continued to act as if he understood nothing, leaving him unable to counter her claims. He had no choice but to swallow this humiliation. Zheng Yingxuan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, while simultaneously reassessing Su Qian in his mind. This young lady appeared to be rather straightforward, yet her reactions were impressively swift. Moreover, his sincere displays of emotion did not seem to affect her. However, in the current power dynamics, the most influential families were none other than the Lu, Su, and Ji clans. Among these three affluent families, only Su Qian was their biological daughter. If Zheng Yingxuan truly sought to seize an opportunity, Su Qian was perhaps his best bet. He was too fond of taking shortcuts, with such a prominent young lady before him. It would be impossible for him to give up on her immediately. He aspired to marry into wealth, and pursuing a middle-aged sugar mama would undoubtedly ruin his reputation, leading to ridicule from the entire nation, even South Korea. Yet, Su Qian was different. Even if he could not directly align himself with her, gaining access to her circle of affluent friends would be immensely beneficial. Zheng Yingxuan's mind raced as he pretended not to react to Su Qian's previous comments. Even Su Qian was beginning to admire him. When it came to audacity, he far surpassed Ji Yuhan. It was no wonder he was so adept at courting wealthy women. He spoke with such ease. It was a pity, however, that despite his capabilities, he found himself unable to achieve his desires. Why did he not think clearly and instead choose this path? Chapter 125. A prenuptial property agreement? Just then, Zheng Yingxuan glanced up and flashed a bright smile at Su Qian. Oh, her eyes. Su Qian couldn't help but cover her face. At that moment, as her eyes were momentarily blinded, a sincere question came from beside her. Brother Yingxuan, why do you always smile at sister Su Qian? Zheng Yingxuan, caught off guard, continued to blink innocently, feigning ignorance. Su Qian, in that instant, wished her arms were long enough to reach across the expansive dining table and deliver a sharp slap to Zheng Yingxuan. Just as she sighed, a perfectly articulated sentence in Korean rang out from the table. He asked you why you always smile at Su Qian. It was Zheng Yi. She could actually speak Korean. Su Qian looked over in astonishment, observing Zheng Yi's calm demeanor as she regarded Zheng Yingxuan, her face adorned with a nonchalant smile. Zheng Yingxuan was momentarily taken aback. Yet, Zheng Yi merely gazed at him, seemingly awaiting his response. After a moment, Zheng Yingxuan managed to stammer, I simply did not understand what everyone was discussing, hence my smile. He spoke in Korean, and Zheng Yi promptly translated for him. Zheng Yi, you can speak Korean. The others at the table were equally astonished. Zheng Yi nodded, yes, I studied singing and dancing in South Korea for 2 years, so I can speak a bit. She was indeed telling the truth, including the fact that Zheng Yingxuan had once been her idol. After all, during her time in South Korea, it was nearly impossible not to admire the seniors in the company, especially those who were renowned across the entire Korean peninsula. However, that admiration faded after she signed with another agency. At first, Zheng Yi felt a twinge of sadness as she watched her long-admired idol, in a rather sycophantic manner, attempt to curry favor with an elderly and corpulent wealthy woman right before her eyes. However, she soon came to terms with the reality of idol worship. After all, what fandom is free from scandals? Consequently, when members of the entertainment industry brought up her past admiration for Zheng Yingxuan, she chose not to contest their remarks. When her agency arranged mutually beneficial engagements, she accepted them willingly and executed her duties diligently. Ultimately, without the lens of a fan's adoration, there was little reason for her to exert herself unnecessarily. Was there? Take, for instance, the present moment. Zheng Yingxuan seemed to have lost his mind. Or perhaps he had simply forgotten the reasons for his expulsion from South Korea. The formidable boss, Liu Yan, was right there, evidently harboring a fondness for Su Qian. Yet, Zheng Yingxuan acted as if he were blind to it, still entertaining dreams of ingratiating himself with Su Qian and marrying into wealth. Did he not realize how challenging it was to penetrate the upper echelons of society? With the plethora of unsavory tales surrounding him, they alone were sufficient to keep him at bay. To put it bluntly, should he succeed in entering high society, he would likely encounter 1 or 2 of the affluent women he had previously pursued at any given gala. How awkward would that be? Moreover, Zheng Yi had already noticed the displeased expression on little Lu's face. At that juncture, it was clear that her engagement partner paled in comparison to the big boss. Since the latter was evidently upset, she had no qualms about stepping on her partner's toes to gain the favor of the big boss. After all, better resources and treatment would surely follow. Furthermore, she harbored a modicum of fondness for Su Qian. In the afternoon, Su Qian had inexplicably approached her for a toast, likely due to Zheng Yingxuan's influence. Thus, for Zheng Yi, it was a trivial endeavor. No wonder you and Zheng Yingxuan communicate effortlessly. It turns out you speak Korean. Over there, the atmosphere was buoyant as Wang Xiangbai continued to praise her. Zheng Yi smiled and replied, indeed, my conversational skills are adequate. After all, we need to identify the perpetrator, and since Yingxuan is not particularly proficient in Chinese, such exchanges could hinder our progress. Thus, I shall translate for everyone. Zheng Yingxuan shot her a cold glance from the side. Did he expect her to mind her own business? If this person wished to engage with him, she ought to do so, without meddling in his affairs. Yet, Zheng Yi appeared oblivious, laughing and chatting with the other guests. This little interlude passed, and as dinner concluded, everyone rose and returned to the scene of the crime. Through their earlier discussions, it became apparent that all present had intricate connections with Mr. K, along with a web of entangled relationships filled with love and resentment. All of these could potentially relate to the murder case. Shall we begin by searching for the body? Someone suggested. Mr. K's remains should still bear some clues. Upon hearing this, Lu Kuan lay back in his chair like a dead fish, exuding an air of indifference, as if inviting everyone to inspect him. However, rummaging through Lu Kuan's person felt rather impolite. The group hesitated, especially given that he was the young master of the Lu family. Ultimately, Lu Yan stepped forward first, resembling a coroner conducting a body search as he thoroughly checked Lu Kuan's pockets. Lu Kuan obediently allowed the inspection, occasionally grumbling when Lu Yan inadvertently twisted his arm.
Hey.
Lu Yan, be gentle. In no time, Lu Yan unearthed a sapphire-encrusted dagger, a document, and an earring from Lu Kuan. The dagger was the one embedded in Lu Kuan's chest, its hilt intricately engraved with the initials BY, indicative of the Bei Group's emblem. Is this dagger from the Bei Group? Lu Yan shook his head. I have no recollection of this knife. The surrounding individuals turned their gaze towards Su Qian. She quickly waved her hands. I am not affiliated with the Bei Group. It has long since changed ownership. Without a moment's hesitation, she cast the blame onto Lu Yan, her transition smooth and effortless. Lu Yan regarded Su Qian with a sidelong glance. Su Qian narrowed her eyes, offering him a sweet and charming smile. My apologies, uncle. Regardless of whether the knife belongs to you, my task is to harm you. Lu Yan's lips moved slightly, yet he remained silent, diverting his gaze. However, his demeanor suggested an unspoken acceptance of Su Qian's words, as if whatever she claimed held truth. Ji Yuhan observed this exchange with a cold snort, promptly diverting the conversation. What about the earring? Whose is it? As everyone scanned the room, they discovered that only Su Xiao was missing one earring. Is this yours? Someone immediately inquired of Su Xiao. She touched her ear, her gaze toward Lu Kuan tinged with shyness, and nodded. Indeed. This is part of my task drawn today on the ship, to give Mr. Lu Kuan a personal belonging of mine. Su Xiao had deliberately removed her earring, presenting it to Lu Kuan while it still radiated her warmth, a rather intimate gesture. It's only natural that my fiancé possesses some of my belongings, isn't it? She spoke softly. However, Su Muyao interjected, but you wore that earring today, Su Xiao. When did you give it to Mr. K? Su Xiao recalled the near encounter she had with Lu Kuan in the room, her cheeks flushing as she casually replied, just before the banquet.
Oh.
No sooner had she finished her sentence than Su Qian picked up the document Lu Yan had found on Lu Kuan. A prenuptial agreement? Chapter 126. Ji Yuhan was hardly a paragon of virtue. Why would I provoke him? Su Qian flipped through the agreement. Being a prop for a variety show, the document was straightforward. In summary, it stated, after marriage, all personal assets and company shares of Mr. K would solely belong to him, and throughout their marriage, all income would exclusively be Mr. K's. Should a divorce occur, the female party would leave with not a single penny. However, the legal representative of Mr. K's company would be transferred to the female party. Su Qian burst into laughter. What does this agreement imply? That Mr. K gets the money while Mrs. Shu serves time? She remarked scornfully. What does it mean to be the legal representative? It essentially means she bears all legal consequences for the company. To put it simply, no matter the illegal activities Mr. K engages in, be it tax evasion or embezzlement, it would be his wife who ends up in prison, as she is the legal representative. Even before Su Qian's arrival in this world, such scenarios were not uncommon. For instance, a man might propose, claiming he would establish a company while naming the woman as the legal representative. The woman, blissfully unaware, would find herself imprisoned when he misappropriated company funds. Who would have thought Mr. K would engage in such practices? Upon reading the agreement, Su Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Her identity card had mentioned her current quarrel with Mr. K regarding financial matters, but she had not anticipated the magnitude of the issue. Nearby, Su Muyao couldn't help but mock her ruthlessly. Su Xiao, you truly are a kind-hearted girl, willing to sign such an agreement. Su Xiao shot her a glance before turning her focus back to Lu Kuan. Her words seemed directed at Mr. K. Yet the tenderness in her gaze was unmistakable as she added, I do not care for material possessions. I only value the man himself. At this, even Qing Xiao could not suppress a chuckle. Su Xiao, you needn't pine for him. He is already dead. Su Xiao, could these university students preoccupied with games keep their distance from me? Am I truly enamored with Mr. K? Isn't Lu Kuan-s? Yet, Lu Kuan remained oblivious to her bashful gaze. After all the evidence on his person had been thoroughly examined, he was finally free to depart. He swiftly stood from his chair, eager to grab a slice of cake. Indeed, it was delicious. Su Qian's earlier enthusiasm had not been feigned. Beside him, Su Xiao continued to counter Su Muyao. Yao Yao. Are you with Yuhan not for the person he is? She shot a challenging look. Both were cunning foxes, unwilling to yield in their playful banter. Su Muyao smiled charmingly, saying, "Oh dear, Ahan and I are undoubtedly true love. However, at present, we are merely in a sibling relationship, so don't misconstrue it, Xiao Xiao." The implication behind her words was clear. She was jesting purely for the sake of the game, unlike you, who entangles emotions into the mix. The two exchanged banter back and forth, while Su Qian flipped through the agreement and shook her head. No, Miss Xu has yet to sign the agreement. Only Mr. K's name is inscribed upon it. She then handed the document to the other players for inspection. The section for the female party bore only 2 strokes, suggesting that she had intended to sign but abruptly changed her mind. Thus, it was evident that Miss Xu was aware of the agreement's existence, yet chose not to endorse it. The group reached a consensus. Su Muyao teased again, "Xiao Xiao. Why didn't you sign this agreement? After all, talent is paramount for you." Su Xiao shot her a resentful glance and replied softly, "I've only just boarded today, and I'm not familiar with many circumstances. There might be underlying reasons. After all, I have only recently become Mr. K's fiancé." Beside them, Lu Kuan, munching on a small cake, leaned closer to Su Qian and whispered, "What are they bickering about?" Su Qian cast a disdainful glance at the cream smeared on Lu Kuan's lips. "Perhaps they're quarreling over you."
Ha! Lu Kun skokfed, incredulos.
"If they were vying for my attention, why wouldn't they come over and snatch me up? What's the point of arguing from afar? Besides, let's not kid ourselves. Su Muyao and Ji Yuhan are set to wed. I wouldn't dare associate myself with her." Lu Kuan wore a face of respectful distance. Su Qian was taken aback. "You actually have principles?" Lu Kuan snorted. "Ji Yuhan is hardly a paragon. Why would I provoke him?" Su Qian found herself in agreement, nodding along. Meanwhile, the other guests had stumbled upon additional items. Near the piano lay 2 promissory notes, which a renowned pianist had borrowed from Mr. K at exorbitant interest rates, verging on usury. "So, this is why you came aboard to perform for Mr. K?" Another guest inquired of Bai Xiujing. Dressed in a fitted black tailcoat, he exuded an aura of cool elegance, resembling a melancholic yet exceptionally gifted artist. He candidly acknowledged, "Indeed, my family member is ill, and only in Mr. K's private hospital can they receive the necessary treatment, which has led me to incur significant debt." This admission lent him a compelling motive for murder. However, Bai Xiujing continued, "But Mr. K assured me that if I performed for him today, all debts would be absolved." This meant he had no need to eliminate Mr. K, as playing a few piano pieces was undoubtedly less arduous than taking a life. The guests pondered this, not entirely dismissing his potential culpability. Thus, the fiancé, Mr. Liu, and the pianist all shared the capacity to harm Mr. K, as Xiangbai contemplated. Cheng Xiao, however, held a differing opinion, but we have only uncovered a portion of the evidence. Tonight, we must present a suspect to the captain. The absence of evidence for others does not negate their suspicion. The crowd nodded in agreement at this assertion. Yet, Su Muyao displayed a worried expression. "So, does that mean we are all suspects?" As there was currently no evidence against her, she believed herself exonerated. Moreover, she harbored intentions of eliminating Su Xiao today, regardless of her true nature as a killer. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuhan chuckled coolly, echoing, "Indeed, if that is the case, how can we find the murderer today? We must select from the existing suspects. This will enhance our chances. What if these individuals are innocent?" Cheng Xiao countered. Ji Yuhan appeared indifferent. "Then we have another 2 days. Isn't that a bit heartless? Though this is merely a game, we are all companions who boarded together." The perception of Ji Yuhan diminished further. He consistently maintained an air of superiority, and in this instance, he seemed unconcerned about offending those selected. The atmosphere fell into a hush. At that moment, Su Qian exclaimed, "I believe Ji Yuhan is correct. Anyone suspected of murder can be voted for." The crowd was momentarily taken aback. "Su Qian?" They then watched as she unearthed a document from a hidden corner. "Here is the evidence of Mr. K embezzling partner shares. Namely, your shares, Mr. G." Su Qian grinned as she brandished the document towards Ji Yuhan. "Shall we elucidate, suspect? Did you slay Mr. K for these shares?" Chapter 127. 2 in 3 years, 7 treasures in 1 birth. Upon seeing the document, the guests were momentarily stunned, and Ji Yuhan looked at Su Qian in astonishment. His identity card had mentioned that he had boarded this vessel with the intention of reclaiming the shares that Mr. K had usurped by any means necessary. How could such a document have fallen into the hull? Meeting Su Qian's triumphant gaze, Ji Yuhan felt an unsettling discomfort and stepped forward to seize the document.
Hey.
Brother Yuhan, you mustn't destroy evidence. Cheng Xiao interjected from the side. Doing so would only amplify your suspicion. Ji Yuhan's hand halted midair. When had this insolent boy claimed he would destroy evidence? Could he not simply take a look? With this boy's outcry, everyone now fixated on him, as if his actions were perilously dangerous. Now, even the act of merely wanting to examine the document had become untenable. Ji Yuhan had no choice but to retract his hand, addressing Su Qian. I merely wish to reclaim my rightful shares. If I were to kill Mr. K, I would never retrieve them. Su Qian shook her head, her reasoning sound. Not necessarily. If you and Mr. K failed to reach an agreement, and you acted in a fit of passion, that could be plausible. Ji Yuhan found himself at a loss for words. Su Qian rolled the share document and casually set it aside. So, can we not directly consider you a suspect? Ji Yuhan coldly pointed to the grand clock in the hall. There remains an hour until we submit our suspects. It is premature to draw conclusions now. Su Qian feigned realization. So you acknowledge it's too early? Didn't you just say we should select from among those with evidence? Truly, one does not feel the blade until it cuts into one's own flesh. Does one? Ji Yuhan knew. He struggled to articulate a counter, finally stammering. Stop wasting time here.
Su Qian appeared unconcerned.
The young lady is quite righteous, is she not? Indeed, the young lady herself has neither motive nor evidence for killing Mr. K, yet speaks on behalf of the other players. It makes Ji Yuhan seem rather lowly. The audience began to view Su Qian in a favorable light, unaware that she was, in fact, the murderer, emboldened by the absence of evidence. Su Qian and the other players continued their search for evidence throughout the banquet hall. They agreed to reconvene 15 minutes before submitting their suspects to consolidate their findings and reasoning. The banquet hall was expansive, with potential clues hiding in every corner, leading the guests to scatter in pursuit of their own leads. Su Qian was rummaging near the curtains in a corner when she noticed Su Muyao had approached her, feigning a search beside her. Su Qian sighed. Your presence is unnecessary here. Nonetheless, Su Muyao continued to sift through items while gently smiling at her. Xiaoqing, you've noticed. Haven to you? Su Xiao is quite an intriguing character. Su Qian responded with a puzzled expression. At that moment, Su Muyao had ceased her sugary address of Xiao, likely realizing that this area was devoid of cameras, thus emboldening her. Su Qian remained silent, leading Su Muyao to continue speaking. You weren't within the Su family before,
so you wouldn't know.
The so-called friends in high society are all mere fakes, merely seeking to exploit our resources and climb the social ladder. While Su Muyao's words were not entirely without merit, Su Qian still felt compelled to gently remind her, were it not for your mother placing you in the Su family, you might not even measure up to her. Indeed, when it came to appearance and emotional intelligence, Su Muyao fell short of Su Xiao. Even in terms of audacity and humility, Su Xiao exhibited a greater willingness to lower herself. Su Qian considered her perspective quite objective. A momentary stiffness crossed Su Muyao's face before she awkwardly smiled. Qian, you know this situation is beyond my control. I cannot dictate my mother's actions. Just speak plainly. There's no need to beat around the bush, Su Qian interjected. Are you here to persuade me to forgive your mother? If that's the case, my answer is a resounding no. The last remark, of course, was delivered with a hint of sarcasm. Su Muyao's expression turned even more awkward, but she quickly regained her composure and said, Qian, that is not my intention. I merely came to caution you about Su Xiao.
Su Qian inquired.
Why should I be wary of her? Su Muyao replied, if she truly manages to ascend the social ladder, she won't show mercy to anyone, least of all you. Did you not notice? Recently, she attempted to vie for Lu Yan's attention, and today, she's at it again. Stop right there. What do you mean by vying for Lu Yan?
Su Qian interjected.
With a light chuckle, Su Muyao glanced at her. Qian, you needn't conceal anything from me. I can see the nature of your relationship with Lu Yan. Su Qian was left utterly bewildered. What relationship do I have with Lu Yan? I'm not his mother. Even if I were, he's an adult now.
Su Muyao,
taken aback by Su Qian's sincerity, found herself momentarily speechless. Was there truly no difference between Su Qian's current demeanor and her previous obliviousness? The man was right in front of her, yet she failed to seize the opportunity. However, given their shared bloodline in the Su family, Su Qian likely had no need for such concerns. Suppressing her resentment, Su Muyao maintained a facade of concern. Qian, regardless of our differences, we are still sisters. I am genuinely worried about you, which is why I brought this matter to your attention. Whether Shu Suxiao clings to Lu Yan or Lu Kuan, it benefits neither of us. Su Qian grasped the underlying message, though she still couldn't comprehend how Shu Suxiao's associations impacted them. After all, did it not all boil down to the Lu family's wealth? It wasn't hers to contend with. If Su Muyao were to claim that Shu Suxiao had ensnared her elder brother or father, threatening to siphon half of the Su family shares, Su Qian would undoubtedly rush forward to slap Shu Suxiao and scold her, "You delusional fool. I haven't even spent that money yet. How could it possibly be yours?" Yet, since it was the Lu family at stake, Su Qian turned to Su Muyao and asked, "Are you suggesting I assist you in thwarting Shu Suxiao's advances on Lu Kuan?" Indeed, that was precisely Su Muyao's intention, though she feigned innocence. If that's how you interpret it, then you are not far off.
Su Qian smiled.
I truly fail to understand why you possess such a strong sense of entitlement over someone else's wealth.
Su Muyao paused, bewildered. What?
What does it matter to us who the Lu family's fortune is divided amongst?
With sincerity, Su Qian replied, gently patting Su Muyao's shoulder.
Your primary concern should be to hasten your marriage to Ji Yuhan. Conceiving 2 children within 3 years, that is the real priority. Chapter 128 could be aptly dubbed mother-in-law literature. Su Muyao's expression froze momentarily. Although she harbored a desire to marry Ji Yuhan, especially if it meant securing her status, with 2 children, Su Qian's peculiar phrasing left her feeling flustered. Her cheeks flushed, Su Muyao lowered her gaze, somewhat bashfully admitting, having 7 children in one go seems excessive. I would be content with just twins. This left Su Qian speechless. Why did every fictional world seem devoid of creativity? Why was Su Muyao only contesting the notion of having 7 children? Wasn't she, in fact, aspiring for 2 children in 3 years, or perhaps even 4? After a moment, Su Qian sincerely wished her luck. Su Muyao, blushing, chuckled for a while before realizing she had come to sow discord. Su Qian's disinterest in Lu Yan was a boon for her, yet she could not allow Shu Suxiao to ensnare Lu Kuan. However, Su Qian had already distanced herself, opting for a location directly across from a camera, diligently searching for evidence. She was indeed uninterested in continuing the conversation with Su Muyao. After all, one could never predict what outrageous statements the heroine of such tales might utter next. As the countdown to the accusation deadline dwindled to 15 minutes, the guests had unearthed additional clues. A yellowed photograph depicting 2 individuals standing side by side surfaced. The female figure bore a resemblance to Shu Suxiao, while the other face remained obscured. The back of the photograph bore the inscription, "I will never betray you." Presenting the photograph to the group, Shu Suxiao explained, "Indeed, I have a beloved, hence my reluctance to be set up with Mr. K. Thus, you 2 fall under suspicion," declared seasoned script player Qing Xiao, pointing to the words on the back of the photo. "Your assertion of unwavering loyalty implies premeditation, suggesting you had no intention of marrying Mr. K," Su Muyao retorted. "True. But Mr. K has already chosen his fiancée. I had no motive to kill him." Qing Xiao shook his head. "Yet, you were unaware of that. So your suspicion remains unresolved." Qing Xiao's reasoning was sound, and then came evidence concerning Lu Yan. The inspection report of the Lauren vessel revealed that during the construction of the ship by the Bay Group, there was a 20% reduction in the quality of materials, only to be discovered by the captain after the ship had made 5 voyages. However, when Mr. K sought to confront the Bay Group about this negligence, Lu Yan had already usurped control of the company, pinning the blame for the shoddy work on the former president, thus denying any compensation. Upon hearing this evidence, Su Qian couldn't help but exclaim, "So, my motive for wanting to kill Mr. Liu is even stronger. After all, Lu Yan has framed my father." Xiangbai chuckled. "Then it's simple. Tonight, just vote to eliminate Lu Yan and you'll avenge your father." Su Qian's face lit up with excitement. "Is that truly an option? Given that I have a side quest to reclaim my family's wealth, if Lu Yan dies, wouldn't I be the first in line for inheritance?" Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Lu Yan, her expression practically pleading, "May I have your permission to eliminate you?" Lu Yan remained silent. While not far off, Lu Kuan burst into laughter. "Absolutely. Vote him out, and let him join me as a corpse." Lu Yan turned his head, casting a quiet glance in his direction. Lu Kuan chuckled, "Haha, just kidding. Not funny." The next piece of evidence pertained to Zhong Yi. It disclosed that all of Mr. K's direct relatives had passed away, leaving only Zhongyi as his legally adopted daughter. Although Mr. K had never drafted a will, Zhongyi stood as the sole heir to his estate. In response, Zhongyi remarked, "Since I am the only heir, there is no need for me to compete for the inheritance. I even brought my boyfriend aboard to introduce him to Mr. K. Why would I hastily wish him dead?" Her explanation was entirely reasonable.
Consequently,
The group turned their attention to the final piece of evidence, a love letter from Mr. K's fiancé addressed to the boyfriend of Mr. K's daughter. "I never expected to see you on this ship. You once told me that if we were to meet again, you would kiss me without hesitation in that moment."
puffed.
Ha ha ha. Su Qian erupted into laughter. It wasn't that her sense of humor was particularly low, it was simply that Jing Yingshuan's character, who flitted between affluent women, mirrored his own persona far too closely. How ironic that the Duck King ended up with a role that suited him so well. Su Qianxiao's laughter was both uninhibited and carefree. Noticing that the other guests were observing her, she cleared her throat and explained, "I have simply never encountered such exhilarating mother-in-law literature. Pardon me, I should say, mother-in-law-themed literature. Harahav, miss, don't be so precise. What exactly is mother-in-law literature?" It indeed felt quite fitting. I chuckled, feeling a mixture of amusement and discomfort. The other guests joined in laughter, and even the typically aloof Zhongyi wore a smile, as if to ensure that Jing Yingshuan understood. Translating, Su Qian said that Mr. K's fiancée is your mother-in-law, yet you have received a love letter from her. Zhang Yingshuan responded, "No need for translation. Thank you." He can comprehend. However, he added, "But I have not kissed her." With his somewhat clumsy Chinese, he pointed at the letter. Su Qian was determined not to let him off easy. If Mr. K is dead, then isn't that the perfect opportunity to kiss her? Su Xiao, still striving to play the devoted wife of Mr. K, immediately retorted, "No way. My entire being, both body and heart, belongs to Mr. K." She was so engrossed in her character that she neglected her persona, wholeheartedly pledging loyalty to Lu Kuan, especially since he was supposed to meet her when they disembarked. The guests each harbored their own thoughts, and as time was running short, they began deliberating on whom to cast their votes for. "I feel that the most suspicious one must be Lu Yan," Su Muyao asserted. After all, he had the motive to kill Mr. K, and his dagger was found lodged in Mr. K's chest. She did not make this statement to genuinely eliminate Lu Yan, but because she had noticed that, upon mentioning Lu Yan's potential guilt, Su Qian's interest piqued. Thus, she proposed this idea to win Su Qian's favor, making her feel as though she were assisting her, while simultaneously sowing discord between Su Qian and Lu Yan, as she believed Su Qian would not oppose it. Eventually, Lu Yan's disappointment would accumulate, naturally leading to emotional detachment. As for the other players, since they were not voting, why would they defend Lu Yan? Su Muyao was confident in her strategy, hoping to attract some of Lu Yan's attention and garner his interest. Yet, to her astonishment, as soon as she finished speaking, Qing Xiao immediately countered. "I don't think so. That dagger is too conspicuous, and it was plunged into Mr. K's right chest. Even if Lu Yan himself did stab Mr. K, it wouldn't be a fatal wound." Su Muyao found herself at a loss for words, observing Qing Xiao's serious analysis devoid of personal sentiment. She thought to herself, could the male college students participating in this game not be so astute? How could there be such a blunt individual who, in the pursuit of victory, aids his romantic rival? Chapter 129. Did he just turn himself into a suspect? Qing Xiao was entirely focused on solving the mystery.
Please.
He was exceptionally skilled at this. Whether with his peers in the entertainment industry or classmates in school during games like Script Murder or Werewolf, he had been the MVP 8 out of 10 times. Especially in hardcore deduction scenarios, he reigned supreme. There had never been a puzzle he couldn't piece together. Sister Qian Xiao was watching from across the way. How could he not showcase his full prowess? He needed to impress her with his extraordinary intellect, demonstrating that he was a young and clever brother. Unlike those who lacked deductive reasoning, Qing Xiao was strutting like a peacock, entirely oblivious to Su Muyao's exasperated gaze. Meanwhile, Xiang Bai concurred, stating, "I believe Qing Zhao's analytical perspective is commendable. Although we have gathered much information about the guests, the most crucial aspect remains the information provided by the corpse. Identifying the fatal wound is key to uncovering the killer." With this in mind, Zhongyi pondered aloud. Heart medication? By Xiujing, who had remained mostly silent, contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. That's hard to say. Firstly, if Mr. K truly died from heart disease, would the act of stealing his heart medication be considered direct murder? Perhaps there are other causes of death we have yet to uncover. Su Qian, who had poisoned Mr. K's coffee, felt a sudden pang of anxiety. What if Bai Xiujing had hit the nail on the head? Mr. K's cause of death could very well be her coffee. Neither Lu Yan's dagger nor the individual who stole the heart medication had directly caused Mr. K's demise. Thus, they could not be deemed true suspects. As the genuine suspect,
Su Qian fell silent.
could these reality show participants be any more astute? She truly coveted those 200 points. Consequently, she swiftly shifted the focus, saying, Brother Xiujing is correct. However, could it be possible that the person who stole the medication induced Mr. K's health crisis? Bai Xiujing contemplated, that is indeed a possibility. Cheng Xiao chimed in immediately. Exactly. Just as Sister Qian Xiao suggested, perhaps someone who is very familiar with Mr. K stole the medication, subsequently causing his health to deteriorate. Thus, Mr. K's close associates and family members would all be potential suspects. Su Qian exhaled in relief, regarding Cheng Xiao with a gaze filled with affection. After all, young male college students were so easily led astray. Cheng Xiao, engrossed in his analysis, could never have imagined that his attempts to display his deductive prowess would render him a gullible fool in Su Qian's eyes. Nearby, Lu Kuan, the corpse, was feeling bored and had positioned himself beside them, munching on snacks while observing their lively deductions. Just then, Lu Yan, who had remained silent until now, suddenly reached out and grasped Lu Kuan's chubby chin.
Oh!
Lu Kuan, taken by surprise, let out a yelp as Lu Yan pinched him. Instantly, all eyes turned towards them. Lu Yan lifted Lu Kuan's head, exposing the red fingerprints painted on his neck during makeup. The crowd gasped. It was evident that Lu Kuan's chin had multiple layers, and his neck was too short, which is why no one had noticed the red marks while examining the body. Even Lu Kuan himself had forgotten, as the makeup artist had applied the prints earlier that afternoon, and he had been too tired to notice, having dozed off with his neck tilted back. How had Lu Yan discerned this? In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lu Yan compared the marks on Lu Kuan's neck and concluded, these are strangulation marks, male fingerprints. The other guests quickly analyzed, suffocation can indeed lead to an accelerated heartbeat, making Mr. K's heart attack seem quite plausible. Su Qian watched in disbelief as a plethora of disparate pieces of evidence were suddenly interconnected. Xiang Bai slammed the table, exclaiming, thus, the individual responsible for Mr. K's death is likely someone who knew him intimately, a male. They promptly began tallying suspects. The fiancé, the adopted daughter, and the subordinate. Only one was male, the subordinate. Who was Mr. K's subordinate? It seemed to be. Ultimately, all eyes converged upon Cheng Xiao. Cheng Xiao, puzzled, asked what? Had his rigorous analysis inadvertently turned him into a suspect? He quickly clarified, it wasn't me. I work for Mr. K. He pays my salary. I have no reason to kill him. However, the other guests, having already formed a solid logical chain, disregarded his explanations. It's possible that your motive hasn't been uncovered yet. Xiang Bai directly stated, after all, we all have some grievances with Mr. K, right? At this point, your evidence chain is the most plausible. Bai Xiujing concurred, indeed. Zhong Yi attempted to comfort him, saying, it is only the first day. Perhaps you don't even realize why you might have killed Mr. K. It could very well be you. Cheng Xiao, at a loss for words, ultimately turned to Su Qian for help. Sister Qian Xiao, look at them. Oh dear. Seeking Su Qian's assistance at this juncture was akin to a lamb walking into a tiger's den, considering that Su Qian herself was the one who had killed Mr. K. Gazing into his innocent and clear eyes, Su Qian let out a sigh, then smoothly pushed him into the fire pit. I believe Sister Zhongyi is right. You might not even realize that you are the one who killed Mr. K. Haha. Cheng Xiao, my dear. At such a tender age, Cheng Xiao was destined to endure the tribulations of love. You have no idea, your beloved Sister Qian is the real culprit. Ultimately, with overwhelming consensus, Cheng Xiao was labeled the suspect and handed over to the captain. After his execution, the captain regretfully announced, it seems we have mistakenly accused the wrong person. I trust you are all weary. The room numbers previously assigned by Mr. K remain valid. Please rest on the ship for the night. And I expect everyone to be present in the hall by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. This live broadcast concludes for today. I told you it wasn't me. It wasn't me. Cheng Xiao still lingered in the game, for this was his first experience. This hardcore gamer had been voted out in the very first round. The others comforted him with laughter. There's nothing we can do. The information we have is quite limited.
Su Qian fake net sympathy. Indeed.
We too are in the dark about the identity of the murderer, so don't be disheartened. The guests left the banquet hall, chatting and laughing, with Ji Yuhan and Su Muyao bringing up the rear, the latter linking her arm through Ji Yuhan's. "Han, your outfit today is truly stunning," Su Muyao said softly. Before Ji Yuhan could respond, his phone rang. He answered it with one hand. And scarcely had he uttered a greeting when his grandfather's furious voice erupted from the other end. "What were you doing during the broadcast today? Did I not instruct you clearly? Ji Yuhan, do you truly wish for Liu Yan to bring down the Ji family?" The volume was such that even Su Muyao, standing nearby, could hear it. Chapter 130. Is it not enough that you are Su Qian's former fiancé?
Ji Yuhan's brow furrowed instantly.
Pulling the phone away from his ear, his gaze swept across the banquet hall. Fortunately, the other staff and guests were gradually departing, leaving only Su Muyao beside him. Looking perfectly at ease, seemingly unaware of the turmoil on the phone, he stepped away a bit, lowering his voice. "Grandfather? I have yet to return to my room. You see." Yet on the other end, Ji Lao paid no heed to his words. "I watched your entire broadcast today. Tell me, what is your attitude towards Liu Yan? Is this the demeanor I instructed you to portray?" Ji Yuhan's expression tightened, and his tone turned terse. "The entire nation is watching." "Grandfather, I have always maintained this stance in front of the screen. If I suddenly changed my attitude, it would instead."
Ji Lao sợ cop côn ly.
"The entire nation? What does it matter? A bunch of commoners. Do you really need to concern yourself with their opinions?" The Ji family had long been accustomed to their superiority. Neither Ji Yuhan nor his grandfather found anything amiss in such statements. To them, ordinary citizens were akin to NPCs, never worthy of their consideration. "Since I am in the entertainment industry, my public image must still be preserved," Ji Yuhan explained with a cold face. "Should I sacrifice my reputation to curry favor with Liu Yan? For the sake of the company, what is your reputation worth?"
Ji Lao thun đời.
"Do you not realize that Liu Yan is a madman?" Then, Ji Lao relentlessly recounted all of Liu Yan's recent actions to Ji Yuhan. He has forcibly acquired 2 parcels of land in the south of the city at exorbitant prices, halting major construction work for the latter half of the year. Not to mention our new energy vehicles, which were already technologically immature. Liu Yan initiated a price war on the very day of our press conference. Do you think this is child's play, with investments in the hundreds of millions? Ji Yuhan's expression grew increasingly grim as he listened. Is it all because of a mere gamer? I cannot believe it. Liu Yan must have been plotting this for a long time. Ji Yuhan's voice turned icy. "Do you think an apology would suffice?" Ji Lao's tone became even colder. "Plotting for a long time? Do you realize how easy it is for him to deal with us in this regard? Just a flick of his finger." Ji Yuhan furrowed his brows. How could that be? Ji Lao was silent for a long while, finally stating in a very serious tone. "Han. The Liu family is no longer the Liu family of the past, nor is the Ji family the Ji family of yore." When he hung up the phone, Ji Yuhan felt somewhat disoriented. Ji Lao was not mistaken. The current Ji family, with its evolving industries, was no longer the unassailable leader it had been a decade or 2 ago. In those days, neither the Su family nor the Liu family had any capability to contend. However, in the past 2 years, the Liu family had seized the high-tech sector, and no matter how deep the Ji family's roots, they might not be able to compete with the Liu family. Ji Yuhan held his phone, the echo of Ji Lao's words still resonating in his mind. As a celebrity, your image is indeed paramount. But for a businessman, the least important thing is face. Profit. Only by safeguarding your own interests can you speak of face.
Han.
At that moment, Su Muyao's voice came from beside him, prompting Ji Yuhan to turn and see her gazing at him with concern. Han, what is wrong? Who called you?
Su Muyao inquired.
She always offered him gentle comfort in such moments. Ji Yuhan reached out, slowly yet firmly enveloping Su Muyao in his embrace. "It's nothing," he replied.
Do not worry about me.
How could it be nothing? Su Muyao had heard everything Ji Lao had said and was merely pretending to be oblivious. Still maintaining her innocent demeanor, she leaned against Ji Yuhan, coaxing him. "As long as it's nothing serious. I thought your expression earlier was quite alarming. I feared something had happened to grandfather." Ji Yuhan stated, "It hasn't." However, upon Su Muyao mentioning it, he was reminded that she was not just Su Muyao. Behind her stood her 3 brothers from the Su family. What if they had given Su Qian some shares? After all these years, Su Muyao was still their most cherished girl. With this thought, Ji Yuhan tightened his embrace around Su Muyao. Indeed, he was not merely a member of the Ji family. As long as Su Muyao was by his side, he had the full support of the Su family, enough to contend with Liu Yan. The guest rooms were located on the 5th floor of the cruise ship, lined up in a row, each a sea view suite. Meanwhile, the staff resided on the 4th and 3rd floors. After 2.5 days of filming, it felt as though the entire production team was on a vacation. Each room had its own outdoor balcony, and after selecting their accommodations, everyone settled in, some taking their luggage, others admiring the view, all relishing the rare time aboard the ship. Su Qian also stepped out onto the balcony to feel the sea breeze. The nighttime ocean was tumultuous and dark, appearing somewhat daunting when viewed from the ship. After enjoying the wind for a while, she returned to wash up and retire for the night, unaware that the door to the adjacent room was currently being knocked upon, where two men stood in confrontation. The door was opened by Liu Yan, who had just finished showering, his damp hair still dripping. Clad in a bathrobe, he had fastened it tightly at the collar, one hand holding a towel as he leisurely dried his hair. "What's the matter?" He regarded Ji Yuhan, whose expression was far from pleasant, with an unperturbed demeanor. Ji Yuhan's face was cold. After a long moment, he managed to ease his tone slightly, saying, "Liu Yan, time was tight earlier, and I didn't get the chance to clarify. Allow me to explain again today. That esports player was not someone I specifically arranged for the Lu Kuan team." Liu Yan responded with a nonchalant "oh" and asked, "I sent Lu Kuan on the ship. You could simply go find him." Then, seeming entirely disinterested, Liu Yan began to close the door. Ji Yuhan immediately reached out, pressing his hand against the door. "Then why do you still target the Ji family?"
Ji Yuhan inquired.
"We have always maintained a policy of non-interference with the Liu family, and we have even collaborated over the years. Liu Yan, you cannot allow such a trivial matter to." Yet Liu Yan laughed. "I target the Ji family?" Ji Yuhan pressed. "Isn't that the case?" Liu Yan nodded. "In a straightforward commercial competition, you too can employ your own tactics."
"You."
Ji Yuhan never expected that Liu Yan would be so impervious to both soft and hard approaches. Meanwhile, Liu Yan continued to leisurely dry his hair, his movements unwavering. "As for the matter concerning you, if you perceive it as a personal attack." Ji Yuhan fixed his gaze upon him. Liu Yan stated matter-of-factly, "Isn't it sufficient that you are Su Qian's former fiancé?" The implication was clear. A former fiancé? What did that even mean? After years of collaboration between the Su and Ji families, could Su Qian's reluctance simply negate everything? Her marriage was not solely her decision. Ji Yuhan's expression darkened further, and as the topic of Su Qian arose, his demeanor grew icy. "Have you developed feelings for her?" Liu Yan did not deny it, however. His dismissive attitude suggested that he regarded Ji Yuhan as unworthy of a response. Ji Yuhan, now laced with sarcasm, retorted, "Su Qian does not harbor feelings for you. Have you witnessed how Su Qian behaves when she likes someone?" Liu Yan had not, but Ji Yuhan had. Su Qian would attentively follow him, inquiring about his preferences, meticulously seeking to please him, never retreating even in the face of his cold demeanor. Reflecting on those past moments, Ji Yuhan couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. "You would do well to abandon such thoughts. You probably have heard how she pursued me in the past. No matter how you try to ingratiate yourself with her now, what difference does it make?" Just then, a sudden and ferocious punch landed squarely on his abdomen. Ji Yuhan nearly regurgitated the dinner he had consumed earlier. He doubled over, clutching his stomach and groaning softly. When he looked up again, Liu Yan appeared unfazed and bent down to retrieve the towel he had accidentally dropped when striking Ji Yuhan. "I am aware," Liu Yan remarked, dusting off the towel with a nonchalant tone.
"But she does not detest me as she does you."
"Do you truly comprehend the reasons behind my actions against you?" Ji Yuhan straightened up, still holding his abdomen, and sneered, "Isn't it merely to win her favor?" "Liu Yan, look at how much you resemble a dog." Yet Liu Yan shook his head. "You are her former fiancé, someone who has caused her profound hurt. Hence, she despises you." Liu Yan stated this, as if it were an undeniable truth. Is there a problem with eliminating someone she detests? What does her feelings towards me have to do with it? Ji Yuhan's face flushed with anger. "Do you believe you can bring about my demise? The Ji family's century-old legacy cannot be toppled by a mere illegitimate child." Liu Yan nodded. "We shall see." This time, Liu Yan turned to leave again, but Ji Yuhan, unable to contain his fury, swung a punch at his retreating figure. Remarkably, Liu Yan seemed to possess eyes at the back of his head. He swiftly turned, seized Ji Yuhan's wrist, and effortlessly brought him crashing to the ground. The thick carpet cushioned the fall, resulting in a mere muffled thud, yet the humiliation was palpable. "I heard you intend to return to the Ji family to confront me personally," Liu Yan said, towering over him. "Then demonstrate some skill, Ji Yuhan. Do not perish too easily." The seclusion offered by the cruise ship was impeccable, aside from the two of them. No one was privy to the argument that had unfolded in the corridor the previous night. Only Ji Yuhan, in the dead of night, had sent a lengthy message to his grandfather. He informed his grandfather that merely bowing his head would yield no results, and that Liu Yan was not as formidable as he seemed. Once this week's filming concluded, he would return to the Ji family to take charge and confront Liu Yan. After all, he had previously worked at the Ji family business. It was merely these past 2 years, spent accompanying Su Muyao, that had led him to dabble in the entertainment industry. However, the following morning, he received a scolding phone call from his grandfather. This time, Ji Yuhan did not passively endure the reprimand. He simply stated, "I have made my decision," and hung up the phone. Consequently, the next morning, the guests aboard the ship sensed a palpable tension in the air. The weather was splendid, with the sunrise over the sea breathtakingly magnificent, the orange sun filtering through the floor-to-ceiling windows and glass dome, illuminating the banquet hall in a dreamlike glow. The crew had prepared an extravagant buffet for them. Su Qian and Yushir sat by the window enjoying their meal when, shortly thereafter, Zhongyi approached with a plate in hand. "It truly feels like a vacation," Yushir remarked with a smile. "Is the entertainment industry this delightful? If so, I would love to join in and partake in more of such variety shows." Zhongyi chuckled. "Only the spark of hearts is like this. I suspect this is the first time Xiangbai has participated in such a show." Before filming commenced, Su Qian leaned closer to Zhongyi, whispering in a voice only the three of them could hear, "How long are you bound to Jingxuan?" Zhongyi replied calmly, "After the show concludes, we'll be bound for an additional 2 months." Her tone carried the resigned air of a worker facing a bleak fate. "How unfortunate," Su Qian commented. "You sure?" Still unaware of the preceding events, asked, "Why? Is it because Zheng Yingxuan doesn't speak Chinese?" Su Qian replied, "No, it's not frightening that he doesn't speak Chinese. What's alarming is that he does speak it, yet pretends not to." "You sure?" exclaimed what? She looked at Su Qian, then at Zhongyi, before exclaiming, "His marketing strategy is incredibly selfish." Zhongyi did not refute this but comforted herself. "It's just work. Earning money from this job is quite challenging. Where can one find work without hardship?" Any worker would be moved to tears by such sentiments. While the four of them were engrossed in conversation, Zheng Yingxuan unexpectedly approached with a meal tray and sat down at their table. In a 4-person setting, he showed no hesitation, seating himself beside Zhongyi and directly across from Su Qian. "Qian, good morning," he greeted, his smile bright and eyes crinkling, barely acknowledging Zhongyi beside him. Zhongyi continued to eat her meal with an air of naturalness, while Yushir sat silently, her eyes wide with astonishment. Su Qian shot her a look that said,
"See?
I told you, he's a greasy duck king. Why are you sitting with us girls?" Su Qian inquired between bites. "You don't intend to bond with us as sisters, do you?" Had she posed this question to Ji Yuhan, his face would have turned an alarming shade of blue. Yet this duck king, who flitted between wealthy women, had a skin thickness that rivaled city walls. He appeared unfazed, gazing at Su Qian with a mixture of shyness and tender affection. "No, I merely wanted to see you here." Without the cameras, he dropped the facade, speaking fluent Chinese. "I just wanted to apologize, Qian. Yesterday, I let my emotions get the better of me and spoke some heartfelt truths, which, while sincere, may have offended you." Yushir beside her looked as if she might be sick. No wonder Su Qian had that expression earlier. If it were her, she would have found it intolerable. Yet, to Yushir's surprise, Su Qian remained composed, even offering Zheng Yingxuan a faint smile. "Not at all," she replied. "I wouldn't consider it offensive. You wouldn't either, would you?" Zheng Yingxuan paused, then revealed a look of sheer delight. "Yes, I." In that moment, Su Qian extended her hand toward him. Under his watchful gaze, the distance between her thumb and index finger gradually closed, mimicking a slow-motion pinching gesture, an expression universally recognized in South Korea, signifying "you're quite short." Su Qian smiled and asked, "Isn't this what we would call an offense?" "Please don't be upset, it was merely a jest." Su Qian wore a playful expression that suggested Zheng Yingxuan should not take things too seriously, further infuriating him. After a considerable pause, Zheng Yingxuan managed to maintain a strained smile and said to Su Qian, "Qian, you'll know if you try it." "Try what?" "The size?" Yushir was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that Zheng Yingxuan was making a suggestive remark towards Su Qian. "You shouldn't be saying such things," she interjected, knitting her brows. "We are all here to record a show together. Let us refrain from inappropriate jokes." However, Zheng Yingxuan paid no heed to her admonition.
To him. What was Zhongyi?
Merely a junior from the South Korean company, lacking any social acumen. Had she remained in South Korea, she would have met a dismal fate. Even now that they were both in China and their statuses were somewhat comparable, it mattered little. Zheng Yingxuan would always look down on her.
Zhongyi fronet.
Yet before she could speak, Su Qian burst into laughter. She waved her hand, saying no need for that, right? I'm not particularly fond of using embroidery needles. Zheng Yingxuan's expression stiffened. Yet Su Qian continued, especially those needles that have been used many times. She wore a serious countenance. I have a cleanliness obsession. It's not just about size. I also dislike dirt. You sure couldn't help but laugh aloud, her humor always being rather accessible.
Su Qian maintinet had earnest demeanor.
What are you laughing at? It's the truth. What is most important in a man? Cleanliness. Those who have been passed around. Who knows how many double beds they've wandered through, and now they still wish to find an honest person to settle down with. She shook her head. I am certainly not an honest person. This time, Zheng Yingxuan, publicly embarrassed, found it increasingly difficult to hold onto a smile. Did Su Qian truly know his past? Not only did she know, but she had brazenly spoken of it. If Su Qian were privy to his internal musings, she would undoubtedly offer him some words of comfort. No way. Why would I bother investigating you? It's written all over your face that you're a gigolo, and even your smile carries a whiff of that. She teased, I'm not lying. However, Zheng Yingxuan dared not inquire further. It was Zhongyi who, with a smirk, remarked, Su Qian isn't talking about you. She's merely expressing her sentiments. Su Qian quickly chimed in, exactly. Just some casual chatter. Brother Yingxuan wouldn't think I'm referring to you, would you? You wouldn't be one of those used-up men I'm talking about, would you? As she spoke, she feigned surprise, covering her mouth. Heaven forbid. You're not young anymore. If you're still unclean, what good woman would want you? You might as well be looking for a backup. Zheng Yingxuan's smile had grown increasingly grim, and ultimately, he had no choice but to pick up a plate and depart, saying, I'll go grab some fruit. You all enjoy. Su Qian waved him off, bye. Of course, Zheng Yingxuan's fruit fetching was merely an excuse. Yu Shi turned around to see him nonchalantly taking a couple of pieces of fruit and slinking away to a corner to eat. Ha ha, Qian. You are simply too witty. Yu Shi finally burst into laughter. I found it so enjoyable to listen to.
Zonkisation Suvin.
Be careful with him during the shoot. He harbors a particularly small heart. Su Qian made a pinching gesture. Smaller than this? Zhongyi chuckled softly, pretty much. Following breakfast, the filming commenced. The formal attire from the previous day was no longer suitable. With the banquet concluded, everyone changed into their own clothes. Yet their identities from the night prior remained unchanged. Lu Kuan and Sheng Xiao were also present. Although they had perished, they still participated in the filming, appearing quite leisurely compared to the other guests. I told you I'm not a killer, right?
Sigh.
Sheng Xiao lamented about being voted off yesterday, speaking to Su Qian. Sister Qian, I could have definitely helped you in. His naive, clear eyes showed no suspicion towards Su Qian's true identity. Su Qian felt a surge of affection for him. No worries, I will fulfill your wish and win, she reassured him. Yet Sheng Xiao remained dejected. But you are going at it alone. I'm not at ease. Su Qian thought to herself, if only he knew who she really was, he would be comforted. She couldn't voice that, so she merely patted Sheng Xiao's head, saying, Do not fret. I am quite capable. Nevertheless, Sheng Xiao still wore a glum expression. Akin to a drenched dog, sulking and muttering, I'm really good at this game. Su Qian covered her face, thinking, that's why you had to be voted off. Sheng Xiao never considered the possibility that she could be the killer. Viewers who had tuned in early to watch the live stream were in stitches. Ha ha ha, Sheng Xiao. Look at your pitiful state. Love-struck idiot. How could you be so lovesick at such a young age? Report Sheng Xiao for maliciously sending himself to his demise. Haha. I'm so eager to see the expression on Sheng Xiao's face when he discovers the young lady is the killer. Haha. The comments section buzzed with excitement. Meanwhile, Captain Mr. C once again made his entrance, addressing everyone. How did you all rest last night aboard the ship? Today marks the second day of your cruise. Please remember your mission. Before we return, you must uncover the true murderer of Mr. K. He then gestured towards a corridor, announcing, Last night, we gathered some personal items for you all, which may jog your memories of significant events.
Now,
please follow me in order to retrieve your belongings from the last room at the end of the corridor. This was an opportunity for evidence gathering. providing each participant with character information, enlightening them on what their roles had previously done or any grievances they held. The first was Su Qian. Her character was already rather marginal, and her murderous intent was merely a facade. Upon entering the room, she jokingly addressed the staff inside. "What personal items do I have?" "It wouldn't be murder tools again, would it?" To her surprise, the staff did not share in her humor. Two of them exchanged astonished glances. "How did you know?" one asked. Su Qian replied, "How could I know? I was just joking, for goodness sake." Chapter 133. It's decided, it's you. Su Qian was left speechless. Another murder? She pointed at herself, incredulous. "You want me to kill again?" Ha ha ha. The young lady had certainly not anticipated being brought aboard the ship to act as a lawless brute. Ha ha ha, young lady. While others engaged in detective drama, only the young lady found herself in a murder mystery. Under Su Qian's intense gaze, the staff chuckled nervously, yet they still pushed a box toward her, stating, "Indeed. After all, you are."
Su Qian protested.
"It can't be just because I stumbled upon you all while looking for the restroom that I must kill one by one." The staff, grinning, opened the box for her, saying, "Isn't this thrilling, madam?" Inside lay a familiar dagger, the very one that had been plunged into Mr. K's chest the previous night. Beside it was a card. This dagger belongs to the president of the White Knight Group, engraved with its emblem. It was lost last night and later found on Mr. K's corpse, bearing the fingerprints of 3 individuals. To stab a player with it will result in their immediate demise, rendering them unable to provide any information they possess. "They want me to use this knife for murder?"
Su Qian exclaimed, aghast.
"You've played a brilliant game of framing. Using it for murder would undoubtedly implicate Lu Yan. How unfair would that be, haha. Young lady, perhaps you should tone down your excitement." It seemed that the mere thought of framing Lu Yan brought her more joy. Indeed, with no man in her heart, she was free to wield her sword. The staff, observing Su Qian's enthusiastic demeanor, found themselves at a loss for words, yet could only nod in agreement. "You are not mistaken, madam." With glee, Su Qian tucked the dagger into her pocket, asking, "Is there anything else?" The staff shook their heads. Su Qian exited with exhilaration. "What do you think? What else next?" As the first to emerge after retrieving her personal belongings, Su Qian was immediately surrounded by the other guests, eager for inquiries. With a mysterious smile, she replied, "It's a secret." Her enigmatic gaze flitted across the faces of those before her and then lingered on Lu Yan, who stood nearby. A wicked thought crossed her mind. How delightful it would be to wield the power of life and death over others. Meanwhile, Lu Yan felt an inexplicable chill creep down his spine. Given the nature of his relationship with Su Qian, it was likely that the items she had obtained were closely linked to him, considering he was the adversary who had forcibly seized her family's fortune. Lu Yan found himself in a predicament. Regardless of who it was, he could not show leniency towards his niece's identity. Yet it was Su Qian. He knew he ought not to go easy during the game, but each encounter with her stirred within him an irresistible urge to offer himself up willingly for slaughter. Their brief exchange of glances was soon followed by Lu Yan's averted gaze. One by one, the other guests entered the room to collect their personal items. Due to the captain's stipulations, the items and information they received were to remain confidential. Before long, as the last guest exited, the evidence search for the following day commenced. The 3rd to 5th floors were designated as the bedrooms for the guests and the production team, thus lying beyond the narrative's realm. Consequently, only the 1st and 2nd floors, along with the 6th floor where Lu Kun resided, were available for investigation. Despite the limited search area, the cruise ship was vast, offering numerous locations to explore. The guests were compelled to form small groups to scour different sections. With one guest, Cheng Xiao, having been eliminated yesterday, 10 guests remained. Pairing off perfectly. "Shall we team up?" Lu Yan's slightly husky voice reached Su Qian from behind. Turning around, she found Lu Yan slightly bowed. His calm, yet profound gaze reminiscent of the tumultuous depths of the sea outside. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Yan wished to avoid a repeat of the previous day's events, where he could only helplessly watch as Su Qian was taken away by others, donning another's coat. This sensation was one he never wished to experience again. However, Su Qian remained oblivious, and upon seeing Lu Yan, she was reminded of the sapphire dagger hidden in her pocket. She still intended to commit murder and frame Lu Yan. Partnering with him was far from ideal. After all, the easiest target for her would be her own teammate. It was hardly plausible to use Lu Yan's knife against him and then implicate him in the act. Who would believe that Lu Yan had taken his own life? Su Qian hesitated momentarily, glancing swiftly at the other 10 players, contemplating who would be the most vulnerable. Yet this was a romance variety show, with 5 men and 5 women naturally pairing off. Xiang Bai swiftly sought out Yu Shi, while Zhong Yi tacitly aligned with Zheng Yingxuan. Su Muyao was busy engaging in a cozy conversation with Ji Yuhan, leaving only Bai Xiujing, who, upon meeting Su Qian's gaze, looked at her with a questioning expression. Su Qian felt that Bai Xiujing did not appear to be an easy target. Their brief exchange of glances did not reveal Lu Yan's watchful eyes nearby. A moment of surprise and subsequent confusion flickered across his face. Raising his gaze to follow Su Qian's line of sight, he became acutely aware of Bai Xiujing, his expression sharpening with an unmasked scrutiny that was chilling. Did it seem that Su Qian held a particular fondness for him? The instant he had extended an invitation, she had readily boarded the ship with Bai Xiujing, and now, his inquiry towards her had led her to look towards him first. Bai Xiujing, seemingly oblivious to Lu Yan's intense scrutiny, regarded Su Qian with a gentle smile that radiated warmth. Lu Yan's fingers twitched, and the veins on the back of his hand subtly protruded. Bai Xiujing, maintaining his calm demeanor, asked, "Shall we team up, Qian?" Before the second Qian could escape his lips, Su Qian had already dashed towards him. Lu Yan's outstretched hand faltered, his heart pounding as he stood beside Su Qian, feeling an emptiness engulf him. Bai Xiujing's eyes sparkled with a gentle smile. Yet, in the next moment, Su Qian brushed past him, swiftly seizing the hand of Shu Suxiao, who stood nearby. "Let us team up," she exclaimed enthusiastically. Among the remaining trio, only Shu Suxiao seemed the most convenient target. "It's decided. It will be you." Shu Suxiao. Shu Suxiao looked bewildered. Bai Xiujing's welcoming smile faltered, his hand outstretched halfway, intending to grasp Su Qian's. The other guests were also taken aback by this unexpected twist, with Su Muyao casting wary glances at the two, fearful that Su Qian might conspire with Shu Suxiao. After all, Shu Suxiao was privy to many of her secrets, and should she divulge them to Su Qian? Yet, Su Qian appeared unperturbed, questioning the captain. "Is it alright for me to team up with another girl?" The captain, of course, approved. The only issue lay with the 2 remaining unpaired individuals. After their earlier tension, Lu Yan and Bai Xiujing now found themselves unexpectedly as teammates, both enveloped in a heavy silence, neither uttering a word. Chapter 134, I just want to watch you all tear each other apart. Su Qian initially believed that Shu Suxiao would be relatively easy to eliminate. After all, she was not like Lu Yan, the master of the weapon, nor like Bai Xiujing, who always bore a sly smile reminiscent of a cunning fox, making it unwise to scheme against him. With Shu Suxiao's seemingly naive demeanor, it would suffice to find a secluded spot to carry out her plan. Once she was dead, she would be unable to speak, and her cause of death would merely be a matter of Su Qian's fabrication. However, to her surprise, killing Shu Suxiao was far from easy. As the group commenced their separate explorations, Su Muyao quickly approached Ji Yuhan, feigning concern as she said, "Let us team up. Xiao Xiao and Qian? Since you're both girls, it might not be safe to venture out alone." In the comment section, Su Muyao's fans praised her kindness, flooding the screen with adoration, which soured the public's perception. Su Qian felt exasperated. "We're merely searching for evidence. How dangerous could it possibly be?" Yet, Su Muyao seemed intent on ensuring that the two wouldn't have a private conversation. "It's all right, Qian.
You needn't worry about me," Su Qian retorted bluntly.
"I'm merely concerned that you might be the source of trouble. Can't you see that?" Su Muyao's face fell, her expression full of grievance. "Qian, I harbor no ill intentions. Why do you keep misunderstanding me?" Su Qian pointed at her, raising her voice. "See, I told you. I knew it." Crying again? This is a romance variety show, not a tear-jerking drama. How can you claim you're not a nuisance? Su Muyao, caught off guard, momentarily lost her composure, unsure whether to cry or not. Su Qian continued to express her disdain. "You're quite the performer. How come your acting is so stiff in dramas? Have you exhausted all your talent on variety shows?" The audience erupted in laughter, recognizing the sharpness of the young lady's wit. The young lady's ability to deliver a verbal blow is commendable. She has finally voiced what many have thought. Su Muyao felt humiliated by Su Qian's words, but had no choice but to continue her charade, wiping away her tears as she pleaded, "Qian, you must be misunderstanding me. I merely—"
Suddenly, Yi Yuhan interjected.
Enough with the tears. His tone was cool, yet he directed his gaze towards Su Qian and Shu Suxiao, stating, "Let us move together." Su Muyao clearly perceived that Ji Yuhan was looking at Su Qian. He was indeed focused on Su Qian. He was not merely echoing her sentiments. He genuinely wished to accompany Su Qian, captivated by her presence. Undeniably, Su Muyao had an astute understanding of Ji Yuhan. With just a glance or a word, she could discern his thoughts. She was acutely aware of the conversation he had had the previous day. The elder Ji had unleashed a tremendous outburst, demanding Ji Yuhan to lower himself to curry favor with Lu Yan, and had mentioned that the Ji family and Lu family were no longer as they once were, sending shivers down her spine. Would the Lu family truly bring about the downfall of the Ji family? If Su Xiao were to become involved with Lu Kuan, would she subsequently tread upon her own head, flaunting her authority? Su Muyao was already consumed by anxiety over this potentiality, and now Ji Yuhan had begun to shower attention upon Su Qian once more. In her heart, Su Muyao harbored resentment. At that moment, Su Qian's melodious voice floated over. That's unnecessary. You two can go ahead. Don't mind us." Beside her, Ji Yuhan frowned. "Why?" Su Qian replied nonchalantly. "I've been taking traditional Chinese medicine to regulate my health, and the doctor advised me to steer clear of unscrupulous men, lest I suffer an allergic reaction." Hilarious. The young lady wouldn't even bother to deceive Ji Yuhan. It was amusing to behold Ji Yuhan's expression. Meanwhile, Su Xiao was reluctant to entangle herself with these two. She still needed to devise a plan to find Lu Kuan. After all, she had finally hooked a wealthy young man who was so interested in her, and she couldn't let the opportunity slip away. Nor could she allow Lu Kuan to take a fancy to someone else. Thus, she obediently followed Su Qian. As a result, Su Muyao and Ji Yuhan trailed behind them like specters, refusing to be dissuaded. They searched the first floor, while Ji Yuhan and his companion ventured into a row of rooms across the way. When they moved to the tea hall, Ji Yuhan and his group followed them to the deck outside. They simply would not leave them be. Consequently, throughout the entire morning, Su Qian found no opportunity to be alone with Su Xiao, nor did Su Xiao manage to find a moment to discreetly entice Lu Kuan. Both harbored immense frustration, and eventually, Su Xiao could no longer contain her complaints. "Their presence is severely hindering our efficiency," she lamented. With her mind elsewhere, she aimlessly paced the room.
Casting glance torstai lokatelu kou.
Su Qian, rummaging through evidence, replied, "Indeed, it's quite the time-waster. I've been completely thwarted from reaching Su Xiao this entire morning." Seeing that they were far from the cameras, Su Xiao casually approached and leaned against the table beside Su Qian, whispering, "Su Muyao is quite the nuisance, isn't she? After all, you are the true daughter of the Su family." Su Qian shot her a puzzled glance. "Is this your first day realizing that?" Su Xiao retorted. "I've always known. But you see, my family is rather ordinary, and in order to make a living, I have no choice but to heed Su Muyao's demands. Often, I find myself powerless." As Su Qian examined the evidence in her hand, a voice recorder, devoid of external devices to play back the audio, it was evidently useful evidence, which she promptly pocketed, responding to Su Xiao. "And, thus, I'm also seeking a way to extricate myself from her control." Su Xiao leaned in closer.
Su Qian.
"We are now allies." Su Qian immediately took 3 steps back.
No, she protested.
"Don't resemble Su Muyao too closely. Are both of you treating me as a fool?" Su Xiao was taken aback. Su Qian interjected. "She approached me privately, urging me to deal with you. And now you're doing the same? If you intend to use me as a pawn in your schemes, at least involve someone else. I simply wish to witness your mutual conflict." Caught in her duplicity, Su Xiao's face turned crimson with embarrassment.
Su Qian glanced at Su Muyao,
who was covertly observing from a distance, feeling unfortunate, and decided to leave the room with the evidence in hand. If no opportunity arose, they could always reconvene in the afternoon. There was no pressing need to eliminate Su Xiao just yet. However, scarcely had Su Qian stepped out of the room when she overheard soft exclamations nearby. What on earth was happening with those two today? Upon closer inspection, she discovered Yushi and Xiang by peering into a room, seemingly engrossed in something. "What's going on? Are you two not going to check out the commotion?" Su Qian quickly approached, only to find Lu Yan and Bai Xiujing in an opulent study, grappling with a safe. The two were at odds, each stationed at opposite ends of the room, scribbling geometric and calculus equations on the walls, leaving Su Qian utterly baffled. "What are they up to?" she inquired earnestly. Xiang Bai shook his head in disbelief. "I have no idea. They're acting as if they've been injected with adrenaline, neither willing to concede to the other. They're racing to solve the safe S combination. Yu Shi stifled a laugh nearby, nudging Su Qian. Don't they resemble a pair of fighting roosters trapped in a cage? Chapter 135. Ji Yuhan, you wouldn't resort to academic dishonesty, would you? The discovery of this safe was unexpected for the production team. On board this vessel, all facilities were integral to the cruise ship itself, including such a high-security safe, which was indeed a bit beyond the scope of the game. Thus, the production team carelessly placed a few clues and some less significant evidence inside, not anticipating that the contestants would manage to solve it. After all, the educational backgrounds of celebrities in the entertainment industry are well known. It's a rarity for someone to complete both high school and college. However, to their surprise, today's groupings had paired the eccentric by Xiujing and Lu Yan together. One was a prodigy, having been granted admission to one of the most prestigious private schools in Huaguo, excelling in both the middle and college entrance examinations, while the other, having received elite education from a young age, graduated from a well-known institution in the United States. Both were individuals of exceptional intellect. Throughout the morning, neither had collaborated with the other, nor did they engage in much communication. Though they were on the same team, they searched for evidence independently. The challenges posed by the production team were far too simple for them, resulting in an equal distribution of evidence, with no clear victor emerging. It wasn't until they encountered this safe that their competitive spirits ignited. Thus, in a romantic reality show, the two male leads began to employ various complex methods, pitting their wits against a vault-level safe. As noon approached, the search efforts of each team began to wind down, and gradually, everyone gathered at the door, eager to observe the two attempting to unlock the safe. I swear, the difficulty of their calculations rivals that of college-level courses. Someone remarked as a math graduate student, even our professors have never addressed such challenging algorithms. These two are practically calculators. What brilliance they possess. Being a CEO and a movie star seems beneath their talents. They should both be AI developers. Even the deceased Qing Xiao and Lu Kuan had drawn near to witness the spectacle, with Lu Kuan whispering, I think I might know the combination to that safe. He remembered using it to store a phone, which he had utilized to communicate with his various romantic interests. The password being one he had devised himself to avoid detection from his father. The vault-level safe had indeed proven reliable. Even after Lu Yan assumed control and his father stepped down, that phone had never been discovered. Yu Shi, captivated by the unfolding drama, quickly interjected, Don't spill the beans to them. Let them figure it out. Let us see if they can crack it. Lu Kuan had no intention of revealing the secret. He was merely contemplating that if the password were to be unveiled today, it would be broadcast nationwide, exposing him to all viewers. He needed to devise a new password swiftly. Qing Xiao sidled up next to Su Qian, feigning innocence. It seems there's quite a bit of tension brewing between those two. It's rather intimidating. Intimidating? Su Qian glanced into the study. They're merely a couple of academic overachievers competing over a problem. It's not like they're brawling. While she remained bemused, Lu Kuan, with a darkened expression, subtly nudged Qing Xiao aside. You're crowding me. In truth, he wasn't being crowded at all. He simply noticed the boy inching closer to Su Qian and felt a surge of protectiveness, determined to safeguard his brother's future sister-in-law, even if they were merely in the early stages of acquaintance. Coughing discreetly, though the connection was tenuous, flattering his brother was a surefire approach. Meanwhile, the underlying tensions among the men simmered as Su Qian stood there, her gaze flitting about, watching the two men rapidly calculating. She felt as though she had returned to a high school math class, growing drowsy with each passing moment, utterly lacking in interest. She turned around and spotted Ji Yuhan approaching, drawn by the commotion nearby. Su Qian's eyes lit up. Oh, isn't that the young Ji from the Ji family? I must seize any opportunity to embarrass Ji Yuhan. She exclaimed loudly, Ji Yuhan, come over here quickly. There's a rather challenging password. You should take a look at how to decipher it. Then, amidst the gazes of the other guests, she began to lavish praise. Ji Yuhan is a graduate of Wharton. With his intellect, he might just crack it. At this, not only did the other guests turn their attention to Ji Yuhan, but even the two men engrossed in solving the password paused, glancing towards the entrance where Ji Yuhan stood. They were in the most critical phase of their calculations. And suddenly, a rival had appeared. Ji Yuhan? The Ji Yuhan that Su Qian had so openly praised? Ji Yuhan, bewildered, found himself pushed into the study by the guests, only to be met with the unfriendly stares of the two men. Lu Yan's gaze was as deep and somber as the midnight sea, while Bai Xiujing, though smiling, scrutinized Ji Yuhan with piercing eyes. You graduated from Wharton too? Bai Shujing inquired with a smile. Ji Yuhan glanced back at Su Qian, who wore a sly smile. Su Qian was certainly aware that he had attended Wharton, but he had never graduated. Unlike Bai Shujing, a high-achieving scholar, Ji Yuhan had only been sent to the United States by his grandfather after donating a building, all out of a desperate love for Su Muyao. However, Su Muyao had soon fallen ill back home, bedridden and suffering. Upon learning of this, Ji Yuhan abandoned his studies, chartered a plane, and returned home, his heart racing. Such a character might be a great romantic in novels, but in Su Qian's eyes, he was merely an underachiever, an unfortunate byproduct of the 9 years of compulsory education, failing to thrive while acting in cliched idol dramas. Su Qian smiled kindly at Ji Yuhan, but he grew cold in demeanor, about to speak when Liu Yan abruptly placed a booklet in his hands. Clues, Liu Yan stated succinctly. Count it. Ji Yuhan glanced at the booklet in his hands and then at the calculations on the walls, rendered speechless. He couldn't even comprehend what was before him, yet he had been thrust into the study.
Ha ha ha.
What expression was this on Ji Yuhan's face? Was he truly at a loss? I recall Ji Yuhan's resume stated he graduated from Wharton. Surely he wouldn't be unable to understand such basic concepts. It was the first time witnessing Ji Yuhan display such a look, and it was utterly amusing. Fans were fervently defending him, claiming he simply hadn't had time to grasp the question yet. After all, his persona as the esteemed son of a prominent family, a cool and collected figure, a graduate of a prestigious school, and a commercial prodigy had been meticulously crafted over the years, boasting more accolades than even the famed teacher, De Bing. How could such a genius possibly fail to decipher a mere password? Fans were earnest in their defense, but Ji Yuhan continued to flip through the booklet, his expression growing increasingly grim. He truly could not comprehend it. Meanwhile, Bai Shujing, still wearing a congenial smile, said to Ji Yuhan, "It's just basic mathematical calculations. You must have encountered similar exercises at Wharton, right?"
Hijukan, no.
He had gone back home to pursue his love instead. From a distance, Su Qian's voice rang out, bright and teasing. Could it be that you're guilty of academic fraud, Ji Yuhan? What more was there for Ji Yuhan to misunderstand? Su Qian was deliberately provoking him. She surely knew about his grandfather sending him to Wharton when she had sent him off to the airport. She even mentioned her efforts to learn English, promising to join him in the United States after her college entrance exams. And what had transpired? After he left, Muyao fell gravely ill, and she had been considerate enough to hide it from him for 2 months. It wasn't until Su Jingyi angrily called him that he learned Muyao had been bedridden for several days, unable to eat. That day, Ji Yuhan left the school. His true aspirations had never lay in academia. What was the point of studying? There were countless high-achieving graduates clamoring to work at the G Company. All he needed to do was make decisions. Not to mention, his life had been smooth sailing for years, apart from some heart-taken love. Whether in business or the entertainment industry, he could achieve the pinnacle effortlessly. Ji Yuhan was unaware of the narrative at play. He was merely accustomed to this seamless existence. Until today, no one had mentioned that he had left Wharton after only 2 months. Only his agent would list Wharton in the educational background section. Who would have expected that there was another Wharton student on this program? What major did you study? Bai Shujing asked blandly, observing Ji Yuhan staring blankly at the booklet filled with formulas. Did you not sit for the entrance exam? Of course, he hadn't. After his grandfather donated a building, arrangements for his mentors had already been made for him. It's just basic calculus equations, Liu Yan remarked, his tone steady, as though genuinely trying to offer a hint. Yet the next moment, Liu Yan regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze and queried, "You don't know?" Ji Yuhan truly did not know, but he lacked the courage to nod. Su Qian laughed triumphantly from outside the door. "Ji Yuhan, what on earth did you study at Wharton?" Her laughter was nearly doubled over. Ji Yuhan's face darkened, and after a moment, he managed to utter, "I had urgent matters. I returned home while retaining my student status." This implied that he was still a student at Wharton, right? Su Qian asked sincerely. "You've been back home for several years now. What kind of student status can be retained for 3 to 5 years? Are you planning to finish your degree after retirement?" Ji Yuhan was left speechless by her rebuttal.
How was he to know?
His grandfather merely said he could return to study whenever he wished. Then, Bai Shujing gently confirmed again, "Would you like to take another look? The entrance test includes this subject." Ji Yuhan, do I have to say it?
He
never
took
the entrance test. Under the collective gaze of everyone, Ji Yuhan's expression became increasingly grim. The barrage of comments continued to scroll frantically. So Ji Yuhan's academic credentials are fabricated then?
Indeed.
Bai Yingdi stated that this was the level of the entrance test, and Ji Yuhan couldn't even manage that. This was truly academic fraud. Ji Yuhan was putting in too much effort to maintain his persona. As for the fans, they continued to defend him, lamenting that their highly intelligent, highly educated brother had faltered. Bai Xiujing, a genuine Wharton graduate. Investing here is a sure win. Lu Yan is quite extraordinary, too. Domestic problem solvers and overseas elite battling it out, who dares to claim that domestic educational resources are inadequate. The comments were buzzing with discussion as Ji Yuhan, his face cold, pushed through the crowd and exited. As he passed Su Qian, he shot her a fierce glare. "You're something else, Su Qian," he gritted his teeth. Unfazed, Su Qian retorted, "What's wrong? I thought you'd solve it, Wharton graduate." Ji Yuhan pushed through the throng and bumped shoulders with Su Qian. She stumbled sideways and accidentally collided with someone. That person immediately wrapped an arm around her shoulders, as if she had thrown herself into his embrace. Turning around, Su Qian found Zheng Yingshuan. The oil magnate from the land of kimchi feigned surprise and shyness, appearing utterly flustered as he studied her before stepping back, like a small rabbit that had just been startled. "Su Qian. What the hell? It's all Ji Yuhan's fault. Is he out of his mind?" Ji Yuhan had fled, while Lu Yan and Bai Xiujing continued their standoff. Neither was willing to yield, and ultimately, they arrived at the same answer almost simultaneously. Bai Xiujing, confident in his result, approached the safe to test it, while Lu Yan fell into silence, contemplating the outcome. Under the watchful gaze of the assembled crowd, Bai Xiujing entered the 12-digit password, only to be met with failure. A frown immediately creased his brow. How could this be? Outside the door, Lu Qian hesitated. Words caught in his throat. Then, Lu Yan lifted his gaze, approached the safe, altered the final digit of the 12-digit code, and entered it. The safe swung open. "You?" Bai Xiujing turned to Lu Yan, disbelief etched on his face. This was impossible. Bai Xiujing was supremely confident in his calculations, and Lu Yan's modification of that particular number seemed utterly illogical. Lu Yan remained composed as he retrieved a document bag from within. The clue was incorrect. The question was flawed. Bai Xiujing inquired, "How did you know?" Lu Yan merely glanced at Lu Qian, his expression unchanging. "That's the birthday of the two dogs Lu Qian keeps. It rings a bell." Such an inexplicably strange brotherly bond, indeed. How could two siblings from different mothers be so harmonious? It left one astounded. Who would have thought that Lu Yan would know the birthdays of Lu Qian's dogs? Bai Xiujing paused momentarily before chuckling. "How do you even know the birthday of his dogs?" Lu Yan replied nonchalantly. "Every year he uses the dogs as an excuse to throw them birthday parties. In truth, it's just a ruse to gather a bunch of friends and revel all night, making enough noise to keep the dogs awake. The birthday pups on the brink of mental breakdown." This explained why Lu Yan had avoided returning to the ancestral home. Lu Qian's mother remained blissfully unaware, praising him for being so well-mannered. Hilariously enough, truly, the infamous young Master Lu lived up to his reputation. Lu Qian, sheepish, scratched his head, attempting to defend himself. "It's not just an excuse. They've been my companions for many years. You wouldn't understand, Lu Yan." Su Qian offered no leniency. "If you genuinely wanted to celebrate their birthdays, you should invite some dog friends. What do your friends have to do with the birthday party?" Lu Qian retorted, "You don't get it." Su Qian's teasing turned his face crimson, while she laughed heartily. Just as her laughter was reaching a crescendo, Zhongyi tugged at her from behind. Su Qian turned to see Zhongyi whispering in her ear, "I need to talk to you. Let us step into the restroom." Chapter 137. I possess the ability to bring anyone to their demise at will. After delivering her message, Zhongyi averted her gaze, casually making her way to the restroom without awaiting a response from Su Qian. Within the restroom, devoid of surveillance, conversation flowed more freely. Observing Zhongyi's seamless maneuvering, Su Qian could not help but marvel. Truly, she is a seasoned worker, passing information without leaving a trace, imperceptible to both superiors and colleagues.
Su Qian,
Adeptly playing the role of an unassuming worker, feigned ignorance of any prior conversation with Zhongyi. It was not until the group began to move toward the banquet hall for lunch that Su Qian turned to Yusher and said, "I'm off to the restroom. Please save my seat." With that, she stealthily slipped into the restroom. Inside, the understated yet luxurious fragrance of greenery pervaded the air, and Zhongyi stood by the sink awaiting her arrival. Upon seeing Su Qian enter, she cut to the chase. "Zheng Yingshuan aims to ride your coattails. I have quite a few fans of his CP, and I suspect many have turned against you this morning. Su Qian de elaborate. Zhong Yi then pulled her closer, whispering the details of Zheng Yingxuan's behavior that morning. After hearing this, Su Qian recognized him as a veteran of the cutthroat entertainment scene in South Korea. Apparently, Zheng Yingxuan had spent the morning displaying a conflicted and melancholic demeanor. Although Zhong Yi initially intended to ignore him, some verbal interaction was inevitable given their CP promotion. Thus, Zheng Yingxuan began his performance. I really like you, he declared in broken Chinese, then sighed and fell silent. Zhong Yi had no choice but to feign ignorance of his theatrics, replying, well, I have feelings for you too. Zheng Yingxuan's expression immediately shifted to one of despair, but I am too weak. Zhong Yi feigned searching for evidence, pretending not to hear his words. However, it proved that Zheng Yingxuan could indeed carry off a solo act. While Zhong Yi was in the midst of gathering evidence, Zheng Yingxuan leaned in again. I will never betray you, forever. He gestured as if to emphasize his loyalty. Then, seemingly overwhelmed with emotion, he added, even if, the young lady. Upon uttering the words the young lady, he quickly clamped his mouth shut, feigning a mistake. Zhong Yi frowned at him. Zheng Yingxuan continued to explain, she came to me yesterday. I rejected her. The chat room must have erupted at that moment. With just those few keywords, who could fail to grasp the implication? This suggested that Su Qian had taken a liking to Zheng Yingxuan and had pressured him into a relationship, only to be spurned. Consequently, Su Qian instantaneously transformed into the quintessential homewrecker, intent on dismantling the beloved couple's relationship, likely even resorting to coercive measures behind the scenes. Su Qian could not help but chuckle. Admit it, he has a bit of talent, she remarked. The way he fumbled with his Chinese yet managed to twist the narrative into a rumor is impressive. Seeing her amusement, Zhong Yi could not help but fret. You don't realize that this makes it impossible for you to explain yourself, do you? If this continues, even if you do nothing, the rumors will solidify. If you act, it will only make you seem guilty.
Su bin çaklet, patting her shoulder.
Rest assured, she replied. I possess the ability to bring anyone to their demise at will. Do you believe me? When Su Qian and Zhong Yi emerged from the restroom, the others had already taken their seats at the dining table. Ji Yuhan wore a frosty expression, still simmering with anger, while Su Muyao softly consoled him. The two huddled together in whispered conversation. Beside the seat reserved for Su Qian, Zheng Yingxuan sat, appearing reluctant, his handsome features betraying a hint of vulnerability. His previous persona of innocent simplicity had indeed served as a formidable shield. After all, who would suspect a person who took half a day to muster a sentence? Su Qian scrutinized him for a moment before effortlessly pulling out the chair next to him and sitting down. Zheng Yingxuan's acting skills were commendable as she settled in. He instinctively shrank away from her shoulder. Su Qian regarded him with a bemused smile. What are you doing sitting here? Zheng Yingxuan looked at her. A mixture of confusion and trepidation flickering across his face. Su Qian chuckled lightly and turned to Yusher. Who hit him? Why does he look so terrified? Yusher shook her head in confusion, expressing her lack of understanding. Did the young lady truly have feelings for Zheng Yingxuan? Why would she wish to dismantle the couple? Wouldn't that ruin her own reputation with the audience? It seemed improbable that the young lady would engage in such antics. She had hardly interacted with Zheng Yingxuan beyond their encounter the previous day. Zheng Yingxuan would hardly lie about such matters. The chat room buzzed with speculation, while Zheng Yingxuan, embodying a character with a backstory, delivered his performance with fervor, showcasing superior acting skills compared to Su Muyao. Meanwhile, Su Qian appeared oblivious to the unfolding drama. Every meal aboard the vessel was lavishly prepared, with the deceased Lu Kuan and Cheng Xiao included among them. Once everyone was gathered, they began to eat, sharing the clues discovered that morning. Su Qian also produced the recording pen she had found, diligently consuming her meal without casting a glance at Zheng Yingxuan. The contents retrieved from the safe included a debt list indicating that Mr. K had incurred a significant debt due to failed investments. Yet he intended to evade repayment by shifting the burden onto his adopted daughter, Zhong Yi. Additionally, there was a gift box containing a substantial amount of gold, a bribe from Mr. K to a government official, namely Xiang Bai. Lastly, a worn newspaper reported on a police couple who had heroically sacrificed their lives during a mission. The police couple, parents of Officer Yusher, met their demise when Mr. K was kidnapped. In their heroic attempt to rescue him, they tragically became human shields for Mr. K. Meanwhile, Su Qian presented a recording device, which contained a conversation between Mr. K and his prospective son-in-law, Zheng Yingxuan. The dialogue was voiced by actors, revealing that Mr. K had long been aware of his daughter's materialistic boyfriend and had issued threats against him. As the evidence piled up, Su Qian couldn't help but exclaim, Mr. K has committed an astounding amount of wrongdoing. To which Lu Kuan retorted, don't you find it intriguing? A nefarious businessman, clearly of the big boss caliber.
Su Qian countered.
One can't exactly label him a big boss. He is merely the sole deceased. Lu Kuan replied, but he was a big boss, nonetheless. As their banter continued, a final piece of evidence was revealed. A card. Su Qian was taken aback. How could this be among the physical evidence? Wasn't it supposed to be concealed? Production team. Don't betray her. She turned to see that this piece of evidence had been discovered by Xiang Bai, and you sure? Xiang Bai examined the card, turning it over, and read aloud, a deep-seated grudge will obliterate everything on the grandest night. How juvenile. Su Qian sighed with relief, grateful for the childish scriptwriters. Yet, she couldn't resist the urge to critique. Can such lines truly serve as evidence? You sure nodded in agreement, indeed. Xiang Bai and I pondered over what this could possibly signify. Cheng Xiao leaned in, speculating. A bomb hidden on the ship? An assassination device? Or perhaps a killer lurking aboard? Remarkably, he was onto something. However, before the guests could respond, a waiter interrupted, reminding him, Sir, ghosts cannot speak. Cheng Xiao exclaimed in exasperation. Oh, how ridiculous. Preventing college students from playing tabletop games. What a travesty. Despite this diversion, no one took Cheng Xiao's words to heart. After a thorough discussion, the guests collectively agreed that the current evidence was insufficient. They decided to conduct another round of evidence gathering after dinner. Once the new round concluded, they would reconvene during dinner to deduce the identity of K's murderer. With the plan set, everyone resumed their meal. Why are you avoiding me? Is it because I've gathered evidence against you? Su Qian approached Zheng Yingxuan, her voice inquisitive. Zheng Yingxuan stammered, feigning ignorance. In response, Su Qian turned her attention to Zhong Yi, stating, the audience can attest that I only found this recording device and brought it back without even listening to its contents. Zhong Yi smiled at her, maintaining a casual demeanor. Of course not. We all brought back evidence, and until a suspect is determined, everyone is a suspect. Su Qian's expression turned to one of realization. Zheng Yingxuan, are you feeling guilty? She queried. Do you think the recording device holds crucial evidence that could expose you as K's killer? Her loud proclamation drew the attention of everyone at the table. Zheng Yingxuan, caught off guard, attempted to act oblivious, but Su Qian's pointed remarks left him flustered, causing him to glance helplessly at Zhong Yi for assistance. However, Zhong Yi had no intention of coming to his aid. She simply translated Su Qian's words into Korean with patience. Left with no choice, Zheng Yingxuan forced a smile and replied, I haven't done anything. Please don't misunderstand. Su Qian pressed on. Then why are you so anxious? The moment I sat down, you started trembling. What else could you be scared of, if not my recording device? Surely you're not afraid I might strike you? It seemed as though Miss Su was taking the game far too seriously. Indeed, it appeared that her mind was solely focused on shifting blame, devoid of any other intentions. The audience speculated that she merely wished for Zheng Yingxuan to take the fall. After all, how could a lady of her standing resort to coercing Zheng Yingxuan in private? It seemed she had no regard for men at all. The viewers upstairs were equally uncertain, wondering what these individuals might be like behind the scenes. As the comments flew in all directions, Su Qian maintained an earnest demeanor, almost hammering home the notion that Zheng Yingxuan was indeed suspect. In other game scenarios, such a strategy might not have proven as effective. Yet, given the theme of this week's segment, the cruise murder case, anyone behaving suspiciously could potentially be a murderer. With minimal effort, Su Qian played the part of the naive, leaving Zheng Yingxuan with no room to maneuver. Finally, she set her chopsticks down and declared, I now believe you are the prime suspect. How about this? If you wish to prove your innocence, partner with me this afternoon, and I shall keep a close watch on you. Zhong Yi was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't Su Qian performed splendidly just moments ago? Why was she now seeking to partner with Zheng Yingxuan? Unsurprisingly, the audience in the comments began to question her motives. What does Su Qian mean by this? Is she truly interested in Zheng Yingxuan? Exactly. Why else would she want to switch partners when everyone else is teaming up with their designated partners? I don't get it. Why does she seem so keen on someone else's pairing? Zheng Yingxuan looked at Su Qian with a puzzled expression, yet she paid him no mind, merely winking at Zhong Yi. After a brief hesitation, Zhong Yi nodded in agreement. With Su Qian having devised a plan, it was only fitting for her to cooperate, as it would not harm her in any way. Receiving Zhong Yi's affirmation, Su Qian nodded with satisfaction, disregarding Zheng Yingxuan entirely. After all, his persona was that of a clueless foreigner who couldn't comprehend Chinese. As lunch concluded, the group took a brief respite before resuming their previous pairings to scour the ship for more evidence. With Su Qian having switched partners and having dealt a significant blow to Ji Yuhan earlier, the eccentric duo no longer trailed behind them. Su Qian seized Zheng Yingxuan's arm and led him towards the elevator to the second floor. "There's no one up there. It's perfect for us. The cameras are right there, following us," she said with a carefree laugh. Zheng Yingxuan was baffled. Just moments ago, she had rejected him with such harsh words. Why the sudden change in demeanor? He had planned to let Su Qian suffer in silence, seeking to retaliate against her, knowing she wouldn't find out until after the episode had aired. As for Su Qian's revenge, he had signed a contract with Sanqing, leaving her with no means to interfere. Even if she wished to, he believed his contract was too solid to be jeopardized. Yet, why was Su Qian suddenly so friendly? Zheng Yingxuan felt uncertain, but having come this far in their act, he had no choice but to continue playing the unwilling participant. Meanwhile, Su Qian kept chatting nonchalantly beside him. "Oh, Yingxuan, don't you think partnering with me is the most suitable choice?" There was an almost flirtatious tone to her words. What on earth was she up to? "Don't act so coy, miss." The viewers in the comments were on the verge of panic, while Su Qian remained composed. "Look at you, handsome and innocent. Which guest on this show is as easy to manipulate as you? Hee, I love easy targets." This remark only added to the ambiguity. Zheng Yingxuan looked at Su Qian in astonishment, and the comments erupted in chaos. Unperturbed, Su Qian single-handedly pulled Zheng Yingxuan into a nearby room, swiftly opening the door and stepping inside, closing it behind them in one fluid motion. Under the watchful gaze of the cameras, she cornered Zheng Yingxuan, a mischievous smile creeping across her face. "Most importantly, your Chinese is quite poor, isn't it? You're practically the perfect victim." With that, Su Qian produced a prop dagger from her pocket and, with a swift motion, pressed it against Zheng Yingxuan. "The ideal victim, indeed. You can rest easy now. Ha ha ha." Chapter 139. Ji Yuhan has committed murder. In an instant, all of Su Qian's previously misunderstood remarks found their clarity. Why did she bring Zheng Yingxuan to be her partner? Was it not simply to facilitate her nefarious deeds? And why did she claim that Zheng Yingxuan was easy to manipulate? Obviously, it was because his command of Chinese was quite poor. A victim who struggles to articulate such basic phrases is remarkably easy to eliminate. Wouldn't you agree? Among all the guests present, Zheng Yingxuan was undoubtedly the most vulnerable target. Now, every action of Su Qian's has an explanation. She was merely fulfilling her assigned task. Who harbored any genuine interest in Zheng Yingxuan? Ha, as expected of you, young lady. Determined to be a rogue beyond the law. Ha 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 ha. Thus, it is entirely logical to allow the young lady to take her role seriously, with no thoughts of romance. She wields her sword with clarity of purpose. It must be Zheng Yingxuan who has misunderstood after all. Given his limited Chinese, he likely misinterpreted the young lady's intentions. I concur. The young lady clearly harbors no romantic feelings for him. The ambiguous rumors Zheng Yingxuan previously generated have crumbled under scrutiny. After all, who would suspect a player solely focused on victory? Su Qian did not come to participate in a dating show. She came to claim the title of MVP. The epitome of femininity, a true woman among women. The comments section erupted in fervor, praising Su Qian for her audacity and resolve. Meanwhile, Zheng Yingxuan stood there, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, staring blankly at Su Qian. She adjusted the prop knife lodged against his chest and smiled, saying, "Sorry, Yingxuan. Although I am friends with Zhong Yi, I cannot afford to show mercy. I must momentarily separate you two from this world." The irony is rich. The young lady has just taken a life, yet remains fixated on shipping couples. Little does she know, ha ha ha. Zheng Yingxuan has misconstrued her actions as a form of forced affection. Whether or not there is any uncertainty regarding forced affection, one thing is certain, she is resolute in her lethal intent. Su Qian declared, "I have been slaughtering fish at Darunfa for a decade. My heart is as cold as steel." Zheng Yingxuan maintained his persona of linguistic inadequacy, remaining silent, while Su Qian, unperturbed, continued, "Alas, what can I say? I am indeed a woman of ruthless disposition." She leaned closer, patted Zheng Yingxuan's shoulder, and in a tone inaudible to the cameras, whispered, Regardless of whether in the game or in reality, Zhenging, do not forget what my family does. Eliminating a little star is as easy as pie. Her face, shrouded in darkness, appeared quite menacing as she fixed her expressionless gaze upon Zhenging. He was genuinely intimidated, his mouth moving wordlessly. Su Qian playfully patted his shoulder, grinning, and then departed. Is it illegal to intimidate this boy a little? Whether Zhenging takes her threat seriously or imagines scenarios of how she might eliminate him is of no concern to Su Qian. Alas, such is the enigma of the daughter of a top-tier conglomerate. The show-off has concluded. Off she goes. Leaving behind a stunned Zhenging, Su Qian exited. The subsequent crime scene would be arranged by the staff, who would also leave behind some clues. This, Su Qian was well aware of. She need not concern herself with these details. Her immediate task was to find a scapegoat. Where is Lu Yan? Where has Lu Yan gone? Su Qian stepped out of the room, glancing around but failing to spot Lu Yan's figure, so she resolved to seek him out. However, after taking just a couple of steps, she caught sight of a tall man at the end of the corridor. No, it was not Lu Yan. The man turned to face her, his gaze simmering with anger, akin to a storm ready to unleash.
Yi Yuhan?
What is he doing here alone? Upon seeing Su Qian, Ji Yuhan's stride faltered slightly. Then, Su Qian watched as Ji Yuhan approached her with purposeful strides, appearing ready to settle a score. As he drew near, Su Qian kindly reminded him, "Where is Su Muyao? Are you aware that wandering alone here is quite dangerous? With no witnesses, it would be all too easy for me to shift the blame onto you and turn you into a suspect in the murder of a guest."
Ha ha ha.
Su Qian is genuinely offering a well-meaning warning. Ji Yuhan's expression was fearsome. This man, so easily enraged, he's supposed to be devoted to self-cultivation? Why is he so perturbed? Ji Yuhan, listen to me. Your foremost task now is to clarify the academic fraud allegations against you. Yet, Ji Yuhan appeared unresponsive. Glaring at Su Qian and accusing her, Su Qian, you did this on purpose. Did what on purpose?
Su Qian retorted.
Ji Yuhan's face turned cold. That's safe earlier. You clearly didn't need me. Why did you push me out? Su Qian feigned innocence. I saw those two struggling with the problem. I thought you could lend a hand. Ji Yuhan pursed his lips. You.
Su Qian replied.
How was I to know you were off studying at Wharton and still couldn't solve it? Ji Yuhan was momentarily at a loss for words. He felt that Su Qian was indeed being deliberate. She should have known the intricacies.
Yet,
her expression was so innocent that it made Ji Yuhan question whether he had misjudged her. In this exchange, even Ji Yuhan began to hesitate. Su Qian, however, laughed. So, Ji Yuhan, your time at Wharton was for naught. Ji Yuhan, stubborn as ever, retorted, what use is calculation? If you don't understand business studies, don't speak out of turn. Su Qian said, I don't understand. But I am quite aware that with your current qualifications, you would be regarded as rather embarrassing in the realm of corporate tycoons, definitely the kind that readers find particularly unappealing.
Yi Yuhan, Su Qian earnestly invited.
Don't you feel any shame? The young lady truly knew how to wield her words. Her sharp tongue spared no one. Ji Yuhan felt utterly speechless. Indeed, Ji Yuhan was at a loss for words. After a lengthy silence, he managed to force out, I don't need it.
Su Qian replied, Oh.
I don't quite understand, but I wish you success. Then, she kindly reminded him, make sure to clarify your educational qualifications on your personal entry. Deceiving yourself is one thing, but don't mislead the audience. None of us are fools. Stand up and applaud. The young lady is truly our spokesperson.
Hilarious, Yi Yuhan.
Hurry and explain yourself.
You.
However, you now face another dilemma that you can address first.
Su Qian chlashed Yi Yuhan amiskiewo smile.
Ji Yuhan frowned. What? Then he watched as Su Qian covered her mouth, retreated a couple of steps, and displayed a look of shock on her face, devoid of any trace of performance. Ji Yuhan, what have you done? She exclaimed. I just stepped away for a moment. What happened to Zhenging?
Yi Yuhan frowned.
What Zhenging? He not here. I haven't seen him since arriving. Yet, from behind him, another voice chimed in.
What?
What happened? Ji Yuhan turned to see Bai Xiujing and Lu Yan, who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, along with Yushi and Xiang Bai. The two groups must have accidentally crossed paths here. Then, Ji Yuhan heard Su Qian's loud cry. Ji Yuhan has killed someone. Chapter 140. Upon entering, I saw Chong Wei assaulting Lai Fu. Ji Yuhan. Who has he killed? What is going on? Having never witnessed such a sudden event in his life, Ji Yuhan looked at Su Qian in confusion. only to find her acting with fervor as if she had genuinely stumbled upon a murder scene, her face filled with terror. Ji Yuhan gritted his teeth. Su Qian, do not test my patience. Stop acting and refrain from spouting nonsense here. Yet Su Qian continued to back away, becoming increasingly animated. What has Zheng Yingxuan done to provoke you? Why have you resorted to such violence against him? Ji Yuhan.
You are terrifying. Goodness. Su Qian.
You are truly a master of dual purpose. One knife to eliminate two individuals. How fierce you are, young lady. Is this still a dating show? This plot of conspiracy and treachery is utterly exhilarating. Splendid. As the two bickered, the other four had already approached. Ji Yuhan, in a fit of rage, pressed Su Qian for clarity. What nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever murder Zheng Yingxuan? Speak clearly. Before he could finish, his arm was seized by Lu Yan, who effortlessly pulled him aside. Despite Ji Yuhan's years of fitness training and combat practice, Lu Yan's strength was astonishing, rendering him powerless to resist. Yu Shi hurried over to shield Su Qian, exclaiming, "What is going on? Are you accusing Ji Yuhan of murder?"
Su Qian nodded vigorously,
gesturing towards the room where she had just dispatched Zheng Yingxuan. As soon as I opened the door, I was met with a horrifying sight. Lu Yan furrowed his brow and glanced at the closed door. He restrained Ji Yuhan, rendering him unable to struggle. Bai Xiujing and Xiang Bai, hearing this, exchanged serious looks and promptly ushered the two girls to safety before advancing towards the door.
Bang!
The two of them burst through the door. The onlookers fell into a stunned silence as they beheld the scene within. So this was the terror Su Qian had described. Zheng Yingxuan lay sprawled on the ground, a prop knife grotesquely lodged in his chest. Several crew members were bustling about, setting the scene, some pouring fake blood, others laying out evidence cards. Startled by the sudden intrusion, what on earth happened? The crowd murmured, their expressions shifting to concern. It's nothing, Lu Yan replied, glancing sideways before letting go of Ji Yuhan. Have you lost your mind?
Ji Yuhan retorted, incensed.
Lu Yan coolly cautioned, do not lose your composure. Ji Yuhan was momentarily taken aback, his fury diminished. Su Qian feigned innocence. Indeed, I heard a commotion from within and casually pushed the door open. Upon entering, I saw Ji Yuhan stabbing Zheng Yingxuan. How terrifying. Ji Yuhan quickly grasped the implication. You're claiming that I killed Zheng Yingxuan? Su Qian replied, you two were the only ones inside. It must have been you. Ji Yuhan felt his blood pressure rise. No wonder Su Qian insisted he resolve the current predicament. This woman was truly cunning. She had actually killed Zheng Yingxuan and attempted to pin the blame on him. How had he not recognized her competitive spirit in gaming until now? Her skillful manipulation was indeed remarkable. Yet this was not the moment for such thoughts. Su Qian had unwittingly placed a heavy burden upon him, and Ji Yuhan had no choice but to counter. You've got it wrong, Su Qian. I saw you exit that room when I arrived.
Su Qian, incrédules, responded.
With so many witnesses, you dare to turn the tables? Ji Yuhan retorted, who is truly turning the tables here? The audience erupted in laughter, amused by Su Qian's apparent performance. Miss, your acting skills are rather exceptional. Have you considered pursuing a career in acting? Indeed, miss, your dedication is commendable. You would undoubtedly excel as an actress. The viewers were utterly captivated by Su Qian's prowess, to which she humbly responded, just basic skills, nothing extraordinary. As both accused each other of being suspects, the other guests regained their composure and began to form their own judgments, most leaning towards the belief that Ji Yuhan was lying. After all, it was Su Qian who had initially called for help, drawing everyone's attention, while Ji Yuhan had been evasive, raising suspicions about his demeanor. Seeing the glances from the others, Ji Yuhan felt his temper flare. So, you all think it's me?
Do you?
He angrily pulled a nearby crew member. Aren't you supposed to be setting up? Let us see who truly committed the murder with all this evidence left behind. The staff member, taken by surprise, stumbled as Ji Yuhan tugged at him, nearly losing his balance and scattering evidence cards across the floor. Why is Ji Yuhan always so rude? Another crew member fumed. The surrounding guests also expressed their discontent, rushing to assist the staff in picking up the scattered cards. Though the staff was displeased, they were aware of Ji Yuhan's status as a wealthy heir and star, leading them to hold their tongues. All the evidence is right here, one finally managed to say. Ji Yuhan released the crew member. Let us first determine where the weapon originated. He extracted the knife from Zheng Yingxuan's chest. By Yi Group? He immediately cast a suspicious glance at Su Qian. Lu Yan interjected, yes, that was my knife. It went missing on the day we boarded. This evidence card confirms it. He presented the evidence card to Ji Yuhan. Then this knife is not relevant. Ji Yuhan pulled out another evidence card. It bore 4 fingerprints, but none could be identified. Useless evidence. He flipped to another card. The deceased showed no signs of struggle. It appears he died instantly. Yu Shi chimed in, that makes it even less likely Su Qian did it. Zheng Yingxuan was much taller than her. How could he have been so easily killed? Next card, please. The card revealed that Zheng had conversed privately with several women on the ship. Still useless evidence. After reviewing all the evidence, not a single piece implicated Su Qian as the murderer. Finally, on the last evidence card, a single letter was inscribed. Ji Yuhan frowned at the card. This can count as evidence? At that moment, Su Qian gasped, so, you are the mysterious one? Ji Yuhan, I never saw that coming. Chapter 141. Can anything be more embarrassing than this? The audience erupted in laughter, praising Su Qian's quick wit.
Incredible, Su Qian.
Your gaming tactics are simply exhilarating. The viewers were utterly enthralled by Su Qian's extraordinary reflexes. Meanwhile, Su Qian was pleased with herself, having deftly shifted the blame onto Ji Yuhan. In that instant, Xiang Bai and Yu Shi exchanged enlightened glances. The card indicated that destruction must occur at night, suggesting that after the murder, the body was to remain undiscovered until nightfall. Indeed, if not for Su Qian's discovery, Zheng Yingxuan might have perished under the cover of darkness. With a single utterance, Su Qian firmly established Ji Yuhan's guilt. Hearing Yu Shi and Xiang Bai's back and forth, Ji Yuhan felt his fury swell. He coldly reprimanded them. You two are colluding with Su Qian, aren't you? Supporting her claims. This accusation was utterly unreasonable. The two had merely arrived after the incident and had been in a group the entire time. How could they be Su Qian's accomplices? The audience reacted with disbelief, and Su Qian regarded Ji Yuhan with a patronizing gaze. Don't rush. You're speaking nonsense out of anxiety. Ji Yuhan gritted his teeth. Even if this evidence doesn't point to you, it doesn't absolve me either. With this alone, you cannot condemn me. He turned away from Su Qian's companions, his gaze sweeping over by Xiujing and Lu Yan with a disdainful challenge. You all must be lacking in intelligence. You two aren't similarly dim-witted, are you? Don't delude yourselves into thinking you're clever while being so easily manipulated. However, Lu Yan merely stood there, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding situation, casually fiddling with the hands of his wristwatch beside Su Qian, embodying the role of her loyal supporter. Bai Xiujing, with a faint smile, remarked, given the current evidence, it indeed cannot prove your guilt, nor can it establish your culpability in Mr. K's murder. Ji Yuhan felt a wave of relief, yet simultaneously sensed an underlying implication in Bai Xiujing's words. We are discussing Zheng Yingxuan, Ji Yuhan asserted. To claim I murdered Zheng Yingxuan based solely on Su Qian's word is illogical, don't you think? Bai Xiujing smiled but offered no response, his silence suggesting acquiescence. Ji Yuhan's frustration reached its peak. He laughed bitterly, surveying the group before him, sneering, none of you seem to possess any common sense, do you? Ji Yuhan was truly losing his mind. What is he saying? Truly, it is quite lacking in decorum. Such rudeness.
Consequently, Su Qian approached kindly reminding Ji Yuhan.
Do not forget, you are the only one here who is not an undergraduate. Ji Yuhan. If he had known that skipping classes at Wharton would lead to being incessantly chided by Su Qian for a lifetime, he would have completed that wretched book long ago. He gritted his teeth for a considerable time, yet found himself utterly speechless. Ultimately he, in a fit of embarrassment and anger, bent down and picked up Zheng Yingxuan, exclaiming, you tell them, did you see me just now? The production team stipulated that the deceased cannot participate in the case. Zheng Yingxuan, already irked, was further perplexed by Ji Yuhan's abrupt action. What was he trying to accomplish? Unable to clear his own name, he came to take his frustrations out on a hapless deceased. Zheng Yingxuan showed him no mercy, letting out a pained ouch, as if Ji Yuhan's rough handling had struck him. He then cast a troubled and aggrieved glance at Ji Yuhan, pitifully shaking his head. Ji Yuhan. Was no one going to inform him that there was another male green tea here? However, it was too late. With this commotion, Zheng Yingxuan's fans erupted in anger in the comments. Ji Yuhan, with his single-handed efforts, managed to offend every guest in the room. Fans from all sides rallied against him. Even his own fiercely loyal fans found it hard to withstand the backlash. Unable to absolve himself of suspicion, he resorted to impotent rage. What a typical male behavior. What does this have to do with our Yingxuan? Yingxuan is also a victim. Does he not know that the deceased cannot speak? Such a confrontational attitude is truly infuriating. Bai Xiujing is a senior, yet he opened his mouth to insult without thinking? He is a bona fide Wharton graduate. For heaven's sake, Ji Yuhan should tone it down. The barrage of insults in the comments escalated, and as retaliation, fans and onlookers who could not tolerate the situation swiftly propelled a trending topic about Ji Yuhan to the top of the charts. Ji Yuhan, academic fraud. This is no jest. Academic dishonesty is a fundamental error for an artist. Once confirmed, it would undoubtedly lead to his demise in the industry. Although Ji Yuhan himself was unperturbed, after all, even if he were to exit the entertainment circle, the Ji family fortune awaited him. His management team was in a state of panic. After years of operating his personal studio, to see it potentially dismantled in just 2 weeks due to his own actions is a feeling only they could comprehend. Thus, the agent promptly engaged in damage control, issuing a brief statement and presenting Ji Yuhan's academic records as proof. It confirmed that Ji Yuhan had indeed attended Wharton for 2 months, but had taken a leave of absence for personal reasons, although his enrollment status remained intact. Nevertheless, this information was swiftly scrutinized by netizens. Firstly, Ji Yuhan's program was a well-known soft major at Wharton, attracting many wealthy scions from around the globe. Then, it soon came to light that Ji Yuhan's enrollment had been secured through a generous donation of a building. Just last month, Ji Yuhan had been the talk of the internet. Now, he was being ridiculed mercilessly. So, it was merely a purchase degree. How laughable. He still had the audacity to flaunt it on his personal profile. If he had purchased his degree, there was no need to market himself as a scholarly genius. It was indeed quite disgraceful. The fact that he bought his degree yet lacked the patience to complete his studies is simply laughable. Although it was not a case of degree fraud, it was, in fact, even more humiliating than that, something I never anticipated. Ji Yuhan's fans must feel as though the sky is falling. They believed they had fallen for an all-round idol, only to witness the collapse of every persona. The online discussions did not escape the scrutiny of the Ji family's public relations team and were promptly delivered to the elder Ji's desk. The elder Ji was on the verge of losing his mind. Meanwhile, the live broadcast of the variety show was no better. Ji Yuhan was escorted back to the banquet hall, where he was met by the anxious Su Muyao. Han, where have you been? I couldn't find you anywhere. Su Muyao stared in disbelief at the entourage accompanying Ji Yuhan. Ji Yuhan maintained a cold demeanor. Of course, he couldn't admit that he had brushed off Su Muyao to seek out Su Qian. Instead, he found himself being treated as a suspect, returning with his tail between his legs. Was there anything more humiliating than this? All the dignity he had accumulated over 20 years had been obliterated today. Chapter 142. That is because you are so cunning. Su Muyao was no fool. She recognized that Ji Yuhan had intentionally distanced himself to seek out someone else. Who else could that be but Su Qian? During Ji Yuhan's absence, Su Muyao had been performing with commendable dedication, feigning surprise and concern in front of the cameras, resembling a startled little rabbit. Yet, her heart was racing with anxiety. The mere thought of Su Qian's face ignited a burning desire to confront her. She could not afford to lose to Su Qian. Ji Yuhan was someone she had snatched from Su Qian's grasp, and there was no way he could be reclaimed. Not to mention, Su Qian appeared completely indifferent to Ji Yuhan. If Ji Yuhan truly chose Su Qian over her, only to find that Su Qian did not reciprocate, would she not become the ultimate joke? How would the media portray her? What would the audience think? She was currently a star in the limelight and could not afford to lose face. More importantly, she had to enter the Ji family as the mistress. She was not even the biological daughter of the Su family, although she had lived there in her youth. What did that mean now? Furthermore, those in the Su family seemed exceedingly shrewd. They appeared to dote on her, allowing her to overshadow Su Qian, yet in reality, they had granted Su Qian substantial shares and assets, while she had received nothing. She was entitled to something from the Su family. That was her rightful claim. Su Muyao paced the banquet hall, struggling to maintain her composure. No, she could not accept this current situation. Why should both family and Ji Yuhan belong to Su Qian? And what of all those men who trailed after Su Qian, vying for her attention? Was it simply because she was the true daughter of the Su family? But it was she, Su Muyao, who had been raised by the Su family all these years. It was only when Ji Yuhan returned that Su Muyao's expression softened slightly. However, the scene before her left her utterly dumbfounded. Why were several people following Ji Yuhan? What was with their peculiar expressions?
Su Muyao hurriedly approached.
Her face contorted with grievance as she gazed at Ji Yuhan. Han, you are finally back. I lost track of you earlier and couldn't find you anywhere. Ji Yuhan responded with apparent disinterest, allowing Su Muyao to cling to his arm. What a coincidence, Su Qian. You were with Han just now? Su Muyao tilted her head, feigning innocence, attempting to extract information from Su Qian. However, to her chagrin, Su Qian showed no interest in her subtle probing.
Oh.
Su Qian exclaimed, yes, we happened to cross paths. I could be considered a witness. Su Muyao thought she had misheard. Witness?
What? Su Qian kindly clarify, Jess.
I just happened to witness him killing my partner. Then, as if realizing something, Su Qian's expression shifted to one of sudden enlightenment.
Ah.
Did Ji Yuhan just push you away? He must have intended to go after Zheng Yingxuan to kill him, trying to keep it from you. But I happened to see it. The logic was impeccable, full marks. Ha ha. The young lady directly pieced the entire incident together. How could Ji Yuhan explain himself now? He would have to own up to it. One must admit, the young lady's deductive reasoning skills were truly remarkable. The viewers in the comments were thoroughly engaged. While Su Muyao stood there, dumbfounded. What was this? Ji Yuhan had pushed her away to carry out a mission to kill someone? How absurd. They were not children. Who would take the game segment of the show seriously? It was not real murder. As Su Muyao began to feel the situation was childish, Ji Yuhan's furious bellow echoed beside her. I will say it again, I did not kill anyone. Su Muyao? Thus, the displeasure etched upon Ji Yuhan's face, and his furious demeanor stemmed from being falsely accused of murder by Su Qian? Madness. How could these individuals have truly blurred the lines between the game and reality, becoming so engrossed in it? In an instant, Su Muyao found herself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Ji Yuhan was still vehemently arguing with Su Muyao. Su Qian, you committed murder yet refused to acknowledge it. Instead framing me, murdered? If I were the culprit, why would I summon everyone here? Because you are devious. I stand with integrity, unafraid of shadows. My conscience is clear. You then explain why you deliberately pushed Su Muyao away just now. What were your intentions? Ji Yuhan found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't possibly confess before everyone that he intended to confront Su Qian. This silence led everyone to tacitly assume his guilt. Consequently, the day's task of identifying the murderer unfolded with remarkable simplicity. Although various pieces of evidence pointed towards different suspects, the consensus was that Ji Yuhan's sudden outburst of violence rendered him the most suspicious of all. Thus, he was overwhelmingly voted as the suspect and handed over to the captain. Naturally, the captain regretfully informed everyone that they had misidentified the murderer. I told you it wasn't me.
Ji Yuhan retorted coldly.
Even if Mr. K wasn't murdered by you, Zheng Yingxuan certainly was, Yu Shi interjected. Thus, it is not unjust to select you. Your actions are far too suspicious. I've already said it wasn't me. Ji Yuhan attempted to summon Zheng Yingxuan as a witness. Yet Zheng Yingxuan merely sat there, feigning ignorance. With an impressively convincing expression of innocence, he blinked at Ji Yuhan, infuriating him to the brink of fury. What a jest! Zheng Yingxuan was hardly simple-minded. After failing to undermine Su Qian, he had already been warned by her and dared not provoke her further. One could not simply irritate such a formidable heiress, who could easily utilize her wealth and connections to retaliate. To be a scoundrel, one must know when to withdraw. This was a principle Zheng Yingxuan firmly believed in. Thus, Ji Yuhan found himself in a state of utter isolation, even receiving warnings from the staff. Once a character was declared dead, they could no longer partake in the game's narrative and warnings would result in negative scoring. Scoring? Ji Yuhan was on the verge of exasperation. Who cared about scores? However, upon witnessing Su Qian's delight, he gritted his teeth and endured. The day's filming concluded, and the guests ascended the stairs in small groups. Yu Shi and Zhong Yu were still discussing with Su Qian. 3 have already been eliminated. Who could have killed Mr.
K?
Perhaps this murder doesn't even exist, and there will be a twist at the end. I've noticed many shows follow this pattern now. Ha ha ha. Perhaps the killer is among the 3 of us. Their laughter echoed as they approached the elevator when Yu Shi abruptly tugged at Su Qian. Qian.
What are you looking at?
She followed Su Qian's gaze and saw Su Xiao standing alone at the end of the corridor, pressing the button for another elevator. Why aren't the elevators taking us together? Yu Shi remarked, puzzled. Perhaps there are too many people, and it's cramped, Zhong Yi suggested. Yet Su Qian fell silent for a moment. She seemed to recall that elevator, the one designated for the topmost level of the cruise ship. That day, She had used it to poison Lu Kuan. So, what was Su Qian doing visiting Lu Kuan at such an hour? Chapter 143. You'd best succeed. As soon as the filming concluded, Ji Yuhan received a call from his grandfather. His grandfather had not previously contacted him frequently, and this sudden call could only indicate one reason.
Reluctantly, Yi Yuhan answered, "Grandfather."
On the other end, his grandfather's tone was far from pleased. How could you embarrass yourself so publicly while filming a variety show? What have I taught you all these years? Ji Yuhan was caught off guard. He had not anticipated such a remark from his grandfather. He gritted his teeth, lowering his voice. Su Qian is deliberately retaliating against me. His grandfather remained irate. And you allow her to wreak havoc on you? Ji Yuhan, your public image has become a topic of discussion. Your agent informed me you were on the verge of being blacklisted in the entertainment industry, do you understand? Ji Yuhan maintained a stoic expression, seemingly unfazed. Let them blacklist me. His grandfather was furious. Do you think it's as simple as just stepping away from acting and variety shows? This is a scandal. Do you realize that not only the entertainment industry but even the stock prices of our Ji family have been affected? With your current situation, do you still hope to return and take charge of the Ji family? Ji Yuhan scoffed. People outside will gossip. We needn't concern ourselves with them. What does public opinion or academic credentials matter? In the past 20 years of my smooth sailing life, even without these, I could still rise to greatness. His grandfather softened his tone slightly before continuing. The marriage alliance with the Su family needs to be prioritized. After this filming ends, return and prepare. Whether for the company or to collaborate with the Su family, these matters are urgent. Ji Yuhan simply acknowledged, his demeanor unruffled. Since the Lu family situation had completely soured. That was that. His grandfather cautioned, but do reconsider the two daughters of the Su family. Ji Yuhan frowned. What? His grandfather's tone grew stern. I only just learned that Su Qian currently holds a significant stake in the Su family. The percentage is quite astonishing. I've told you before, all affection and feelings are mere illusions. Only blood ties are genuine. At the mention of Su Qian, Ji Yuhan felt a headache coming on. This woman not only had no feelings for him, but also went against him at every turn. To suggest he revisit Su Qian? Absolutely not.
I'm aware.
Ji Yuhan coldly interrupted his grandfather. You'd best be aware.
Yi Yuhan responded,
I need to film tomorrow, grandfather. I will hang up now. After ending the call, Ji Yuhan spotted Su Muyao waiting not far away, smiling sweetly at him. Ahan. Su Muyao was also harboring her own frustrations. Just as filming had concluded, Su Qian had been beside her. Once the cameras were off, Su Qian had provocatively smiled at her and waved the room keycard in her hand. I'm going to rest now, Yao Yao. I won't be joining you upstairs. The black and gold room keycard was designated for the presidential suite on the topmost level of the cruise ship. Since Lu Yan was still filming and hadn't received any special treatment, only one person occupied the top level of the cruise ship.
Lu Kuan.
Su Qian had obtained Lu Kuan's room keycard? Su Muyao gazed at her in disbelief, and Su Qian coyly smiled back. What's wrong? Shouldn't you congratulate your dear friend on her romance? So, Su Qian had indeed latched onto the Lu family. Without the cameras, Su Muyao dropped her facade. Congratulate what? Perhaps you should be cautious. Be careful not to fall ill. Su Qian let out a flirtatious hum. Don't worry, he's in perfect health.
Then,
she leaned closer to Su Muyao, whispering, what a dilemma it would be if I ended up pregnant, considering Lu Kuan mentioned he had no plans for contraception. Of course, she was unaware that Lu Kuan's lack of preparation stemmed from the fact that it was unnecessary. Su Muyao's expression stiffened. Her gaze at Su Qian filled with warning and resentment. You'd best succeed, she stated. Su Qian laughed. I certainly will succeed. As Su Qian departed, Su Muyao took a moment to compose herself before seeking out Ji Yuhan. Just as Su Qian had indicated, she had indeed secured Lu Kuan's affection. And there was even a possibility of ascending in status. If she truly rose to prominence, even if Lu Kuan did not wield power, he would still be the legitimate firstborn of the Lu family, his status more straightforward than Lu Yan's. Thus, Su Qian would become a core figure within the thriving Lu family. Should she lose Ji Yuhan, she would have nothing left. Su Muyao waited beside him, enduring until Ji Yuhan hung up the phone. She forced a smile and leaned closer, addressing him, Ahan. In response, Ji Yuhan maintained a frosty demeanor, turning his head to regard her with an equally icy gaze. Has Su Qian obtained shares of the Su family? He demanded. In truth, Ji Yuhan was merely venting his frustration on Su Muyao. The shares of the Su family were certainly not within her purview to grant. Yet they were nevertheless tied to her. After all, both her father and brother dote on her and harbor disdain for Su Qian. However, why were the shares bestowed upon Su Qian and not her? If they were granted to her, she could also serve as Ji Yuhan's ally, preventing him from being so passive in the face of the Liu family's schemes. Su Muyao was momentarily taken aback by Ji Yuhan's inquiry, then softly replied. It was due to some misunderstandings. My brother compensated her by giving her some shares. Ji Yuhan pressed further. Aren't you a daughter of the Su family? Su Muyao's expression was one of grievance. Of course I am. In the past, Ji Yuhan would feel a pang of sympathy upon witnessing Su Muyao's demeanor.
Yet now,
burdened by the issues concerning his own family, he found himself devoid of all patience, casting a cold glance at Su Muyao before departing. If Su Qian were present, she would surely berate Ji Yuhan's retreating figure, condemning him for favoring those who appear weak when there are no troubles, yet expecting assistance when challenges arise. What right did he have to claim all the good fortune? Ultimately, it was merely the indulgence of his family that had led him to such arrogance. However, standing there was Su Muyao, who could only feel resentment towards Ji Yuhan's back. She loathed Su Qian. She had stolen her identity as the Su family's heiress and now sought to claim her fiancé. Now, even the family's shares were in jeopardy. On what grounds? She had only returned to the Su family for a few years. It was only when Ji Yuhan had walked far away that Su Muyao regained her senses. She took the elevator back to her room and sat on the bed, lost in thought for a while, before gritting her teeth and resolving to take action. Thus, she picked up her phone and dialed a number she hadn't called in days. After a few rings, a magnetic voice came through. Hello? There was a brief pause on the other end before her name was called. Yao Yao? It's late. Is something the matter? It was her eldest brother, Su Qian. Chapter 144. You could avoid a few slaps, don't you think? Su Muyao immediately softened her tone, adopting the gentle demeanor that had always been Su Qian's weakness. It's nothing. I just suddenly missed you, brother, she said sweetly. Su Qian fell silent for a moment. Su Muyao continued. Last week was so busy. I kept thinking about our engagement with the Ji family, so I spent my free time visiting Grandpa Ji. He was very pleased and even inquired about you.
Su Qian interrupted Hergenti.
Yao Yao, we never had an engagement to begin with. His tone remained calm and gentle, yet inexplicably, Su Muyao sensed a chill in his demeanor, though she couldn't pinpoint its source. Brother? She asked. The engagement was arranged by our elders. Logically, it should have been Qian and Ji Yuhan. Now that the engagement has shifted to you and Ji Yuhan, it isn't because we need the Ji family, but rather because you like him. So, Yao Yao, there's no need to force yourself for the family. You only need to consider your own happiness. Su Muyao felt a sense of unease, sensing that Su Qian was distancing himself from her. This realization set off alarm bells in her mind. No, the Su family cannot sever ties with her. Without the Su family, who is she? Just an ordinary actress? With such an identity, how could she possibly qualify to marry into a wealthy family? She would never allow herself to lose her status as the Su family's heiress. Pretending not to understand, Su Muyao immediately responded, I know, brother. You've always been the most caring towards me.
Su Qian remained silent.
Su Muyao continued self-assuredly, so I want to help you bear some of the burden. I'm also working hard to improve my relationship with Qian. Although she still doesn't like me very much, it's already much better than before. I was thinking, once I marry into the Ji family, I'll be an adult too, and I can assist you in business, making our family even better than before. After a lengthy silence, Su Qian finally conceded, Yao Yao has grown up. Su Muyao felt a sense of relief wash over her.
Indeed.
She had grown up among the Su family, fully aware of their dynamics. For instance, her father doted on her excessively. No other brother could compare, and she could effortlessly gain her father's affection. As for her three brothers, the eldest appeared the most indifferent, yet had the softest heart. The third brother seemed fierce and domineering, yet was also quite easy to handle. Except for the second brother, Su Yanzhao, who appeared gentle but had a depth that frightened her, she was still somewhat afraid of him. However, as long as he wasn't present, any issue within the Su family could be resolved. Seizing the moment of Su Qian's concession, Su Muyao timidly added, But brother, I'm still a bit scared. What is it?
Su Qian inquired.
Su Muyao whispered, Grandpa is still somewhat concerned about my background. I've thought about it for a long time after all. I am merely the adopted daughter of the Su family. The Ji family is vast and prosperous, and I have nothing. I don't know what the situation will be like once I marry over there. The money I've earned in the entertainment industry over the years, I believe Grandpa looks down on." At this, Su Muliao took a deep breath and declared, "But it's all right. I've made up my mind, brother. Even if you don't prepare a dowry for me, I can manage on my own. I will definitely change Grandpa's view of me and make him accept me." She paused for a moment, giving Su Qian time to digest her words. She understood that Su Qian was indifferent to money when it came to family. Just as he had been generous to Su Qian out of guilt, he would surely extend the same kindness to her. As long as Su Qian agreed to prepare a dowry for her, various properties, real estate, and company shares would all be secured. Su Muliao listened eagerly for any response from the other end of the line. After a moment, Su Qian sighed, "You don't need to worry about those things. It will be taken care of." A wave of joy washed over Su Muliao. However, before Su Qian could finish his sentence, the call was taken over by someone else. A gentle, calm voice, laced with a hint of amusement, sent chills down Su Muliao's spine. "Is the Ji family so feudal that they require a dowry for their daughter?" Su Muliao stammered, "Second brother?" Su Yanzhao was also on the line. On the other end, Su Yanzhao seemed oblivious to her awkward tone and maintained a warm smile. "Yes. It's me. What's wrong? Is the Ji family asking for a dowry?" Su Muliao found herself at a loss for words. If she said no, what if they truly refused to provide one? Su Yanzhao continued, "That's not how it works. Otherwise, they should have sent formal betrothal gifts to the Su family." "No worries, Yao Yao. I'll call the Ji family right now. If they dare to bully you before the marriage, your brother will definitely seek justice for you." "This old fox." Su Muliao hurriedly replied, "No, second brother. There's nothing. The Ji family hasn't asked me for a dowry."
Oh.
Su Yanzhao's voice grew increasingly gentle, while Su Muliao felt her heart race. Whenever Su Yanzhao schemed against others, he always spoke in this soothing tone. "Sure enough," he added, "you shouldn't have to endure any grievances at the Ji family." Just moments ago, she had dared to act coy with Su Qian. But now she couldn't muster the courage to say anything to Su Yanzhao. If he truly went to the Ji family to create a scene, her dreams of marrying into the Ji family would be shattered. Su Yanzhao was not providing her with support. He was clearly threatening her. All Su Muliao could say was, "Everyone is fine. Grandpa takes good care of me." Su Yanzhao replied with a smile, "That's good. This way, your brother can rest easy. Don't be afraid of any grievances you face outside. The Su family will always be your strongest backing, more valuable than any dowry." If anyone else had said this, Su Muliao would have believed it wholeheartedly. However, it was precisely Su Yanzhao. Su Muliao harbored a deep-seated resentment, yet she found herself utterly powerless against him. With a seemingly obedient smile, she expressed her gratitude, saying "Thank you, brother," before promptly hanging up the phone. With Su Yanzhao around, she felt she could accomplish nothing. Su Muliao was on the brink of exasperation. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Su Yanzhao returned the phone to Su Qian, saying, "Here you go."
Su Qian Said.
After all, she was the girl whom the Su family had raised since childhood. Her current state was perhaps a shared responsibility among them, her elder brothers. If he was so unwilling, why had he acquiesced to her request? Su Yanzhao wore an expression of indifference. Su Qian remarked, "I hope to sever this relationship."
Su Yanzhao scoffed.
A meat bun thrown to a dog.
Su Qian remained silent.
After years of navigating through the business world, he knew just how laughable the act of severing ties could be. The other party, having reaped the benefits, would only grow increasingly insatiable. How could one truly expect to pay them off? "What do you intend to offer her? A percentage of shares?" Su Yanzhao inquired further.
Su Qian replied,
"Shares are out of the question. I do have an idle office building in the commercial center and some vacant properties."
Su Yanzhao just.
"Even if they are idle, it's unnecessary to waste them. The filming concludes tomorrow. Instead of giving them to Su Muliao, why not wait until tomorrow night to give them to Qian? She returns then." He then turned to Su Qian, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Perhaps it could earn her a few more favorable glances and spare her a few slaps. What do you think? Chapter 145. I heard you. The night passed without incident. On the following day, Su Qian distinctly sensed that Su Xiao was walking oddly. It wasn't a matter of fatigue in her legs or an injury. Rather, it appeared to be a deliberate affectation of awkwardness. The filming had yet to commence, and everyone was gathered in the hall for breakfast. Su Xiao, however, fluttered about in front of Su Muliao, walking with an exaggerated sway, and coquettishly lamented, Yao Yao. I didn't sleep well last night. I'm so exhausted today, my legs feel so sore.
Su Muyao mantanda col demeanor.
Refusing to engage in any semblance of sisterly affection. Consequently, Su Xiao, emboldened, sat directly across from Su Muyao and sighed dramatically. Alas, and tonight we must disembark. How can I possibly endure this? Su Qian and her friend sat at a table a short distance away. Unable to contain her curiosity, Su Qian asked, "What are they playing at?" Yu Shi shook her head. Zhong Yi, having been in the entertainment industry for quite some time, had witnessed enough of such antics. Casting a glance at the male guests from the production team before hesitantly shaking her head. Was it possible that Su Xiao had indulged in a fleeting romance? It seemed unlikely, as these male guests did not appear to fit that mold. After breakfast, the crew, accompanied by the cameraman, entered the banquet hall, efficiently setting up their equipment while the guests checked their appearances. Su Qian glanced at her phone, ensuring no remnants of breakfast lingered on her face and that her hair was neatly arranged. Everything appeared satisfactory. Just then, Zheng Yingxuan sidled up beside her.
Su Qian.
Disinterested in idle chatter, cut straight to the chase. Have you forgotten what I said yesterday, or do you genuinely wish to test the waters of your own demise?
Zeng Yingson varia cheia pichigrim. No.
Young lady, I'm here to apologize. Su Qian ignored him. Zheng Yingxuan continued. I was muddled yesterday and merely wanted to leverage a bit of your notoriety. You know how it is in our industry, without promotion, one easily fades into obscurity. Whether he faded or not was uncertain, but Su Qian had never encountered someone so adept at pandering and so shamelessly self-serving. She scrutinized him anew. Such individuals are the most despicable, constantly provoking others for their own gain. If they irritate someone mild-mannered or without means, they escalate their provocations. Should they incite someone formidable, they quickly retract, ensuring they do not come to harm. How contemptible! Encouraged by her disdain, Zheng Yingxuan leaned closer, beaming as he continued. And I've never seen anyone like you, young lady, privileged background, stunning appearance, and such a kind disposition. It's only natural for someone to be momentarily captivated. Out of the corner of her eye, Su Qian spotted Su Muyao. Upon seeing her conversing so intimately with Zheng Yingxuan, Su Muyao's eyes lit up. Eager not to miss any scandalous tidbits, an idea struck Su Qian. As Zheng Yingxuan continued his flattery, she interrupted with a smile. You've never encountered anyone like me? Then, what of Su Muyao? After all, before her arrival, Su Muyao had been a well-known heiress in the entertainment industry, the quintessential rich girl dabbling in showbiz. But who was Zheng Yingxuan? A cunning figure, he quickly grasped the underlying dynamics. What did it matter if a true heiress questioned a false one? It was all nonsense. In the past, Su Muyao had indeed thrived in elite circles, a socialite of considerable stature. However, she was but a pretender. While the Su family had taken her in, now that she was of age, where were the adoption papers? It was merely a nominal arrangement. Furthermore, this Su Muyao remained blissfully unaware of her own shortcomings. Even during the filming, Zheng Yingxuan had observed that Su Muyao not only had a poor relationship with Su Qian but also constantly vied for male attention and camera time, seemingly terrified that Su Qian would overshadow her. Wasn't he the epitome of foolishness? Thus, Zheng Yingxuan quickly understood. Su Qian simply wished to hear someone disparage Su Muyao. Consequently, Zheng Yingxuan enthusiastically remarked, her? Isn't she merely flaunting the Su family name in the entertainment industry? Strutting about, all while pretending to be demure. Who in the industry doesn't know her? Unbeknownst to him, behind him, Su Muyao's expression had turned to stone. How could she have anticipated that Zheng Yingxuan had approached Su Qian solely to speak ill of her? Meanwhile, he continued, with someone like her, how dare she compete with you for a fiancé? Young lady, forgive my bluntness, but it's clear from appearances alone. Look at how beautiful you are. What of Su Muyao? Without makeup and photo editing, how could she even step foot in the industry? She's nothing but a clown. Behind him, Su Muyao's face drained of color. Zheng Yingxuan, eager to ingratiate himself, asked Su Qian, what do you think, young lady? Unable to suppress her laughter, Su Qian replied, whether it's true or not is irrelevant. She smiled at Su Muyao. What do you think, Su Muyao? Zheng Yingxuan stiffly turned around, only to be met with Su Muyao's face twisted in rage. Su Muyao had endured a morning of indignities. First, there was Su Xiao, who, by leveraging her body, had climbed into Lu Kuan's bed and then flaunted it before her. Next was Zheng Yingxuan, who sought to belittle her to win favor with Su Qian. What scoundrels! They were all scoundrels. How dared they presume to challenge her? Su Muyao advanced 2 steps, and with a resounding slap, struck Zheng Yingxuan across the face, swelling his cheek. Zheng Yingxuan staggered, nearly toppling over from the force of her blow. Damn it! Who is it that perpetuates the facade of being fragile and easily toppled online? Such strength. Zheng Yingxuan was momentarily stunned by Su Muyao's assault, and before he could regain his balance, she struck him again. Zheng Yingxuan, what do you think you are? You've sold yourself out like a common prostitute and still have the audacity to speak of me?
Su Muyao, disregarding all decorum,
Hurled her insults with both precision and venom, prompting Su Qian to stifle applause. What a waste of talent to pretend to be demure. Wasn't it exhilarating to fight back? In the face of Su Muyao's fury, Zheng Yingxuan found himself at a loss for words. His bravado evaporated, and he covered his face, meekly murmuring, "It's all a misunderstanding, Su Muyao. Please let me explain." "I heard you loud and clear," Su Muyao retorted, delivering yet another slap to his face. If she couldn't confront Su Xiao, could she not also take down Zheng Yingxuan? At that moment, Ji Yuhan's voice interjected. "What's going on?" Zheng Yingxuan shot Su Muyao a furious glare, preparing to lodge a complaint. He was well aware of the persona Su Muyao crafted in Ji Yuhan's presence. The language employed in this narrative is rather coarse, and the scene unfolds as Su Muyao grapples with the task of explaining herself to Ji Yuhan. Before he can utter a word, however, tears cascade down Su Muyao's cheeks. With a heart full of grievance, she accuses Ji Yuhan that Zheng Yingxuan harassed Qian and slandered me. In a moment of revelation, even Su Qian, who had been merely an onlooker, found herself utterly astonished. Goodness, who knew Su Muyao possessed such formidable prowess? This is a masterful blend of tea artistry and martial skills, truly without any weaknesses. With such abilities, why engage in petty squabbles? She can fight when she wants, and weep when she desires. Individuals like her are bound to succeed in any endeavor. Yet, despite her impressive capabilities, she squandered her talents on trivial rivalry. A sheer waste indeed. Upon hearing Su Muyao's words, Ji Yuhan seized upon the pivotal point. Harassment? He had overlooked her mention of slander, with resentment glimmering in her eyes. Su Muyao, however, had no time to ponder this. She was determined to deal with Zheng Yingxuan decisively, making an example of him for all who dared to look down upon her. Thus, she embellished her tale, tears in her eyes as she recounted. "I witnessed him making advances on Qian. Concerned for her well-being, I approached, only to be met with his humiliation." Zheng Yingxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. When had he ever laid a hand on Su Qian? This woman was twisting the truth.
Yuhan's fists clenched tightly.
He cast a glance at Su Qian before pressing Su Muyao further. "What humiliation did he inflict upon you?" After a brief pause, Su Muyao, devoid of any guilt, began to weave her fabrications. "He claimed I willingly debased myself to share your bed, and that he intended to have both me and Qian, relishing in the joys of a harem." Su Qian was taken aback.
Hold on.
"I don't recall us being the protagonists in some melodramatic tale. What is this bizarre narrative you're spinning?" Nevertheless, Su Muyao's cunning stratagem proved effective, igniting a fierce rage in Ji Yuhan. He lunged at Zheng Yingxuan, delivering a powerful punch that sent him sprawling to the ground. "Have you lost your senses?" The surrounding staff and guests were taken aback, rushing forward in alarm. "What is happening? Quick, intervene. Ji, please stop. Filming is about to commence." Yet Ji Yuhan was already on top of Zheng Yingxuan, raining down blows upon him. In terms of combat, Ji Yuhan was not particularly skilled, but unlike Zheng Yingxuan, who had been rendered weak, Ji's strength far surpassed his. Moreover, Ji favored targeting the face in fights, unlike others who might aim for the body. With several strikes, Zheng Yingxuan's visage became grotesquely swollen, and when Lu Yan pulled him away, one eye was swollen shut, his lips grotesquely puffed. "What's going on?" Lu Yan inquired, his brow furrowed.
Yuhan,
Restrained by several staff members, yet still intent on attacking Zheng Yingxuan, shouted, "How dare you lay a hand on the daughters of the Su family? What are you even worth?" Lu Yan's expression darkened, and just as the staff attempted to take Zheng Yingxuan from him, he leaned in casually, delivering a heavy punch to Zheng Yingxuan's abdomen. Zheng Yingxuan gasped, nearly losing consciousness. The young Master Lu supposed to be intervening? Now he is attacking the victim. The staff stood in stunned silence. In a swift motion, Lu Yan pushed Zheng Yingxuan toward them, who collapsed to the ground with a thud. The staff exchanged bewildered glances. Is Lu Yan truly here to help? With a nonchalant flick of his wrist, Liu Yan offered an ambiguous explanation. They were still at sea, unable to disembark until nightfall. Fortunately, a doctor aboard conducted a preliminary examination, deeming Zheng Yingshuan's injuries to be minor abrasions, not severe. Of course, from a medical standpoint, they were minor. But considering Ji Yuhan had targeted his face, essential for a male star relying on his looks, it was a different matter entirely. Upon seeing the doctor, Zheng Yingshuan screamed, his agitation palpable as he shouted in Korean, his emotions overtaking him. However, the doctor and surrounding guests comprehended little beyond a few scattered phrases. What is he saying? Su Qian asked. Zhong Yi paused before responding. He is demanding the doctor examine his face thoroughly. He fears Ji Yuhan has misaligned his implants.
Su Qian stifled a laugh.
Meanwhile, Zheng Yingshuan repeated his demands in Chinese, prompting the doctor to reassure him that there was no cause for concern. The implants were biological and would not be damaged by such minor trauma. Of course, they could only assess visually and through touch. If Zheng Yingshuan remained apprehensive, he would need to seek medical attention once they reached shore. Zheng Yingshuan let out another round of cries. Su Qian couldn't help but remark, if only the cameras were rolling now. I bet everyone would relish such an exhilarating scene. Zhong Yi cautioned her. While that may be amusing, remember, Zheng Yingshuan's fans are also human. After all, he had convincingly portrayed a positive image, even deceiving Zhong Yi at one point, which explained the genuine affection many harbored for him. Su Qian nodded in agreement. Realizing the fans had done nothing wrong, they were merely deceived by illusions. As the filming was set to commence, and with Zheng Yingshuan's condition deemed stable, the staff began preparing everyone for the shoot. Thankfully, since he had been killed in the script the previous day, a simple explanation of his need for rest due to illness would suffice, not hindering the overall filming schedule. Liu Qian, having risen late, received his breakfast in his room. Upon hearing about the commotion, he hurried to the banquet hall, only to find everything unchanged except for one less person. What happened? What exactly transpired? Liu Qian, perplexed, sought answers, leaning close to Su Qian and whispering, I heard there was a fight? Just as Su Qian was about to respond, Su Xiao approached unexpectedly. Liu Qian, there you are. I've been searching for you. She leaned provocatively against him, casting a challenging glance at Su Qian, as if to suggest Su Qian was vying for her man. Liu Qian instinctively shifted away, feeling uneasy. He had only just realized how troublesome she was, demanding resources and disparaging every female cast member from Su Muyao to Su Qian, clearly seeking his backing. Why should he support her? If she desired support, she should seek it from his brother. Now, she was confronting Su Qian. Qian, what are you discussing with my brother? She asked with an unfriendly demeanor. Care to share it with me?
Su Qian chuckled lightly.
Oh, it's nothing much really. I was merely saying that someone angered Su Muyao earlier and was subsequently pummeled by Ji Yuhan. Quite a terrifying scene, don't you think, Su Xiao? You wouldn't have offended her, would you? Su Xiao's expression faltered. She was the very first to provoke Su Muyao that morning. Observing her discomfort, Su Qian smiled mischievously, because I've heard Ji Yuhan is also known to strike women. Chapter 147. Ji Yuhan struck a woman? Su Xiao's expression soured. Are you threatening me? You would threaten me on behalf of Su Muyao? She questioned, her false smile fading. Su Qian retorted, what kind of twisted logic is that? Su Xiao gritted her teeth. Have you forgotten how Su Muyao treated you? Moreover, have you forgotten how both Ji Yuhan and Su Muyao treated you? Su Qian chuckled. So what? Su Xiao, taken aback by her audacity, retorted, you. Su Qian replied, I merely jest, watching two dogs bite each other. Why should I concern myself with any grievances between myself and the dogs? It's unnecessary, really. Humans and dogs are on different paths, and I am not that petty. Su Xiao was nearly beside herself with rage. It was one thing for Su Qian to insult Su Muyao as a dog, but to drag her into it as well. This Su Qian was impervious to both soft and hard tactics. Meanwhile, Liu Qian was anxiously pacing. What are you two talking about? Who hit whom? Ji Yuhan struck a woman? Could they not postpone their quarrel for a moment? He was on the verge of a breakdown. First, could they clarify what just transpired? He was eager to grasp the situation. However, the production team had already commenced filming as scheduled, leaving Liu Qian frustrated, ultimately none the wiser about the earlier events. He would have to wait until the evening's shooting concluded to inquire further. The captain continued to diligently outline the proceedings. Dear guests, I trust you rested well last night? I am quite disappointed that you have failed to identify the correct culprit for 2 consecutive days. Today marks your final opportunity, as our ship is officially returning. Scheduled to dock at 7 o'clock tonight. You have but one last day. To assist you in swiftly locating the perpetrator, we shall open the top deck of Mr. K.'s residence for evidence collection. I hope you can unravel the mystery and restore justice for Mr. K. Everyone listened intently to the captain's discourse, except for Su Qian, who was surreptitiously casting flirtatious glances at Su Qian. Su Qian observed this unfolding drama with keen interest. Those two? A bold conjecture flickered through Su Qian's mind. Could it be? With Su Xiao's confident and alluring demeanor, perhaps they had already grown closer, despite having only met aboard the ship.
Goodness.
How thrilling was the entertainment industry even before the show had concluded. Su Qian's gaze darted between them, intrigued. Where was Yingxuan today? It was said he was resting due to feeling unwell, perhaps seasickness or a cold. She felt a pang of sympathy. Why did it seem Su Xiao was perpetually distracted? Could it be that she had contracted a contagious cold from him? It felt like there was more to her standing beside Su Qian in such a peculiar manner. The barrage of comments from the audience was relentless, and as soon as the captain finished announcing the task, the other players boarded the elevator to the top deck. After all, with the likes of Lu Yan and Bai Xiujing, the two eccentricities, teaming up, the evidence on the other floors had been thoroughly searched. The pieces could not be connected, and everyone felt the absence of Mr. K as the missing link. This time they did not divide into groups. Did I scare you earlier? Lu Yan, standing next to Su Qian in the elevator, leaned down and whispered, his voice barely audible to the two of them. How could she be scared? She was the one who had ignited the flames of chaos. Su Qian shook her head decisively. Not at all, since no one hit me. What is there to fear as an onlooker? Lu Yan paused for a moment before stating, it's Yingxuan.
What?
Su Qian looked up at Lu Yan, only to find his expression inscrutable, a few strands of hair obscuring his eyes. I will deal with him after we return to the company, he declared. Su Qian was taken aback by the icy malevolence emanating from him and hastily pulled at his sleeve. Don't be impulsive. Why did Lu Yan seem intent on erasing Yingxuan from existence? Lu Yan acquiesced, but his demeanor suggested he was not entirely trustworthy. Su Qian scratched her head and couldn't help but offer further counsel. Ji Yuhan has already struck him, and quite fiercely at that. He probably won't be able to face the camera for a month. Lu Yan retorted. He is audacious. He dares to provoke anyone. Who did he provoke?
Oh.
Su Qian recalled, realizing Lu Yan must have taken Su Muyao's words seriously. A laugh escaped her lips in the elevator, unable to contain herself. The sound was rather loud, prompting everyone else in the elevator to turn their attention toward her. What's wrong, Qian? Su Qian quickly straightened her expression, brushing her face. Oh, nothing. I just remembered something amusing. How could she not be amused? It was just the absurdities concocted by Su Muyao, aside from Ji Yuhan. That fool with a brain the size of a pea, who else would believe such nonsense? Meeting Lu Yan's puzzled gaze, Su Qian stifled her laughter while pulling at him. Do not be rash. Su Muyao is just spinning tales to provoke Ji Yuhan into hitting him again. Are you implying he hasn't done anything to you? Su Qian pondered for a moment. Not exactly, she replied. He merely harbored dreams of getting close to me, but alas, he failed. Lu Yan fell silent for a brief moment. Speaking of which, Su Qian continued to ramble. Isn't that just a dream? He certainly overestimates himself, thinking he is some sort of celestial being. Even if he were, it would be impossible. I am living such a splendid life now. Why would I want to marry a man to bind me?
Ding.
The elevator doors opened. Everyone stepped out, and Su Qian lightly patted Lu Yan's arm, calling out, "Let us go." She followed the crowd outside, not even noticing Lu Yan's expression. Most of the rooms on the top deck were locked, as they were unoccupied. Thus, the only accessible areas were some communal entertainment facilities, Lu Qian's room, and an entire private deck. The opulence left everyone in awe. Who would cultivate a garden on a ship's deck? Who knew that not only was there a private bar and a billiard room, but also a small indoor golf course? The lifestyle of the affluent was far too extravagant. Su Qian couldn't resist glancing at Lu Qian skeptically. What do you need all this for? Do you even exercise? Judging by his physique, exercise seemed more like a punishment. How could this young master find himself with nothing better to do than seek out hardship?
Ha ha ha.
Su Qian voiced the question that had been on everyone's mind. The young lady was merely the mouthpiece, and I have grown weary of saying it. Lu Qian's face flushed crimson. Do you comprehend nothing? These settings are not for physical training, they are for socializing. A game or two while discussing business, do you understand?
Su Qian inquired. Eh?
You still require socializing? The novels depicted him as a fool. Could he also be a business-savvy fool? Lu Kuan was rendered speechless, ultimately unable to refrain from pointing at the camera and gritting his teeth. Everyone is watching. Could you at least grant me a modicum of dignity? Chapter 148. A silly, yet somewhat amusing young master. Lu Kuan was indeed angered by Su Qian, but the audience and the comments erupted with laughter. So amusing. So entertaining. Everyone scoured the communal areas for evidence and quickly uncovered numerous items, both large and small. Among them was the timeline of Mr. K's activities on the night of the incident, which proved to be crucial evidence. Once they finished gathering evidence, only Mr. K's room remained, specifically, the room occupied by Lu Kuan. As the door swung open, it was apparent that the production team had meticulously arranged it. The spacious suite was spotless, with various pieces of evidence displayed throughout the room for them to investigate. Additionally, Lu Kuan's personal belongings had been carefully stored away in drawers and wardrobes secured with codes. Thus, everyone felt no burden as they casually strolled around the room before commencing their search for evidence. Mr. K, your room is astonishingly large, exclaimed Yu Shi, who had never entered Lu Kuan's bedroom before.
Is it? Lu Kuan frackered, unimpressed.
Yu Shi pondered and admitted, I suppose. Mr. K was born with a silver spoon and likely has never encountered a small room. Lu Kuan interjected, how could I have never seen one? I have. Yu Shi looked at him curiously, noticing a hint of pride in Lu Kuan's expression, before Lu Yan returned to the Lu family. I secretly sought him out at his residence after hearing about him. This revelation piqued the interest of the production team's guests and the audience beyond the screen. All ears perked up. What a juicy tidbit. A magnificent scandal has presented itself at our doorstep. I was certain that watching this show would not lead to disappointment. Goodness. Is there truly such an exhilarating tale? Do share, do share. Young Master Lu does not treat us as outsiders. When there are juicy stories, he genuinely divulges them. Then, Lu Kuan, with a smug expression, proclaimed, once I learned of his existence, I promptly dispatched individuals to investigate him. He was residing in an old community within the city, and I took 10 bodyguards with me to confront him. Such an exhilarating beginning. Ha ha ha, it aligns perfectly with my stereotypes of the feuds within wealthy families. And then?
Su Qian eagerly inquired.
This is something the novels fail to mention. It's akin to a delightful bonus chapter. Lu Kuan replied, then he wasn't home. Su Qian, the audience. Lu Kuan continued, so, I instructed the bodyguards to break down the door and pry open Lu Yan's lock. And then? Su Qian's eyes sparkled once more, and the audience in the comments were equally thrilled. Lu Kuan scratched his head, and the bodyguard remarked, this is illegal.
Su Qian, PFFT. Ha ha ha.
This perfectly aligns with the core values of Huagua nationalism regarding family feuds, haha. I'm dying of laughter. How law-abiding of you, my bodyguard friend. The comments were so filled with laughter that they could no longer see the characters on screen, and several guests were also chuckling. Haha. So you didn't get to meet him after all. Lu Kuan immediately retorted, who says I didn't? I did meet him. He continued, then I thought, since Lu Yan lives on the second floor, if he won't let me through the door, I'll just go through the window. I climbed up to the window and took a look. You have no idea how small his apartment is. It was tidy, but I have never seen such a tiny place in my life. The way he described it made it sound as if Lu Yan resided in a mouse hole. How small could it possibly be? Another guest couldn't help but ask. I later inquired with my bodyguards, and they said the apartment was barely over 70 square meters. My goodness.
Su Qian.
Other guests fell momentarily silent. Kill that spoiled rich kid, who doesn't know the value of things. 70 square meters is hardly small. How can it be small? My smile froze on my face. Damn those rich people. Is it true that wealth limits your imagination, young Master Lu? Several guests from humble backgrounds couldn't hold back either. Do you not realize that a 70 square meter apartment is not small at all? Yu Shi covered her face. Zhongyi added nonchalantly, my family of 4 used to live in a 70 square meter apartment. Lu Kuan listened, dumbfounded, as if they were speaking a foreign language. Su Qian covered her face. All right, continue. We all want to berate you, and the audience in the comments surely wants to as well. Lu Kuan's face flushed slightly, and he straightened up. There's nothing more. Su Qian, puzzled, asked, huh? So you didn't meet Lu Yan?
I did.
At that moment, Lu Yan's voice calmly drifted over from the side. Su Qian turned her head. Were you home at that time? Lu Yan replied, I wasn't. When I returned home, Lu Kun was stuck in the security window, hanging outside my window. Ha 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 ha. What a comical scenario. I'm dying of laughter. No wonder Lu Kun didn't mention it. This is how they met. Ha ha ha, the imagery is too vivid. Su Qian burst into laughter. Huh? He got stuck? Lu Yan nodded. Yes, he had never seen a security window. The bodyguards wanted to call the fire department, but he wouldn't allow it and argued with them while hanging there. The guests erupted into laughter. And then, what happened next? Su Qian rolled on the floor in laughter. Lu Yan recounted. He climbed up and pulled my head out of the window, Lu Kun muttered under his breath. Su Qian began to realize that the relationship between Lu Yan and his brother seemed quite good. How could it not be? One was a foolishly comedic young master, while the other, although lacking humor, was a private child resigned to cleaning up the mess. The laughter continued, and they resumed searching for evidence in the room. The portrait of the fiancé, hanging on the wall, the unwashed coffee machine, and the unsigned letters on the table, there were quite a few pieces of evidence in Kay's room. Everyone was searching in various places, and although Su Qian felt a bit guilty upon seeing the coffee machine, she was relieved when she noticed that no one was paying attention to it. Then, while wandering in the bedroom, she found heart medication hidden beneath the cabinet. How did this medication end up here? Could it have been spilled by Mr. K himself?
Su Qian pander de laud.
Not necessarily. At that moment, Bai Shujing's voice came from nearby. Su Qian turned her head. What did you find? Bai Shujing nodded, producing the evidence he had found nearby. Look, Mr. K's assistant regularly organizes his belongings. Assistant?
Su Qian hesitated.
But the assistant is Cheng Xiao, and he has already been voted out. As the two discussed, a sudden exclamation interrupted them. Oh no, what is this? Su Qian turned around to see Su Muyao gently nudging something out from beneath the bed with her toes, a surprisingly alluring piece of lingerie. The style of the straps resembled something that belonged to Su Xiao. Chapter 149. What treasure has Su Muyao uncovered? Suddenly, a piece of lingerie appeared on camera, and the production team scrambled to pixelate it. Yet, as if fearing the audience might miss it, Su Muyao held it up by the straps, swinging it around, leaving the pixelations struggling to keep up. Su Qian was left astounded. Why was she so certain this lingerie belonged to Su Xiao? Because she had seen it yesterday. The day prior, Su Xiao wore a short dress with a wide neckline, and the straps had accidentally been exposed multiple times, which Su Qian had caught sight of. It was white silk. Su Qian was somewhat surprised. Shouldn't a female celebrity know better than to expose such straps? Logically, she shouldn't have been so careless. However, the design of the straps was strikingly unique, suggesting a specific styling method, especially since Su Xiao seemed to have unintentionally revealed them several times. At last, Su Qian was finally able to see the full view of the lingerie. Goodness! The pure silk straps contrasted sharply with the sexy, revealing lace underneath. How provocative! City folks truly know how to indulge in life. But how on earth did lingerie end up in Lu Kuan's room? Moreover, this was live streaming. Millions of viewers were watching. Su Qian's expression momentarily blinked as she contemplated how they would salvage the situation. Would they claim it was Lu Kuan's clothing? Or suggest that he had a penchant for wearing such items in secret? But the all-knowing internet could uncover everything. The lineage of this lingerie would be impossible to conceal. Before Su Qian could complete her thoughts, Su Muyao gasped, covering her mouth in shock. "Isn't the Su Xiao's?" She appeared astounded. Momentarily forgetting the camera was right in front of her. Then, Su Muyao turned to Su Xiao, her big eyes blinking in panic. "Su Xiao, how did your lingerie end up here?" She then glanced at Lu Kuan, and as if realizing she had misspoken, hurriedly closed her mouth. However, Su Qian thought, didn't you just reveal everything that needed to be said? Key character, crucial information. Nothing was left out. The comments section must be exploding. Indeed. The comments were now flooded with question marks. What? Did I hear that right? Help, I found yesterday's clip. And Su Xiao's outfit was indeed a perfect match for those straps. The limited edition from Victoria's Secret this spring is hard to come by. So last night? Su Xiao and Lu Kuan? But isn't Su Xiao known for her pure image? I can't accept this. The comments were in an uproar, and Su Xiao was left dumbfounded. As Su Muyao expressed her astonishment, her eyes sparkled with delight, provocatively looking at Su Xiao, clearly implying something. Believing oneself to have grown wings and daring to betray me? I shall ensure that you are left utterly oblivious to your own demise. Su Xiao clenched her jaw tightly, her hands trembling uncontrollably at her side, her gaze fixed intently on Su Muyao, struggling to articulate a coherent response. This is not. Nearby, Lu Yan cast a dispassionate glance at Lu Kuan, who felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Just yesterday, Su Xiao had entered his room clad in that very attire. How could he be expected to uphold any semblance of chastity? He had never participated in a live broadcast variety show and was unaware that even the most mundane aspects of privacy could be stripped away. Oh, dear brother, save me, I implore you. He cast a pleading look at Lu Yan, but Lu Yan, appearing indifferent, calmly averted his gaze. Lu Kuan's heart sank into despair. Even his brother neglected him, allowing him to face social annihilation. Such is the cruel nature of aristocratic entanglements. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Su Muyao clutched the undergarment, her face a mixture of terror and helplessness, as she turned to Ji Yuhan for assistance. Ji Yuhan frowned, idly twisting the beads on his wrist. Discard it, he commanded. Do not hold it, it is unclean. His words were devoid of courtesy, serving to humiliate both Su Xiao and Lu Kuan without exception. Lu Kuan felt a twinge of displeasure, yet knowing he was in the wrong, he could muster no retort, instead standing by like a plump quail, looking rather pitiable. At that moment, Zheng Xiao interjected. Sister Qian, how did you know this belongs to Sister Su Xiao? He asked earnestly. He expressed no concern for the intimate garment's presence, rather. He was intensely curious about how Su Muyao had identified its owner so swiftly. After all, they had just been in the room searching for evidence. And what remained were primarily game clues and props. How had this personal item suddenly become entangled with a real person? He merely posed an irresistible question for a puzzle enthusiast. I thought it was some significant clue, hidden in such a peculiar location. Oh, dear brother, you are so naive. Came the laughter. Even though he has been eliminated, he remains fixated on the game. How endearing. Let us crowdfund a resurrection armor for Qing Xiao. Please, dear production team. He genuinely yearns to play. Cheng Zhao's diversion lightened the atmosphere considerably, prompting Lu Kuan to chime in eagerly. Exactly. I have no idea what this is. ISN, just a prop placed here by the production team? His mind was finally catching up. However, Su Muyao was determined not to let Su Xiao off the hook, her expression one of faux sympathy as she stated, I simply remember seeing Xiao wear this yesterday. It's identical. She had resolved to crush Su Xiao as aspirations of climbing the social ladder through the Lu family, aiming to tarnish her reputation in the entertainment industry, leading to potential obscurity or even outright banishment. After all, engaging in a one-night affair with a guest during a live broadcast would undoubtedly create a scandal of epic proportions. From this day forth, Su Xiao might be forever branded as a scandalous figure, irrevocably altering the course of her future. Such a traitor. Su Muyao was resolute in her desire to obliterate. Standing nearby, Su Qian observed in bemusement. While it was true that Su Xiao sought to ascend through unscrupulous means, should this revelation come to light, it would hardly be unjust. Yet, what of Su Muyao? Witnessing her glee, Su Qian felt an unsettling discomfort, particularly when Su Muyao cast a threatening and triumphant glance in her direction. What was the intent here? To intimidate her through the demise of Su Xiao? Su Qian sighed in exasperation. Su Muyao, after all this time, still could not discern the nuances of power dynamics. Thus, when Su Muyao once again directed a vague gaze at her, Su Qian's expression shifted to one of shock, disdain, and an unspoken sentiment.
Ah, Su Muyao.
She retreated a step, her eyes betraying a mix of disbelief and reproach. Su Muyao, caught off guard by this sudden shift, was momentarily at a loss. Then she witnessed Su Qian's look of disdain as she took another step back. What do you watch every day? Staring at Su Xiao's undergarments, knowing exactly what she wears. Yet you still recognize me at a glance? Is that what a genuine best friend does? Chapter 150. The man who plays the victim, unstoppable.
No.
That's not it. I am merely defending my best friend. Indeed, they are both white undergarments, but how does Su Muyao know this is Su Xiao's? The laughter echoed. If it truly belonged to Su Xiao, it would indeed suggest something peculiar about Su Muyao. Blind student, you have uncovered the truth. Su Muyao's expression froze, her earlier pride and swagger evaporating as she felt the walls closing in. What do you mean, Su Qian? What are you insinuating? Su Qian continued to regard her with disdain. What do you watch every day? It seems that one with a guilty conscience perceives everything as tainted. Su Miao found herself inexplicably dragged into a confrontation. Moments ago, she had been relentlessly targeting Su Qian, and now she found herself stammering to clarify. I did not. It's just that this style is quite unique, and I happened to see it yesterday and asked Xiao Xiao about it. Su Qian immediately refuted. You never asked me. Yao Yao, how could you so maliciously slander me? Although Su Qian had no desire to exonerate her, now that Su Miao was also implicated, she seized the opportunity to retaliate. The outcome remained uncertain. Su Miao hastily replied, I did not slander you, Xiao Xiao, I merely recognized it at a glance. But you didn't ask me about the style yesterday. Why claim you did now? Su Qian obstinately pressed, disappointment etched across her face. It is clearly a prop placed here by the production team. How could you claim it is mine? Yao Yao, do you truly think so little of me? I just happened to see something that resembles yours, Su Miao asserted, her voice trembling as tears threatened to spill, only to be outdone by Su Qian, whose tears fell even faster. Yao Yao, I thought of you as my true friend. Whether the undergarment was a prop or something more, the online community would ultimately decide. Regardless of the narrative, certainty remained elusive. However, one thing was clear. The once inseparable bond between these two screen sisters had shattered irrevocably. The two engaged in a verbal battle within the program, their fans equally unwilling to back down, sparring fiercely in the comments and across various social media platforms. Numerous onlookers, armed with comparative videos of yesterday's exposed shoulder strap style, transformed into amateur sleuths, scrutinizing the blurred footage from today as broadcast. Su Qian stood by, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. Now that the two were embroiled in conflict, the evidence gathering had naturally come to a halt. What could be more captivating than such a tumultuous display of affection and animosity in a crime-solving show? Especially since these two had marketed their long-standing friendship for years. It was shocking to witness them clash on a live broadcast. The topic had trended multiple times, with plenty of fans rallying behind them. Not far off, Lu Yan, turning away from the camera, pulled Lu Qian into a cloakroom devoid of lenses. What did I previously convey to you? Once the door closed, Lu Yan's gaze toward Lu Qian was notably indifferent. Lu Qian felt his knees weaken, nearly collapsing. Who understands? Lu Yan's nonchalant demeanor was more intimidating than when his father had chased him with a belt. Lu Qian was at a loss for words. When he had initially considered joining the show for fun, Lu Yan had already warned him. The chaotic antics he engaged in privately should not be brought into the program. How had Lu Yan articulated it? Anywhere else is fair game, but this is not a place for you to indulge in filth. Could Lu Qian truly be so oblivious? Was Lu Yan the type to respect the show or the entertainment industry? No, Lu Yan forbade him from causing chaos here precisely because of Su Qian's presence. It was likely that he wished to shield Su Qian from witnessing anything distasteful and to prevent Lu Qian from embarrassing the Lu family in front of her. But Lu Qian wore a grim expression. It's my fault. I couldn't resist her. She came into my room yesterday and started undressing. Lu Yan furrowed his brow slightly and glanced at him. Lu Qian quickly fell silent, remembering that his younger brother had a cleanliness obsession. Not only did he refrain from any interaction with women, but he also preferred to keep his ears untainted, particularly disinterested in such matters. Lu Qian fell silent, pondering. What should I do? The show is live. The netizens are bound to uncover it. How embarrassing. Are you still worried about embarrassment? Lu Yan replied nonchalantly. Lu Qian. That's true. He has embarrassed himself quite enough. Just 2 years ago, rumors circulated that he was gravely ill. But it shouldn't be handled this way. He protested. Lu Yan remained silent, leaning against the one-way glass door, tilting his head to observe outside. Lu Qian, feeling a surge of indignation, continued, moreover. I feel like I've been set up. I told her to tidy up and leave, and I had no idea she left her clothes here. It's not like she brought a suitcase. How could she forget what she wore? He would bet his life that it was impossible. Lu Yan replied. Isn't it normal for you to be schemed against? Lu Qian conceded. True, but does my brother have to be so blunt? It makes him uncomfortable. He muttered. It's normal, but she was too brazen. Little brother, her actions clearly show a lack of respect for the Lu family. You can't. He trailed off upon realizing Lu Yan was not paying attention, his gaze fixed outside. Following Lu Yan's line of sight, he spotted Su Qian standing not far away, engaged in a low conversation with Bai Xiaojing. They appeared to be discussing something, with Su Qian looking up at Bai Xiaojing and smiling. her eyes sparkling, a sight that captivated Lu Kuan. Lu Yan, gripping the door handle, was already poised to push the door open. Lu Kuan hurriedly stopped him. Why the long face? You're not even her official boyfriend. Don't act like you're catching someone in the act. Am I? Lu Yan replied, his gaze still on Su Qian and Bai Xiujing, a hint of bitterness in his tone. Lu Kuan pressed on, do you really want me to be honest? Your expression right now is worse than the time you upset Dad. Lu Yan fell silent for a moment, lowering his eyes as he said, I never intended to pressure her. He had always known that Su Qian was charming and delightful. It was only natural that people would be drawn to her. But still, was his expression really that terrible? Seeing him like this, Lu Kuan felt a pang of affection for his younger brother. Look at that, the so-called villain. When faced with love, turns into a younger brother, destined to endure the pains of love. You can't just remain like this, he said, suddenly feeling generous and eager to impart wisdom to Lu Yan. How so? A man shouldn't always wear a cold demeanor. It's quite off-putting, Lu Kuan advised. Lu Yan paused, fully aware that he had never been particularly likable. He understood that, and didn't he really mind? Who did he need to curry favor with? When the world sheds its civilized facade, it transforms into a vast arena of beasts where he excels in biting and hunting without needing to learn how to be charming.
But now,
what should I do? Lu Yan asked earnestly. For the first time, Lu Kuan played the role of an elder brother, patting his shoulder. Feel pity. Understand? Lu Kuan continued, men who can feign vulnerability are unstoppable. Chapter 151. At best, just a delivery boy. Su Qian stood there, delightedly watching the two men bicker. When suddenly, Bai Xiujing's voice reached her ears. Control your front teeth. His deep voice, laced with a light chuckle, startled Su Qian. She turned to see Bai Xiujing winking at her, whispering, the camera can see you. Su Qian glanced around and noticed the other guests wore expressions of concern. Only she, with a wide grin, seemed overly entertained. Cough, cough. Su Qian quickly adjusted her expression to avoid appearing too gleeful at the spectacle.
meanwhile,
Bai Xiujing chuckled softly beside her. Any plans after this week of filming? He asked quietly. Plans? Su Qian pondered briefly and replied. Perhaps a visit to inspect my brother's ventures. Nothing else really. This included the teams, the companies, and the competitions at her brother's place, like Jiang Fingshua. She hadn't been online much lately, and hadn't checked how their league was faring this year. If they performed well, wouldn't her dividends be uncountable? Should she enter an online lottery to flaunt? While she was lost in thought, Bai Xiujing suddenly said, my new movie needs a cameo. It only requires a few shots. Are you interested in trying out? Su Qian hadn't caught his words, and when she came back to her senses, she only heard the phrase try out. What? Try what? Bai Xiujing patiently repeated himself. Su Qian responded, but I've never acted before. What role is it? Bai Xiujing explained, just a few shots and a profile view. It's a historical drama where you play the male lead's deceased beloved. Unable to hold back, Su Qian quipped, isn't it the case that a beloved shouldn't show their face to create impact? Bai Xiujing chuckled, you're quite knowledgeable. Su Qian retorted, of course. Do you think I came here without reading countless novels? Bai Xiujing, clearly confused, asked, came here? Su Qian flashed a mischievous smile, patted his shoulder, and said, some things I hope you never understand. Though Bai Xiujing had no idea what she meant, her expression made it hard for him not to smile. Who wouldn't he be influenced by such a vibrant and lively person? He certainly found it impossible. At that moment, Su Qian caught sight of someone out of the corner of her eye and turned to see Lu Yan standing there. His face bore no expression, but he slightly bowed his head, lost in thought, emanating a melancholic aura. Just then, Lu Yan lifted his head and their eyes met, reminiscent of a forlorn little puppy, strangely. There was a sense of awkwardness and clumsiness about him. Su Qian asked Lu Yan, where did you just go? Did Ji Yuhan bully you again? Lu Yan shook his head, his voice low. No, I just spoke with Lu Kuan. Speaking with Lu Kuan, I see, Su Qian realized. Glancing at Lu Kuan and then at Shu Su Shao nearby, understanding the implication. So these two are indeed a thing. How explosive. Her gaze towards Lu Kuan brimmed with disdain. Lu Kuan protested. What? This situation seems off. Wasn't I supposed to make my brother feign vulnerability? Not turn it into an attack on him? Don't look at him. Look at your brother. The tyrant playing the innocent green tea. Isn't that unappealing?
Yet,
Lu Yan's somber voice interrupted. Since the matter arose from our family, it is indeed a disturbance to everyone. Lu Kuan exclaimed, what the heck? I told you to feign vulnerability, not to sell out your brother. However, Su Qian clearly found his plight endearing and immediately comforted Lu Yan. Don't overthink it. Hasn't he everything smoothed out? Besides, everyone loves gossip. It's not a big deal. Lu Kuan couldn't help but chime in, exactly. But before he could finish, Su Qian cut in, not you.
Lu Kun blinker in contusion. Huh.
Su Qian, with an air of disdain, remarked, do you know that chastity is a man's best asset? It has nothing to do with your brother, but I'm not talking about you. At your age, you should control yourself better.
Keep your distance from me.
Lu Kuan's eyes widened in shock. To his surprise, Lu Yan, standing beside him, solemnly added, true. I'll teach him a lesson when we get back. Lu Kuan was at his wit's end. You both. Su Qian continued, did you see? The more capable a man is, the more he values virtue. Why blame others for seducing you? Have you reflected on why they only target you and not others? Isn't it because your personal life is the least respectable? Lu Yan agreed, yes, indeed. You should reflect on this.
Lu Kun groaned.
I've never seen anything like this, tricking a dog into a slaughter. Before coming here, no one mentioned it would be a mixed doubles affair. He felt utterly disenchanted with life until Su Qian had sufficiently reprimanded him and then proceeded to console his younger brother. Don't overthink it. How could you possibly be to blame? His fierce and cold-blooded brother nodded obediently at Su Qian like a faithful dog. Lu Kuan gritted his teeth in frustration. At that moment, his phone screen illuminated. Who on earth could it be? Who the hell is so blind? He extracted his phone, ready to unleash a torrent of invective upon the caller. To his astonishment, it was a succinct WeChat message from Lu Yan. I'll transfer you 20 million tonight. Lu Kuan, his younger brother. Indeed, he was a true younger brother. Even his own father had never offered him any monetary compensation for his scoldings. As for Su Qian, could she possibly berate him a bit more? He wished to earn a little extra. The confrontation between Su Muyao and Su Suxiao had reached its conclusion, albeit contentiously, with both women weeping and accusing one another, ultimately failing to draw any definitive conclusions, only to begin feigning magnanimity, claiming they would not hold grudges against their good friends. Su Qian, relishing the drama, continued her investigation. In Mr. K's room, ample evidence was gathered, leading them to delineate Mr. K's movements on the day of his demise and identify several key pieces of information. Mr. K had met his end just before the banquet commenced. The murderer had infiltrated both his bedroom and the backstage area of the banquet, seizing the opportunity to end his life. Thus, it was certain that the perpetrator could be narrowed down to those who had departed the banquet hall that day. Su Qian, Zhang Yingxuan, Xu Suxiao, and Lu Yan. Others were temporarily exonerated from suspicion. After the investigation concluded, everyone reconvened in the main hall, gathered around a round table to scrutinize the potential assailant. Zhang Yingxuan had already been ruled out, leaving only the three of them as suspects. Why don't you each share what you did after leaving the banquet hall that afternoon? Xiang Bai pondered. Su Qian responded. Should I speak candidly? After leaving the banquet hall, I went straight to poison Mr. K. The toxic coffee beans were ground by Mr. K himself. I didn't even lay a finger on them. So, could I truly be the murderer? At best, I was merely a delivery person. Shouldn't I just assert that Mr. K killed himself? Chapter 152. Second brother? What brings you here? Of course not. All eyes turned towards Su Qian, who maintained her composure, appearing utterly unperturbed by the accusation. I went to find the restroom at that time. You sure can attest to that, as I even asked her to keep an eye on my belongings, Su Qian stated. Upon hearing this, Yu Shi nodded in agreement. Indeed. The orange juice at the banquet was delightful. Qian couldn't resist drinking 3 glasses. Su Qian interjected. That doesn't need to be mentioned. It was ludicrous that because of her indulgence in orange juice, she was being cast as a murderer. Just how delectable was that orange juice? Curiosity piqued. Was it so delicious that one could remain oblivious to a nearby death? Su Qian scratched her head. But she couldn't deny it. The orange juice was indeed quite marvelous. And then? Xiang Bai inquired with an expression of unwavering seriousness. Su Qian replied. Then, upon exiting the restroom, I encountered Zhang Yingxuan. My apologies, Zhang Yingxuan. Since you dared to harbor ulterior motives against me and ended up getting beaten to a pulp off camera today, don't blame me for helping to clear your name. Xiang Bai questioned further. Were you with Zhang Yingxuan the entire time afterward? Su Qian nodded. Yes, he cornered me, claiming he had something to discuss. But I couldn't comprehend what he was saying. She then turned to Lu Yan, looking sincerely at him. Perhaps your company's artists should study Chinese more diligently. This assertion was quite reasonable. Indeed, within the program, aside from Zhongyi, no one could comprehend Zheng Yingshuan's speech. Thus, it was perfectly plausible that this delay was entirely normal. However, Xiangbai remained somewhat skeptical. Can anyone corroborate this? Yingshuan wasn't present today. Before Su Qian could respond, Lu Yan's voice interjected from the side. I can vouch for that. Su Qian turned her head in surprise. You're so eager to fabricate evidence for a suspect? Yet, it was true that she had encountered Lu Yan in the corridor that day. However, he could not prove she had remained there continuously, could he? As Su Qian was still engaged in her thoughts, Xiangbai had shifted his attention to Lu Yan. And you, young Master Lu, what did you do when you left your seat? Lu Yan paused for a moment. This silence was highly suspicious, but the next second, he slowly replied, I noticed Su Qian was not at her seat. The crowd reacted. All right, being straightforward is the best. They completely believed young Master Lu's words. After all, from a God's eye perspective, he truly hadn't done anything. In pursuit of his beloved, he had transformed into a suspect, only to discover that the one he adored was the actual murderer. What a delightful twist. I simply adore a plot that involves sacrificial love. So you spent the entire time looking for Su Qian? Xiangbai inquired. Lu Yan nodded candidly. The space on the first floor of the cabin is quite vast. I searched around before finally locating Su Qian. Su Qian began to feel a twinge of anxiety. Lu Yan must have passed through the corridor where she had gone to the restroom. It wasn't exactly a secluded nook. It was over. Lu Yan had inadvertently become a witness. Su Qian felt her heart sink, her mind racing as she pondered how to refute the accusation. Could she claim that she had merely been in the restroom? True, Lu Yan wouldn't venture into the ladies' room, right? She could insist that Lu Yan had no means to contest her. However, Xiangbai posed another question. When you found Su Qian in the corridor, had you been there before? Had she always been present? Su Qian's heart leapt into her throat, her rebuttals teetering on the edge of her tongue. To her surprise, she saw Lu Yan shake his head calmly. I didn't go there, he stated. With that, Su Qian's suspicions were swiftly dispelled, leaving only Lu Yan and Xu Suxiao as the remaining suspects. Xu Suxiao, having just been backstabbed by Su Muyao, was somewhat distracted, her explanations muddled, even mentioning her visit to Lu Kuan's room to complete a task. As for Lu Yan, he merely stated that he had been searching for Su Qian, yet no one could substantiate that claim. Moreover, given that Su Qian's location had not been particularly concealed, his assertion of not having found her appeared quite dubious. Indeed, it was suspicious. Su Qian stole glances at Lu Yan several times. That corridor was just a turn from the banquet hall, wasn't it? How could Lu Yan claim he hadn't been there? Would he really risk incriminating himself to protect her? Surely not, as that would be an illogical sacrifice. Su Qian found it perplexing, yet she remained silent. After all, there were already those covering for her. To leap in now would be sheer madness. Nonetheless, she still had a conscience and, during the final voting phase, cast her vote for Xu Suxiao instead of Lu Yan. Ultimately, the outcome remained the same. Due to the obscurity of Lu Yan's movements, he garnered more votes, resulting in a 3-2 decision, branding him the suspect. Regrettably, your 3 rounds of voting have all yielded the wrong suspect, the captain announced. Ah? So it was you, Xu Suxiao? Xiangbai turned to her. Did you murder Mr. K? Xu Suxiao pursed her lips in silence. She would have welcomed the accusation if it were true. Then she would have a plausible reason to be in Lu Kuan's room and accidentally leave behind her belongings. But alas, it was not her. At this revelation, Xiangbai's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Then who could it be? Cheng Xiao interjected excitedly. Could it be that the murderer isn't among us at all? Is there a twist? The captain, with a mysterious smile, replied, Well then, let us congratulate Our Lady, who not only achieved the highest score on the ship, but also completed all the main and side storylines. Amidst the astonished gazes of the guests, Su Qian stood up. Haha, I am truly undeserving of such accolades. Until the filming concluded, Cheng Xiao remained in a daze. It turned out to be Su Qian. He had thought himself a master player, but it was Su Qian who had hidden her prowess the most effectively. Remarkable. Cheng Xiao gazed at Su Qian with admiration, and as the cruise ship docked at the pier, he lingered by her side, chattering incessantly. Sister Qian, so it truly was your scheme, he exclaimed with excitement. I've never encountered such a formidable perpetrator. I implore you to share your tale. Su Qian felt a twinge of embarrassment from the praise. There's not much to say, she replied. It's not that she was being pretentious. Although she had indeed orchestrated the downfall of Ji Yuhan and Zheng Yingxuan, it was primarily personal grievances at play, and her eventual escape was entirely thanks to Liu Yan providing her with cover. Thus, had Liu Yan sought her out at that time? Su Qian was eager to inquire. However, the dock was bustling with people, including numerous fans arriving for the journey. With the filming concluded, she felt it inappropriate to intrude and tarnish anyone's reputation. What if scandal truly ensued, after all? To her surprise, Liu Yan was waiting for her at the dock. The Liu family vehicle was already stationed there, a luxurious extended Rolls-Royce that exuded opulence and was particularly eye-catching. Liu Yan stood beside the car, not yet having entered, and took a few steps towards her as she approached. "Shall I escort you?" Liu Yan inquired softly. Lu Kuan chimed in beside him. "Let us go together. There's plenty of space." Just as Su Qian was about to respond, a voice called from behind. "Qian?" The tone was warm and melodious. Su Qian turned back, her face filled with surprise. "Second brother? What brings you here?" Chapter 153. We can find a good day to obtain the marriage certificate. The dock was expansive, since they did not need to return to the Xingdong villa after filming. The cruise ship had docked at a well-known port in H City. Fans of various factions had already caught wind of the news and were eagerly waiting at the port. Thus, when they disembarked, a chorus of excited shouts erupted from distant fans, and flashes of cameras created a scene reminiscent of a red carpet event, bustling with energy. Even amidst this chaos, Su Yanzhao stood out conspicuously. His mode of transport, though more expensive than a Maybach, appeared understated, parked not far behind him. Yet, those who could drive to the port were undoubtedly individuals of significant wealth. Clad in a non-branded shirt and trousers, his hair tousled by the sea breeze. Standing before the open road, he exuded an aura of unparalleled elegance. Parked near Liu Yan's vehicle, he seemed to possess an air of authority that was not overshadowed in the slightest. Many fans nearby were capturing images of him, even though they might not recognize who he was. Upon hearing Su Qian refer to him as second brother, several men nearby, along with a cluster of fans, turned their gazes towards Su Yanzhao. Su Qian had already hurried towards him. "I've come to fetch you," Su Yanzhao said with a gentle smile, lowering his gaze as he draped his jacket over her arm. Su Qian unhesitatingly accepted it and slipped it on. "It's a bit chilly. I didn't bring any warm clothes on board." Su Yanzhao nodded, suggesting, "Let us get in the car for now." Su Qian inquired, "Who else is with you?" Su Yanzhao looked at her, smiled, but remained silent. "Oh." Su Qian instantly understood, bending down to enter the vehicle. Who else could it be? Aside from her, there was another person with the surname Su in the show. However, why had Su Yanzhao specifically come to the dock to meet them? After all, the production team had arranged for a shuttle bus that could take them directly to the airport, eliminating the need for a personal pickup.
Regardless, Su Qian felt no apprehension.
If it had been Su Jingyi or Su Yiqing arriving, she might have pondered whether they were up to mischief. But Su Yanzhao, he was one of the very few sane individuals in this book, aside from herself. Perhaps one could also exclude the formidable boss, Liu Yan. Through the car window, Su Yanzhao glanced back, gesturing towards the armrest compartment. Su Qian opened it to discover it brimming with snacks. "Now that's what a real brother is for. Who else would treat me like a child?" Su Qian snapped a couple of pictures and shared them on Weibo. Given that numerous photos of Su Yanzhao circulated online, her post elicited a wave of envy regarding their sibling bond. Moreover, there were those who indulged in petty jealousy, such as Liu Yan, who had been waiting beside the car for her and was now left standing there. He quietly entered the vehicle, while Lu Kuan patted his shoulder with a sigh. Cheng Xiao, upon seeing Su Qian board the car, approached with a cheerful grin, calling Su Yanzhao second brother, prompting several scrutinizing glances from Su Yanzhao. Yet, Su Qian was blissfully unaware of these interactions. She tossed her phone aside and began munching on a bag of chips. Before long, Su Muyao disembarked as well, accompanied by Ji Yuhan. Upon spotting Su Yanzhao there, Ji Yuhan visibly paused, and Su Muyao appeared surprised, though lacking any joy. After all, she had always harbored a certain apprehension towards Su Yanzhao. How could she possibly be happy to see him? Su Muyao managed a forced smile as she regarded Su Yanzhao. The soundproofing in Su Yanzhao's car was excellent, and Su Qian could only catch glimpses of their brief exchange before Su Yanzhao bid farewell to Su Muyao and Ji Yuhan and entered the vehicle. Su Qian subtly sensed the underlying message. Why had Su Yanzhao, who typically shunned the media spotlight, suddenly chosen to make such a grand gesture by meeting them? If he truly desired to pick them up, he could have easily waited at the private jet or car. Su Yanzhao's conspicuous behavior hinted at an audience he intended to impress. But who was that audience? Once the two were settled in the car, Su Yanzhao took the driver's seat. Noticing Su Qian munching on chips, he chuckled. Mind your intake, young star. Su Qian replied with a crunch. What young star? Thanks for the invite, but I'm just an ordinary person, not managing my figure. Su Yanzhao laughed as he started the car, navigating along the port road. Seated in the back, Su Muyao felt somewhat anxious, attempting to maintain a facade of calm as she queried, Second brother, what brings you to the port to fetch us? Su Yanzhao remained focused on the road, explaining, there's an academic conference nearby. I thought I'd swing by after your filming wrapped up. Then, through the rear-view mirror, he cast a glance at Su Muyao, adding, I also have something to discuss with you. Su Muyao felt a surge of tension. What is it? Had it been one of her other brothers in the car, she might have dared to act coy. But Su Yanzhao was a mastermind in his own right, and she had never encountered anyone with more cunning than him. Su Qian too turned her attention to Su Yanzhao. He maintained his composure, stating, regarding your marriage, the Ji family wishes to finalize matters this week. Su Muyao was taken aback. This week? So soon? Ji Yuhan hasn't he mentioned a word to me?
Su Yanzhao nodded.
The old man Ji is eager to see his grandson married. Su Muyao feigned shyness, but internally, her mind was racing. Marrying Ji Yuhan thrilled her. Compared to the unapproachable Liu Yan or the frivolous Liu Kuan, Ji Yuhan was undoubtedly the most suitable match for her. And their years of companionship had culminated in this very moment. Once married, she would be the sole heiress of the Ji family, the future princess of the Ji clan. The culmination of all her careful plotting over the years felt as if a windfall had unexpectedly landed in her lap, leaving her dazed. Though Su Yanzhao had no intention of providing her with a dowry, what did that matter? The Ji family was immensely wealthy, and once she married into it, their assets would belong to her. She wouldn't be lacking in comparison to the Su family. What arrangements has grandfather Ji made? Su Muyao inquired further.
Su Yanzhao replied.
The old man wishes for you to announce your engagement this week. I think it's a good idea. After all, if a wedding is to be arranged, it requires thorough planning. Su Muyao shyly nodded. I'll defer to my brother's judgment. Su Yanzhao cast another glance at her through the rear-view mirror. However, I called old man Ji today to discuss another matter, he added. Su Muyao asked what matter. Our alliance with the Ji family is fundamentally a collaboration between two families. Whether it's an engagement or a wedding, it's merely for public display. The genuine union is what truly matters for us, Su Yanzhao said slowly.
Su Muyao listened,
nodding in understanding, though her mind was left racing. So, what's next? Su Qian was also captivated by the conversation and could not resist interjecting. Su Yanzhao cast a knowing smile in her direction. Thus, I suggested to Elder Ji that you should choose an auspicious day this week to obtain your marriage certificate. He remarked. This way, we can avert prolonged uncertainties. The other preparations can be leisurely arranged, don't you think? Chapter 154. You can still report him to the authorities. Su Muyao appeared utterly stunned, as if struck by a sudden windfall. Su Yanzhao's words were undeniably astute. After all, being engaged still leaves room for reconsideration. Much like how Su Qian had navigated her own situation. The upper echelons were well aware of her engagement to Ji Yuhan, yet what had come of it? She had no intention of following in Su Qian's footsteps. Matters of affection were secondary. Securing that document symbolizing their union was of paramount importance. This would grant her peace of mind while planning the wedding, alleviating fears of any unforeseen changes. Su Yanzhao inquired, so what about you? Do you agree with my proposal? To which Su Muyao enthusiastically consented. Moreover, Su Yanzhao also mentioned that this was a union of two families. This would undoubtedly provide her marriage with a layer of security. The Su and Ji families sought collaboration, and she was the vital link between them. The Su family could never forsake their daughter. After all, her existence was essential for the partnership, was it not? In that case, both the Su and Ji families would be hers. What did it matter if Su Qian was currently basking in fame, or if her brothers bestowed her a few shares? Su Muyao was undoubtedly the most significant daughter of the Su family. Without hesitation, Su Muyao agreed with Su Yanzhao. Casting a provocative glance at Su Qian, Qian, you will certainly bless my union, won't you? Upon reaching the airport, the Ji family's plane awaited, and Su Muyao was promptly whisked away by their representatives, leaving Su Qian and Su Yanzhao to depart together. Once seated on the aircraft, Su Qian could no longer contain her curiosity. Why reward her? Pouring juice for Su Qian, Su Yanzhao's hand, long and pale, bore the grace of a surgeon's precision. Hearing Su Qian's question, he chuckled softly. Reward her? Su Qian nodded, hesitating momentarily. I sense you don't particularly favor her. Hence, she had remained silent during their earlier journey. Under normal circumstances, she would have verbally dismantled Su Muyao until she was in tears. With a gentle smile, Su Yanzhao replied, You are quite the perceptive child. Such tenderness and familiarity, akin to the doting elder brother often described online. Su Qian rubbed her warm ears, repeatedly reminding herself, This is my brother. My brother. Mustn't overstep. He slid the juice toward her, taking a sip of his iced Americano, and asked, What else do you deduce from this? Is it true that the Su family is eager to partner with the Ji family? Su Qian queried. After acquiring my shares in the company, I reviewed Su's ventures and found nothing that necessitates reliance on the Ji family for success. Su Yanzhao's gaze softened further.
Su Qian continued, Moreover,
You need not have come to fetch us today, considering the throngs of reporters and fans at the dock, unless you wish to present a facade. His demeanor remained gentle as he remarked, You truly are a child of the Su family. He then set down his coffee cup and continued, I came today upon the agreement with my elder brother. What do you mean?
Su Yanzhao explained.
The Ji family is facing a crisis and seeks to bind themselves to the Su family to weather the storm. Even if my brother has no intention of aiding them, they will strive to entangle the Su family in their downfall as they lack better options. Su Qian was taken aback. What troubles the Ji family? The original text had not indicated any issues with the Ji family. The conflict with the Lu family was supposed to occur 3 years later, stemming from business rivalries that made them competitors. Surely, even if the plot crumbled, it could not collapse such foundational elements? Su Qian felt as if she were caught in a surreal narrative. Yet, Su Yanzhao continued nonchalantly, Their stock prices have plummeted and operations have stalled. Speculation suggests the Lu family may be involved, though this remains uncertain. The Lu family? That seemed implausible. Lu Yan had only just returned to the Lu family. How much influence could he wield? Even his father had no significant grievances with the Ji family. Suddenly, Su Qian recalled that Lu Kuan had previously clashed with Ji Yuhan. If it were due to Lu Kuan, everything fell into place. After all, Lu Kuan was the only son of his father and his original wife. If Ji Yuhan had offended Lu Kuan, it was indeed plausible that the Lu family might retaliate. Su Qian's reasoning aligned, and she continued to listen as Su Yanzhao elaborated. The Su family would undoubtedly refrain from getting embroiled in this turmoil, yet the Ji family was determined to involve the Su family. The two families still had numerous unresolved collaborations, and her brother had initially intended to delay any confrontation, a typical maneuver for Su Qian. Su Yanzhao concluded, however, How could the Ji family simply let this go? Whether from their father, my brother, or even you, the Ji family is harboring ulterior motives. They're quite persistent.
Su Qian remarked.
Su Yanzhao chuckled at her observation. For the sake of family interests, how could they lack perseverance? Thus, I have agreed with my brother that if Su Muyao wishes to marry Ji Yuhan, we shall facilitate her. Upon mentioning her, Su Yanzhao's tone grew cold, his expression unfazed. Su Qian grasped the implication instantly. In essence, the spectacle was crafted for the Ji family's benefit, while in truth, they had no desire for a union with them. They merely wished to allow the Ji family to misconstrue the situation. Believing that marrying Su Muyao would secure their bond with the Su family, Su Yanzhao affirmed with a nod. Therefore, I am here to inquire of Su Muyao. If she is inclined to wed, the Su family will support her, but her future, along with the Ji family's challenges, will be her own to navigate. She will have what she desires, and whether the Ji family overcomes their trials or faces bankruptcy will not concern us.
Su Qian countered.
The Ji family cannot be so easily bankrupted, can they? Even if the plot falters, the male lead's family should not be so fragile.
Su Yanzhao concurred, naturally.
However, it is not as illustrious as you might envision. Su Qian mused that, indeed, this represented a significant concession from the Su family towards Su Muyao. Then, Su Yanzhao shifted the topic. Nevertheless, the idea of them obtaining their marriage certificate immediately was mine.
What?
Su Qian's expression momentarily became one of incredulity. You are not the type to meddle in such affairs, overseeing everything, including Ji Yuhan's marriage certificate?
Su Yanzhao chuckled.
Indeed. I have watched your show a couple of times and found him rather disagreeable. Excuse me? Su Yanzhao maintained his serious demeanor. After Su Muyao has her sweet moments with Ji Muyao, she will inevitably turn back to annoy you. It is rather vexing, don't you think?
Su Qian fervently nodded.
It is incredibly bothersome. Su Yanzhao remained composed. Thus, if they marry, and he continues to pursue you, it would constitute infidelity. He turned to Su Qian, his grin reminiscent of a cunning fox. At that point, you would be free to berate him, and should he dare to approach you again, you could simply call the authorities. Reflecting on this, Su Qian realized how delightful this notion was. Chapter 155. Desire. Desire. One must truly desire. Su Qian discerned that Su Yanzhao's plans were undoubtedly more intricate than they appeared. This cunning fox often contemplated layers beyond what others could fathom. Yet, what did it matter? For simply considering Su Yanzhao's proposal filled her with exhilaration. How splendid. Truly splendid.
Su Qian lavished praise,
elevating Su Yanzhao to the heights of her admiration. Brother, you are indeed my true brother. Su Yanzhao chuckled softly, choosing not to speak, merely savoring a sip of his iced Americano. Su Qian's instincts were correct. His considerations extended far beyond the surface. Most notably, he had no intention of entangling himself with the Ji family. Securing a marriage certificate would undoubtedly necessitate collaboration between the two families to advance their union. With matters still unresolved, it would be inadvisable to sever ties abruptly, appearing capricious and indecisive. However, obtaining the certificate would alter the dynamics entirely. The Ji family may readily agree to wed, only to discover post-ceremony that aside from Su Muyao, they had gained nothing. What could the Ji family possibly say? After all, the Su family had indeed consented to the marriage, the ceremony had been performed, and their daughter had been married off. The Ji family had not previously mentioned any cooperation, had they? This tacit understanding of partnership through marriage was something the Su family could simply choose to ignore. Ultimately, it would be the Ji family that bore the brunt of the consequences. After all, while marriage could be easily entered, divorce was a far more arduous endeavor. However, this notion was something Su Yanzhao kept to himself. Unlike his two softer-hearted brothers, he was a cold-blooded creature, incapable of developing feelings for anyone. No matter how much time they spent together, especially not for someone inherently wicked. Such wickedness should be dealt with by those of a similar ilk. He resolved to strike her hard enough that she would be left unable to even cry out in pain. With a faint smile, Su Yanzhao set down his cup and inquired of Su Qian, "You have no plans for the next few days, do you?" Su Qian casually replied, "Nothing, just resting." She would simply wait for Bai Xiujing to notify her when it was time to shoot a few scenes for the production. Su Yanzhao responded, "Very well. Then, let us carve out a day to handle a property transfer." Su Qian paused, bewildered. "What? A property transfer?" "Indeed. Your elder brother cannot manage money, and he intends to gift a building to Su Muyao. I intervened and decided it would be better for you to oversee it." Su Qian was taken aback. "A windfall? Not just a building?" Seeing her expression of disbelief, Su Yanzhao smiled slightly. "What's the matter? Don't you want it?" "Of course I want it." Su Qian nodded vigorously, almost like a bobblehead toy. She had not anticipated that Su Jingyi's nonchalant mention of a building could carry such weight. Standing before the bustling CBD of the second ring road, Su Qian gazed upwards. The skyscraper, with its glass exterior, towered into the clouds. The manager beside her diligently explained that the building boasted 61 stories, situated opposite a renowned luxury goods center. With a fashionable cultural district at its rear, a true embodiment of prime real estate. The first to fifth floors were designated for commercial use, while the basement housed a world-class chain supermarket, all operating smoothly. From the 6th to the 61st floors, 90% of office spaces had been leased to stable, large corporations, with the remainder reserved for Mr. Su's personal offices. Su Qian remained silent for a moment, recalling a Korean drama where the wealthy female lead owned a shopping mall. Was she now in a similar position? After a while, she hesitantly asked the manager, "I heard from my brother that this was merely an idle office building?" She had envisioned an old edifice from the 80s or 90s, where one might wait half an hour for an elevator, and the upper floors were filled with script-killing homestays. She had imagined herself with a jangling set of keys, collecting rent each month. Who could have imagined such a grand structure? Su Yicheng casually intended to gift it to Su Muyao? Was this correct? Su Yanzhao had not erred. He truly was a spendthrift incapable of handling money. The manager, somewhat sheepishly, chuckled and replied, "Indeed, Mr. Su possesses numerous properties. We seldom see him throughout the year." Su Qian thought to herself, "Fine, Poverty truly limits one's imagination. At a loss for words, she listened as the manager continued to elaborate, mentioning that the top floor featured a 360-degree panoramic lounge where many luminaries conducted business. Thanks to the stunning views of the cityscape and the flowing Qingjiang River, would the young lady like to ascend and enjoy a moment there? We have prepared afternoon tea for you. The manager bowed and nodded, but Su Qian was lost in thought. Turning her head, she chanced upon a 3D panoramic screen across the street at the luxury goods center, showcasing an advertisement for a burgeoning new energy vehicle brand. The name of the brand struck her as familiar. She believed she had seen it on some contract. The manager, following her gaze, excitedly explained, "This automotive brand is produced by a long-established company in our country. It was recently acquired, and the new owner, equipped with a complete production chain and innovative technology, has managed to launch the vehicles in just 2 short years. A press conference is set to be held soon. We are all curious about the identity of this enigmatic owner." Su Qian's heart raced. This was the very brand tied to the new energy contract she had signed with Liu Yan, the elusive owner being none other than him. However, it appeared that she held a more substantial stake in the enterprise than Liu Yan himself. A fleeting moment of silence ensued as she pondered the implications. Why did it feel as though something was amiss? Indeed, in the original narrative, this year marked the launch of the Ji family's new energy vehicles. Ji Yuhan was celebrated for his success in both love and career, becoming a topic of admiration in the industry. Meanwhile, the company she had invested in with Liu Yan was not slated to debut for another 2 years, at which point it would emerge as Ji Yuhan's competitor. The primary antagonist would officially unveil himself at that time. Why had this been expedited? Was it due to her investment of 1 million? Su Qian felt a sense of bewilderment. Was the world truly so fantastical? Then, she noticed an individual stepping out from beneath the massive 3D electronic screen. Dressed in a casually unbuttoned shirt and luxurious, comfortable slacks, with slicked-back jet-black hair, he was flanked by a cadre of sharply dressed men, who either reverently or sycophantically conversed with him, while he remained aloof and indifferent. Across the bustling thoroughfare, Su Qian's gaze locked with his. The manager beside her was brimming with excitement.
Oh,
"Young Master Liu, what a coincidence. Miss, you have no idea. The business district across the street belongs to young Master Liu." Chapter 156. She struck gold. Su Qian felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. It was the first time she realized that she might be slightly overwhelmed by wealth. She could hardly be blamed. Who could endure waking up to find themselves surrounded by such a bounty? Liu Yan seemed to have a stake in every venture that crossed his path. While her brother casually gifted her a skyscraper, her other 2 brothers were equally generous, providing her with both cash and shares, leaving her feeling as if she too had become a fortune bearer. Turning to the manager, she was met with a fawning smile. Yes. Su Qian was now firmly convinced that she had joined the ranks of the affluent. Liu Yan had also noticed her presence. He leaned slightly and exchanged a few words with those around him, after which they respectfully remained in place. Only 2 assistants trailed behind him as he crossed the street and stopped before Su Qian. She regarded him, the immense advertisement behind him still proclaiming the reformation of the long-established automotive company and the birth of its new brand, a constant reminder that she had indeed struck gold. With just $1 million investment into Liu Yan's enterprise, she had hit the jackpot. "What brings you here? Shopping?" Liu Yan asked. His gaze deep yet softened as he looked down at her. Su Qian stiffly raised her hand, pointing behind her. The towering glass edifice cast a formidable shadow over them both. "I'm here to finalize the property transfer," she replied. "Would you care to join me for a coffee?" The manager interjected eagerly. "We have prepared everything for you." Mississippi Su Qian quickly intervened. "It's just coffee. There's no need for such a fuss." The manager had just mentioned that the top floor was bustling with business discussions. She couldn't possibly drive away her own guests from what was now her building.
could she?
Reluctantly, she and Liu Yan took the private elevator to the top floor. Upon entering the panoramic glass-roofed lounge, with its extensive observation terrace, Su Qian felt an overwhelming sense of ownership, as if she were surveying her own vast dominion. How exhilarating! Opposite her, Liu Yan surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "Mr.
Su clearly dotes on you." Su Qian scoffed.
Dote on me? He is merely doting on Su Muyao. This building was pried from his grasp and given to me by Su Yanzhao. My second brother loves me the most, she declared. Liu Yan nodded, settling beside her on the sofa as afternoon tea and pastries were promptly served. For Su Qian, Liu Yan was not a stranger. she directly inquired. I heard from my brother that you are dealing with the Ji family? Lu Yan pondered for a moment before replying, it's not exactly dealing with them. This was tantamount to an acknowledgement. However, Lu Yan was genuinely sincere towards Su Qian. He indeed had no intention of targeting them. It was merely that during the last esports competition, he casually severed several collaborations with the Ji family, redirecting significant profits to other parties. This alone made the Ji family feel threatened. As for the recent new energy project, he felt wronged. He had merely expedited its progress because Su Qian had discovered the project and invested in it. Lu Yan wished for her to see the results sooner, to witness the surprise in her eyes. Reminiscent of the moment, he saw her gaze directed at the large screen after crossing the street, filled with astonishment and the delight of unexpected fortune. He cherished such expressions on Su Qian's face. For these moments, every late night he had endured was worthwhile. Across from him, Su Qian appeared utterly astonished. It really is you. Lu Yan, you truly are. Lu Yan felt a twinge of nervousness. He had admitted too quickly, nearly forgetting that Ji Yuhan had once been Su Qian's fiancée. Suddenly, Su Qian slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, you are simply amazing. Lu Yan paused for a moment and then chuckled softly. Thankfully, Su Qian then pointed toward the luxury shopping district across from them, where a large screen displayed advertisements for automotive companies. Is this your new energy company? Lu Yan gently corrected her. It's ours. Su Qian, having invested a mere 10 million, felt too modest to contest Lu Yan's claim to ownership. With a grin, she was about to downplay her contribution when she heard Lu Yan continue. I was actually hoping to discuss it with you, but I didn't know how to broach the subject. What? She exclaimed. You hold more shares now. In a couple of days at the press conference, we will announce the chairman of Xuanqi. If you are interested, you could make an appearance. Su Qian pointed at her own face, bewildered. Me? The chairman? Of a well-known car company? She was aware that Xuanqi would become immensely popular in the coming years. Had it not been for Ji Yuhan's plot twist, it would have easily ascended to the forefront of the automotive industry in China. In reality, who could distinguish her from Lei Jun in such a scenario? Amidst Su Qian's astonishment, Lu Yan remained composed. Yes, you are indeed the primary shareholder of Xuanqi. Do not worry, you won't need to manage the company. I'm still the executive president. Su Qian was still lost in her daydream of becoming a nationally renowned female entrepreneur. Nodding blankly at whatever Lu Yan said, Lu Yan added, so it's settled then. You will make an appearance. The identity of the executive president will be kept confidential. So you need not worry. Publicly, you will be the sole owner of Xuanqi. He paused and added, originally, you were meant to be the one in charge of Xuanqi. After all, when he signed the contract, he intended to gift Xuanqi to her, not only as a source of cash flow but also as a pillar of support after her marriage to Ji Yuhan. However, circumstances had dramatically changed. It was only then that Su Qian regained her composure. After considering for a moment, she nodded again. Then I won't be polite. But does this mean that after I make my appearance, the Ji family will assume I am the one opposing them? Lu Yan nodded. Indeed. The Ji family's cash flow in recent years has been entirely directed towards automotive endeavors. Xuanqi poses a significant threat to them. They are currently conducting an intense investigation into the individuals behind Xuanqi. As he spoke, Lu Yan met Su Qian's contemplative gaze and, after a moment's silence, said, if you are afraid. At this, Su Qian burst into laughter. Wow. This is exhilarating. Won't the Ji family be furious? They thought they were aligning with the Su family, only to find their greatest business rival is me. Haha, do you think the old Ji will suffer from hypertension? Can you imagine Ji Yuhan's expression? Su Qian laughed so hard that she pounded the table, and Lu Yan couldn't help but smile as well. Indeed. Every effort he had made was worthwhile. Just to see her smile like this made it all worth it. At that moment, a shadow fell over Lu Yan. He looked up to see a provocatively dressed woman with an air of modernity standing beside him, playfully asking, Hey handsome, can I add you on WeChat? You look so familiar, I think I've seen you in a business magazine. Su Qian recognized her. Earlier, when they were on the rooftop, aside from a few scattered patrons, there was a table of socialites sharing afternoon tea, striking poses and taking photos. Su Qian was intrigued and prepared to observe how Lu Yan would respond. However, Lu Yan merely cast a detached glance and responded politely, I'm sorry, but you have mistaken me for someone else. Really? But I remember, she persisted. No. Really? Lu Yan interjected, glancing at Su Qian. She is my boss. I'm merely assisting her. Are we really going to have a handover ceremony for two former fiancés? The woman clearly found it hard to believe. She and her table of socialite friends were all from the same elite circle. They could tell a rich man from a distance. The custom garments designed by renowned British designers exuded understated luxury. And even his casual shoes were worth more than half a house. Not to mention, when he had entered with a female companion, the building's general manager had been bowing and scraping to him. With his superior looks, such a man surely couldn't he just be an assistant? The woman was evidently skeptical, giggling as she leaned against the back of Lu Yan's chair. "Is it inconvenient for you, handsome?" she purred, casting a dismissive glance at Su Qian. Then she froze. It had been a long time since she had encountered such a striking natural beauty, radiant and breathtaking. Su Qian was reclining languidly on the sofa, exuding an aura that was difficult to describe, one of undeniable confidence and poise. If one had to put it into words, it would be self-assuredness, grace, and a relaxed demeanor as if she held all the power. Su Qian remarked, "If you had just inherited a building and a car company like I did, you would be just as confident." Seeing the woman stare at her in a daze, Su Qian flashed a charming smile and nodded. "That's right. He works for me." Ahem. She hadn't said anything untrue. Besides, it was Lu Yan's original statement. After all, she was a major shareholder of his company. Seeing her so smoothly and naturally acknowledge this, the woman was taken aback. Then Su Qian leisurely nodded, adding, "Yes, indeed. This building is also mine." She held up her phone and waved it. "Wanna add me on WeChat? Who asked you?" The woman was taken aback by her wealth and only then noticed that the building manager was clearly more obsequious towards Su Qian. Could he not be? Every worker knew whom to flatter, the wild rich outside or their own boss. The woman dazedly returned to her seat, only to see the two figures in the distance rise to leave, the tall, handsome man even assisting the striking beauty with her bag. Nearby, a companion with more bravado than sense began to mock. "So, did you get his WeChat?" It was obvious she hadn't, but she insisted on making a fool of herself. The woman gritted her teeth, shooting her a fierce glare. "What business is it of yours?" Did they not see the commanding presence of the person sitting across from her? It was evident they could not be merely a companion trailing behind a man. As he had said, they were either a superior or a partner. Could they truly think they were able to pry into the situation? The others around her continued to laugh. "I told you not to go. A man like that is not someone we can approach." The woman pressed her lips together, unwilling to engage. Everyone knew why they were here. There was no need to mock one another. At that moment, someone nearby whispered in admiration, "Don't take it to heart. Losing to her is no shame." The woman who had just tried to get his WeChat asked in confusion, "Who is she?" "I've seen her trending on social media lately. She seems to be the young lady of the Su family, not Su Muyao, but the biological daughter of the Su family." The surrounding crowd gasped in hushed tones and began to inquire, who is that person beside her? Recently, they had been engrossed in etiquette classes at the training camp, leaving no time to scroll through their phones. The one who had glanced at the trending topics merely skimmed through, offering a nonchalant "I don't know." As the whispers among them swirled, a server approached, delivering a small box to the woman who had initially sought to exchange WeChat details. "Madam, this is a gift from the guests at that table," he announced. Puzzled, she opened the box to discover a Cartier bracelet nestled within. She gasped, her gaze darting toward the direction where two figures were departing. There stood Su Qian, poised at the elevator, who turned back and cast a flirtatious glance her way. "Girl, you've truly got some prowess," she thought. While Su Qian exuded charm towards the unfamiliar woman, on the other side, Su Muyao found herself embroiled in her first post-marriage quarrel with Ji Yuhan, neither willing to concede. The crux of their disagreement lay in whether to invite Su Qian to their engagement banquet. Both were aflame with indignation, including Su Muyao, who was taken aback to find herself, as a daughter of the Su family, compelled to sign a prenuptial agreement before marriage. Before her lay a hefty stack of pages detailing the prenuptial property arrangement, overwhelming her with its thoroughness. It clearly delineated which of Ji Yuhan's assets were joint property and which were off-limits to her. To her dismay, she discovered that the majority of Ji Yuhan's wealth remained under the control of his grandfather and had yet to be transferred to him. Sensing her hesitation, Ji Yuhan attempted to reassure her. "It's merely to ease my grandfather's mind. You needn't overthink it." Yet the incessant mention of grandfather grated on her nerves. When would Ji Yuhan take charge himself? However, Su Muyao found herself trapped. The moment to register their marriage was imminent, and even if they could not openly present themselves as a couple for now, She was determined to become Ji Yuhan's legal wife and the matriarch of the Ji family. Thus, she swallowed her discontent and hastily signed the prenuptial agreement. As for Ji Yuhan, he possessed little patience for placating her, for he had been inundated with work since returning home from filming. Despite the recent setbacks in the Ji family's business, particularly under the relentless scrutiny of Liu Yan, it was not a significant concern for them. The Ji family had been engaged in technological reform for several years, having devoted nearly all their cash flow to the development of new energy vehicles. This year, their automobile was finally ready for testing, just as a new brand, Su Jingyi, emerged unexpectedly, revitalizing an old automotive manufacturer while shrouded in mystery regarding its ownership. With the launch event approaching, the Ji family was in a frenzy, eager to expedite their processes, seize market opportunities, and investigate their rivals. Consequently, Ji Yuhan was busier than ever, scarcely finding a moment to rest. Once the prenuptial agreement was signed, he gave little thought to it, swiftly proceeding to obtain their marriage certificate with Su Muyao before returning to his demanding work. Just as he began to immerse himself in his tasks, Su Muyao sought to stir trouble. "I want to send a personal invitation to Su Qian, but grandfather disapproves," she lamented over the phone, calling him 3 times to voice her complaint. "Han, it's just a minor request," she implored.
Johannes temper flared.
He was overwhelmed with work. Yet Su Muyao persisted with her pleas for Su Qian's presence. After all, Su Qian was his former fiancée. What purpose would it serve to invite her? Would it necessitate a handover ceremony between 2 former betrotheds? Why on earth would you invite her? Ji Yuhan's tone was icy, revealing his growing impatience. Su Muyao hesitated momentarily before responding, her voice tinged with hurt, "Because I'm worried she might feel awkward. My brothers will certainly bring her, but her situation is delicate. Let her come or not. It matters little. Why extend a special invitation?" Ji Yuhan reasoned, feeling justified in his stance. Yet Su Muyao's disappointment was palpable as she pouted.
Han, you aren't supporting me."
At the moment of registering their marriage, Ji Yuhan had not anticipated the complexities that accompanied the union. "I'm busy. Please behave and heed grandfather's advice. It's only natural for him to be irritable at his age. As a junior, you ought to be more accommodating." "But Han, it's just a small request," Su Muyao pressed, "and my brothers care for her deeply." Ji Yuhan, now losing his patience, replied, "If you wish to invite her, then go ahead. However, your elder brother must be informed. After all, their engagement banquet was not intended to be extravagant. They planned merely a gathering within elite circles. Ostensibly an engagement celebration, its commercial significance was paramount, particularly as the Ji family faced turbulent times and needed to solidify partnerships to navigate their challenges. Once their new energy vehicles were officially launched, their investments could begin to yield returns and, ideally, the Ji family would ascend to new heights through technological transformation. Thus, for Ji Yuhan, Su Qian's presence was even more crucial than Su Muyao's, as he had numerous matters to discuss with his future brother-in-law. However, Su Muyao's priorities diverged significantly. Upon hearing Ji Yuhan's words, her resolve intensified. How could he not attend? "My engagement banquet absolutely requires my brother's presence," she declared confidently.
Resta sered, Han.
"My big brother has always been the most indulgent towards me. I will certainly persuade him to bring Su Qian along. She has been neglected at home." Yet, the line fell silent. Upon glancing at her phone, Su Muyao realized Ji Yuhan had already hung up. When Su Qian received the invitation, she was lounging in her spacious dressing room, indulging in the latest gossip on her phone. It was no surprise, the recent scandals were too enticing to ignore. For instance, Su Xiao had been exposed, with netizens revealing that the lingerie found in Lu Kuan's room belonged to her. The silk fabric, easily marked, bore identical imprints, leaving no room for denial. The production team, unable to respond effectively, resorted to silence, while Su Xiao issued multiple statements that only served to worsen her predicament. Meanwhile, the whirlwind surrounding Ji Yuhan and Su Muyao's hasty engagement was making waves online. The couple's urgency led netizens to speculate if they were rushing into marriage due to an unexpected pregnancy. Many teased, how intriguing. The cold, aloof Buddha's disciple is unexpectedly with child. One wonders where this Buddha came from. Unable to resist, Su Qian liked that comment. In her presence, several fashion designers wheeled in models to showcase her tailored suits. Indeed, this is precisely what I'll wear to the Su Jingyi launch event. The styles of the suits were largely similar, yet the women's suits featured distinct variations. From colors to styles, even the shirts and ties were meticulously coordinated. leaving Su Qian slightly bewildered. Lacking professional expertise, she ultimately decided to choose the one that caught her eye the most. As she savored her gossip while selecting outfits, she snapped photos of her favorites to share with her close friends. Yusher quickly replied, "Are you set to inherit the Su group?" Su Qian responded with a question mark. Yusher clarified, "Oh, what a pity it's not true." Su Qian retorted, "What are you lamenting? That my brother hasn't abdicated in favor of me?" Yusher commented, "Not quite. I merely desire a friend of great power and influence, one from whom I can benefit." Meanwhile, in her school group chat, Jiang Kan had fervently defended Su Qian against several criticisms, quickly selecting the most suitable suit for her, one that balanced sophistication with contemporary flair. Su Qian couldn't help but marvel at her male best friend's impeccable taste, as such non-heterosexual male friends often led the fashion charge with their discerning eye. Without hesitation, Su Qian chose the suit Jiang Kan had recommended. Just as Su Muyao was about to request the designer to make some adjustments, a message from her arrived. It was an electronic invitation accompanied by a heartfelt note. "Qian, I sincerely hope you can attend my engagement banquet. Although we are not sisters by blood, the bond we share is invaluable, and I truly wish for you to witness my happiness." Following that, there were several photographs, her and Ji Yuhan's marriage certificate photos, along with a vlog of their certificate acquisition. In the video, Ji Yuhan appeared rather impatient, frequently checking his phone and answering calls, as if he were quite preoccupied with business. However, it was evident that he must be quite busy. After all, dealing with the Liu family is one thing, but this unknown entity that has acquired Xuanqi Motors could surely catch him off guard. Could he accept that? Su Qian couldn't help but shake her head at what Su Muyao had sent. Su Muyao was indeed eager to prove her happiness to her. However, she too had some joy to share. Soon, Su Qian retrieved the property deed for the office building, snapped a photo, and sent it. "What a coincidence. I also wish for my happiness to be witnessed by you. Alas, my happiness exists merely as cold, hard text on a property deed." On the other end, Su Muyao typed and deleted several times before finally responding with just 5 words. "Haha, congratulations." On the day of the press conference, Su Qian arrived punctually at the venue. "Hello, Mr. Su, I am Wu Xingchen, the manager of the RD department at Xuanqi." A young man, around 27 or 28, greeted Su Qian at the entrance, smiling as he shook her hand. Su Qian had heard from Liu Yan that he would be hosting this conference, and the new products would also be introduced by him. It was said that he was a genius, having entered Tsinghua University at 15, pursued a doctorate by 22, and now held a leading position in the automotive RD think tank. She couldn't fathom how Liu Yan managed to recruit such talent, and whenever Wu Xingchen spoke of Liu Yan, he bore a look of deep respect and gratitude, as if he were a steed encountering a worthy master. Su Qian had always held a profound respect and awe for such academic elites. After all, someone who scored at least 200 points higher than her in the college entrance examination was indeed formidable. She grasped his hands, hoping to bask in the brilliance of his intellect. Wu Xingchen appeared flattered. Today's product launch is arranged by Mr. Liu. He specifically instructed that you only need to appear in your capacity as an investor and shareholder. Your seat has already been prepared. As he spoke,
Wu Xingchen asked Su Qian inside.
At that moment, a silver-gray supercar approached the venue. Who could be so ostentatious? Su Qian couldn't help but glance back. Wu Xingchen followed her gaze, not at the car, but glanced at the license plate. "It's a G vehicle." He smiled slightly. "Mr. Liu mentioned that someone from the G family would definitely attend. Was Liu Yan truly so prescient?" Su Qian asked curiously. "Did he mention who from the G family would come?" Wu Xingchen pondered for a moment. Mr. Liu didn't specify. However, he did instruct that if anyone causes a disturbance, security is to escort them to the entrance, ensuring they take the route where reporters are gathered.